Chapter 151 Neighbors Suffer. Golden Axe Gang takes action. Juan Lauda didn't know whether to hold the door panel or put it down. They were a newly opened shop. Where could they get any money? It was also the first time for the Juan brothers to come into close contact with horse bandits. Their momentum on horseback frightened them so much that they huddled together, their teeth chattering. Juan Lao Air grabbed Juan Lao Da's clothes on the back with both hands and whispered, "Brother, what should we do? We don't have any money? Will those people take our lives?" Juan Lao Da's eyes were fixed on the movements of the horse bandits. They were hiding behind the door panel at this time, looking out through the crack of the door. They only needed one door panel to seal the door. But these people came so quickly. "Don't worry. There are more than one family on this street. Our family is at the innermost part of the street. These horse bandits should not stay for long. After all, this is the territory of the Golden Axe Gang. I don't think these horse bandits are locals. I guess they came from other places and don't know the situation in Jinwu Town. As long as we delay for a while, the Golden Axe Gang should send people to rescue us." The eldest brother Juan was very clear-headed at this time and took the initiative to analyze the current situation. The fourth brother Juan was also thinking frantically at this time. Even if they delayed, they had to use their brains. They had to wait for the people from the Golden Axe Gang to come to rescue them. But there was another possibility. If they guessed wrong, it would all be over. "Brother, let's think of a way quickly. I don't want to die yet. My wife is still waiting for me to go back. I haven't become a father yet." The fourth brother Juan was not very old, and he spoke with a sense of sadness at this time. Fortunately, his wife Lu didn't come today, so he could escape. Juan Lauda scolded Juan Lao Si in a low voice. "Look at your useless look. Why are you crying? Isn't it all right?" Juan Lao Si immediately stopped talking and shrank into a corner, and his brothers also blocked him behind him. Friday, the owner of the shop next door, was dealing with the horse bandits at this time. "Hand over the money quickly. I will spare your life. Otherwise I will kill your whole family. Move quickly. Don't delay my business." A horse bandit got off his horse, raised his big knife, and chopped at Zhou Wu's door frame. The door frame immediately made a clang, and dust fell with it. Zhou Wu had a horrified look on his face, hiding behind the door, and pleading in his voice, "Master, I have a small business, and there is no business to begin with. My family is almost out of food. Please be kind and spare me. My family really can't afford the money. If you like these things, just take them. Just consider it as my filial piety to you. Okay?" Zhou Wu bravely negotiated with the horse bandit for a few words, but he ended up scolding him. "You are blind. Am I so easy to get rid of? It seems that I really don't accept the toast, so I will drink the penalty. Brothers, smash it for me. Take all the women and children away, and chop this bastard off for me." The horse bandit passed by, and several people behind him swarmed in, and soon there was a heart-wrenching scream from next door. There were also various sounds of smashing and destroying, and the horse bandit, who had just given the order, was standing at the door with his arms folded and watching coldly. Suddenly, the beam on the door frame fell down unexpectedly and hit the bandit on the head. The bandit leader received a box lunch on the spot. The other bandits in the shop immediately stopped what they were doing and ran over to rescue people. 3 or 4 bandits were still covered with Zhou Wu's blood. The person in front was suddenly tripped by the shelf in the shop while running. The shelf hit him directly and pressed him, and several people behind him under the shelf. There were not many things on the shelf, but the shelf was still heavy. Several people were pressed under it for a long time and could not get up. Zhou Wu had one leg cut off by several people. He was rolling on the ground in pain. His wife was holding the child and trembling in fear and huddled in the corner. Zhou Wu saw that this was a good opportunity, but he was in so much pain that he wanted to faint. He had no way to do anything. He looked at his wife. "Mother, hurry up and knock those guys out, or we all be in trouble." Khan, Zhou Wu's wife, was a gentle and timid woman. She usually only killed chickens, never killed people. She had tears on her face and kept shaking her head as she looked at her husband in pain. "I don't dare. I'm afraid." At this time, Zhou Lun, the oldest of the children, picked up a chair from the ground and rushed over like a cannonball. He took advantage of the fact that the others hadn't gotten out from under the shelf, and the chair in his hand rained down on the bandits. Seeing that their eldest brother was so powerful, the other children were not so scared anymore, and they all stood up and slowly approached Zhou Lun. Zhou Lun seemed to be crazy. Although the bandit on the ground had stopped moving and his head was bloody, he was still hitting the bandit's body, until Kong ran over and hugged him from behind. Zhou Lun stopped with blood all over his face. His face was covered with blood and tears, and his eyes were red. Kong took all the children to the backyard and came back to drag Wu Zhou. Wu Zhou was pale and almost fainted because of excessive blood loss. After Kong dragged him to the bedroom in the backyard with great effort, he did not dare to return. Instead, he took the children to block the backyard door and moved out all the things that could be used to block the backyard door. The death of Wu Zhou at the door naturally aroused the vigilance of other horse bandits, and they all rushed over at once. Boss 1 had already blocked the door, while the horse bandits were next door. But just as the door was blocked and they had not sat down, there was a sudden strong force, and the brand new door was kicked to pieces from the outside. Boss 1 and his friends sat up from their chairs like frightened rabbits, and several people immediately picked up a long bench from the ground and used it as a weapon. Boss 1 was a hunter. He would not sit and wait for death. At this time, he saw more than a dozen people coming in with shining swords. Although he was very afraid, he was still ready to fight back. Boss 1 looked at the bandits coming in with vigilance and fear, and protected his brothers behind him. The bandits forced them to retreat step by step. Hand over the money. The bandits stopped talking nonsense and started to smash the store. The brand new tables and chairs were destroyed by these people in an instant. Wan Lao San was very distressed. The store that was about to open in 2 days was going to fail again. We are a new store. We haven't opened yet. Where did the money come from? Even if you robbed, you should check the market. Right? Boss 1 tried his best to suppress his fear and anger, and his voice didn't sound so trembling. The bandits sneered and waved their hands directly. The bandits behind them raised their swords and chopped at the men. Boss 1 was so scared that he quickly raised the bench in his hand to block it. But the bench had no effect under the swords of these bandits. Boss 1's hand was also scratched with a deep wound, and bright red blood flowed down his arm to the ground. Because of his injury, Boss 1 had difficulty holding the bench. When the opponent attacked again, Boss 1 threw the bench in his hand directly, knocking the bandits away for a distance. The 4 brothers of the Wan family had no self-defense weapons at this time. Fortunately, the shop was small and the opponent could not use it. Otherwise they would have died long ago. The bandit was enraged by Boss 1's action. With anger on his face, he came up with a knife and chopped directly at Boss 1's face. At this critical moment, a cold light flashed, and the bandit fell straight to the ground, unable to move. Soon, there was a deafening shout outside. It turned out that Shen Qinghan, the leader of the Golden Axe Gang, personally led the Golden Axe Gang to kill the bandits. The arrow that hit the bandit's forehead just now was shot by Shen Qinghan. Boss 1 was ready to die, but he didn't expect to survive. The horse bandits in the house quickly went out with knives, but before they walked out of the house, they were shot into a hornet's nest by the crossbowmen brought by Shen Qinghan, and fell to the ground and died. Shen Qinghan got off the horse. He was wearing a tight cotton coat and cotton pants, looking heroic and majestic. He did not recognize the brothers of Boss 1. He just met them in a hurry. It was still night. The people of the Wan family were all dusty. Shen Qinghan did not recognize the people of the Wan family, but the people of the Wan family recognized Shen Qinghan. As soon as Shen Qinghan got off the horse, he drew his long knife from the horse's back and led a group of brothers from the Golden Axe Gang to chop the horse bandits. With a knife, a head fell to the ground. Soon his blue clothes were stained with bloody flowers. The brothers of Boss 1 were already paralyzed on the ground at this time. They trembled and leaned against each other. It took them a long time to recover. Seeing that Shen Qinghan was busy, they did not go forward to say hello. Brother, we are not dead. We are saved. Wan Lao recovered from his panic, got up from the ground and walked towards the bandits. He held a bench leg in his hand and hit the bandit's body. Although the bandit was dead, Wan Lao still hit the body dozens of times to vent his anger. When Wan Lao turned over the bandit's body, he suddenly saw a bag falling from the bandit's body. He quickly bent down and picked it up from the ground. Chapter 152, Unexpected Wealth. Old Lady Wan is disgusted. Wan Lao opened the bag and saw that it was full of gold beans. Half a bag full. Wan Lao quickly handed it to Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao San. Big brother. Third brother. Look. This is dropped from the horse bandits. These horse bandits are really rich. You quickly search to see if there are valuables on other horse bandits. Wan Laoda's arm was still bleeding. But at this time, he was replaced by excitement. There was no danger outside with the Golden Axe gang, so they could search the bodies of these horse bandits with peace of mind. The four brothers of the Wan family immediately searched the bodies of the dozen horse bandits in the house one by one. As a result, gold and silver were found on the bodies of the 8 horse bandits. And there were even silver notes. Although there were only 100 taels, it was enough for Wan Laoda and his men to live for a lifetime. Not to mention that there were more than 100 taels of gold and silver added up. Big brother. Second brother. We are rich now. We have recovered all the capital of the shop before it is opened. And there is still more. It seems that this shop is really a good place. Wan Lao San was holding a piece of gold in his mouth and biting it. He was excited to hold the gold and look at it again and again. And he was reluctant to let it go. Although Wan Lao Er was also happy, he was not like Wan Lao San. When he saw Wan Lao San, he thought of himself when he first picked up the gold bracelet. It is better to have less unexpected wealth like this. This is life-threatening money. Didn't you see that Big Brother's hand is still bleeding? We have to send Big Brother to see a doctor quickly. Wan Lao Er still had a trace of rationality online, and immediately drew everyone's attention back. Boss Wan shook his head. He had no other discomfort except that his face was a little pale. He sat down against the wall and said, "I'm fine. I can bandage myself in a while. You go and see what's going on outside. I heard that the noise outside has become much quieter. Have all the horse bandits been killed by the Golden Axe gang?" Wan Lao and Wan Lao San came to the door of the shop together, leaned on the door frame and looked out, and found that someone on the street had already started to open the door. Wan Lao breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he heard someone holding a gong and beating it while shouting, "Dear bosses, the horse bandits have been killed by the Golden Axe gang. However, in order to prevent any fish from slipping through the net, everyone should quickly close the doors and windows. It is best to stay indoors and call for help immediately if you find a horse bandit." Hearing the sound of gongs and drums, Wan Lao and Wan Lao San finally let go of their worries. The two of them leaned against the door frame and lay on the ground. "Brother, it's okay. The horse bandits have all been eliminated. The Golden Axe gang is cleaning up the bodies of the horse bandits. Hurry up and notify Mother and them to come out." At this time, the sky was a little dark. The door of the Wan family shop was also kicked down by the horse bandits. If they wanted to rest in the shop at night, Wan Lao San had to quickly repair the door. At this time, the old lady Wan and other female members of the Wan family in the backyard were all worried. They couldn't hear clearly what happened in the backyard, so they could only walk back and forth anxiously in the house. Wan Erseo was holding Xiao Fubao and was very scared. "Mother, if Xiao Fubao hadn't delayed us today because of his accumulation of food, wouldn't we have just run into the horse bandits? That would be really life-threatening." Wan Lao I also looked at Xiao Fubao and patted his chest and panted. This time, Grandma's good baby saved the lives of the whole family again. Wan Quan walked around the house anxiously. "Grandma, my father and uncles are still outside. I don't know what happened to them now." Wan Quan lost his mother. If he lost his father, the 3 brothers would become orphans. Old Lady Wan had no choice. If she didn't leave her sons, her family would probably be wiped out. Who knew there were still bandits roaming around in this town? "Go to the back door and take a look. What's going on outside? Have the bandits left?" Wan Quan quickly responded and ran out quickly. It happened that Wan Laoda and his men were knocking on the door. "Mom, open the door. All the bandits have been killed. We are safe." Wan Quan was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately started moving things and kept shouting to the people in the wing room, "Grandma, Aunt, the bandits have been killed. We are safe. My father is calling us out." The people in the room heard it clearly and ran out in a group. "Quaner, is what you said true? The horse bandits were killed? That was a horse bandit? How could anyone be so powerful?" Old Mrs. Wan had a deep impression of the horse bandits. She had seen with her own eyes the brutal methods of the horse bandits. They killed people without blinking an eye. They would attack women and rob children. In their eyes, people were their prey. "I don't know. My father said that the horse bandits were all killed. Let's go out and see, and we will know," Wan Quan said without stopping the action of his hands. Second sister-in-law Wan put Xiao Fubao on the ground, and she and third sister-in-law Wan hurried to help. Soon, several people moved away all the tables, chairs and stools that were used to block the door. As soon as the door opened, Wan Lauer and his men rushed in. Boss, are you all okay? Wan Er's wife grabbed Wan Lauer and looked him up and down. Seeing that Wan Lauer was not injured, she was relieved. Wan Lauer smiled and said, Wife, I'm fine, but my brother is injured. There is a long knife wound from the back of his hand to his arm. Old Lady Wan hurriedly walked out on her small feet and saw that the originally neat lobby was now full of corpses. And the tables, chairs and benches were all chopped to pieces. Oh my God! These damn beasts! What's the matter with these tables? Chairs and benches? Why don't they even let these dead things go? How cruel are these horse bandits? Old Lady Wan was distressed. They were about to open their business, but now it was ruined again. They had to spend money to repair the tables and chairs, and postpone the opening. The losses inside and outside would also cost several taels of silver. At this time, Wan Lauer took out a bag from his body and handed it to Old Lady Wan. Mom, look! What is this? The brothers stuffed all the things they had collected into the big bag with the golden beans, filling the bag full, bulging and heavy. Old Lady Wan took it with doubts, and almost dropped it on the ground. What is this? Why is it so heavy? Old Lady Wan quickly opened the bag and took a look inside, which almost made Old Lady Wan scream out. She quickly looked around and found that there was no one at the door of the store. So she immediately took a group of people to the wing room in the backyard. Second brother, where did this come from? We are not good at being thieves. Old Lady Wan thought that second brother Wan had taken others' things during the chaos, and immediately educated him. Mom, these are from those horse bandits, so it's not considered stealing. Right? They are all dead, and this money can't be brought back or taken away. So if we don't pick it up, it won't be cheap for others. Right? When Old Lady Wan heard this, she felt relieved and smiled with wrinkles on her face. If the bandit has as much as he wants, he will rob others all day long. I didn't expect that he would be robbed by us before he died. It's really gratifying. With this silver, we can buy all the things in our shop ready-made, and open the shop on the 18th. We can't keep these ill-gotten gains. We have to spend them quickly. The rest will be used to buy shops and houses. Otherwise, I think it's unlucky to keep them. I don't know how many wrong souls are stained with them. Mrs. Wan's face turned from joy to sadness, and her voice was also full of anger. Then Mrs. Wan looked at the eldest brother Wan who was sitting opposite her. A shocking bloodstain was dripping down. Second brother, third brother, take your eldest brother to see a doctor quickly, and use the best medicine. We have money. Mrs. Wan directly took out a silver ingot of 2 taels from the purse in her arms, and handed it to the second brother Wan. This is the ill-gotten gains of the horse bandits. The boss was also injured by the horse bandits. It's just right to use this money to see a doctor. Don't be reluctant to give up this money. This money is not clean, and has the smell of a dead person on it. Wan Lauer was so scared that he didn't dare to take it. Wan Er's wife looked at him, and Wan Lauer quickly took it. He and Wan Laos and helped Wan Lao walk to the largest clinic in the town. Chapter 153 Buying Rice and Flour. Xiao Fubao is so cute. Old Lady Wan glanced at the sky outside. It was already dark, but there were still so many people in the room. It was time for dinner. Old third wife, there is nothing in this room. You, your fourth brother, and your second sister-in-law go to the rice shop to see if the shop is closed. If not, you can buy some food. Half rice, half mixed grain rice, a bag of white flour, and a bag of mixed grain flour, and other soybean oil and other things. Ask the shopkeeper to send someone to deliver it to the shop. Tonight, we will use the new stove in the shop to cook a meal for our family. We can't go back tonight, so everyone will stay in this shop for one night. Wan Sansaw quickly took the silver handed over by Old Lady Wan, and put it carefully in her pocket. Xiao also saw that Old Lady Wan was very taboo about the money of these horse bandits, and spit it as soon as possible. In the past, Grandma Wan would definitely not be shy about these things. But since the family had Xiao Fubao, Grandma Wan paid special attention to these things, fearing that the blessing brought by the little granddaughter would be damaged. After sending everyone out, only Xiao and Grandma Wan were in the shop with a group of children. Wan, go. Take your brothers to the front to clean up the shop. When your third uncle comes back, ask him to fix the door overnight. You can't sleep with the shop door open tonight. Wan responded and quickly took a few young boys out. And in the blink of an eye, they came to the shop. Xiao couldn't sit there doing nothing. So she said to Grandma Wan, Aunt, I'm afraid the children can't do it well. So I go and take a look. You sit down and take a rest. Grandma Wan said politely. How dare I trouble you? Let them do it. They are all children who grew up in the soil. They are very nimble. It's time for them to exercise their bodies. They have been on the road of exile or hibernating at home for the past few months. They have been idle for a long time. These kids are very strong, and they won't be tired. You can sit down and take a rest. It's just that the people in this family can't communicate. So I guess they should be worried. Zhao also looked worried. If she didn't go back, the mouths at home would probably not even have food to eat. No matter how poor her cooking skills were, she could at least make a fire to cook. The people at home probably couldn't even make a fire. Zhao was even more worried when she sat there. It would be better to find something to do to distract her attention. And I don't know how to do housework. So I go and watch the children do it and learn from them. Little Fubao was lying on the doorstep at this time, crawling out with a groan, and his tired saliva wet a large area of the doorstep. Learn. Hee. Little Fubao heard Zhao talking, and quickly looked up at Zhao. His white face was full of smiles. His eyes were rolling, and half of his body had already flipped out of the doorstep. At this time, he was hanging on the doorstep and couldn't get up or down, and his two hands were tightly holding the doorstep without letting go. Grandma Wan was shocked to realize that she was only talking to Zhao, and she didn't know when Little Fubao went there. Looking at Little Fubao's cute and funny appearance, Grandma Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She quickly put down the purse in her hand, walked over quickly, raised a hand like dry bark high, and gently fell on Little Fubao pouting little butt. Little Fubao was hit and giggled, but it didn't hurt at all. She thought Grandma was playing a prank on her. Grandma Wan reached out and picked up Little Fubao, took out a handkerchief from her bosom, and wiped the corners of Little Fubao's mouth. My dear, you are going to scare me to death. Although the threshold is not high, if you fall on it, it will be enough for you. You are getting more naughty as you grow up. When your mother comes back, I will not let her spank you. Little Fubao quickly hugged Grandma Wan's neck, kissed her on the face, and shouted with a smile, Grandma, hold me. Fubao is good. Fubao likes Grandma. Grandma Wan was confused by Little Fubao's actions. She held Little Fubao in her arms and cherished her for a while. Then she sat down with her. Zhao was a little jealous. Little Fubao was really too cute. She had never seen a child as smart as Little Fubao. And the key was that this little girl was also cute. And I think Xiao Fubao also wants to go play with his brothers. Why don't I take her to the front? You take a rest? Xiao Fubao quickly showed Zhao a lovely smile, and then turned back to look at Grandma Wan with a pitiful look. Xiao Fubao's cleverness immediately amused the two, and a burst of happy laughter suddenly rang out in the wing room. Okay, then let your aunt take you to the front. But you are not allowed to be naughty or make trouble. It's a mess in the front. You can just watch it, but don't dare to do anything. The wooden thorns on the tables, chairs and benches are things that don't recognize people. Your tender hands will bleed if you prick them. Xiao Fubao looked at Grandma Wan seriously, and after listening to her grandmother's lecture, he quickly nodded and said, Fubao is here. Grandma, don't worry. Xiao Fubao patted Grandma Wan's chest to reassure her. Grandma Wan smiled and handed Xiao Fubao to Zhao. Little Fubao hugged Zhao's neck, looking at the door excitedly. Finally he could go to play with his brothers. Old Mrs. Wan was old and a little weak, and she was frightened by the horse bandits just now. She was a little depressed at this time. She held the money bag and touched the Kong in the house, lay down, and soon snored. In the small shop in front, Wan Quan was taking a few brothers to put the intact tables and chairs aside, and the broken tables and chairs were piled on the other side, leaving an aisle in the middle for people to walk through. Zhao came to the shop with Little Fubao in her arms, and saw that the children were sweating and working quickly. When Little Fubao saw his brothers, he immediately twisted his little body to get off the ground, and Zhao was frightened and quickly tightened his arms. Fuba, Grandma just told us that it's messy here, so we don't go to the fields. Okay? Auntie will take you wherever you want to go. Zhao coaxed Little Fubao gently, and Little Fubao really stopped moving. He immediately pointed at his brothers with his little hand and said softly, Brother. Fine, brother. Wan Quan and the others also saw Little Fubao, and they all stopped their work. Wan Quan patted the dust off his body and walked over. Sister, it's dirty here. You just stand here and watch the brothers work. And when the brothers are done, I will come to play with you. Okay? Little Fubao was a little unhappy. She also wanted to play and work with her brothers. Wakwan saw that his sister was a little unhappy. He turned his head and looked at the shop. Basically, the work was done, but there were still a few bench legs that had not been picked up. Auntie, why don't you let your sister come down? The ground has been cleaned by us, and there are still a few bench legs. Let your sister try. Xiao saw that there was no danger, so she put little Fubao on the ground. As soon as Xiao Fubao landed on the ground, she became active immediately. Like a fish entering the sea, she stretched her arms and ran forward crookedly with her short legs. Wakwan followed closely behind her to protect Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao first observed what her brothers were doing, and then followed their example, wanting to squat down to pick up the bench leg on the ground and carry it to the side. But she was wearing too thick clothes and couldn't squat at all. She supported the ground with her two little hands, raised her little but high, head down, tired and flushed, and finally reached the bench leg on the ground. But her hands were too small to hold it at all. Although Xiao Fubao was small, she had a spirit of not admitting defeat and must pick up the bench leg. It took a lot of effort, using both hands, but the leg still didn't move. Xiao Fubao was anxious, so he stood up slowly and tried to pick it up again. However, he used too much force this time and fell headfirst. He rolled on the ground like a clumsy panda and lay flat on his back. Wakwan had been staring at Xiao Fubao, but failed to stop him from falling flat on his back. Wakwan and Zhao were scared out of their wits. But Xiao Fubao was fine. She thought it was fun. The room was covered with wooden floors. Xiao Fubao was dressed like a panda and didn't feel any pain. The little girl was still giggling on the ground. Wakwan was close and quickly picked up Xiao Fubao from the ground. Xiao took her over and didn't dare to let the little girl go down again. The child was so fast that the adults couldn't react. The house was full of blood. The bodies had been cleaned up by several brothers of the Wan family, but the bloodstains had not been washed away yet. Xiao quickly carried Xiao Fubao back to the backyard. At this time, the streets were full of torches, illuminating the whole town. Chapter 154, complaining about the doctor. Wan Lauer was held hostage by horse bandits. The streets were full of shouts, and there were people from the Golden Axe gang on every street, cleaning up the mess. They searched everywhere with torches to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net. Are you harboring horse bandits? Open the door. Check. Don't wander around the streets if you have nothing to do. Go home quickly. If you are killed by horse bandits, no one will save you. Shouts came from different places. The horse bandits came suddenly this time, and the Golden Axe gang was unprepared. It was said that this group of horse bandits was roaming around and had harmed many families in nearby counties and prefectures. This time, they came to the border just passing by, but they didn't expect to never come back. The Golden Axe gang was not going to intervene. After all, it was of no benefit to them. But the mayor Qiushur made a deal with the Golden Axe gang. Qiushur used 30% of the shops in the newly built trade center as a reward to let the Golden Axe gang take action against the horse bandits. Otherwise, the whole town would be bloodbath by these horse bandits. Shen Qinghan didn't care about these petty gains. He just wanted the mayor to give him a reason to take action. After all, he was the brother-in-law of the prefect. If he didn't help, it would be unreasonable. But if he took the initiative to go, it would be a loss for his Golden Axe gang. Now that the mayor took the initiative to ask him, he would not hesitate to personally lead the Golden Axe gang to wipe out the bloodbath of the horse bandits. However, the Golden Axe gang suffered a lot of losses this time. Just now, the number of people counted. There were about 30 dead, and 50 to 60 injured. It can be seen that this group of horse bandits is really fierce. Everyone has a horse, and they are all horse masters, with agile posture and flexible skills. The Golden Axe gang became famous in the town this time, and won the support of the people in the town. Boss One went to the clinic to see his hand injury, but the clinic was already overcrowded, and all kinds of healing ointments were sold out. The old doctor only disinfected Wan Lao with strong liquor, bandaged it simply, and prescribed a prescription for replenishing qi and blood before sending him away, spending 500 coins. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Sen followed Wan Lao out of the clinic. Both of them looked unhappy. Wan Lao Er took a look at the medicine bag in his hand and sighed. Just this bag of medicine costs 500 coins. Why don't you rob it? Wan Lao also said angrily, I told you not to come. Just bandage it at home. The three brothers walked and muttered that the old doctor was a greedy quack and would never come to this clinic again. After walking down a street, the few people turned a corner and entered an alley. It was closer to go back from here. Suddenly, a long knife with a cold light was placed across Wan Lao Air's neck, and the chilly feeling made Wan Lao Air shiver. Seeing that Wan Lao Air was standing still, Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao San could not help but urge him from behind. Lao Air, what's wrong with you? I have to pee? Why don't you leave? If anyone dares to make a sound, I will kill him. A low and rough voice sounded in the ears of several people. And then a horse bandit wearing a wide-brimmed felt hat walked out of the darkness. He was holding a long knife in his hand, and a long oblique wound on his face from the left corner of his eye to the right cheek looked extremely terrifying. Even the two big men, Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao San, were so scared that they almost screamed. The wound was turned outward, and the man was already missing an eye, which made him even more terrifying. Wan Lao Air did not dare to move. His hands naturally raised. His legs kept trembling, and his tongue was not smooth. Master, we are just exiles. We have nothing. Just let us go. We won't say anything. Just leave. Shut up. Take me home now. Don't show any clues, or I will kill you with a knife, and I will drag you down with me even if I die. The bandit's voice was full of threats, which made Wan Lao's heart more nervous. The feeling of having a knife on his neck was really scary. Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao San were forced to lead the way by the bandits, and Wan Lao was held hostage by the bandits and walked at the back. A group of 4 people lined up and walked out of the alley. The bandit threw away his hat and followed closely behind Wan Lao, changing his long knife into a dagger and pressing it against Wan Lao's waist. Wan Lao walked forward stiffly. He was really afraid that the other party would be emotionally unstable and stab him directly, and then he would die. Wan Lao's forehead was already covered with sweat, and his eyes kept looking around, hoping to find a way to get out. Stop! What are you guys doing? Why are you still wandering around the streets so late? You ignored our warnings? The patrol team of the Golden Axe Gang happened to meet Wan Lao Da and his men. When Wan Lao Da was about to call for help, the horse bandit immediately poked Wan Lao Air hard. Wan Lao Air immediately shouted, "Brother! My brother is injured. He just came back from seeing the doctor and is getting medicine. I'm going back now. Thank you for your hard work, brothers." The people of the Golden Axe Gang listened, took another look at the bandage on Wan Lao Da's arm, and said, "Go back quickly. Don't wander around the streets if you have nothing to do. The horse bandits have not been completely eliminated, and there may be some fish that have slipped through the net. If you find any, report to the Golden Axe Gang immediately, and don't hide." Wan Lao nodded immediately, and replied with a smile that was uglier than crying, "I understand. I understand." After the Golden Axe Gang left, the horse bandit continued to threaten Wan Lao to go back quickly. Wan Lao heard that the horse bandit's voice was a little strange, and it was obviously much weaker than before. Wan Lao responded casually, "We are on our way. We are on our way. We will be there soon." But he was thinking in his heart, could it be that this horse bandit was injured? And the injury was not light. If he really took the person back, wouldn't his family be in trouble? No. He must get rid of this horse bandit. Wan Lao's eyes kept spinning in his eye sockets, and his brain was also spinning frantically. Seeing that he would reach his shop after turning another corner, Wan Lao deliberately slowed down his pace, and then he fell to the ground with a cry. What a broken road. 1 foot high and 1 foot low. Wan Lao sat on the ground holding his ankle, and cried out that it hurt so much. The bandit didn't expect Wan Lao to do this. He immediately slashed the dagger in his hand towards Wan Lao's neck. If he continued to scream, the patrols would come, and he would be dead. The bandit raised the dagger, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Wan Lao lay down on the ground and rolled on the ground holding his ankle. The bandit's dagger stabbed into nothing. He had hidden his long knife under the broken mat in the alley just now for the convenience of invisibility. Now he only had the dagger on him, and he was really seriously injured. 3 ribs on his left side were broken, and his right shoulder was stabbed. In order to quickly deal with Wan Lao, he used a lot of strength, and the wound kept bleeding. He felt dizzy and almost fainted, but he bit the tip of his tongue hard to keep himself awake. He stabbed at Wan Lao again, but Wan Lao had been secretly observing the bandit, and finally he found some clues. He immediately shouted to Wan Lao and Wan Lao San, "Big brother, third brother, this man is injured. We can definitely subdue him together." Wan Lao's ankle no longer hurt, and after rolling a few feet away, he rolled over and got up from the ground. surrounded the bandit with Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao San. The bandit had a sharp blade in his hand, and the three were still a little afraid, and they didn't dare to move forward. Wan Lao shouted loudly, "Come on! We found a bandit here." As the saying goes, even rabbits bite when they are anxious, let alone the violent bandit. The bandit gritted his teeth and suddenly rushed towards Wan Lao with a dagger in his hand. The bright dagger flashed coldly in the moonlight and went straight towards Wan Lao. The bandit was thinking of dying together at this time, and he wanted to take someone with him even if he died. Chapter 155: Eliminate the horse bandits and return with a full load. The cold light of the dagger was reflected in Wan Lao's eyes. He wanted to retreat, but there was a wall behind him, and he could not retreat. The few people were in a narrow alley at this time, which was quite remote. The patrol team was far away from them at this time. Even if they heard the sound and came to rescue them, it would be too late. The horse bandit had a trace of bloodthirsty and fierceness on his face, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the target in front of him. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Wan Lao's neck, a strong wind blew from somewhere, blowing the thatched grass on the nearby roof mixed with dust onto the horse bandit's face. The horse bandit's eyes were instantly narrowed by this sudden change. He shouted and quickly raised his other hand to rub the only intact eye. With such a delay, Wan Lao Da stretched out his hand and pulled Wan Lao, who was stunned in place, out. Wan Lao Da turned around and kicked the horse bandit in the back, directly kicking the horse bandit to the ground. The horse bandit was already hanging on to his last breath, and he didn't get up for a long time after being kicked down by Wan Lao Da. Wan Lao San took out a stick from somewhere, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, shouted and rushed to beat the horse bandit. Farmers usually do some carpentry work besides tending crops. How could he fight with bandits? When the common people heard the word bandit, they were psychologically half-hearted. Now Wan Lao San was fighting for his life, until Wan Lao Er shouted, "Third brother. He seems to be dead." Wan Lao San dared to open his eyes and take a look at the motionless horse bandit on the ground. All his courage was lost at this moment, and his legs were like two noodles, and he collapsed directly on the ground, gasping for breath. The wooden stick in his hand was thrown to the ground with a clang and rolled into the corner. Wan Lao Da squatted down to check if the horse bandit was still breathing, and Wan Lao Er patted Wan Lao San on the shoulder. "Third brother. Well done. You have done a good job in getting rid of harm for the people. It is not a pity that these horse bandits died." Wan Lao San stared at Wan Lao Er blankly. His head and palms were covered with cold sweat, and his underwear was soaked with sweat. His voice was hoarse, and he murmured in a low voice, "I killed someone. I killed the horse bandits?" Wan Lao Da had already confirmed that the horse bandits were no longer breathing, so he quickly picked up the medicine bag on the ground and said to his two younger brothers, "Second brother. Third brother. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let's go back quickly. It is not safe outside." Wan Lao San was a thin man. At this time, he looked up at his two brothers pitifully and said, "Big brother. Second brother. My legs are weak, and I can't stand up." Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Er each lifted Wan Lao San up and carried him back. On the other side, Wan Erseo, Wan San Saw and Wan Lao Si went out to buy rice and grain. Everything went smoothly. When the three came to the grain shop on the main street, it was just about to close. Wan Lao Si was afraid that the shopkeeper would not sell anymore, so he quickly told the shopkeeper what he wanted to buy. When the shopkeeper heard that a big deal had come, he immediately put down the door panel in his hand and welcomed the shopkeeper in. It happened that this rice shop sold a wide range of things, including salt, soybean oil, and various seasonings. Wan San's wife bought all of them back. Anyway, she had to buy more tomorrow, so it would be better to buy them all tonight. The shopkeeper could give her a discount and send someone to deliver them back, which would save her trouble. Wan San's wife asked the shopkeeper while she was choosing the seasonings, "Shopkeeper, do you know where to buy meat and eggs? Most of the shops are closed at this time. We are not familiar with the town and don't know where to buy them. Can you show us the way?" The shopkeeper laughed and said, "You asked the right person. If you buy other things, I dare not guarantee you. But for meat and eggs, my brother-in-law is a butcher. The bandits came today, and his meat must not be sold out. After you buy these things, I will ask the clerk to deliver them to you. You follow me to buy meat." When Wan San Saw heard this, she was very happy. Others could make do with white rice and mix grain rice to fill their stomachs, but Xiao Fubao couldn't. At least he had to eat a whole egg. Then I trouble you. Shopkeeper. We have already selected them. Please calculate how much it costs. Old lady one gave Juan Sansa 5 taels of silver. They bought 4 bags of grain and various seasonings in total, and spent 1.5 taels of silver in total. Juan San's wife was secretly shocked. Why is the food so expensive? It is much higher than the price inside the pass. But she just kept it in mind and didn't say anything. I just don't know if the meat will be so expensive later. Then, they need to think about the pricing after opening. She also has a good idea of which ones can be more, and which ones can be less. She can't do a business that loses money. Juan San's wife made up her mind, and asked Juan Lao Si and the clerk to go back to the shop together. She and Juan Air's wife followed the shopkeeper to the butcher's shop. Juan San's wife thought that this butcher's shop only sold pork. When she went in, she found that there were also mutton and chicken. The shop was 2 large open-plan rooms. In the middle of the room was a meat rack with unsold pork and mutton hanging on it. Juan San's wife asked about the price. Pork belly was 20 won per jean. Lean meat was 12 won per jean. And pig offal was 3 won per jean. Mutton and pork were the same price. And some were even cheaper than pork. This place was located at the border. To the north was the border with foreign countries. There was an endless grassland with cattle and sheep everywhere. Therefore, mutton at the border was much cheaper than that inside the border. Juan San's wife was very happy. She just wanted to try the grilled mutton skewers. She had a secret seasoning, and it would definitely be more delicious if dipped in the seasoning. Juan Air's wife also looked around the shop and found that there were eggs for sale. She immediately picked out 20 eggs. Juan San's wife also bought 2 pieces of meat, 1 pork and 1 mutton, and spent more than 200 won in total. The butcher was kind. Seeing the 2 women walking at night, he suggested sending them back. The second and third wives of Juan thanked them profusely. The streets were still a little chaotic, but they were a little scared. When the second and third wives of Juan returned to the shop, they saw that the shop had been cleaned up, but the smell was still quite strong, which made people feel uncomfortable. Juan Lao Sen had recovered by now, and was ready to take out his tools to repair the door panel. No matter what, he had to deal with it tonight. After all, there were so many women and children in the house. And after being hijacked just now, he had a deeper fear of horse bandits in his heart. He was afraid that there would be no door to block them at night. And those fish who didn't know where they were hiding would sneak in during the chaos. Juan Lao Air and Juan Lao Si had nothing to do, so they helped Juan Lao Air to repair it together. Xiao was coaxing Xiao Fubao, and Mrs. Juan was still sleeping. Several children were also helping the adults pass things around. It was not until the moon was in the middle of the sky that the fragrance of food came from the house. There were no other dishes, only meat. So Juan San's wife made a big pot of braised pork and a big pot of steamed egg with minced meat. The staple food was white rice mixed with mixed grain rice. A big pot, enough for everyone to eat. When the food was served, Juan Air's wife hurried to call for Grandma Juan. But after calling for several times, Grandma Juan didn't wake up, and Juan Air's wife felt a pang in her heart. Chapter 156. Old Lady Juan falls ill. Calls for a doctor at night. Mom, wake up. Mom? The meal is ready. Sister-in-law Juan gently pushed Old Lady Juan a few times, but she showed no intention of waking up. Sister-in-law Juan quickly put her hand on Old Lady Juan's forehead. She was breathing heavily, and there was no light in the room, so she couldn't see clearly what was happening. Sister-in-law Juan could only use her hand to check Old Lady Juan's temperature, and found that her forehead was a little hot. Mom? Sister-in-law Juan called again, and Old Lady Juan finally snorted. Mom, where are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to call a doctor? Sister-in-law Juan leaned over Old Lady Juan's ear and asked. Old Lady Juan just hummed and didn't say anything. Juan Ursu quickly walked out in the dark and came to the shop. At this time, the door of the shop had been temporarily repaired, and the oil lamp was lit in the house. Everyone was seated at 2 tables, waiting for Old Lady Juan to come and eat. But after everyone waited for a long time, only Juan Urseo hurried back. Boss, it's not good. Mom seems to have a fever. Go and get a doctor? Juan Urseo's words were like thunder in the sky, shocking everyone present. Mom has a fever? No way. Mom has always been strong. Since I can remember, Mom seems to have never been sick. After Juan Lao Air reacted, he quickly stood up and followed Juan Urseo to the backyard. Others also reacted and followed the two into the back room. Juan Sansa also carefully brought the oil lamp over. Xiao Fubao was held by Zhao and followed everyone into the house. The children followed the adults and looked around. There were many people in the house, and it was crowded. Mom? What's wrong with you? Wan Lao Er ran to the Kong and quickly reached out to touch the forehead of old lady Wan. It was a little hot, and it seemed that she really had a fever. Brother, Mom is really feverish. Let's go get a doctor right away. Shall we? Wan Lao was standing on the other side at this time. Seeing that old lady Wan's face was a little flushed and her breathing was very heavy, he was very anxious. Okay, let's go quickly. But as soon as the two of them raised their feet, Wan Lao grabbed them. Brother, second brother, have you forgotten what happened just now? Be careful. Don't take the side roads. And take this dagger with you. I just took it back from the horse bandit. Take it with you just in case. Wan Lao took the dagger and put it on his body. Then he and Wan Lao left the shop together. This time, the two of them took the main road. From time to time, they would meet patrolmen from the Golden Axe gang on the road, and they felt a little relieved. This time, Wan Lao and the others did not go to the previous clinic again, but chose a smaller clinic. But this clinic required many detours and was located in a more remote location. Fortunately, there were people from the patrol team who could ask about it. The lights were still on in the clinic, and there were still a few patients bandaging their wounds. As soon as Wan Lao and Wan Lao entered, they saw an old man in his 50s bandaging a patient, and the little medicine boy next to him also helped. The two quickly bandaged the remaining patients, and there were no other patients in the clinic. The doctor rubbed his sore arms and tapped his sore lower back, and then saw two people standing at the door. What are you two young men doing standing outside? Are you seeing a doctor or getting medicine? The doctor's voice was cold, but it sounded very kind. Doctor, my mother is sick. Can you please go and see her? My shop is not far away, and we can get there in less than a quarter of an hour. Wan Lao quickly pulled Wan Lao in and said repeatedly. The doctor looked at the two of them. He was not going to see patients at first, but since they were all neighbors in the same town, he did not say anything. After all, the old man's illness could not be delayed. The old man's immunity was not as strong as that of the young. The longer he delayed, the more difficult it would be. Okay, wait a moment. I packed the medicine box and come back. Wan Lao and Wan Lao were overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. The doctor simply packed the medicine box, told the medicine boy a few words, and hurriedly followed Wan Lao and Wan Lao out. All the way to the Wan family shop smoothly. The doctor is here. Everyone quickly get out of the way and let the doctor pass. Wan Lao started shouting before he entered the door of the back room. In the room, Wan Er's wife had already applied a hot towel to Wan Lao Ma, but Wan Lao Ma was still unconscious. Everyone was very anxious, and when they heard Wan Lao Er's voice, they couldn't help but look towards the door. I saw Wan Lao leading a doctor into the room quickly, and Wan Lao helped carry the medicine box behind him. Everyone quickly made way for them. The doctor came in and saw so many people in the room. He said coldly, "Don't gather in this room. The patient has difficulty breathing. You should do what you need to do. You can't help here. If there are too many people, there will be more dirt on them, which is not conducive to the patient's recovery." After putting the doctor's medical kit on the Kong table, Wan Lao hurriedly said to Wan Erseo, "Second sister-in-law, you and third sister-in-law take everyone out to eat. I just came from the shop and saw that the food is getting cold. You can take it to the kitchen to heat it up, and then make some porridge for mother to keep warm. In case mother wakes up later, she can have a bite." Wan Erseo and Wan Sansao responded quickly and asked Zhao to go out of the back room together. Wan Lao San and Wan Lao Si also came out with a few children. With so many people leaving, the room suddenly became spacious and quiet. The doctor's brows relaxed a little, and the air in the room was not so dirty. The doctor took out the pulse pad and placed it under Mrs. Wan's wrist. He did not rush to take the pulse, but carefully observed Mrs. Wan's face, looked at Mrs. Wan's eyes and tongue coating, and carefully asked Wan Lao and Wan Lao if Mrs. Wan had any discomfort recently, and whether she had encountered any problems. Wan Lao and Wan Lao explained everything clearly. The doctor then began to feel the pulse. His expression was indifferent, and no changes could be seen. After a cup of tea, the doctor took back his hand and put the pulse diagnosis into the medicine box. "Doctor, what disease did my mother have? Why did she suddenly have a fever?" My mother is usually in good health, and has never been sick. Wan Lao Da was a little anxious and asked quickly. The doctor stood up, and told Atu the results of his pulse diagnosis. Your mother's pulse is a thin pulse with deep and weak pulse symptoms. This kind of pulse is generally a symptom of qi and blood deficiency. It is also possible that she has a fever due to fright. But it is not a big deal. Don't worry. I will prescribe a prescription for your mother now. You will come with me to get the medicine and boil it for her to drink. The fever will subside tonight. But the qi and blood deficiency needs to be adjusted. And this cannot be rushed. After the doctor said this, he took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the medicine box, and sat in front of the table in the room to prescribe. Wan Lao Da quickly moved the oil lamp in front of the doctor. After the doctor wrote the prescription, Wan Lao followed the doctor to the clinic to get the medicine. Everyone in the shop was eating. But there was no table for Wan Lao Tai. Everyone lowered their heads and ate quietly. No one spoke. The atmosphere at home was unusually dull, as if they had lost their backbone. Chapter 157. Fubao looks for Grandma. Wan Qingmao comes to look for him. Little Fubao sits on Wan Erseo's body, and occasionally looks up in the direction of the back room. Good boy. Come and have some egg custard. Wan Erseo blew the egg custard in front of her to warm it up, and put it into little Fubao's mouth. After little Fubao opened his mouth and swallowed the egg custard, his big black eyes stared at Grandma's room and said to Wan Erseo, Mom. Grandma. Fubao wants Grandma. Usually, little Fubao sits in Grandma Wan's arms most of the time when eating. Today, Grandma Wan is sick. Although little Fubao is young, she can keenly feel that the adults are not in a good mood. And Grandma didn't come to eat. Little Fubao misses Grandma. Wan Erseo hurriedly coaxed in a low voice, Fubao. Be good. Let's finish the egg custard in this bowl. And Mother will carry Fubao to find Grandma. Okay. Little Fubao quickly opened her mouth obediently, waiting for Wan Erseo to feed her. She was eating very eagerly, and she wanted to see Grandma quickly. Just now, she saw her grandmother lying on the Kong without moving. Little Fubao didn't know what happened to her grandmother, but she felt very sad. She didn't want her grandmother to lie down. She wanted her grandmother to get up and play with her. After eating the egg custard in big mouthfuls, little Fubao wanted to go to find Grandma Wan. Wan Erseo had no choice but to carry little Fubao to the back room to find Grandma. Wan Er walked in slowly and whispered to little Fubao, My dear, Grandma is sick. You have to be good and don't bother Grandma. Okay? Grandma is feeling uncomfortable now. Little Fubao's eyes were full of tears when she heard it. She nodded obediently, and was gently placed on the Kong by Wan Erseo. As soon as little Fubao was next to the Kong, she flexibly climbed to the side of Grandma Wan. Little Fubao leaned his little head on Grandma Wan's face, and his little hand gently touched Grandma Wan's wrinkled face, and his little mouth was pouting and blowing at Grandma Wan. Wan Erseo's eyes were sore. She sat gently behind Xiao Fubao and whispered, Fubao, what are you doing? Xiao Fubao raised his little head and whispered in the voice of Wan Erseo, Fubao, please blow for Grandma. Grandma is not uncomfortable. Fubao blow. Grandma is good. Wan Erseo touched Xiao Fubao's furry head with relief, and ignored her, just sitting quietly and watching. Xiao Fubao arched his little body into the quilt, tightly pressed against Grandma Wan's body. His little head was close to Grandma Wan's head. His little hands were still tightly grasping Grandma Wan's clothes, and his pink little mouth was blowing against Grandma Wan's forehead from time to time. After Wan Lauer came back with the medicine, Wan Erseo changed Grandma Wan's towel, and found that Grandma Wan was no longer feverish, and her breathing was not so heavy. Wan Erseo was pleasantly surprised. She saw that old lady Wan was sleeping peacefully. Little Fubao beside her was drooling. The two of them slept soundly with their heads close together. Wan Erseo gently picked up the basin and pushed it out. Boss, Mother seems to have recovered from the fever. She is sleeping soundly with her daughter now. Let's not disturb her. Let her have a good rest. Mother must have been frightened by the bandits today. In addition, she has been exiled for several months, and has been living in the open air. It is a good thing that she is not sick. After this incident, Mother will be safe and live a long life. Wan Erseo smiled. And she also made Wan Lauer happy. The news that old lady Wan's fever had subsided seemed to make everyone find their backbone again. The clouds of worry in the room instantly dissipated, and everyone's frowns were relaxed. Wan San's wife kept warming the rice porridge on the stove. She also beat an egg in it, and used a small pot to warm it in the ash at the bottom of the stove. When old lady one woke up at night, she could drink the warm porridge immediately. The side room in the backyard was just enough for so many people to sleep. The room where old lady Wan slept had a very large Kong. Wan Er's wife, Wan San's wife, and Zhao Shi all squeezed on the Kong in old lady Wan's room. The other men and their children stayed in two side rooms for the night. Old lady Wan was awakened by thirst in the middle of the night. She felt that she had a very long dream, but she couldn't remember anything when she woke up. She just felt dry mouth. Old lady Wan sat up from the Kong. For a moment, she couldn't tell the directions and fell asleep. She wanted to grope to get off the Kong, and her hand suddenly touched a soft little thing. It turned out to be Xiao Fubao. Grandma Wan smiled immediately and lovingly touched the chubby face of little Fubao, who was sleeping soundly and didn't move at all. But it woke up Wan Erseo, who was sleeping next to her. She saw Grandma Wan sitting up in the dim moonlight coming in from the room, and quickly put on her clothes and sat up. "Mom, are you awake? Is your head still hot?" Wan Erseo asked in a low voice, and quickly got off the Kong, put on her shoes, and came to Grandma Wan's side. She reached out and touched Grandma Wan's forehead. Fortunately, she didn't have a fever again. "I have a fever?" Grandma Wan had slept for a long time. It was almost Easter now, and it would be bright in 2 hours. Seeing that old lady Wan was fine, second sister Wan hurried to the side to get a cup of warm water. "Mom, you scared us. You were frightened yesterday and had a fever. We couldn't wake you up no matter how hard we tried. My eldest brother and his friends went to ask a doctor. He said that you were deficient in qi and blood, and the fever was caused by the fright. Fortunately, your fever has subsided." Old lady Wan took the cup of water and drank it all in one gulp. The dryness and heat in her throat were relieved a little. "Mom, are you hungry? The porridge is still warm in the kitchen. Can I go get you a bowl?" Old lady Wan was indeed a little hungry at this time. Her stomach was empty and burning. She had no strength in her body and was a little dizzy. "Okay, go get a bowl for Mom." The sound of the two people talking also woke up third sister Wan and Zhao. The two also put on their clothes and sat up. Third sister Wan even got off the Kong and lit the oil lamp. After a while, old lady Wan drank the porridge and felt much better. Old lady Wan asked several people to rest quickly, while she stayed awake until dawn, holding Xiao Fubao in her arms. When old lady Wan heard that Wan Erseo's fever subsided without taking medicine, she felt that it must be related to Xiao Fubao. Early the next morning, Wan Xingma came to the town to find Zhao. Zhao saw that Wan Xingma's worries were reduced a lot. "And more. Did you eat yesterday?" Zhao was most worried about the food problem for several people. Although it was okay to be hungry for a day, Zhao would still feel distressed. Old lady Wan sat on the Kong and invited Wan Xingma to sit beside the Kong. "And more. Something happened in the town yesterday, which delayed my return. I guess you and your father are worried. But with us here, we will definitely not let your mother get into trouble. But you are a filial child, running to the town to look for your mother early in the morning." Zhao was also relieved. When she was in the capital before, this eldest son was not particularly close to her. But this time on the way to the border, the distance between mother and son was shortened, which made her feel relieved. Wan Xingma had heard a lot along the way. He knew that there were horse bandits in the town last night. He was worried all the way. He was relieved when he saw that Grandma Wan's family and his mother were all fine. "Grandma, Mother, Aunt Shen and fourth Aunt cooked for our family yesterday. We were not hungry yesterday, but they were very worried when they saw that you did not return all night. So I came to the town to check on you early in the morning." Grandma Wan was also going back today. She had just finished breakfast and was ready to set off. It's just that the town's affairs have not been settled yet, and old lady Wan is a little worried. Old lady Wan suddenly thought of the bag of money she held yesterday, which was about 100 or 200 taels. She should be able to buy another shop and rent it out to collect rent, which is better than keeping these ill-gotten gains. Chapter 158, Mrs. Wan's Plan. Watching the cow sale. After Mrs. Wan made up her mind, she said to Wan Xingma and Zhao, "Amor, niece, you see our shop is in a mess now. These children are used to relying on me. If I am not here, I am afraid they will be worried. Why don't you go back first? Anyway, the shop will open in a few days. I will stay until they open and then go back, so I don't have to go back and forth." Zhao also felt that what Mrs. Wan said made sense. Not to mention that the old lady was sick yesterday, and her body really couldn't be tossed around anymore. "Okay, old aunt, You can take care of it. And go back in 2 days. When the shop opens, our family will come to join in the fun. Zhao smiled gently. Old Lady One said yes. And turned to Sister One Air. Let the four-son go back. His wife is pregnant. I am worried that he has been without a man at home for the past few days. Also, your eldest brother should go back to look after the family. He is injured and can't help here. Take the children home and wait for the opening day to clean up everything neatly. Yesterday, the children helped to clean up the broken tables and chairs in the shop, which were covered in dust. It's time to go back and clean them up properly. After Old Lady One explained, the eldest and four sons of the One family took the children, Wan Xingmo and Zhao, to Shixi village. There were only the third and second sons of the Wan family in the town, with Xiao Fubao and Old Lady One. A total of 6 people. Old Lady One took a look at the shop in front of her. It was even more chilling to see it in the daytime. These were all the tables and chairs that their family had worked hard to make, and now they were destroyed by these bandits. Old Lady One was furious, and her face was not very good. Third son, check what can be repaired and use them yourself. For those that cannot be repaired, we still need a few sets. Let's go to the carpenter and see if there are any suitable ones. We can buy them first and use them. We can't delay the opening of the business. After walking around, Mrs. One said to her third son, who was busy repairing tables and chairs. Wan Lao San put down the tools in his hand, stood up and said, Mom, I checked. There are only 2 sets that can be used. The rest are all unusable. Even if they are repaired, they are broken and can only be used as firewood. Wan Lao San was also angry. This was the table and chair that he spent several days to make. It was a waste of his hard work. How could he not feel distressed? Wan Lao Tai sighed. Okay, don't be angry. Didn't the horse bandits send us money? You close the door. Let's go and take a look together. And buy some things and go to the mayor's house. Mom is thinking about whether the remaining money can buy a nearby shop next to us. Although it has not been built yet, we will queue up and pay the deposit. If not, we will buy a house. Anyway, this money must be spent as soon as possible. Wan Lao Tai held a purse in her hand and patted the purse. She had never been so arrogant in her life. She was arrogant today. Even if she died suddenly at any time, it would be enough. Old Lady Wan, along with her sons, wives and Xiao Fubao, closed the shop door and asked where the carpenter's shop in the town was. But before they reached the carpenter's shop, they ran into a cow seller at the intersection. The man was an old man with sparse and gray hair. He held a rope in one hand and stroked the cow's head with the other hand, his eyes full of reluctance. Next to him was a man wearing a fine cotton jacket and cotton pants, wearing a leather hat, asking the price. Old man, how much is your cow? The old man raised his cloudy eyes, glanced at the man, and said dully, if the master is sincere, 15 taels of silver. What? Old man, are you crazy because of lack of money? Ask around the street. Whose cow is so expensive? Is yours a golden bull? The old man was ridiculed by the man, but he did not refute. Instead, he lowered his head and said nothing, still gently stroking the cow's head, as if the cow was his most beloved object. Old man, please tell me, what is the lowest price for this cow? I think your cow is pretty good, with shiny hair. I give you 8 taels of silver. Will you sell it? The man also stepped forward and touched the cow's body, and patted it hard, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The old man didn't look at the man, but said firmly, no. The man pouted, took back his hand, stood farther away, and spoke in a bad tone. Old man, if you don't sell this cow to me, no one else will buy it. Don't you see how many families can afford to buy cows at our border? If you meet those gangsters in a small gang and rob your cow, you won't even get a lot of money, let alone 8 taels of silver. It's good enough that you can save your life. Seeing the old man's firm attitude, the man changed his tactics and threatened the old man directly. Little Fubao had never seen a cow before. She was on Wan Lao's body, with one hand around his neck and one hand pointing at the buffalo, her eyes sparkling as she said, Daddy, moo. Little Fubao just heard the cow's cry and imitated it. Her babyish voice made several adults laugh. Wan Lao quickly explained to little Fubao, my dear girl, that's a water buffalo. It's used for plowing and pulling carts. With it, it's convenient to plow the land and come to the town. In short, it's a good friend of our farmers. You must treat it well in the future. Wan Lauer was standing not far from the old man. After hearing what Wan Lauer said, the old man immediately looked up at Wan Lauer. Seeing that Wan Lauer was wearing a half-worn cotton coat and trousers, with wheat-colored skin and a square face, he looked very honest and kind, and he looked like a farmer. The old man quickly said to Wan Lauer, "Young man, do you want to buy a cow? I sell you this cow for 8 taels. Do you want it?" Wan Lauer pointed at himself in confusion and looked at the old man. "Are you talking to me, uncle?" The old man nodded. Before Wan Lauer could answer, the man who wanted to buy the cow just now was unwilling to do so. "Old man, this is not a decent thing to do. First come first served is the rule in business. I was the first to come. So why did you sell it to him?" The old man glanced at the man and kindly explained, "If you buy it, it will be 15 taels. And if he buys it, it will be 8 taels. The man immediately got angry and pointed at the old man's nose and cursed, "You old man, do you still look at other people's dishes when doing business? I will buy it for 8 taels today. Who dares to snatch it from me?" After saying this, the man directly and arrogantly blocked between Wan Lauer and the old man. It was a lively time, and it was at a fork in the road. So many people gathered to watch the excitement. There were people in the crowd who knew the old man and whispered to the people next to them, "Oh, isn't this the old man Lu from Shifeng village? His wife is sick and is in urgent need of medicine and medical treatment. His son went to Beijing to take the imperial examination last year and took all the family assets with him. The old couple only has this one son, and 2 other children died young. Their lives are miserable, and they rely on this cow to save their lives. Then why did he sell it to others at a low price? Although his cow is not worth 15 taels of silver, it is stronger than those on the market. Alas, you don't know this. This cow. Old man Lu has raised the cow for many years, and has always taken good care of it. He almost treats the cow as his son. How can he bear to sell it? He is looking for a new owner for the cow. A family that can treat the cow well. Do you think the man is a good owner? That's right. But the family that came later looks like an honest farmer. No wonder old man Lu would rather sell the cow at a low price." Old lady Wan was in the crowd and heard it clearly. It turned out that the old man was also a pitiful person. Old lady Wan touched her purse. The family really needed to buy a cow. She bought so much wasteland at once. It all depended on people. How long would it take to open up the wasteland? Besides, the house now has to open a shop, and people are needed in the shop. There are only the second son and his wife, and the eldest son at home. It is impossible for 3 people to open up such a large piece of land. Old Mrs. Wan understands even better how difficult it is for the elderly, especially when their children are not around. They have no money to buy medicine when they are sick and no way to make money, so they can only sell their property to make a living. Chapter 159. The water buffalo kneels down. Touching. Old lady Wan thinks that they have to spend the money anyway, so they might as well do some good deeds to accumulate merit for their family. Let the money also get rid of the evil spirit and save a life. Old lady Wan pulled Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer quickly moved closer to his mother and whispered, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Lauer, we will pay 10 taels of silver to buy the cow. You ask the old man if he will sell it. If he does, we will pay the money and the goods will be delivered. After the payment is made, we will go to do business quickly. It just so happens that they can buy a car after buying the cow. They can also have a bullock cart, and it will be convenient to travel to the town in the future." Wan Lauer nodded and walked forward holding Xiao Fubao. "Uncle, we will give you 10 taels of silver for this cow. Do you want to sell it? If you want to sell it, we will buy it. We have other things to do and can't waste time." "Uncle, please say something." Old man Lu's cloudy eyes were filled with tears. He knew that he had met a good person and nodded quickly. "Sell it? Of course. But this cow has been with me for many years. I hope your family can treat it well. My old friend is very humane." Old man Lu stroked the cow reluctantly, over and over again, with reluctance in his heart. He has raised this cow for 8 years, from a calf to an adult. He has always been with it. Wan Lauer also asked about the age of the cow. As far as he knew, this kind of water buffalo for plowing the fields generally has a lifespan of 25 to 30 years. Seeing that old man Lu raised it so carefully, it must be more than 25 years. Now it is only 8 years old, which means it is in its prime. He won't lose money if he buys it. Old lady Wan immediately took out 10 taels of silver from her body and handed it to Wan Lauer. "Second brother, Give the money to the old man. And you take the cow away. Old lady 1 was a straightforward person. And she paid the money as agreed. Old third brother 1 pulled old lady 1's sleeve and whispered in her ear, "Mom, if we do this, will that man retaliate? After all, he wanted to buy it first." Old lady 1 glanced at the man and educated old third brother 1 calmly. "Old third brother, we haven't done anything wrong. What are we afraid of? Remember, we don't cause trouble. But we are not afraid of trouble. Stand up straight and speak. We are doing a fair business. Why are you acting like a thief? As long as that man also pays 10 taels of silver, we won't buy it." Old lady 1's voice was not at all reserved, and the man heard it clearly. The man looked a little gloomy, and gave old lady 1 a fierce look. Old lady 1 was not afraid of him at all. She had also experienced life and death, and she was very open-minded about everything. Not to mention that she had Wan Xingmo as her backup. Wan Xingmo was her confidence. Old lady 1 also found that since she came to the border, she had lived a more comfortable life, and her back had never been so straight as it was now. Old man 1 looked back at the man without any fear. Seeing that the man looked at his mother with a sinister look, old man 1 quickly stood in front of old lady 1 to block the man's sight. "What are you looking at? Are you still going to buy it? If you want to buy it, pay 10 taels of silver." Although the man was very reluctant to give up, he took 10 taels of silver with him when he went out today. He would go to Pyeongsanjuan to find Chwayer to drink wine later, so he would need 2 taels of silver. The man reluctantly stepped aside. Old man 1 took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to old man Lu. "Uncle, this is 10 taels of silver. Please keep it. This cow is ours." Old man Lu took the 10 taels of silver with trembling hands, and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down. This was almost like selling his son, taking the money from his old friend. Old man Lu hugged the cow and cried softly. After a long time, old man Lu raised his head, wiped his red eyes, and handed the rope to Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer took the rope and held it in his hand, but the cow did not move. Wan Lauer pulled the cow's nose hard, but the cow did something that surprised everyone. The buffalo's copper bell-like eye sockets were filled with crystal tears, which flowed out from the corners of the eyes. At the same time, it knelt down slowly and clumsily in front of old man Lu. It was not lying on the ground, but really slowly bending its thick front legs, and its heavy body seemed a little powerless. It lowered its head, and its eyes were full of tenderness and determination, as if it was performing a sacred ceremony. As its legs bent, its huge body gradually approached the ground, and finally, it knelt quietly on the ground. The crowd of onlookers had been talking about it, but seeing this scene, everyone held their breath, fearing that they would disturb the buffalo's farewell ceremony to its owner. The air around was filled with a touching atmosphere, which touched people's hearts. The moment this cow knelt on the ground, it carried endless affection and gratitude, making people feel the dignity and greatness of life. Old man Lu could no longer hold back the suppressed emotions in his heart. He also knelt on the ground, hugged his old friend, and cried loudly. The man and the cow cried so hard that they couldn't bear to part. The scene was a little strange for a while, but it was also so warm and harmonious. Wan Lauer slowly loosened his hand holding the rope. He was a real farmer, and could sympathize with the old man's feelings for the cow. He also looked at old lady Wan with red eyes, a little at a loss. Although old lady Wan was also moved, she didn't speak, and quietly waited for old man Lu to say goodbye to the cow, until old man Lu straightened up and handed the rope back to Wan Lauer. The cow stood up from the ground and slowly walked to Wan Lauer, raised its head, and mooed a few times at the sky. Xiao Fubao stretched out his little hand to touch the buffalo, and was hugged by Wan Lauer. "My dear, wait a minute. Dad will put you on the cow's back. You can touch it well. Okay?" Xiao Fubao nodded obediently. "Young man, this cow is now in your hands. Please treat it well." "Uncle, don't worry. We will definitely treat it well." Old man Lu bowed to Wan Lauer, and without waiting for Wan Lauer's reaction, he turned around and left, and soon disappeared in the crowd. It was a great joy for the Wan family to get a cow, and old lady Wan couldn't help but step forward and touch the cow's back carefully. "This cow is really good. If we don't buy it, this old man can't keep it alive. By then, the cow will starve to death, and his wife will die of illness. He is right to do this. He saved 2 lives and found a good owner for the cow." As soon as old lady Wan finished speaking, The man who had not left just now showed a mocking smile. I don't think so. You are just taking advantage of the situation. What good host are you? I think you are just trying to deceive the old man. The old man is also short-sighted. He is willing to let his cow suffer in your house. Old Lady One glanced at the man coldly, and did not say anything. Instead, she went directly to the carpenter's shop to see if there was a bullock cart for sale. She bought a set so that she could pull the tables, chairs and benches back later, saving the effort of moving them. When the man saw that the people of the One family ignored him, he suddenly felt ignored. The anger just now was burning in his heart. He wanted to catch up with the family and teach them a lesson. As a result, he slipped and fell directly. As luck would have it, the buffalo just pulled a pile of hot cow dung, and his face just fell into the cow dung. The people watching the excitement pointed at the man and laughed. Old Lady One couldn't help but grinning. Little Fuba was sitting on Yobe Mountain, supported by Wan Lao, and he also clapped his hands and laughed. For a moment, the touching atmosphere just now turned into a sea of joy, and the streets were full of laughter. Grandma One took the opportunity to quickly ask the second son of Wan to lead the cow, and not to entangle with this man anymore. The family quickly found the carpenter's shop. After asking, they really had a few sets of tables, chairs and benches, but the price was a bit high, so it was better to make them by themselves. But the advantage was the novel style. Grandma One walked around the carpenter's shop and finally ordered 3 sets directly, and also chose an ox cart, spending a total of 2 taels of silver. After paying the silver, Grandma One asked the third son and his wife to transport the things back to the shop, and she took the second son of One and his wife and Xiao Fubao to the pastry shop to buy some snacks, and then put them in the mayor's house. When Grandma One bought the pastries, she kept complaining in her heart that the pastries in this border area were really expensive. The same peach cakes cost 100 more than those in the border area. Grandma One bought 2 bags of snacks with a clenched tooth. Her heart was bleeding. It would be better to let the third son's wife make them herself in the future. The 3 of them took Xiao Fubao all the way to the mayor's house. The new mayor was very low-key and lived in a very ordinary place. However, at this time, there were many people gathered at the mayor's door. They were all dressed gorgeously, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and talked in low voices. But the mayor's door was tightly closed. Obviously, these people were turned away. When Mrs. Wan saw this, she thought it was over. These rich people couldn't get in, so they definitely had no chance. Chapter 160. Zhou Biao picked a fight, whipped Old Lady Wan, and got into trouble. Those people in gorgeous clothes also noticed Old Lady Wan and her companions. But in their eyes, Old Lady Wan saw a strong contempt. A fat man said to a thin man next to him, "These days, anyone dares to make trouble. They don't even take a piss to reflect on their own morals. They have the nerve to come to people like us with their sour smell. They really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is." Old Lady One was publicly criticized by a junior at such an old age. She was not angry, but she was not easy to mess with. Then she pretended to say to Wan Lao, "There are still such people these days." The old crow landed on the black pig. It can only see the blackness of others, but not its own blackness. Everyone is here to find someone to do something. Who can be superior to whom? Wan Lao secretly applauded his mother. Xiao Fubao was even more amazing. He pointed at the fat man and said with a smile, "Old crow. Old crow. Hee hee." Faced with the provocation of Old Lady Wan and a few country bumpkins, the fat man felt a nameless fire in his heart rushing directly to the top of his head. Zhou Biao has been doing business in the border for so many years. Who in the circle doesn't give him some face? Today, he was mocked by a few country bumpkins. Where is his face in front of so many masters? The people who came today are all well-known people. Everyone is a competitor. These people must be laughing at him in secret. Zhou Biao walked out of the crowd directly. His fat body was round and round, like a big stone roller. He had a fat head and big ears, and his eyes were narrowed into a slit, always giving people a feeling that he hadn't woken up. You bunch of country bumpkins. Stinky beggars. Don't open your eyes and look around. Can you afford to step on the land in front of the mayor's door? Get out of here quickly. Don't step on this land and make it dirty. You can't afford to pay even if you sell your family of 4. Zhou Biao had a sneer on his face, and his words were full of disgust. He looked at Old Lady Wan and others and shouted arrogantly. Old Lady Wan ignored him, but she really started to look at Zhou Biao, looking him up and down, left and right. with a mocking and cold look, until Zhou Biao's back was numb. He couldn't stand Old Lady Wan's unscrupulous eyes anymore. So he said to Old Lady Wan sternly, "What are you looking at? Old woman? You have never seen a rich man, right? You can't see this wealth on you. Get out of here." Old Lady Wan said in surprise. "Didn't you ask me to open my eyes and look at you just now? You are really weird. And you are so annoying when you are looked at by others. Don't let people look at you. I'm old now, and I can't see people as well as you can with that slit of light. You have to look carefully and carefully. Right? If I meet you again in the future, I have to stay away from you to avoid bad luck." Before Zhou Biao could react, the people behind him had already laughed softly. Zhou Biao carefully savored what Old Lady Wan said. He only knew that the old woman was scolding him for bad luck. What does light mean? Light? Damn. Is this damn old woman scolding me for having small eyes in various ways? Zhou Biao was so angry that the flesh on his face trembled constantly. He waved the whip in his hand and whipped Old Lady Wan. Wan Lao Er had been standing beside Old Lady Wan, but the other party's action was too sudden, and he didn't react at all. He saw the whip being raised high by the other party. At the moment of falling, a group of old crows flew from nowhere, and the rough and hoarse sound of wah 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 came from far away. And at the same time, a burst of fluttering things fell on Zhou Biao's face and body. Zhou Biao's hand holding the whip and his whole body suddenly became petrified. Old Lady Wan was also shocked for a moment, because the two were only a few steps away, but all the excrement of the old crows fell on Zhou Biao alone. After Old Lady Wan came to her senses, she slapped her thighs and laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. Tears filled her eyes, and she couldn't speak. Wan Lao Er tried to hold back his laughter. His face flushed, and Wan Er's wife covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her whole body trembled. Xiao Fubao was even more excessive. Laughing and talking, "The old crow stinks. The old crow stinks. Slightly, slightly, slightly." The group of merchants behind were also dumbfounded. And then, there was a puff. And I don't know who took the lead in laughing. This laughter was like a spark, instantly igniting the laughter of the crowd. Anyway, the law does not punish the masses. Everyone laughed. And Zhou Biao would not vent his anger on everyone. After Zhou Biao was petrified, he was finally able to look up at the sky. But at this time, there was no trace of a bird, and the sky was blue and clear. Ah! An angry roar burst out from Zhou Biao's mouth, and his eyes, which were like a line, finally let Old Lady Wan see a ray of light. But the light was a little fierce, as if he wanted to eat her alive. And the whip in his hand also swung at Old Lady Wan frantically, as if venting his anger. But Old Lady Wan had been prepared. The moment she saw Zhou Biao getting angry, she had already hidden to the side. At this time, Old Lady Wan was agile and ran very fast. Just like this, the door of the mayor's house was opened. The sound of the door opening immediately alarmed everyone outside. But Zhou Biao, who was in a frenzy, did not react and was still whipping randomly with a whip. The whip did not stop anyone, but it rolled up a lot of dust on the ground. Soon, a man wearing a thick sky blue satin robe came out of the door. He was thin, but he was elegant and out of tune with the merchants around him. This man was Qiushi, the new mayor who took office last year. He didn't know how he moved, and a stone was hit by him exactly on Zhou Biao, who was going crazy. Zhou Biao felt his arm numb, and the long whip in his hand flew out of his hand as he exerted force again, falling to the ground in the distance. Who is plotting against me? Zhou Biao covered his numb elbow, turned around and looked behind him, and found that an elegant man was staring at him with a dignified look. Zhou Biao recognized the man at a glance as the person in charge of the work he asked this time. Mayor Qiushi. Zhou Biao immediately fell silent. Others also stole a glance at Zhou Biao, and they were already very happy. Now that Zhou Biao had offended the mayor, they also lost a powerful rival. It seemed that this country bumpkin's family had helped them a lot. Everyone was not so disgusted with Old Lady Wan and her friends. Old Lady Wan also recognized Qiushi, and immediately brought Old Lady Wan and his wife to meet the mayor. Mayor, I am Old Lady Wan. I am honored to meet you. I wonder if you still remember me and my family. I would like to thank you for helping me settle down. I and my family can settle down smoothly at the border. I came here to thank you today. Old Lady Wan, a country lady, did not understand the rules of rich families, nor did she know how to perform etiquette. She just bowed and kowtowed, using the country people's way of greeting. which made others want to laugh, but dared not to be presumptuous. Zhou Biao also rushed over at this time. But he was covered in feces and smelled terrible. When he approached, the people around him automatically stepped back. Only Qiushi and Old Lady Wan did not move. Mayor, I am Zhou Biao, and I have come to visit you. I wonder if you can give me a cup of tea. Zhou Biao also tried his best. And he tried to get close to the mayor despite his nausea. The servant Juifeng beside the mayor took a step forward and drove Zhou Biao away. Master Zhou, is your outfit not suitable? Why don't you go back and take a shower and change clothes before coming back? Our mayor will give you half an hour. So don't delay and miss the business. Zhou Biao looked down at the dirt on his body. And a piece of bird feces on his head fell to the ground with a plop, which made the merchants around him feel sick. Some of them had already started to vomit. Zhou Biao is not a person who wastes time. He was able to expand his business. So he is naturally a person who can prioritize. However, he turned his head and glared at Old Lady Wan, who was standing next to him fiercely. He remembered this grudge and told her not to let him meet this old lady again in the future. Otherwise he would kill him. Chapter 161. Old Lady Wan was invited into the inner house by the mayor. Zhou Biao was shocked. Old Lady Wan was glared at by Zhou Biao. But she was not afraid of him. She just glanced at him lightly and turned back. It was not her fault that he was unlucky. If he insisted on blaming herself, Old Lady Wan thought he might be even more unlucky. Right? Zhou Biao bowed to Qiushi and was about to leave. At this time, he heard Qiushi, who had not spoken a word, said to Old Lady Wan very politely, Old lady, of course I remember you. Mr. Liu has instructed that if you have any difficulties, just come to me. Please come in quickly. Zhou Biao almost slipped and tripped over himself. Did he hear it right? Does this country bumpkin have another identity? Mr. Liu? Could it be the son of the Liu family in Beijing who came to the border to travel a few years ago? Zhou Biao was shocked. He stared at Old Lady Wan and her group being politely led into the yard by Qiushi. And he was unable to move for a while. Master, shall we hurry back? The mayor only gave us merchants half an hour. And the trip back and forth on the road has almost delayed us. These individual merchants are looking for the opportunity of you not being here to squeeze you out? The housekeeper saw Zhou Biao stunned and immediately stepped forward to remind him. But he was also a little disgusted in his heart. He was a little far away and almost pinched his nose. Zhou Biao came back to his senses, glared at the housekeeper, and said sternly, Go pick up my whip. Go back immediately. Let Uncle Kai wait first. If the mayor lets everyone go in later, you let Uncle Kai go in on my behalf. No matter how much money is spent, our family will occupy more than 20% of this shop. This time everyone came here for the shop in the Trade and Exchange Center. Merchants have the most sensitive noses and know best where to make money. Look, the Trade and Exchange Center is still laying the foundation. And they have already started planning to buy a shop. These days they have been waiting at the mayor's door every day. But the mayor will not see anyone. This is where Qiushi's cleverness lies. He really wants to sell the shop. But if he opens the door to welcome the other party, as soon as they come and negotiate the transaction price, the shop will be worthless. And the other party will inevitably agree to his conditions. This time, Qiushi used all the reserve funds in the town, and also applied for construction funds from the county. But he only raised less than half of the money to build the trade center. These days, he has been worried about the money and can't sleep well. But even so, he still forced himself not to meet these businessmen easily. Obviously, as long as he opens the door, the money will automatically come to the door. But in order to obtain greater benefits, he just left these people out for 4 or 5 days, letting them blow the cold wind outside the door every day. The more difficult things are, the more they will want to get them. At that time, of course, the biggest beneficiary will be him, the mayor. Qiushi can be said to be very shrewd. Qiushi ushered in the Old Lady Wan's family into the house and sat down. There was a charcoal fire in the house. Even though it was February, the wind outside was still as sharp as ever. If there was no fire in the house, it would be like an ice cave. Old Lady Wan and a few others stood outside for a while. Their hands and feet were a little cold, but they didn't dare to act casually like at home. They all sat on chairs properly. Wan Erseo stood behind Old Lady Wan with her child in her arms. Little Fubao looked at the furnishings in the room curiously, not shy at all, and occasionally looked at Qiushi seriously. But Qiushi was asking Old Lady Wan and didn't pay attention to Little Fubao. Madam. Long time no see. Are you still strong recently? Old Lady One was surprised and happy to be greeted by the mayor. But after all, she had experienced life and death exile, and her state of mind was no longer comparable to before. But she could still remain calm on the surface. Old Lady One smiled and lowered her head slightly, with a certain degree of respect, but not so humble and flattering. Thank you for your concern, Mayor. I am fine. We country people are tough and deal with the land all day long. We eat grains and cereals. We are not so delicate. But Mayor is very busy. You should take good care of yourself. After saying this, Mrs. Wan took another look at the snacks in her son's hand. She took the snacks from Mr. Wan and put them on the table beside her. She forced a smile and said, We country people don't have anything to show off. This is a little gift. I hope the mayor will not despise it for being vulgar. It is our gratitude for your help. Qiushur did not refuse. He accepted the snacks generously in front of Mrs. Wan. He was elegant and spoke gently at this time, which made people feel less nervous. Qiushur then noticed Xiao Fubao and unpacked the snacks brought by Mrs. Wan. There was a shop mark on the package of the snacks. He knew that it must be cakes and the like, which should be suitable for children. Is this your granddaughter? Old lady? She's so cute. How old is she this year? Qiushur opened the snack package, took a piece of peach cake from it, stood up, and handed it to Xiao Fubao. Oh! Mayor, you can't do that. This is for you. Why are you? Old Lady Wan stood up quickly to stop him. But Qiushur had already handed the snack to Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao smiled and stretched out her tender white hands to take the peach cake, and said in a baby voice, Thank you. Uncle. Uncle is so kind. The mayor originally just thought that there was a child here, and there were no snacks for children at home. So he just used the things brought by Old Lady Wan to entertain her child. He didn't expect that the child was so smart. The mayor immediately wanted to tease her. He had never seen such a lovely little baby. Oh! Little girl is so sensible. How old are you? Xiao Fubao held the peach cake against her chest, but didn't put it in her mouth immediately. She looked at Qiushur with sparkling eyes. She felt that this uncle had a good smell, which made her feel very comfortable. Fubao is 1.5 years old. Little Fubao nestled in Wan Erseo's arms without any shyness. When she heard Qiushur's question, she answered in a baby voice with a smile on her face, which was very lovable. Wow! Your name is Xiao Fubao. Right? This is a really good name. Yes, my name is Xiao Fubao, which brings good luck to people. Uncle is blessed. Little Fubao couldn't finish his long words, so he only used a few short words to express his thoughts. However, Qiushur was already shocked. Such a young child can already say so many words, and express them very clearly. If this is a boy, he will definitely be a pillar of the country in the future. Qiushur was amused by Xiao Fubao's words, and couldn't help laughing. His elegant appearance and unrestrained laughter made the original atmosphere more relaxed and harmonious. Qiushur gently pinched Xiao Fubao's chubby little face and said, I hope your blessing can bring every poor person in the border, so that they can get rid of poverty, and live a good life as soon as possible. Xiao Fubao didn't understand Qiushur's words. She looked at Qiushur with a confused look in her eyes, but her little head was constantly thinking about Qiushur's words. Qiushur's words were really not something that a 1.5-year-old child like her could understand. Even Wan Lauer might not understand Qiushur's good intentions. After all, one should not interfere in other people's affairs. Wan Lauer only had his own family in his eyes, while Qiushur had the people in the border in his eyes. Old Lady Wan thought that there were so many people outside who wanted to see the mayor, and the mayor had just agreed to meet them. Old Lady Wan wanted to tell her story quickly to see if the mayor could go through the back door. If not, she would leave quickly, and not waste the mayor's time. Old Lady Wan had a plan in mind. So she stood up and said to Qiushur, Mayor, in fact, this time I came here, I have something else to ask you. I wonder if it is convenient for you. Qiushur's eyes flashed with doubt. And then he simply asked, Madam, please feel free to ask me any request. Mr. Gu has already explained that no matter what you ask, I will do my best to help you. Old Lady Wan's eyes flashed with excitement. It seems that this matter is 80% likely to be successful. But she quickly calmed down. Mayor, my family bought a shop in town to cook food, which is next to the wasteland. I heard that there is a trade and transaction center being built there, and it happens to be next to my shop. Today, I come here to make an unwelcome request. My family still has some money in hand, And I want to buy a shop. It doesn't need to be a good one. Just next to my shop. After saying this, Old Lady One looked up at Chioshi's face, and saw that there was no change on Chioshi's face. So she put her heart back in her stomach. However, Chioshi's words made Old Lady One's heart hang in the balance again. Madam, do you also want to buy a shop? But those shops are only auctioned, and the highest bidder wins. I wonder how much money you have. Old Lady? Chapter 162, Old Lady One buys a new shop. Chioshi's character. When Old Lady One heard that the highest bidder wins, she began to back off. She had just seen those people outside. All of them were either fat and big-eared or dressed in fancy clothes. How could an old lady like her compete with them? But Old Lady One still replied honestly, Mayor, I don't have much silver in my hand. Only more than 200 taels. If the mayor is embarrassed, just pretend that I never mentioned this matter. Chioshi was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Old Lady One's family had so much wealth. But when he thought about the thank you gifts from Mr. Gu at that time, which were like flowing water, he understood. Madam, please sit down first. I have someone bring the blueprints. Please point out where your shop is, and we can talk about other things. Old Lady One heard Chioshi's implication and felt that she still had hope. So she nodded immediately. Well, okay. I trouble the mayor then. Chioshi called Juefeng and ordered. Juefeng, go to my study and bring the construction blueprints of the trade center. Juefeng responded respectfully, then bowed his head and retreated. Soon he returned with a pile of blueprints. The construction inside the trade center is different from the street layout outside. In the middle is a large trading place, which has changed the architectural style of the entire town. It is no longer a low thatched house, but a 3-story wooden building. There are more than a dozen shops on each floor, and the functions of the 3 floors are different. 8 streets were expanded in 4 directions around the wooden building, and there are more than a dozen shops on each street. The overall trade center is a cross shape when viewed from a high altitude, and the wooden building is at the center of the cross. Chioshi opened the blueprint and spread it on the table. It was a floor plan. Mrs. One couldn't understand it at all. Wan Lauer also looked at it for a long time, but he didn't understand what these horizontal and vertical things were. After Chioshi explained for a long time, Wan Lauer finally understood it vaguely. He immediately pointed to a shop on the old map of the town and said, This is the shop my family just bought. Wan Lauer was so excited that he almost blurted it out. Chioshi followed the direction of Wan Lauer's finger and looked at the location of Wan Lauer's shop. He also looked at the newly expanded street in his hand, and finally found the street connecting Wan Lauer's shop. This street is the street connected to your shop. The first shop here is built right next to your shop. If you want to buy a shop, this one is the most suitable. Mrs. One also saw the picture on it, and Wan Lauer also took a look, but he could only see a rough outline, and couldn't see anything more. Chioshi explained to the 2 people, after this commercial center is built, the street where your shop is located will gradually replace the original main street, and become the new main street. Because the original wasteland is disliked by everyone because it has a smell. Most of them built a wall leading to the wasteland to block the road leading to the wasteland. Only a few families did not build a wall for the convenience of picking up feces. The newly built street will go to those places, and the street in front of your shop is just on the horizontal line of the planned cross. It will replace the original main street and become the new main street. So the shops here are relatively more expensive. Chioshi explained very clearly. And Mrs. Wan and Mr. Wan also heard it very clearly. But there was only one thing in their minds. Their shop would become a shop close to the center of the main street. So wouldn't the value of their shop be multiplied several times? It's rich. It's rich this time. The 2 looked at each other at the same time. Even if they don't buy a shop now, their shop is enough for their family to eat and drink for a lifetime without worrying. Just as the 2 were immersed in crazy joy, Chioshi's words made them feel like they were in a fog, and they almost lost their way. Old lady, I just studied it carefully. The shop next to you is not very big, and there is only one shop. I guess it is not easy to sell, because this shop is planned from the center to the surroundings, and the size is somewhat different. If you want to buy a shop, I will sell this shop to you for 100 taels of silver. If you think it's okay, you can do it today. Old Lady One originally planned to buy only one shop, and this shop happened to be built next to her shop, as if it was built specifically for her family. Moreover, according to Chioshi, this shop is wider than their current shop, because there is not enough space to build 2 shops. They simply built a wider shop. And the actual area is indeed 1.5. Old Lady One not only took advantage of the price, but also the area. No matter how you look at it, she got the advantage. Of course I can buy it. It's really hard to find a store like this even if you look for it with a lantern. It's built right next to my house. If there is another one, I really can't afford it. How can I? An old woman. Thank you for your kindness? Old Lady One was so excited that she didn't know how to thank Xiaoshur. And she kept thanking him. Xiaoshur also found that this shop was really tailor-made for their family. When they connected the two shops, it would be 3 shops. Because Old Lady One's original shop was also 1.5. After connecting them, the 3 shops would be much more luxurious. Old Lady One immediately paid Xiaoshur 100 taels of silver. And Xiaoshur also readily handled the formalities for Old Lady One. Old Lady One came out with the hothouse deed, still feeling like she was dreaming. As soon as Mrs. Wan left, Zhuifeng came in to pack up the blueprints. He was a little confused and said, Master, this shop is obviously very popular. Even if it is only 1.5 rooms, it can be sold for 300 taels of silver. You sold it for only 100 taels. And you lied? What's the purpose? Xiaoshur took a sip of tea and said slowly, I am loyal to the trust of others. I also want to repay Mr. Gu for his kindness. You must keep this matter to yourself, and don't let anyone know. Zhuifeng immediately bowed his head and said no more. However, he admired the character of the master in his heart. If the master wanted to sell well in front of the Wan family, he could just bluff and raise the price, and then deliberately lower the price to make these people grateful to him. But the master didn't do that. Instead, he deliberately let them accept the favor without any psychological burden. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Okay, those people outside have been leaving them alone for a few days. It's time to let them have a taste of sweetness today. Take them to the warm room and serve a pot of good tea. We will close the door and slaughter the fat sheep in a while. Zhuifeng's originally depressed mood immediately became cheerful. He liked watching the master slaughter the sheep the most. Yes, master. Rest assured, I will treat those fat sheep well. Xiaoshur smiled and glanced at Zhuifeng's back as he left like the wind. And smiled helplessly. This little money grubber. Chapter 163 Auction of the Shop. Some are happy and some are worried. Zhuifeng politely invited all the people outside into the warm room. These people were blown by the cold wind for so long outside. Their noses were frozen red. But they were reluctant to leave. At this time, as soon as they entered the warm room, a warm air went through the collar and penetrated into their bodies. Everyone immediately stopped bending over and shrinking their necks, and stood up straighter. A few people even moved chairs to the brazier to warm themselves. At this time, the mayor was still sipping tea in the flower hall. Zhuifeng brought 2 maids up and bowed to everyone in the warm room. My masters have been waiting for a long time. My master will be here soon. Please taste this excellent bilyuakun. This is my master's exclusive collection. It was brought from the interior of the country and cannot be drunk anywhere else. Everyone in the room immediately smiled, looked at each other, and sat down according to their status. After the maid served tea to everyone, she bowed and left. At this time, Xiaoshur moved from the flower hall to the warm hall. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. I was delayed by something just now. Please don't blame me. Xiaoshur clasped his fists as soon as he entered the door, and saluted everyone while walking in, with a hearty smile on his face. Everyone in the warm hall immediately put down their teacups, and stood up to return the greeting. You are too polite, Mayor. After the guests and hosts sat down, Xiaoshur didn't waste any words. After all, he had left them alone for so many days, and the time had come, so there was no need to keep everyone's appetite hanging. Everyone, I know why you came to me, but you should have heard that yesterday our town had horse bandits, and I asked the Golden Axe gang to help suppress the bandits, and gave 30% of the shops in this trade center as a reward. So there are not many shops left. The land is generally so big, and so many of you want to buy it. I will offend people if I sell it to anyone or not. In this case, I have thought of a compromise. Let's learn from the gang in Beijing, and the highest bidder wins. I wonder what you think of this. Everyone was stunned at first, and then they whispered to each other. Xiaoshur did not stop him. He lowered his head and drank tea by himself, with a calm expression on his face. The one who bids the highest wins. Isn't it based on strength? After all, we've been fighting and bleeding, and the mayor is just sitting back and reaping the benefits. What's going on? Hey, Lao Hu. We're the only ones here today who are weaker than Lao Zhang. What do you think? Tell me. What can I think? Didn't you see that Lao Zhang is already frowning? We've been freezing for days with him. And in the end, we can't even have a bowl of hot soup. I feel bad. I do have an idea. Do you and Lao Zhang agree? What idea? It's time to get married. What's wrong with you? You bastard? Hurry up and tell me. Or I kick you out. Hurry up. It's urgent. If others take all the good places, we won't be able to save our efforts even if we have a way. Hey, Lao Hu. Isn't there a saying that everyone can help a boat across the mountain? Although our individual strengths are not that good. But the three of us together can definitely have a place. Right? Well, you have a good brain. I think this method is feasible. We are all good brothers. We should make money together. I talked to Lao Zhang now. The people below were discussing heatedly. And at this time Qiushi coughed. And everyone looked at him at the same time. Qiushi put down the teacup in his hand. Looked at everyone. Cleared his throat and asked, "What do you think? No matter what method the mayor uses, we will definitely get the old brand in Chongping." Shopkeeper Chen. Although you are rich in Chongping, you can't take so many shops at home? Then let's wait and see. Shopkeeper Chen didn't look up, but lowered his head and took a sip of tea. Today, God really helped him. His mortal enemy Zhou Biao was so unlucky and went back at the critical moment. He didn't care about the remaining ones. Even if he couldn't take 30% of the shops, he would take 20%. And he must take these 20%. Once these shops are taken, he can make a fortune every day, whether renting or using them himself. According to the news from their family in the capital, the prince is now in power and is ready to open the border to trade with neighboring countries. Once the market opens, the price of these shops will rise sharply, and it will be hard to find a shop. Shopkeeper Chen, you are not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue off. With me, Zhou Biao. Here. When did you call yourself the boss? Zhou Biao's rough voice came from the door, and everyone in the room immediately said inwardly, "Oh no!" Shopkeeper Chen was also startled. How come Zhou Biao came back so soon? Mr. Zhou, please sit down. You came just in time. I have told everyone that today's sales method is to bid the highest price. Let's start now. Ha ha ha. That's great. It's cool this way. Zhou Biao's hearty laughter was very harsh to the ears of everyone present. The reason why Zhou Biao was so confident was that he had the support of the cheetah sect behind him. And he didn't have to worry about financial resources at all. After Qiushi said to start, Zhuifeng immediately brought people to move in a rack and hung the blueprint of the trade center on it. Qiushi had already marked the location and shop number on it. Zhuifeng, you will host it. Yes, sir. Zhuifeng held a tray in his hand, on which were bamboo sticks. He placed one on the table next to each person in order. Then he stood in front of the blueprint and said, "Gentlemen, I just put a bamboo stick next to you. This bamboo stick is used to increase the price. For example, I am selling shop number 1 now, and the base price is 200 taels of silver. If you want to increase the price, raise the bamboo stick in your hand and quote your price. Each increase in price should not be less than 20 taels. Do you have any questions?" After Zhuifeng finished his introduction, he glanced at everyone present. Seeing that everyone shook their heads, he picked up a small stick prepared beside him. Okay, let me first tell you about the planning map of our new commercial center. There are 8 streets in this map, arranged in a cross shape. In the middle is a 3-story building with 12 shops on each floor. The shops in the building are not auctioned, but only rented. The remaining 8 streets are the main streets, and the shops are the most expensive. You can also see that the red areas on this map are the shops that have been paid to the Golden Axe Gang as rewards, and they will not be auctioned. The rest can all be auctioned. Qiushi also marked the shop that old lady one bought in red, without specifying it, so as not to arouse the suspicion of these people. Gentlemen, is there anything else you don't understand? Zhuifeng looked around and saw that no one had any objections, so he announced the official start of the auction. The first shop we will sell is shop number 1 on Northeast 8th Street. This shop. The auction lasted until midnight before it ended. Some people were happy, and some were worried. But no one returned empty-handed. With Lao Zhang, Lao Hu and others taking the lead in buying shops together. Others followed suit and joined forces to buy a few shops. The 2 most expensive shops were the shops on the main street next to the wooden building. These two shops each had 3 rooms, and each shop was sold at a high price of 2,000 taels of silver. Compared with these high-priced shops, the 1.5 shops that old lady one bought for 100 taels of silver were almost like gifts. Not only did Chiosher finally find a place to spend the other half of the money for rebuilding the commercial center, but he also earned several times more. After buying the shop, old lady one put all the money she got from the horse bandits on the Kong and counted the silver with the people from the 2nd and 3rd rooms. Chapter 164, Deciding to Buy Land. The relationship between Wan Laoda and Shinsher warms up. Wan Laoda spent 100 taels of silver to buy the shop, and there are more than 100 taels of silver left. Second brother, third brother, we still have more than 100 taels of silver left. What do you think we should do? Wan Lao likes farming, and the first thing he thought of was to buy land. Mom, I think it's better to buy land. Our family is from farmers, and this land is our roots. Even if we don't do business in the future, we still have this land to support us. What do you think? Wan Laosen did not express his opinion. After all, they have achieved their wish and opened a shop. The next step is to work hard and save money. Wan Lao said that in the future, each family will earn money based on their own ability. Now half of the income from the shop will be paid to the public every month. Wan Lao is not short of money, which is enough to support the family's expenses, so she doesn't have to keep all the money in her own hands like before. In fact, Mrs. Wan also wanted to buy land, but the land on the border was not suitable for growing crops. However, their deep love for farming made them inseparable from the land. Finally, Mrs. Wan decided to use all the 100 taels of silver to buy land. The border was vast and sparsely populated, so the land was cheap. They spent 15 taels of silver to buy 20 to 30 acres of land. This 100 taels of silver could buy almost 100 acres of land. Wouldn't their family become landlords? Mrs. Wan had never thought that one day her family could become landlords. People in Shitsi village said that there was a landlord not far from their Shitsi village. His family had thousands of acres of land and did not have to pay taxes, who let him have a master who was a Jiren in his family. Mrs. Wan's 100 acres may not be much, but for the people of Shitsi village, it was an astronomical figure, a height that could not be reached in a lifetime. Okay, let's buy some land. During my lifetime, I will also show off my wealth to the landowners. But we can't grow all these lands. We will have to hire someone to grow them. Don't worry. I will definitely buy more land so that I can show off my wealth to the landowners. Wan Lao smiled naively. He had a deep love for the land. Without it, he felt that he could do nothing. After discussing with her 2 sons, Mrs. Wan no longer worried about the money and went to rest. When the eldest and 4 sons of Shitsi village returned home, they found that the house was quiet, without the noise of the children. The whole yard was lifeless. She was sitting on the Kong in the room mending clothes, while Lu was dozing on the Kong. There was a pot of fire on the ground. Several chickens and geese were squatting comfortably on the Kong without making any sound. Wan Lao walked in and saw that the clothes Shin was mending seemed to be his torn shorts. Wan Lao's face turned red, but he couldn't just turn around and leave as a grown man. So he shouted, "Big sister, are you busy?" Shin was startled by Wan Lao's voice. She looked up and saw that it was Wan Lao, and immediately hid the clothes in her hand behind her. She had planned to help Wan Lao mend his clothes while he was not at home, and put them back before he came back. But who knew that he would come back so soon? Now both of them were embarrassed. Wan Lao came in a step late after closing the courtyard door. Seeing that his eldest brother was standing at the door of the house and didn't go in, he immediately pushed him in confusion. "Brother, what are you doing? Why don't you go in?" Wan Lao was embarrassed and was pushed by Wan Lao. There was a threshold under his feet. He stumbled forward. Shin was standing not far in front of him. Seeing that Wan Lao was about to fall face down, and his arm was injured, Shin didn't think twice and immediately threw away the clothes in her hand, stepped forward quickly, and used her thin body to stop Wan Lao from falling. Wan Lao subconsciously hugged Shin, who came up to him to stabilize his body. The two of them hugged each other directly, and the movement here also startled Lu, who was dozing on the Kong. As soon as Lu opened her eyes, she saw Wan Lao and Shin hugging each other. Wan Lao had not entered the room yet, and Lu didn't notice Wan Lao. "Mom, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I fell asleep." Lu quickly pulled the quilt on the Kong cabinet to cover her face. As soon as Wan Lao stood firm, he immediately let go of Shin. He turned to the stunned Wan Laozi outside and whispered, "Fourth brother. You are married. Why are you still so clumsy?" After Wan Laozi reacted, he also saw Shen standing in the room with a red face. Her hands and feet were cramped, and she had nowhere to put them. She wished there was a crack in the ground for her to crawl into. "Brother, I didn't mean it. I didn't know Sister Shen was there. But you should thank her. If it wasn't for Sister Shen supporting you, your arm would be injured again." Wan Laozi quickly rescued the two people. And at the same time, he was secretly happy in his heart. He heard from his wife that his mother liked Shen to be the eldest daughter-in-law. This time he was also a lucky coincidence, adding fuel to the fire and making the relationship between the two people go a step further. Shen blushed and wanted to leave. But when she looked down and saw the bandage on Wan Laoda's body, she felt a little worried. She suppressed her embarrassment and asked with concern, "Brother Wan, what happened to your hand?" Before Wan Laoda could speak, Wan Laozi quickly added fuel to the fire and said, "Sister Shen, you don't know? We encountered horse bandits looting in the town last night. My eldest brother was very powerful. He killed a horse bandit. But he was also injured in the arm by the horse bandit." "What? Horse bandit?" Lu, who was on the Kong, raised her voice unconsciously, stepped down from the Kong, and walked to Wan Laozi with difficulty. "Boss, how are you? You are not injured, right? These horse bandits can kill people. Where is mother? Why haven't they come back?" Lu took Wan Laozi around and looked carefully. She found that Wan Laozi was alive and well and was not injured. She started to care about Wan Laotai again. Wan Lao looked around and saw that Shen and Wan Laoda seemed to have something to say. So he pulled Lu to his room. "Let's go. I tell you slowly when we get back." Lu immediately understood and left space for Wan Laoda and Shen. And the couple left hand in hand. Shen lowered her head, revealing a snow-white neck. And because of shyness, there was a faint blush on her skin. "Brother Wan, is your hand okay?" Shen's voice was gentle, and her hands kept twisting the corners of her clothes. Very nervous, Wan Laoda wanted to escape from this room quickly. Although he already had several children, he had never been alone with other women, let alone with a woman as gentle and virtuous as Shen. When he was with Wan Deseo before, he did it in the dark when he had physical needs, and there was never any emotional exchange. At this time, Wan Laoda's heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, and his old face was flushed. His mouth, which was not very eloquent, was like a gourd with a sawed mouth at this time, and he couldn't hold back a word for a long time. He scratched his head and pointed at the big shorts on the Kong and said, "Well, big sister, I'm going to throw away these clothes. No need to bother you." Wan Laoda regretted it as soon as he said it. He slapped his mouth hard. At this moment, he really hated himself for not having a clever mouth like Lao Si. Shen's face turned redder. She hurriedly looked up at Wan Laoda and said quickly, "I'm superfluous. Brother Wan, just throw it away." Shen ran back to her room and closed the door. She panted for a long time before calming down. Wan Laoda stared at the big shorts on the Kong that had been sewn almost, reached out to take the clothes in his hand, turned around and went back to his room. From then on, when Shen and Wan Laoda met, a slightly blushing and heart-beating feeling slowly grew between the two. In the blink of an eye, it was February 18th. The night before, Mrs. Wan sent Wan Lao Air to drive the ox cart back to Shitsi village to pick up people. So before noon on the 18th, Wan Lao brought everyone here. Chapter 165. Congratulations on the opening of the business. Xiao Fubo parroting attracts attention. The Zhao family came, and even Wan Jinshu, who usually doesn't like to go out, came to congratulate the Wan family on their opening. Shen was also pulled in by Lu, and the shop seemed a little crowded for a while. After Wan Qingmo came, Grandma Wan hurriedly pulled him into the backyard. "Amor, it's a good thing you came early. Otherwise today would be a disaster. This plaque hasn't been written yet, and I'm waiting for you to write the inscription." Grandma saw your handwriting and said, "Okay. Grandma likes it. Look, the pen and ink are ready for you. Hurry up and start." Wan Qingmo lowered his eyes and glanced at the empty plaque on the ground, then tilted his head and asked, "Then Grandma, what is the name of this shop?" "It's called Yunkalai Restaurant." Wan Qingmo nodded, picked up the pen and dipped it in ink to write the words Yunkalai without any resistance. The handwriting was vigorous and powerful, between regular script and running script, just like him, upright with a hint of unruly. The onlookers exclaimed immediately. Good calligraphy. Wan Lao Si was the first to praise. Mrs. Wan couldn't tell whether it was good or bad, but she knew that Wan Xingma's writing would definitely not be bad. Seeing Wan Lao Si's praise, Mrs. Wan was also very happy. Thank you for your hard work. Amor, let your third and make you delicious food at noon. Just wait and eat. Mrs. Wan hurriedly urged Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao San to cover the plaque with red silk and hang it out. A ladder was prepared outside. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao San, with festive faces, carefully carried the plaque and walked out. There were not many pedestrians on the street at this time. It was still a little cold now. Many people had gone to the fields to work in the fields. People in the town had not gone out yet. However, the target of Wan's shop was the residents in the town, and the people who came and went for business. Mrs. Wan urged her two sons to hang up the plaque quickly, so as not to delay the opening time. Wan Lao Si and Wan Qingmo were holding the ladder on the ground, while Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao San carried the plaque and slowly climbed up the ladder. It took some effort to hang the plaque. And I wonder when the auspicious time is chosen. Zhao smiled and asked softly beside Mrs. Wan. See sure. I went to the town to see it, and they said see sure is a good time. After a delay, it was almost see sure, and Mrs. Wan urged Wan Lao San again. Lao San, where did you put the firecrackers you bought? Why don't you hang them up? The auspicious time is coming. Because the Wan family are all peasants. They have never opened a shop, and they have no experience in opening a shop for the first time. They are flustered at every point, and they only remember where they put things when they should do something. Wan Lao San hurriedly went in to find firecrackers, and finally came out with a plate of firecrackers. It was less than a quarter of an hour before seashore. Hurry up. Hang them up. The family was busy hanging up the firecrackers, and the mayor suddenly came. Old lady, why didn't you invite me to your new store? Do you look down on me as the mayor? Old lady Wan came out quickly. Her face was nervous, but she was very happy in her heart. Oh, the mayor is here. Our store is really glorious. We are the first time to open a store, and we can't do anything well. We dare not invite the mayor, for fear of making a fool of ourselves. I hope the mayor will not blame us. Old lady Wan was already very happy. The mayor came to support their store in person. Let's see who dares to mess up the store in the future. At this time, several people came on horseback. Oh, what a coincidence. Old lady, you are opening your store today? Congratulations. Shen Qinghan turned over and got off the horse, followed by several burly men. The group stood in front of the store, and the people watching around immediately stepped back. Although there were not many people on the street at this time, two heavyweights, the mayor and the leader of the Golden Axe gang, came to congratulate, and the shopkeepers and clerks in the surrounding shops also hurried out to see who the owner of this new shop was, and how he could invite the two great masters of Jinwu town. Shen Qinghan didn't know about the opening of the Wan family's business. It was when Qiushi went to Shen Qinghan yesterday to hand over the shop procedures. Shen Qinghan looked at who the shops on the main street were sold to, and asked about it. Only then did he know that the Wan family had actually bought a shop in the town. When Shen Qinghan followed Lu Chongxin to Shitsi village before, he met the Wan family, and was particularly impressed by Wan Qingmo. And then the Wan family. The wrinkles on the old lady Wan's face were wrinkled layer by layer with joy. Oh, it's a good day in the sky today. I was wondering why the magpies were flying around the house so early in the morning. It seems that there are noble people coming to visit. Boss, please invite the mayor and the gang leader to come in and sit down. Although Mrs. Wan is a country old lady, she has been in charge for many years. She is more cautious than the children in dealing with people and social etiquette. Although she was very nervous, she didn't miss a word of polite words. Come in. Come in. Xiao Fubao's baby voice immediately repeated what old lady Wan said, just like a mimicking little starling. Xiao Fubao immediately attracted Shen Qinghan's attention. He heard that the young master of the Lu family was saved because of this little girl. He didn't take a close look twice, but today he finally had a chance to take a good look. Xiao Fubao was held in the arms of second lady Wan. At this time, his two chubby little hands were clasped together, forming a fist, and were putting them into his mouth. This is Xiao Fubao's favorite action recently. As the old saying goes, this is called talking out, which means that if you want to learn to talk, you put your hands into your mouth. Xiao Fubao was dressed up by second lady Wan like a little Fua today. He was wearing a pink double-breasted cotton jacket and cotton pants of the same color. which were embroidered with a picture of koi playing in the water. He was wearing a pair of tiger head shoes of the same color. His dark hair was tied into 2 sky-high braids by second lady Wan with 2 red braids, and a red dot was dotted in the middle of his eyebrows with rouge. A pair of eyes, at this moment, were like 2 crystal clear black grapes, flashing with curiosity and agility, looking at Shin. The sunlight in the sky sprinkled on her little face, as if it coated her skin with a layer of light gold powder, making her look more delicate and lovely. Shin loved Xiao Fubao very much in his heart. He felt that Xiao Fubao had a power that made people unable to resist getting close to her. Is this Xiao Fubao? Uncle, can you hug her? Shin subconsciously stretched out his hand, wanting to hug such a cute girl. He was nearly 30 years old, and he had more than a dozen wives and concubines, but none of them could conceive a child, which was almost a heartache for him. He had seen a doctor, a Taoist priest, and worshipped Buddha, but it was useless. People said that he might have committed too many sins, so God cut off his descendants. Xiao Fubao smiled and stretched out 2 small hands with saliva, and walked toward Shin Wan Erseo was trembling with fear, although the leader of the Golden Axe gang had indeed helped their family. It was obvious that many people had been killed by the leader. He was too violent. She didn't dare to hand over Xiao Fubao to such a person. Boss, the child is still young. I'm afraid she doesn't know the severity of the situation, and will still make trouble. You should move into the house quickly. Right? Wan Erseo gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Her voice was trembling. She finally said a complete sentence, but she didn't dare to raise her head. Shin outstretched hand stopped abruptly at a distance of a fist from Xiao Fubao. And Shin face also had a stiff smile. Old Lady Wan was keenly aware of something wrong, and quickly took Xiao Fubao from Wan Erseo's arms and handed it to Shin. Old Lady Wan also leaned towards Wan Erseo and gently bumped Wan Erseo with her elbow. Wan Erseo was a little puzzled. This mother was not afraid. Of course, Mrs. Wan was not afraid. She wished that the leader would like her little Fubao, so that her little Fubao would have more help in the future. This was the Golden Axe gang. No matter what, they would not attack a little kid in front of the mayor. What was the second wife thinking? Maybe Wan Erseo was really worried about Xiao Fubao. Which mother doesn't worry about her child? Even if he was in front of her, she would still worry about him if she left for a while. She was afraid that the child would fall, be kidnapped, and so on. What's more, the person in front of her was the decisive leader of the Golden Axe gang? Chapter 166, Jade Pendant. Opening Ceremony. Shin took over the little Fubao, and Wan Erseo's eyes never left the little Fubao, always ready to snatch her daughter away. Shin held the soft and cute little girl, and the milky fragrance of the little girl went straight into his nose. This was a feeling Shin had never experienced before. He had smelled blood, all kinds of rouge, and the smelly sweat on men, but he had never smelled the milky fragrance on the little baby. He held the little Fubao more carefully. Although the little Fubao was already 1.5 years old, he was really afraid that his rough hands would hurt the little girl. The little Fubao took the initiative to stretch out his arms and put them around Shin neck, and rubbed Shin unshaven face with his little face. Giggle, giggle. Xiao Fubao was tickled by the stubble on Shin face, and a silver bell-like laugh came out of her pink little mouth, which made Shin full of fatherly love. Something called fatherly love slowly grew in Shin heart. Shin took a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Xiao Fubao. Girl, do you like it? Shin spoke in a much lower voice unconsciously. Xiao Fubao was a little treasure appraiser. When she saw the jade pendant handed over by Shin her eyes were straight, and her eyes were green. Her 2 little hands were taken back from Shin neck, and she held the jade pendant and didn't let go. She fawned. Thank you, uncle. In order to express her gratitude, Xiao Fubao also kissed Shin rough face. Shin was so happy that he didn't know what to do. If you like it, keep it. When your parents are free, ask them to take you to your uncle's house to play. There are many treasures in your uncle's house. You can take whatever you like to play with. Okay? When Xiao Fubao heard this, he nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and his 2 round eyes were curved into 2 crescents. At this time, Jiang Hu, who was following behind, had a dark look in his eyes. The jade pendant was the token of the Golden Axe gang. Did the leader just give it away like this? Xiosher also glanced at Shin lightly. He was also shocked. He didn't expect Shen Qinghan to like children so much. This gift was not light. After a while of greetings, Shen Qinghan had no intention of returning Xiao Fubao to Wan Erseo, but carried Xiao Fubao all the way into the shop. Wan Erseo also wanted to follow in, but was pulled by old lady Wan. Second wife. What are you doing? Mother? Xiao Fubao? I'm a little worried. Wan Erseo was almost crying anxiously. What are you worried about? There are so many people here. Don't you see that the leader likes Xiao Fubao so much? Don't block Xiao Fubao blessing. Although Xiao Fubao is small, she is smart. She won't let anyone hold her if she is really a bad person. You, as a mother, don't even see this? Sister Wan knew. Of course. But she was worried. It had nothing to do with anything else. She was just afraid of losing her. Grandma Wan finally sighed and said, Second wife. Although I don't want Xiao Fubao to leave this family, if Xiao Fubao mother comes to find her, we still have to return the child to her. We all know that Xiao Fubao must be extraordinary since the day she came. It is fate that God allows her to enter our family. What we have to do now is to cherish her. When this fate is over, we can't force it. You also have to think more open-mindedly. Grandma Wan is also for the good of Sister Wan Air. If there really comes such a day, Sister Wan Air is not mentally prepared, and someone may die at that time. This is not what she wants to see. Wan Erseo's face suddenly turned pale, and she almost fell to the ground. She had finally found such a lovely girl, and she didn't want to give it back. She wanted to be selfish and hide Xiao Fubao. The more people knew about it, the more likely it was that Xiao Fubao would be found by her mother. Should she hide in Shitzi village with Xiao Fubao? Wan Erseo kept thinking about what Grandma Wan said, and she was a little absent-minded. Grandma Wan didn't say anything when she saw her like this. It was still up to Wan Erseo to figure it out. No one could help her unless she gave birth to another daughter to divert her attention. But Wan Erseo's belly hadn't moved for so many years, and it was difficult for her to have a daughter. After wasting this time, it was just the right time. Since two Taishan-like figures came today, Grandma Wan handed the unveiling of the plaque to these two people today. Mayor. Boss. I'm here to ask you two to help me unroll the red silk. Would you please do me the honor? Old lady Wan racked her brains for a long time before she imitated those people and said something polite. Xiaoshu agreed with a smile, and Shen Qinghan naturally said nothing. Since it was the shop of his favorite little doll, he would protect it in the future. If anyone dared to mess up, he would see how he would deal with them. Shen Qinghan was reluctant to put Xiao Fubao down when he unrolled the red silk, but held Xiao Fubao in his arms to unroll the red silk together. Little Fubao wanted to jump happily on Shen Qinghan, but was tightly held by Shen Qinghan, unable to move. But it did not affect her happiness. Wan Lauer lit the firecrackers with a fire stick, and the sound of crackling rang out. Xiaoshu and Shen Qinghan stood on both sides of the plaque. Xiaoshu stretched out his long arm to grab a corner of the red silk, and Shen Qinghan held little Fubao and rode directly on his neck. Little Fubao liked riding a big horse the most. At this time, she was suddenly lifted up, and she screamed happily, mixed with the sound of firecrackers, which seemed particularly festive. Little Fubao also imitated Xiaoshu, stretched out his little hand to hold a corner of the red silk, and the big and small slowly pulled off the red silk to reveal the name inside. Yun Kalai. A good name. I wish the old lady a prosperous business and a lot of money. Xiaoshu arched his hands and said to old lady Wan with a smile on his face. At the same time, Juefeng also presented a gift box, and I don't know what's inside. In addition to the jade pendant given to Xiao Fubao, Shen Qinghan also brought a lot of gifts. Jianghu and his men also gave the gifts to old lady Wan. Old lady Wan accepted them with a smile, and said politely, It's good that you came, and you gave us so many gifts. We are really flattered. Old lady Wan talked with Zhao, and she learned a lot of words, and now she can speak them in a set. After the lively opening ceremony, old lady Wan asked the second and the first to take Xiaoshu, Shen Qinghan and others to the back room for entertainment. A private room was specially vacated in the back to entertain guests, and it came in handy today on the first day. Xiao Fubao was also taken to the backyard by Shen Qinghan to play. After observing for a while, Wan Erseo felt that there was really no danger, and she was not so worried. She pulled the second one aside and told him to take good care of Xiao Fubao, and then went to the back kitchen to help. Usually, she was the one who helped out at home, while Wan San's wife cooked. and the two sisters-in-law worked very well together. The brothers of the Wan family, as well as Wan Jinshu and Wan Qingmo, were all sitting in the back room. The grown men could still talk to each other. They talked about farming in the town with the brothers of the Wan family, and Shen Qinghan talked about fighting with Wan Jinshu and his son. The room was full of heated conversations. The children were playing well in the next room, and the older children, Wan Quan, Wan Shuang, and Wan Wen, were already serving as waiters in the front. While everyone was busy, a carriage slowly drove in front of the shop. Chapter 167, Chiyo is pregnant. Good luck in opening the business. Wan Quan immediately went inside to call old lady Wan. Grandma, Grandma, someone is here. There is a carriage at the door. Please go and see it quickly. Wan Quan's panicked and joyful voice came into the back kitchen. The Wan family, who had never opened a shop before, were a little flustered at this time. Wan San's wife was in charge of the cooking and first entertained the mayor and Shen Qinghan's table. She prepared 12 special dishes and 4 soups. At this time, Wan Er's wife and Wan San's wife were proceeding in an orderly manner. Only old lady Wan was helping to light the fire in the kitchen. Lu was sent by old lady Wan to accompany Zhao and Shen. Shen wanted to help, but was dragged out of the kitchen by old lady Wan. Now Shen is not their daughter-in-law, but she is the county magistrate's sister and lifesaver. She can't really use her as her own. Wan Quan was still a child. It was the first time for his family to open a shop. How could a country boy know how to be steady? When he saw a customer coming in, his first reaction was to call for an adult. Grandma once scolded her panicked grandson. Why are you panicking? Isn't it a good thing for someone to come? Why are you running around? If you bump into a noble person, be careful that he will beat you up. Wan Quan was frightened by his grandmother's words and shrank his neck. He looked at Grandma Wan timidly. Okay. Go to the front with Grandma and ask Xier to call your 4th uncle out. He is the accountant. If he doesn't stay in this shop, he will go to the back to join in the fun. Be careful that his wages will be deducted at the end of the month. Wan Quan smiled immediately when he heard that his 4th uncle was also scolded by his grandmother. Grandma is right. 4th uncle's wages should be deducted for being lazy and not working. Wan Quan ran away directly without calling Wan Shi. He ran to the backyard to find Wan Lao Si. As soon as Mrs. Wan came out, her 2 grandsons followed her. At this time, a cute little girl got off the carriage at the door first, followed by a man, who stood by the carriage waiting for the people inside. Soon, a beautiful woman came out, and it was Chiyo. Chiyo was dressed very elegantly today, but not plain, just with less jewelry on her head. As soon as she came out, she saw Mrs. Wan walking out. Chiyo stood on the horse and shouted, "Mom!" Mrs. Wan looked carefully and found that it was Chiyo. She was very happy and hurriedly walked out. After she chose the day a few days ago, she asked someone to go to the cheetah sect to tell Chiyo about the opening of the business. Today, Mrs. Wan waited for a long time, but did not see Chiyo's shadow, and thought she would not come today. When Mrs. Wan walked out of the shop, Chiyo had already got off the carriage with the help of Wang Jiawei. But Chiyo was very careful. Her hands involuntarily protected her belly. Old lady Wan had given birth to several children, and she could tell at a glance that Chiyo was not in a good state today, whether it was her walking posture or her complexion. But she was on the street at this time, so it was not convenient for her to ask. Xiao Fubao had reminded her before, and it seemed that she was pregnant this time. This was the first time Wang Jiawei visited the Wan family since he returned to the cheetah sect after recuperating from his injuries. Although he did not go to the home in Shitzi village, it was the same to come to the shop. Mom, how are you? Today the shop is open. I wish you a prosperous business and good luck in opening. Wang Jiawei smiled and bowed. He did not expect that since they parted before the new year, the relationship between the two of them has directly become a relative relationship. It is really fate. Hey. Okay. All of you come in quickly. It's cold outside. Come in and warm up. The mayor and the leader of the Golden Axe gang are in the back box. The son-in-law will go and talk to them. Your brothers-in-law are honest and simple. I was afraid that they would offend people again. It's just right that you come. You are both from the border and can talk. After saying this, Mrs. Wan smiled and invited the two in. Wang Jiawei didn't expect that the Wan family could invite the mayor and Shen Qinghan. He was a little confused about the identity of Mrs. Wan's family. He learned from his wife Chiyo that the Wan family was just a mud-legged family, because of the involvement of the direct line of the Wan family in the capital. They were exiled here. They didn't have any powerful connections. But this family not only survived all the way, but also quickly settled down at the border. But Wang Jiawei did stay in the Wan family. And there was really nothing special about it. Before Wang Jiawei could think deeply, Old Lady Wan had already led the people into the backyard, and at the same time took Xiao to Zhao's room. Xiao and Zhao were sisters-in-law and old acquaintances. So without Old Lady Wan's invitation, Xiao and Zhao and others talked to each other. Shen took the opportunity to go to the kitchen to help. She couldn't get along with these people here. On the contrary, she felt more comfortable with Wan Erseo and Wan Sansaw, and they could talk to each other. Old Lady Wan was pulled by Xiao to sit on the Kong. Xiao's maid was also sent out to help. Jinger, why are you so late today? We've missed the opening time. What happened? Old Lady Wan knew that Xiao had always been concerned about this shop. She shouldn't be late for such an important day as today. But she was late. Something must have held her back. Xiao was going to tell Old Lady Wan about it. But now that Old Lady Wan asked, Xiao didn't have to think about how to say it. Mom, I'm pregnant. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly felt a little nauseous. The leader asked the doctor to take my pulse, and said that it has been more than a month. Counting the days. It is true that I got pregnant when I went to your house that day. Little Fubao mouth is really blessed. If I am really pregnant with a boy, I will definitely give little Fubao a big red envelope to thank her. Qiu's news shocked Zhao. She stared at Qiu's belly for a long time before muttering, Jing, are you really pregnant? This is too fast. Zhao was somewhat unbelievable. After all, Qiu had only been in the cheetah sect for less than 2 months. And she was already more than a month pregnant. The leader of the cheetah sect was really amazing. Mrs. Wan was full of joy. She looked at Qiu's belly and said to Zhao with a smile, what's so fast about this? It's normal. When I married that dead man in my family, I got pregnant on the same day. It was just a coincidence. If it didn't happen, I would have to wait until next time. Jinger was lucky. It also means that this blessing has come. Qiu's face was full of smiles. If she could really give Wang Jiawei a boy, she would be able to intervene in the business of the cheetah sect by virtue of her son. With her brain, she would definitely have a place in the cheetah sect. At that time, she would not have to look at anyone's face. With a son, her back would be straightened. The women in the room were talking lively, but there were already many guests outside. Wan Laosi was too busy outside alone. Chapter 168 Business is booming. Wan Laosi has the best of both worlds. It was almost noon, and the workers who were building the commercial center next door heard that a restaurant had opened here. The rich gentleman wanted to come and have a look. They didn't provide food on the construction site, but the wages were high. 50 cents a day. This was also because Qiushir wanted to meet the deadline. So he hired so many workers at a high price. The wages were high, so the work would not be easy. They started laying the foundation and erecting the frame at dawn and left at dark. They worked 6 hours a day, and they didn't provide food. The people they hired had to be strong and healthy men who could work and eat. They had brought dry food from home for meals these days. It was cold and hard. When the cold wind blew, they swallowed it with the chilly wind. The taste was really sour. There were restaurants and hotels on the street, but they were far away from here. They basically took half an hour to eat. After going back and forth, they were hungry before they could work. The Wan family shop is doing well. Finally, everyone can eat hot food. Wan Sansaw had just cooked half of the dishes for the mayor and his party in the kitchen, when she heard Wan Laosi in front of her constantly reporting that there were customers ordering dishes. Wan Sansaw and Wan Erseo were sweating anxiously. Seeing this, Shen hurriedly called Wan Lao Tai to help light the fire. She also helped to pick vegetables, wash vegetables, and cut vegetables. Shen was busy working quickly. Xiao also wanted to follow in, but was persuaded by Wan Lao Tai to go back. After all, Xiao couldn't help much here, so she should not stay here. Mrs. Wan was lighting a fire under the stove, and she said to her 2 daughters-in-law and Shen, oh, it's the first day of opening, and there are quite a few customers. I thought we would have to wait 10 days or half a month before we could have business. But we didn't expect that the business would be so hot on the first day. Sister Wan Sen had a white sweat towel hanging around her neck. She was sweating profusely in the cold wind outside. She was wearing a padded jacket, and she had taken off her outer coat long ago. At this time, she was smiling. Her hands were moving non-stop, and she responded to Mrs. Wan without raising her head. Mother, isn't it because you know how to choose an auspicious time? It's the right time to open the business today. Our family's business will definitely be booming in the future. You just sit back and enjoy it. Sister Wan Er and Shin were washing vegetables and cutting vegetables respectively. They laughed when they heard the words. And the kitchen was filled with the smell of fireworks and laughter. In the shop in front, fourth brother Wan was too busy to handle it. So he quickly asked Wanwen to call people. Wanwen, go and ask your father and uncle to come to the front to help. And tell them that there are many customers in front. And uncle can't handle it alone. Wan Laosi patted Wanwen's butt, smiled and pushed him. And Wanwen responded happily, okay, uncle. The man had already run through the porch to the backyard. Hey, shopkeeper, what delicious food do you have here? Tell us, brothers. We are in a hurry. A group of 4 or 5 big men shouted as soon as they entered the door. Wan Laosi had just poured hot water for a few guests who came in, and smiled and said, excuse me. Please wait a moment. The food will be here soon. Then he trotted to the door and greeted them with a smile. Hey, gentlemen, please come in. Drink some hot tea to warm up first. And I will introduce you to the food in our store. The big man looked at Wan Laosi, nodded, and followed Wan Laosi to the table inside. Wan Laosi quickly picked up the kettle and poured water. Smiling attentively, gentlemen, our store has chicken, duck, mutton, dim sum, rice and noodles. I wonder if you would like to eat some meat or vegetarian food. What is the signature of your store? Tell me. We don't have to go through so much trouble. As long as it is affordable and filling. And the food is hot. We will come often in the future. There are many brothers on the construction site over there. We are here to lead the way. Your food is delicious and large in quantity. The brothers are happy to come and support you. Don't you think? The big man looked up at Wan Laosi, with a meaningful smile on his lips. Wan Laosi lowered his eyes and smiled. Brother, our shop is small, and the things we sell are affordable. For example, this braised pork with rice is only 15 cents a bowl. I guarantee that you will eat it with your mouth full of oil and come back next time. Moreover, the braised pork in my house is not available in the whole town. Would you like to try it? I guarantee that you will be full. And you can also get a bowl of hot bone soup. The big man heard that a bowl of braised pork with rice is only 15 cents. Which is indeed not expensive. But I don't know if it tastes as good as the shopkeeper said. Okay. Then let's have a bowl first. Let's try it first. If it doesn't taste good, I won't pay. I, Hu Dazue, am very picky. Brother Hu, don't worry. If it doesn't taste good, I will treat you to this meal. What do you think? Wan Laosi is used to observing people's expressions. After talking to the big man for a few words, he found that Hu Do was a generous person who didn't like to be shy. He simply replied to him generously. As expected, this sentence suited Hu Do's temper. He slapped the table and laughed. Okay, little brother. You are straightforward. I, Hu Lao, have made friends with you. You can go and serve the food first. We are all starving. Just look at how many people there are. Serve some braised pork with rice. Be quick. We are on a deadline. Wan Laosi was very happy. There were more than 10 people just now. But he only sold 2 servings of braised pork with rice. Others ordered vegetable rice, which cost only 8 cents per bowl. He sold 5 bowls of braised pork with rice at once, which cost 75 cents. Wan Laosi immediately responded. Okay. Wait a moment. 5 servings of braised pork with rice. Wan Laosi shouted at the back kitchen. There was a square hole between the back kitchen and the front shop, which was specially used for serving food. It was convenient and hygienic. Today is the first day of business. Wan San's wife didn't dare to prepare too much braised pork. It takes a lot of time to cook braised pork on the spot. So Wan San's wife prepared it early in the morning and kept it simmering in the earthenware pot. If a customer orders a meal, she can directly serve a bowl of rice. Scoop a large spoonful of braised pork from the pot and cover the rice. And then pour half a spoonful of soup on it. It's simply amazing. As soon as Wan Laosi finished speaking, Wan Er's wife quickly put down her work, filled 5 large bowls of white rice in the wooden barrel, and opened the pot neatly, covering each bowl of rice with braised pork and pouring soup on it. Soon, the sound of Wan Er's wife pulling the bell was heard. This was also the idea of Wan San's wife. She felt that the kitchen was full of women, and it was not good to shout like this. So she used the bell to convey the message so that the people in front could hear it and rush over to get the food. Wan Lao Si heard the bell and hurried over. At this time, Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao San also hurried over from the backyard. Old 4. Why are there so many customers now? Wan Lao San was a little nervous when he saw so many people as soon as he came in. Brother San. I don't know either. But I heard that they are all workers from the construction site next door. They want to have something hot. Hurry up and help. Don't just stand there. Isn't it good to have more customers? Wan Lao Si handed the 2 bowls of braised pork in his hand to Wan Lao San and pointed to Huda's table and said, "These 5 bowls of braised pork are for the customers over there. Hurry up and deliver them." Wan Lao San took it quickly and walked forward with his feet like the wind. Wan Lao Er also brought 2 bowls soon. But he was a little unaccustomed to seeing so many strangers and was a little shy. After all, he had been dealing with crops all his life. And now he was temporarily changed to a waiter. He was a little shy. So he walked forward with his head down. "Oh, are you blind? You made my new clothes dirty. Can you afford to pay for it?" Chapter 169. Wan Lao offends someone. Guests leave. Wan Lao walked forward with his head down and felt that he'd bumped into something. He immediately looked up and saw a man in a brand new fine cotton robe. Looking down at himself, fearing that the soup from the food in Wan Lao's hand would spill on him. Wan Lao was not very relaxed in such occasions, and he'd bumped into the guest at this time. He immediately blushed and apologized. Wan Lao was holding a bowl of braised pork with rice in one hand and a bowl of hot and sour cabbage rice in the other. When he saw that his second brother had offended the guest who had just come in, his face changed. But he quickly reacted and immediately served the food in his hand to the guest with a decent smile on his face. "Master, please enjoy." Wan Lao delivered the food and immediately ran to Wan Lao. Wan Lao San had already delivered the food in his hand to the guest and came to Wan Lao. Wan Lao quickly took the food from Wan Lao Er and handed it to Wan Lao San. "Brother San, hurry up and give this to the guests. Don't let them wait anxiously." Wan Lao pulled the stunned Wan Lao Er over and quickly apologized to the guests with a smile. "Sir, sorry. Are you okay?" The man only raised his head at this time and looked at the 2 brothers who kept apologizing. The man sneered, "Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be you. It's really a narrow road for enemies." When Wan Lao and Wan Lao Er heard what the other party said, they also stood up and looked at the person who came. Wan Lao Er's heart sank when he saw this. This man was the man who bought a cow at the street corner a few days ago. Wan Lao Er still remembered this man. He remembered that this man seemed to have plunged into cow dung at that time. It was really a narrow road for enemies. They met an old acquaintance on the first day of their business. When Wan Lao saw that it was this man, he was no longer afraid. He took a step forward and said with a stern face, "My shop does not welcome you, and we will not do business with you. Please leave." Wan Lao felt that this man was not a good person, and there was a grudge between them. Even if he earned the money for a meal from this man must be a troublemaker. He did not want someone to come to his shop to cause trouble on the first day of opening. There were also guests behind him, and he did not want to disturb the guests' meal. The man was already upset when he saw Wan Lao, and now Wan Lao actually drove him away directly. He was even more upset and shouted in public, "Why do you drive me away? You opened a shop to welcome customers, but you drove people away when you don't do business. I think you are guilty. Right? Is the food in your shop not clean? And you are afraid that I will find out. So you want to drive me away? You are dreaming. Besides, you stained my clothes, and you haven't paid for it yet. How can I leave?" The man looked like a rogue, and he found a stool to sit down. Wan Lao looked at the man, and then at Wan Lao in confusion. When did these 2 become enemies? "Second brother, what's going on? How do you know this man? He doesn't look like a good person?" Wan Lao glanced at the man and whispered in Wan Lao's ear, "Hey, what are you mumbling about? My ears are working well. Who do you think is not a good person? I think you are the one with the shifty eyes and don't look like a good person." The man slammed the table hard and stood up as if he was going to fight. Wan Lao immediately protected Wan Lao behind him, showing no sign of weakness. He straightened his chest, stared with his eyes, and said angrily, "What? What do you want to do? We are not afraid of fighting. No one in the village dares to bully our family." Wan Lao raised 4 children by herself. So the children were taught by Wan Lao that if they don't obey, they should fight until they obey. And they should not talk when they can fight. Therefore, the 4 children of the Wan family have been good at fighting since they were young. Everyone in the village knows that Wan Lao Tai, a widow, is not easy to mess with. The man saw that Wan Lao heir was not scared by him at all, and was still very arrogant. He felt guilty and sat back. Fight? I'm not afraid. But I'm wearing new clothes today. I can't ruin them. You guys quickly discuss how to compensate me? I spent 10 taels of silver on this set of clothes. You either compensate me 10 taels of silver, or give me the cow from last time. The man's calculations were quite clear. But Wan Lao didn't buy it at all. He sneered. I can compensate you. Then you take off your clothes now. I have to buy a new set of clothes with these 10 taels of silver. You can't wear them now. I take a loss. You have to add up the clothes inside to make 10 taels of silver. Do you want to take off now or get out now? The people watching the excitement in the store started to make a fuss when they heard it. Take it off. That's 10 taels of silver. You won't get it again if you miss it. You're a man, running around the street naked, and no one will look at you. Take it off quickly. The money will fly away in a while. Ha ha ha. The man was so angry at the laughter that he pointed at Wan Lao with a shaking hand and said, Just wait. We are enemies now. Your store won't last long. The man spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground fiercely, turned around and left the store. Wan Lao also glared back without showing any weakness. And he was relieved when he saw the man leave. At this time, Huda shouted, Boss, check out. Wan Lao looked at Wan Lao helplessly, and ran over to settle the bill. Brother Hu, is your food good? Is it to your taste? Wan Lao asked with a smile on his face. Huda nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. Your chef's cooking skills are really good. You are not exaggerating. We brothers will come here often in the future, and bring you customers. But your second brother? Oh, forget it. You should be careful. Huda glanced in the direction of Wan Lao heir, hesitated to speak, took out 75 coins from his pocket, and put them on the table, and left. Wan Lao quickly bent down to collect the money, sent a few people to the door, and watched them go away before turning back. At this time, several more waves of customers came into the store, all ordering stir-fried dishes and pots. Wan Lao was busy dealing with these customers, and had no time to talk to Wan Lao heir. After thinking about it, he sent Wan Lao heir back to the backyard. Second brother, why don't you go to the back? Third brother and I can handle this. Go and talk to the mayor first. I think you get along well with the mayor, and he is very interested in farming. Go and keep the guests company. Wan Lao was half talked and half pushed into the backyard by Wan Lao, who also closed the door to the backyard. Wan Lao sighed and turned back. When he saw the guests, he immediately put on a smile and dealt with them. Wan Lao secretly learned the skills of dealing with people from his fourth brother, which really taught him a lot. He will come to help the shop often in the future. If he doesn't know how to welcome and see off guests, he may really end up doing more harm than good like his second brother. It was not until the end of the wait hour that all the guests in the shop left, and the guests in the backyard also asked to leave one after another. Chio was supported by the maid and followed Wang Jiawei to leave. The mayor, Shen Qing'an, and Wang Jiawei were all drunk. Wan Qingma and Wan Jinshu looked okay, but they drank about 5 kilograms of liquor and couldn't stand steadily. Oh, third, hurry up and take the mayor home. Wan Lao and Wan Lao were already lying on the Kong in the wing room, drunk and unconscious. These two accompanied 3 guests, and their alcohol tolerance was not as good as that of the border guards. They fell down after just 1 round of drinking. Old Lady 1 could only let Old Third, who was in front and didn't drink because he was helping, to take them home. The Zhao family also took the opportunity to say goodbye and go back quickly. Otherwise they would have to walk at night. Old Lady 1 tried to keep them for a long time but failed, so she took them to the gate. Wan Lao was so tired that he couldn't stand up. After sending all the guests away, he sat on the stool and couldn't get up, crying out in pain. Even the 3 brothers Wan Quan, Wan Shi and Wan Wen sat on the ground, grinning and shouting that they were tired. In the kitchen, Wan San's wife had been cooking for half a day, and her arms were so sore that she could hardly lift them. Wan Er's wife and Shen sat under the stove to rest, pounding their shoulders, arms and legs. After opening for half a day, the Wan family was exhausted, and up to now, the family had not eaten. And now that they were free, their stomachs were growling. Old Mrs. Wan was fine, She had been sitting under the stove burning fire for half a day and had not moved. It was quite comfortable for her to stand up and stretch her muscles. You guys go to the backyard to rest first. I heat up the leftovers they haven't finished eating. But today's bucket of steamed rice has been sold out. I make you some noodle soup. How could the people be picky? The leftover dishes from entertaining the mayor and others were all good dishes, which they could only eat during the Chinese New Year. Mrs. Wan was busy in the kitchen, and Mrs. Wan helped to light the fire. Mrs. Wan was too tired and had gone to rest. There was another wave of business in the evening, so she had to take the time to rest. Xiao Fubao had fallen asleep. The little girl was sent away by Mr. Wan when she was eating. She happened to have lunch with Zhao and the others, and she was full of food. Now she was sleeping soundly with Lu. On the other side, after Mr. Wan sent the mayor home, he was suddenly covered with a sack on his head and knocked unconscious on the way back. Chapter 170, Wan Lao San is missing. Wan San's wife faints. Old Lady Wan put the food directly on the table in the kitchen and called her grandchildren, sons and daughters-in-law to eat. Old 4. The meal is ready. Hurry up and bring your nephews in to eat. Why hasn't your third brother come back yet? Can you send someone away and get yourself lost? After shouting loudly, Old Lady Wan muttered in a low voice. Wan Laosi looked out the door and didn't see Wan Lao San. But he was so hungry that he walked directly to the back kitchen. When he passed by his nephews, he kicked them lightly. It's time to eat. Wan Quan touched Wan Wen and Wan Qi next to him with his arm, and the three brothers helped each other stand up and walked in. Wow! It smells so good. Wan Wen smelled the aroma of the food as soon as he entered the kitchen, and his stomach growled even louder. Hurry up. Eat. It's already this late. You've worked all afternoon. You must be starving. Sit down and eat. Grandma Wan also felt sorry for her grandchildren. Usually, her daughter-in-law would serve her. Today, she would serve everyone. Second daughter-in-law, go and call your third brother's wife to eat. They can't not eat. They're counting on her to cook in the evening. If she, the chef, falls down, no one else can handle all the work. Okay, mother. I go right away. After second sister-in-law Wan left, Shin was also invited to the table by Grandma Wan. I'm really sorry that you've been tired with our family today. I originally wanted you to recuperate at my house, but now I'm asking you to help with the work. When the county magistrate comes, we won't be able to explain to him. Grandma Wan had a smile on her face and spoke in a homely manner. Shin quickly waved her hands and said, Aunt, please don't say that. My brother is definitely not that kind of person. We all grew up in the countryside and can endure hardships. This little bit of work is far worse than what I did before, and I volunteered to do it. It has nothing to do with your family. Grandma Wan smiled and served Shin a bowl of hot white noodle dumpling soup. It was thick and sweet, and the wheat aroma of white flour made people hungry. Come, eat it while it's hot. There's nothing good, just some leftovers. When we get back to Shitsi village, I make you something delicious. Please bear with me for now. Don't be disgusted. Aunt, you're too polite. These are delicacies from the mountains and seas for me. I've never eaten such a sumptuous meal in my life. How can I be disgusted? Old Lady Wan knew that what Shin said was true, but it might not be the same in the future. After all, Shin had a brother who was a county magistrate. In the future, she would have a life of luxury with plenty of fish and meat, and servants serving her. It really fulfilled what she said when she first met Shin. She was blessed, and this blessing had come. Right? The meal was almost over, and Sister Wan San hadn't seen Wan Lao San come back yet, so she was a little worried. Fourth brother, why hasn't your third brother come back yet? After dinner, go to the mayor's house to have a look. Did he stay for tea with the mayor? Wan Laosi quickly finished the last few bites of food, wiped his mouth and said, Okay. I go to the mayor's house to have a look. After Wan Laosi left, Wan Sansaw couldn't sleep either. She just lay there with a confused mind. After a long time, Wan Laosi finally ran back sweating profusely. Mother! Third sister-in-law. Is my third brother back? Wan Sansaw heard Wan Laosi's voice and quickly got up from the Kong, running while holding her shoes. Fourth brother. You're back? Where's your third brother? Is my third brother not back yet? Juefeng from the mayor's house said that my third brother had come back a long time ago. Wan Senseo's face turned pale when she heard this. She still had a shadow in her heart from the last horse bandit incident. It had only been a few days, and Wan Lao San was missing again. Wan Sansaw was panicking and her head was a little heavy. She quickly supported the table and sat down. Old Lady Wan also hurried over. Old 4. Hurry up and call your second and eldest brothers to go find your third brother. How could such a living person be kidnapped in broad daylight? Besides, we are new to this town and haven't offended anyone. Who would deal with your third brother? Old Lady Wan's words reminded Old 4-1. Mother. At noon today, a middle-aged man came. He was about the same age as the second brother. That man was very strange. He seemed to have a bad relationship with the second brother, and the second brother had offended him. Do you think it was that man? When Old Lady Wan heard this, her face changed slightly, and she immediately asked Old 4-1 to tell her what happened at noon in detail. Old 4-1 told her everything about what happened at noon. It's bad. It was the man who bought the cow. That man doesn't look like a good guy. He has greasy hair and powdered face, and doesn't look like a farmer. He insisted on paying 8 taels of silver to buy the cow. Seeing that he was unreliable, the farmer refused to sell it to him, but chose your second brother, and was willing to sell it to him for 8 taels of silver. That's how we became enemies. And the man fell into the pile of cow dung pulled by our cow, which made him embarrassed in public. It's certain that he has a grudge against our family. As soon as Mrs. Wan said this, Mr. Wan and Mrs. Wan San also understood the cause of the trouble. Mrs. Wan San was so scared that she started to cry. Mother, what should we do now? My second brother offended someone at noon. Is he waiting for the child's father to be alone? That person kidnapped him. How long has it been? The child's father must have. Mrs. Wan San was already exhausted today. She was frightened again and fainted. Mrs. Wan Er happened to come from the backyard and saw Mrs. Wan San falling to the ground. She screamed in fear, third brother's wife. Someone also ran over and caught Mrs. Wan San without letting her head hit the table. The room was a little chaotic for a while. Mrs. Wan was also anxious at this time, but she was still calm. She quickly asked Mr. Wan Si to call Mr. Wan Er and Mr. Wan Da, and asked them to go out to find someone. She asked Lu and Shin to stay at home and watch Mrs. Wan San. The shop was temporarily closed. Old 4. You and your second sister-in-law and I will go to the Golden Axe Gang with Xiao Fubao. You have a good memory and are good at handling things. You should go with your mother. We need help for this matter. Time is running out. We must find people quickly. This town has been in a mess recently. Workers from all over the country come to work. There are all kinds of people. Old Lady Wan originally wanted to ask her son-in-law, the Cheetah sect, for help, but the Cheetah sect is a bit far from the town. They would delay things and someone might die. Killing someone quietly at this border is like killing an ant. After a night, the person is thrown directly into the wasteland. After a night, even the bones can't be found, let alone reporting to the authorities. The authorities are helpless. One Old 4 responded and ran to the backyard. It took a lot of effort to wake up the two people. They were still a little dizzy, but when they heard that one Old 3 might have been kidnapped, they sobered up immediately. The two quickly put on their clothes and came to the front, where they saw that the place was in chaos. Wan Erseo was holding Wan Sansaw and pinching her Rinzhong. Wan Sanseo's 2 children were so scared that they cried loudly and kept shaking Wan Sanseo's arms. When Mrs. Wan saw her 2 sons, she immediately ordered, Big brother, second brother, you guys quickly look for any traces along the way to the mayor's house. Your 4th brother and I will go to the Golden Axe Gang to find someone to help. Don't just stand there. And quickly split up and act. Wan Erseo and Shin worked together to get Wan Sansaw back to the backyard wing room. Mrs. Wan asked Wan Erseo to hold Xiao Fubao, and the 3 of them hurried to the Golden Axe Gang. Chapter 171 Clues Found. Wan Erseo angrily hit someone with her head. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Da searched along the street, but found no clues. Wan Lao Da also asked people along the way, Little brother, have you seen a man about 20 years old, wearing a dark blue cotton coat and cotton pants? He is about the same height as me, thin, and a little dark. No. Go ask somewhere else. Don't delay my business. Wan Lao Da was driven away, and he asked the next one without giving up. He asked all the vendors along the street, but he didn't have any clues. At this time, he happened to meet Juefeng. Juefeng? Why are you here? Wan Lao Er had been to the mayor's house and had seen Juefeng, so he knew him. Juefeng was sweating and panting, saying, My master is worried. So he asked me to find out if Master Wan's San has come back. If not, let me help him look for him. Wan Lauer was overjoyed. It would be much more convenient for them to have Juefeng's help. First, Juefeng was more familiar with this period than they were. Second, Juefeng was someone close to the mayor, so others had to give him some face. Thank you, brother Juefeng. We have searched all along the street and found no clues. We also asked along the way, but people ignored us. Alas, Wan Lauer said as he punched his left palm with his right fist, lowered his head, and sighed heavily. It is really difficult for people to move in a foreign land, especially when encountering such a thing. They feel powerless and frustrated. Juefeng hurriedly said, Master Wan Er, don't panic. I asked. Wan Lauer and Wan Laoda rekindled their hope and followed Juefeng to the vendors along the way. These vendors were quite polite when they saw Juefeng, and they answered all his questions. Boss Wan sighed secretly in his heart. These border guards just heard that they spoke with foreign accents and deliberately bullied them. Now their faces changed quickly. After some investigation, they really found out some useful information. It was a small vendor squatting at the entrance of the alley selling eggs. He provided some information. Not long ago, I was weighing eggs for customers. I seemed to hear some movement in the alley over there. And there were also several men's voices. It seemed that they said hurry up. Don't let people find out. And carry it away quickly when people get it. I was busy at the time and didn't pay attention. When I was done, I went to the alley to see that there was no one. But there was a wooden stick on the ground and a small piece of blood. You can go and see it yourself. Boss Wan and Second Wan turned pale at that time, and kept praying in their hearts that it was not Third Wan. The two ran into the alley like the wind. This alley is not straight, but a little curved. No wonder the vendor didn't see the people in the alley. After running for a distance, Boss Wan saw a wooden stick as thick as an arm at the foot of the wall. There were bloodstains on it, and mottled bloodstains on the ground. Boss Wan hurried back, grabbed the vendor, and asked anxiously, Did you see clearly where the group of people went? The vendor was frightened by Boss Wan's momentum. Boss Wan's face was angry and anxious. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his eyes were full of red bloodshot. He looked like he might go crazy at any time. The vendor trembled and replied, It seems that they went from that end. Not from this side. Otherwise I would have seen it. There is a residential area behind that side, and there are few people walking around. No one would notice what they did. Boss Wan let go of the vendor and ran to the other end of the alley. Wan Lauer was careful. He had already lowered his head to look at the bloodstains on the ground. He saw that there was a drop of blood every 5 or 6 feet. It was not so clear. It was dark red and not so bright. Brother, bloodstains. Let's follow the bloodstains, and we will definitely find the person. Juefeng was worried and hurried to catch up with the brothers. On the other side, Wan Laothai, Wan Laosi and Wan Erseo held Xiao Fubao and asked all the way to the headquarters of the Golden Axe Gang. Among all the gangs, only the Golden Axe Gang's headquarters was in the town. The others all chose a favorable place to set up their own nests. In this way, if the court can no longer tolerate them one day, they can hide quickly. Only Shen Qinghan, the leader of the Golden Axe Gang, dares to build his own nest in the town with great fanfare. Isn't it because he relies on his elder brother, the prefect, to be arrogant and domineering? Little Fubao was wrapped in a small quilt by Wan Erseo. It was a bit cold outside. Old Lady Wan didn't want to bring Little Fubao, but after thinking about it, she decided to bring Little Fubao. After all, Shen Qinghan likes Little Fubao very much. Only with Little Fubao can she have the opportunity to meet the leader. It was the middle of the Shen period, and the people of the Golden Axe Gang were idle and doing nothing. The gatekeepers were sitting or standing on both sides of the gate. There was a striking plaque hanging on the dark gate. The Golden Axe Gang. After Wan Laosi saw it clearly, he immediately became excited. Mother, I found it. The Golden Axe Gang. It's written on it. This is it. Although old Lady Wan was illiterate, she followed her son's hand and looked over. She saw a few huge golden characters, shining brightly in the sun. No wonder the Golden Axe Gang is the #1 gang along with the Green Ox Gang. The gate is so magnificent. However, old Lady Wan didn't want to stand at the door and admire the gate. She saw the people standing at the door and pushed Old Fourth Wan. Old Fourth, go up and ask if there is any compromise. Even some money will do. Let's see the leader as soon as possible. Old Fourth One responded nervously. Old Lady One took out a dozen coins from her bosom and handed them to Old Fourth One. Old Fourth One took it and held it in his hand. The gatekeeper also saw Old Lady One and the others at this time. They all looked at them with squinting eyes. When they saw Old Fourth One trotting over, they slowly stood up with a look of scrutiny on their faces. Brothers, we are the shopkeepers of Yunkalai and would like to meet your leader. Could you help pass the message? One Lousy nodded and bowed, smiling, with his hands in his sleeves. One of the doormen laughed sarcastically. A shopkeeper of a small shop also wants to meet our leader? If you don't have any urine, I have. So why don't I pee and you look at me? See if you look worthy? His words immediately caused laughter from others, and the strong sarcasm made Juan Lousy's face blush. He was a little embarrassed, but thinking of his third brother's whereabouts and life and death, he resisted the urge to turn around and leave. Juan Lousy forced a smile with difficulty and handed over the dozen coins that Juan Lao I had just given him. Brothers, please help pass the message. This money is my invitation to tea. Okay. Siong Data glanced at the copper coins in Juan Lousy's hand and sneered. Are you sending beggars? Is this money enough to buy a pot of tea? Who are you humiliating here? Get out of here. Don't be an eyesore here, Siong Data said, and pushed Juan Lousy back. Juan Lousy staggered after being pushed. There were stairs behind him. He stepped on empty air and fell to the ground. He fell heavily on his buttocks and immediately cried out with a grin. Little Fubao showed two cute big eyes at this time. Seeing her fourth uncle being bullied, she struggled to get down. Juan Urseo was not prepared and almost threw her to the ground. Mom! Fubao! Get down! Juan Urseo thought that little Fubao wanted to urinate, so she quickly put her down. As soon as Xiao Fubao's feet touched the ground, he ran towards Juan Lousy in a crooked manner. When Juan Urseo delayed, Juan Lao I had already run over on tiptoe. Fourth uncle, you broke the silver. You broke the silver. Although Xiao Fubao has short legs, she runs quite fast. When Juan Urseo caught up with her, she had already run behind Juan Lousy. Xiao Fubao held two bubbles of tears in her eyes, and pulled Juan Lousy's arm with tears in her eyes. Fourth uncle, Fubao hoo-hoo. It doesn't hurt. Hoo-hoo. It doesn't hurt. Juan Lousy reached out and picked up Xiao Fubao and tried to comfort this little guy. Fubao is good. Fourth uncle, it doesn't hurt. Fubao won't cry. Juan Lousy endured the pain in his buttocks and barely stood up. At this time, the jade pendant hanging on Xiao Fubao's neck fell out. The jade pendant was the gift given to Xiao Fubao by Shen Qinghan before dinner. The Wan family was busy and forgot to take it off for her. Siong Data's eyes darkened, and he took a step forward, pulling off the jade pendant from Xiao Fubao's neck and holding it in his hand. Xiao Fubao was frightened by the sudden attack and shrank into Juan Lousy's arms. At the same time, the pain from her neck made her cry out in pain. Juan Urseo felt distressed and looked at Siong Datu with anger in her eyes. She used all her strength to rush towards Siong Datu and hit him in the stomach. Siong Datu was pushed 5 or 6 feet away by Juan Urseo and sat on the ground. Chapter 172. Xiao Fubao complained. Jiang who killed the chicken to scare the monkey. Juan Urseo did not stop just because the other party fell down. She stepped forward fiercely and grabbed the jade pendant in the other party's hand. You are blind. This is a gift from your gang leader to my daughter. Who are you to dare to rob people in broad daylight? It's really embarrassing for your Golden Axe gang. With a watchdog like you, I think you should clean up the matter quickly. I don't know how many people your master has offended with such a dog-eyed person like you. Juan Urseo held the jade pendant and scolded Siong Datu fiercely. But she was still not satisfied. So she kicked Siong Datu again and continued to curse, you beast. You don't have any children at home, right? How dare you kill such a young child? Fortunately, no children are willing to be born in your family. Otherwise you will not have a good ending. You are destined to be childless and have no children in your life. Juan Urseo scolded Siong Datu fiercely and vented a lot of the anger in her heart. But she didn't realize that she had been slowly surrounded by several gatekeepers. You stinky woman. You are still arrogant. You dare to attack me. Today, I will teach you how I have children. Siong Data got up from the ground, stepped forward and grabbed Juan Urseo's arm, and was about to strip Juan Urseo's clothes. You stinky bitch. Why don't you open your eyes and look at it? This jade pendant is the token of our Golden Axe gang. You dare to lie and say that it was given by our gang leader. Let me tell you, Our gang leader's jade pendant has been lost for several days. I didn't expect that you would steal it. It's just right that I will teach you a lesson later and take you to see the official and sue you for theft." Seeing that Wan Erseo's clothes were about to be torn off, a strong hand grabbed Xiong Datu's shoulder from behind. "Datu, don't make trouble. Be clear-headed. The gang leader's jade pendant has not been lost. Don't scare them. If what they say is true, we will be in big trouble." Zhu Wu, who was also a doorman, reminded. Xiong Datu also calmed down at this time and let go of Wan Erseo with unwilling eyes. After Wan Erseo beat and scolded the people, she was surrounded by the other party and threatened by Xiong Datu to tear her clothes. She was already panicked. After all, as soon as she came up, no matter what she was, she caught people, and the other party was still bullying her heart pet. How could she let it go? Bullying her daughter. She did not agree with her. After she was free, she ran back to the old lady. The man couldn't get in outside, and Xiao Fubao was crying very fiercely. The two sides are now confronting each other. Neither of them is willing to give in, and Mrs. Wan has no intention of retreating. After all, she knows the origin of the jade pendant, and after what happened just now, she is sure that the jade pendant has a great origin. At that time, Shen Qinghan casually took off a piece of jade pendant and handed it to Xiao Fubao as a gift. Mrs. Wan thought that the jade pendant was just more valuable, but she had a better jade pendant at home. So Mrs. Wan was just surprised that the gang leader liked their Xiao Fubao so much, but she didn't expect that the jade pendant had other uses. Soon, the man who went to report the news followed Jiang Hu and trotted out. As soon as Jiang Hu came out, he saw Xiao Fubao in Wan Laoxi's arms crying loudly, and no matter how he coaxed him, he couldn't be comforted. Jiang Hu knew how much his boss loved this little girl. Seeing Xiao Fubao crying at the door of the Golden Axe gang, if the boss knew about it, he would peel off his skin. "Old lady. Wan Sai. Second madam. Please come in quickly. What's wrong with this little girl?" Before old lady Wan and second sister Wan spoke, Xiao Fubao in the arms of fourth sister Wan had tears on her face, and she looked at Jiang Hu pitifully with a grin. "Uncle Axe. Bad een. Hiccup Fubao." Xiao Fubao had a good memory. She had been with Shen Qinghan and Jiang Hu for quite a while at noon, so she remembered Jiang Hu. Second sister Wan had taught her that she should call a man as old as her daddy uncle. Xiao Fubao baby voice, coupled with her breathless complaints, made Jiang Hu's heart ache. No wonder his boss loved this little girl. Even now, when he saw Xiao Fubao's appearance, he couldn't help but whisper to coax her. "Baby, be good. Tell Uncle Huzi who bullied you. Uncle will twist his head off and let me kick it like a ball." Xiong Datu was so scared that he peed in his pants. Little Fubao, who was smelling urine, immediately covered his nose. Little Fubao pointed a chubby, milky white little hand at Xiong Datu, complaining with a slightly disgusted tone, "Uncle Fuzi. He peed in his pants. He hurt Fubao. Uncle Fuzi. Fubao is in pain." As Xiao Fubao spoke, the golden beans jumped out as if they were free. At the same time, she stretched her neck in front of Jiang Hu for him to see. Jiang Hu saw a red mark on Xiao Fubao's fair and delicate neck, which had swollen up. Jiang Hu felt so distressed that he quickly took Xiao Fubao to help her breathe. As soon as the little milk ball was in his hand, a pleasant milky fragrance went straight into Jiang Hu's nose. Jiang Hu was not married, a bachelor, and had no children, and had never lived with children. At this time, he was holding a soft, white and tender little girl with a milky fragrance in his arms, and his heart was about to melt. At this time, he could better understand why the gang leader favored Xiao Fubao so much. He also loved such a delicate little girl, and he also wanted to have one. But he didn't even have a wife. It was more important to find a wife quickly before having a baby. Jiang Hu found that he was distracted, so he quickly turned around and kicked Xiong Datu in the face accurately. Xiong Datu was kicked several people away. Several teeth fell out. His head was dizzy, and his face was swollen instantly. Jiang Hu didn't even look at him, but smiled gently and said to Xiao Fubao, "Baby, is Uncle awesome?" Xiao Fubao stopped crying and laughed, clapping his hands and laughing. "Uncle is awesome. Fubao is happy." Jiang Hu saw that Mrs. Wan and others looked anxious, thinking that they must have something urgent to find their leader. But the leader was a little drunk when he came back, and was still not awake, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Jiang Hu glanced at Zhu Wu and said, Take that man to the backyard and feed him to the wolves. He has no sense of propriety. Don't let him offend a big shot without knowing it. And bring disaster to our gang. What's the point of keeping such a person? If you follow his example, and can't even lock the door properly, you will all be fed to the wolves. The other people were shaking with fear. Xiong Datu had fainted from fear at this time, and was half dragged to the backyard by several people. Chapter 173 Jiang Who Helps. Wan Lao San's clue is interrupted again. After hearing this, Mrs. Wan shuddered all over. Are the people of the Golden Axe Gang so cruel? This living person was dragged away to feed the wolves. Mrs. Wan silently stroked her chest. And she had a better understanding of the cruelty of the Golden Axe Gang. At this time, Mrs. Wan Air felt very relieved. After all, she was almost humiliated by that beast just now. She was not relieved even if she was skinned and pulled out. Such a beast is a disaster. Jiang Hu was also killing a chicken to scare the monkey. After dealing with Xiong Datu, he quickly asked Mrs. Wan and others to go inside. It was also the first time for Mrs. Wan to come to the Golden Axe Gang. She looked at the two dark wooden doors, and thought of the end of the man just now. Her calves became weak. It took a long time for her to follow Jiang Hu inside. After passing the gate, there is a wide courtyard. The courtyard is bare, but there are many weapons, and racks for practicing martial arts placed around the courtyard. The courtyard is divided into two, by a wide bluestone road in the middle. At this time, there are people wrestling naked in the courtyard. It was very cold, and Mrs. Wan was still shivering. But these people were sweating with their bare arms. Mrs. Wan only took a look and lowered her head quickly, not daring to look around, and helped Mrs. Wan walk in without looking away. The people in the courtyard also stopped curiously to look at the group of people, until they passed through the next arched doorway. And then Mr. Wan felt that the gaze on him disappeared. This time, everyone followed Jiang Hu all the way to the left. And there was a corridor. There were two burly men guarding every few meters on both sides of the corridor. When they saw Jiang Hu, they immediately saluted, "Hello, Deputy Gang Leader." Jiang Hu teased Xiao Fubao all the way, and ignored these people. Old Lady One became more cautious, and didn't even dare to breathe. These people looked like they were not easy to deal with. They were asking people to do things now. So they had to be more cautious in everything, and try not to offend anyone. After walking around for another quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at a spacious lobby. There was a brazier burning in the lobby. There were several armchairs on both sides of the middle of the lobby. They were covered with leather, and looked furry, and unusually warm. "Old lady, please sit down." Jiang Hu sat down on the first chair on the left. Old Lady One took a look, and sat next to Jiang Hu. Second Sister One stood behind Old Lady One, and her eyes never left Xiao Fubao in Jiang Hu's arms. "Old lady, to be honest, the leader was a little drunk after returning from your house, and has fallen asleep now. If you have anything to say, why not tell me first? If I can help you, I won't disturb the leader. What do you think?" Jiang Hu was very polite to Old Lady One. This was because of the Gu family's face, and Xiao Fubao face. Old Lady One was very happy. Seeing how Jiang Hu dealt with those people just now, he must have a certain status in the gang. "Well, thank you very much. It's like this. Our third son disappeared on the way to send the mayor back. We are unfamiliar with this place, and have been searching everywhere. We have searched for him several times, but we couldn't find him. So we thought that your Golden Axe Gang has a wide network of contacts, and asked if you could help find him." Jiang Hu heard that it was the third son of Wan who was missing. This was not a trivial matter. If he was lost by himself, it would be nothing. If he was kidnapped by an enemy, it would be a serious matter. It is said that the border is in chaos. And it is really chaotic, especially when the enemy is seeking revenge. There is generally no possibility of survival, and everyone is ruthless. As long as the enemy is captured, he will definitely not survive for more than 12 hours. But this matter is also simple. Isn't it easy to find someone in the territory of their Golden Axe Gang? Jiang Hu first comforted Mrs. Wan, "Old lady, don't worry. This third master was lost in our territory. I can guarantee to help you find him back. But I can't guarantee whether the person who comes back is alive or dead. After all, it has delayed a lot of time." Jiang Hu knew that this news was a bit cruel, but he had to remind them first. Otherwise it would be counterproductive. And their Golden Axe Gang helped, but was blamed instead. Mrs. Wan's face turned pale immediately, and she almost slipped off the chair. Second Sister 1 quickly grabbed Mrs. 1's shoulders and pressed her down on the chair, and shouted worriedly, "Mom, hold on. There is no result yet. Right? Old Third is a lucky man. Nothing will happen to him." Mrs. 1 took a breath and looked at Jiang-Hu. "As long as you can help me find the person, I will be grateful. Even if it is a corpse, I will accept it." Mrs. 1 said this with gritted teeth, tears flashing in her turbid eyes. Jiang-Hu immediately called a manager. "Leopard, notify them immediately, and let our brothers check if there are any suspicious people entering and leaving the town from Shenshur to Yushur today, especially those who kidnap people. If they are found, report them immediately, and send people to track them down and bring them back." "Yes, Deputy Chief." Jiang-Hu said to Mrs. 1 again, "Old lady, why don't you go back and wait? I will send someone to inform you once there is news." Mrs. 1 nodded weakly. This was the only way now. Even if she was waiting here, she would be waiting in vain. She might as well go home and wait for news at home. What if her son came back? "Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chief. I really trouble you." Mrs. 1 stood up and bowed to Jiang-Hu. Jiang-Hu quickly helped Mrs. 1 up. "Old lady, I dare not make such a big gift. You are shortening my life." Mrs. 1 also took Xiao Fubao over. Jiang-Hu personally sent the person to the gate and watched the person go away before going back. Mrs. 1 and her friends returned to the shop. Mrs. 1 Sen had woken up, but Mr. Wanda and Mr. Wan had not returned. They had already lost one person, and now there was no news when they went to look for him. This time, Mrs. 1 was very anxious. Old Lady 1 didn't dare to ask Old Fourth 1 to go out and look for someone else. What if one more person got involved? Wouldn't that be the end? At this time, sister-in-law 1 San was sobbing on the Kong. Shin and Lu were trying to comfort her. When everyone heard that Old Lady 1 was back, they cast expectant glances at her, especially sister-in-law 1 San. With red and swollen eyes, she looked behind Old Lady 1 and saw that sister-in-law 1 and Old Fourth 1 followed in. Sister-in-law 1 San's eyes were filled with deep disappointment. "Mother, how is it? Is the Golden Axe Gang willing to help?" Sister-in-law 1 San asked with trembling lips and a hoarse voice. Old Lady 1 nodded. "I agree. The deputy leader has sent someone to look for him. Don't cry yet. We have Xiao Fubao to protect us. Nothing will happen. Maybe this time it will be a blessing in disguise. Be optimistic." Old Lady 1 said this to comfort people, but she was in a state of anxiety. This time Xiao Fubao didn't have any warning, and he didn't react until now. This situation has never happened before. Old Lady 1 was also panicked. But now she is the pillar of the family. If even she cries, then the third daughter-in-law will have no chance to live. Third Sister 1 seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and quickly looked at Xiao Fubao. "My dear, your uncle will be fine. Right?" Little Fubao struggled to climb onto the Kong from the arms of 1 Urseo, and came to the arms of 1 Sansao, hugged 1 Senseo's neck, rubbed his little face against 1 Senseo's face, and said obediently, "Don't cry, Aunt Sansaw." Uncle Axe broke the silver. 1 Sansaw didn't ask anything, and she was unsure in her heart. So she hugged little Fubao and cried loudly. On the other side, Wan Lao Da, Wan Lao and Jue Feng followed the blood trail all the way to an alley. The blood trail disappeared, but there were marks of a carriage on the muddy ground of the alley. It seemed that the other party had used a carriage. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street at this time, and the marks of the carriage were still clear. In addition, it hadn't rained for several days, and the dust on the ground was several inches thick. It was easy to tell that the carriage was heading out of the town. It's bad. This person has left the town, and we can't catch up. Jue Feng slapped his thigh hard, with regret on his face. At this time, they heard the sound of knocking on doors and inquiring for information everywhere on the street. Jue Feng looked carefully and found that it was the people of the Golden Axe Gang. After listening carefully, he found that they were looking for 1 Lao San. Why are the people of the Golden Axe Gang also looking for 1 San? Did you invite him? Jue Feng looked at 1 Lao Da and 1 Lao in confusion. 1 Lao Da's eyes immediately showed surprise. My mother went to ask the Golden Axe Gang for help. It seems that the Golden Axe Gang agreed. Let's tell them the clues quickly. Jue Feng couldn't help but look at the people of the 1 family with a higher opinion. This Golden Axe Gang is not a cat or dog. Anyone can invite it. Besides, It seems that a lot of people have been dispatched. Juefeng often deals with the Golden Axe gang and knows who is in charge. He took the initiative to take Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Air to find the manager to report the clues. Brother Bao, I didn't expect you to bring people out in person. I wonder if you are looking for Wan San. Juefeng knew Baozi. The two had some personal connections. It was easy to talk to him when he came forward. That's right. The deputy hall master ordered us to go all out to find someone. Are you guys out here looking for someone too? What a coincidence. We just found some clues. But the clues are broken again. It seems that the other party has taken the person out of the town in a carriage. Why don't we chase them? After getting the clues, Leopard immediately dispersed all the people. They had horses and could run faster than Boss Wan and his friends. Without waiting for Juefeng to say anything more, Leopard had already started to gather people and chase them out of the town. Chapter 174 Clues Found. Old Lady 1 prepares to save herself. Leopard led a team of dozens of people and split into several directions as soon as they left the town. They were particularly careful in places with wheel tracks along the way. After riding for half an hour, Leopard did not find any clues. So he reined in his horse and turned back. Just when they were halfway there, they saw a younger brother of the Golden Axe gang riding a horse. Brother Bao, we found a clue. Qingyou gang. After we spread the news, the spy in Qingyou gang just sent a message saying that they caught a person and brought him back to the gang today. We don't know if it's the person we are looking for. And the brothers just followed the wheel tracks and went all the way to the territory of Qingyou gang. What should we do? Baozi narrowed his eyes. If it was Qingyou gang, it would be really tricky now. If it was a small sect, he could directly lead people to rush in and rescue the people. But the power of Qingyou gang and their Jinfu gang is evenly matched. Especially in the past 2 years. The two gangs are evenly matched. And there are frequent frictions. People are killed at any time. The contradiction is already very deep. If he rushes in now, the people at his hands will definitely die. Go back and report to the gang leader. We can't make the decision on this matter. Baozi rode back to the town directly. Wan Lao Air and Wan Lao Da were waiting at the entrance of the town with their necks stretched out. When they saw someone coming back, they immediately asked loudly, Manager Bao, do you have any clues about my third brother's whereabouts? Baozi immediately stopped his horse and replied without getting off, I found him. He is in the Qingyou gang. This matter is troublesome. I have to go back and report to the gang leader before making a decision. You go back first. After saying this, Baozi rode away quickly. Wan Lao Air and Wan Lao Da were a little confused. How could this be related to the Qingyou gang? They didn't have any grudges with the Qingyou gang? Could it be that the greasy-haired man at noon was from the Qingyou gang? Brother, let's go back quickly. I'm afraid that Mother will be waiting anxiously. Let's go back and report the news first. Okay, let's go. The two brothers ran back quickly. When passing an intersection, they bumped into a drunk man. Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Air knocked the man to the ground. They ran in a hurry, and the man suddenly turned out from the intersection. The two parties suddenly met, and their shoulders bumped into each other's shoulders. The man was drunk and was knocked to the ground. But he still cursed. Damn it. You have no eyes? There are so many blind people these days. They all want to bump into me. The man staggered to his feet. Wan Lao pointed at the man in surprise. Breathing rapidly. Why is it you? Why are you here? Lao, what's wrong? Do you know this man? This man is the one I bumped into at noon. I thought he kidnapped my third brother because he hated me. It seems that someone else kidnapped my third brother. Wan Lao was even more confused. Leopard just said that Lao San was kidnapped by the Qingyou gang. They had no grudges with the Qingyou gang. Why did the other party kidnap Lao San? Wan Lao couldn't figure it out. And Wan Lao Da couldn't figure it out even more. But when the man on the ground saw Wan Lao, he sobered up halfway. He rushed over and twisted Wan Lao's collar. You bastard. It's you again. It's really a narrow road for enemies. I ran into you again. You bumped into me twice in one day. If you don't compensate me today, I will beat you to death. The man was drunk. His body was crooked. His steps were weak. And he pulled Wan Lao to sway with him. It was my fault to knock you down today. It was also my fault to bump into you in the store at noon. I apologize to you. Now I have something to do. Get out of here. I don't want to get entangled with you. Wan Lao didn't want to be entangled by a drunkard. He said that the other party's head was a pool of paste, and he had more important things to do. He stretched out his hand and pulled the other party's hand off. Apologize? Bring me silver. 10 taels of silver. Or compensate me with the cow. And we forget about it. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Juan Lauda stood behind the man and knocked him unconscious from behind. Juan Lauer was stunned for a moment. And he was relieved when he saw his brother pulling the man to the wall and sitting against the wall. Old second. Hurry up and leave. When he sobers up, he will be blackout and won't remember anything. He thinks he's dreaming. You can't explain it to him. This guy is just a jerk. Don't mess with him. One old second glanced at the man again and followed one old first back to the shop without hesitation. Dad and second uncle are back. Grandma. Dad and second uncle are back. One Quan was sitting at the gate and watching the door. When he saw one old first and second coming back from afar, he got up and ran into the house, shouting as he ran. When the people in the backyard heard the news, they hurried out of the house. When old lady one saw one old first and second, her heart, which had been hanging high, finally came down. Old first. Second. How did you get through? Any news about the third? How come you haven't come back for so long? People at home are so worried. Old lady one slapped boss one on the arm, her face also full of anxiety. Boss one let old lady one slap him, and even reached out to support old lady one, fearing that the old lady would accidentally lose her balance. Mom, we have already found out the news about the third brother. But it is a bit tricky now. Even the Golden Axe gang dare not act rashly. On the way back, Boss One was thinking that the Golden Axe gang would not offend the Green Ox gang for a person who had nothing to do with them. It was estimated that they could only rely on themselves to save people this time. Any news about the third brother? Tell us what happened. Mom is almost dying of anxiety. You are still hesitant when you speak. Can't you even speak clearly? Old lady one slapped her thigh in anger, and then pulled out a long bench beside her legs and sat down. Boss One did not dare to delay and immediately told the whole story. After listening, old lady one pondered for a while before saying, So, the person who kidnapped your third brother was not the person your second brother offended at noon? Mom, no. We just ran into him coming out of Pioxianglo after drinking wine. It shouldn't be him. With his physique, he is no match for the third brother. Juan Lauer quickly explained. Lauer, you immediately put the ox cart back to Sheetsy village and find Mower. No one else can be counted on for this matter. Only Mower can rescue your third brother. We will thank Mower again later. We owe him a big favor. Juan Lao had no choice. The only person she could think of now was Wan Xingma. She thought the same as Juan Lao. It was impossible for the Golden Axe gang to offend the Green Ox gang for Lao San. Juan Lauer quickly got up and walked towards the backyard. There was a barn in the southeast corner of the backyard. The cows they bought were now kept in the barn. Juan Lao was worried about Juan Lauer going back alone. Lauer, I will go back with you. This border is too chaotic. I am worried. Juan Lao also went into the house and pinned a dagger on his chest. Then he followed Juan Lauer back to the village. Chapter 175, Juan Lao San's situation. Wang Xingwang returns for revenge. At this time, in a dark cell in the Qingniu gang, Juan Lao San slowly woke up. He felt his head swollen and his head was splitting. He couldn't help but reach out to touch his head, but found that his hands were tied behind his back. Juan Lao San slowly opened his heavy eyelids and finally saw where he was with the weak light. In the small room, there were dark red bloodstains everywhere. There was a torch on the adobe wall, which was the only light source in the room. There was also a small window on the low wall, and there was a little light coming in. The wall was full of various torture instruments, flashing coldly under the firelight. The room was filled with a musty smell mixed with a strong fishy smell, which was disgusting. Awake? A somewhat old voice came from the corner. Juan Lao San quickly looked towards the corner. At first, due to the light, he could not see anything clearly. He only vaguely saw a silhouette. Soon, the man slowly walked out of the shadows. He saw a gray-haired old man with two puffy eyes on his face and untidy beard. He was wearing a relatively new long gown and cotton jacket, a cotton hat on his head, hunched over, leaning on a cane in his hand, and one leg was hanging in the air, obviously broken. Juan Lao San took a breath. Why did this old man look familiar? Juan Lao San thought carefully, but he couldn't remember it at all. Who are you? Do we know each other? What grudge do I have against you? Why did you bring me here? The old man suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. You actually forgot me so quickly. But I will never forget you exiles. If it weren't for you exiles meddling in my business, how could I have ended up like this? You actually forgot me so quickly. The old man's tone was filled with strong hatred, as if he wanted to eat Wan Lao San alive. Wan Lao San finally remembered who the other person was. Although he had only met him once that night, he still left a slight impression on him. Are you the former mayor? Wan Lao San asked uncertainly. Wang Xingwang suddenly grabbed Wan Lao San's chin and said viciously, You finally remembered me? You bunch of dead exiles. A bunch of evil stars. Destroyed everything I have. I won't let you have an easy life. None of you can have an easy life. Wan Lao San was tightly held by Wang Xingwang's chin, with fear in his eyes. But he couldn't speak when he opened his mouth. Wang Xingwang then released Wan Lao San's chin and stepped back with difficulty. Are you trying to ask me why I'm still alive? Wang Xingwang's hoarse voice was filled with a hint of suppressed anger. His turbid eyes were full of red bloodshot, and his fish-shaped eyes made people's scalps numb. His body gradually merged into the darkness with his voice, just like the person he was at this time, accustomed to the darkness, which gave him a sense of security and allowed him to do whatever he wanted. The darkness was also his protective color. Wan Lao San couldn't answer this question. He knew very little about Wang Xingwang, and he didn't have a deep impression of him. He didn't know how he had offended such a person. Wan Lao San shook his head in fear. His face flushed red, and his tied hands struggled hard to get out of the predicament. But his hands were rubbed with blood by the rough hemp rope, and he still did not loosen the rope. I don't know you. I don't know you. You caught the wrong person. Please let me go back quickly. The fear in Wan Lao San's heart tortured him, and made him sweat all over. There were beads of sweat dripping down his head and face. He felt that the person standing in front of him was a devil, although he had never seen the other party's torture methods. Looking at the surrounding environment, Wan Lao San felt that there must be many wrong souls here. The walls and the ground were covered with dark red bloodstains visible to the naked eye, some of which were large patches, and some were sprayed. Wan Lao San's fear at this time had reached the extreme. He was just a farmer who knew some carpentry skills and had never seen such a scene. At this time, Wan Lao San suddenly heard a clanging sound from the corner, as if someone was looking for some tools. He opened his eyes wide in fear and tried to see what the other party was doing, but his vision was a little blurry. But he soon knew. Wang Xingwang was holding a dagger with a cold glow in his hand, leaning on a crutch with one hand, and slowly approaching Wan Lao San with difficulty. You know that because of your meddling, I not only lost the lucrative job of mayor, but also broke a leg. Otherwise, the shitty trade center in this town would be mine now. But now open your eyes and see that I have become a waste that is neither human nor ghost. A maggot that can only live in the dark. All this is caused by you exiles. I will start with you today. Who made you unlucky? I ran into you just after I came back. Ha ha ha. Even God couldn't stand it and wanted to help me. Wang Xingwang laughed up to the sky, and the sound kept echoing in Wan Lao San's ears, almost shattering Wan Lao San's frightened heart. Although we are exiles, we did nothing. What does your becoming like this have to do with us? Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Although Wan Lao San was afraid, he didn't want to die yet. He mustered up the courage to say a complete sentence. Wang Xingwang was like an angry madman. His eyes were red. At this time, the hat on his head had fallen off at some point. His hair was disheveled, just like a demon. He stared at Wan Lao San and said word by word, It doesn't matter. If you hadn't meddled in other people's business and saved some shitty young master of the Gu family, would you have implicated me? And you still say it's not your fault? Wan Lao San also understood what the other party meant at this time, but he felt very wronged. Wang Xingwang is a bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. He can't seek revenge from the Golden Axe gang or the Gu family, so he vents his hatred on these exiles. This is a persimmon that only picks on the weak. After Wan Lao San figured out the connection, his heart died. It seems that he can't escape this time. They are just living a good life. And he will go down to see his father? Wan Lao San was unwilling, and big tears flowed. Heh? Crying now? I haven't even started yet. You coward. You deserve to die. Who made you unlucky? I just wanted to seek revenge on you, and I ran into you. Before the incident, Wang Xingwang had already made an appointment with Ji Zongquan, the leader of the Green Ox gang, to find a chance to rescue him. Ji Zongquan did not break his promise. He spent a lot of time and took advantage of the gap between the two county magistrates. The internal management of the county government was lax. He used his connections to get Wang Xinguang out. But it was too late. Wang Xinguang had already broken one leg. After the new county magistrate took office, the first thing he did was to check the prisoners in the prison. As a result, he found that one had escaped. So he issued a wanted order. Wang Xinguang became a wanted criminal before he returned to the Qingyou gang. He hid in a dilapidated temple for a month or two. Now that the storm was not so intense, he quietly came back. At this time, Wang Xinguang was full of anger on the dagger in his hand. He stabbed the dagger into Wan Laosan's chest without hesitation. Chapter 176. Wang Xinguang repeatedly failed to kill people. Wan Xingma secretly inquired. Wan Laosan looked at the dagger that was close at hand, flashing with cold light, reflecting his terrifying eyes and terrified face. And the tight line in his mind seemed to snap at this moment. It's over. This is the end of my life. Beads of sweat kept falling down from Wan Laosan's head. Just when the dagger was about to approach Wan Laosan's chest, a mouse suddenly fell from the beam. Wang Xinguang's dagger directly pierced the mouse's body and pierced Wan Laosan's cotton coat, but did not pierce Wan Laosan's clothes. Wan Laosan only felt a stream of warm blood sprayed on his face. But he did not feel any pain. And at the same time a sharp squeak sounded in his ears. He slowly opened one eye, tilted his head, and looked down at his chest, only to see a fat big mouse lying softly there. The rat was already dead. Wan Laosan felt his legs go weak and panic in his heart. Did he escape a narrow escape? Wang Xinguang was stunned for a moment. He was smiling triumphantly, and the smile was still frozen at the corner of his mouth, which made his face gradually become ugly, and the look in his eyes gradually became crazy. He immediately pulled out the dagger and threw the dead body of the rat on the ground. You are lucky this time. I don't believe there is such a coincidence that you can escape every time, Wang Xinguang said, as he stabbed the dagger in his hand towards Wan Laosan's heart again. This time he gritted his teeth and vented all his anger on the dagger in his hand. But something strange happened. A cold wind blew in from the shabby little window, and the dust on the roof fell down and landed directly on Wang Xinguang's head. He squinted his eyes, and Wang Xinguang's eyes were stung. But he was too eager to take revenge, so he did not drop the dagger in his hand to rub his eyes. He insisted on stabbing the dagger forward. However, because of the obstruction of vision and the unbearable pain, the dagger in his hand not only stabbed off, but also the whole person could not stand on one foot because of the pain, and rushed towards Wan Laosan. And the dagger in his hand also stabbed deeply into the wooden stake behind Wan Laosan. Wan Laosan was nauseated by the stench on Wang Xinguang, but his hands were tied tightly behind his back, and his body could not move at all. At this time, it was already dark, and the patrols in the Qingyou gang had begun to hand over. A black figure kept rising and falling above the Qingyou gang, like a ghost, and no one noticed it. Wan Xingmo was dressed in black, and in the darkness, he was like a person in a deserted place. He lingered here for a quarter of an hour, and was already familiar with the terrain of the Qingyou gang. He glanced at a magnificent building in the middle, which was the main hall of the Qingyou gang. Wan Xingmo went around to a remote corner, and silently grabbed a small follower from behind and led him directly into the darkness. Did you catch someone today? Where is that person imprisoned? Wan Xingmo put the long sword in his hand against the man's neck, and slowly released the hand covering his mouth. The man's legs trembled with fear, but he was just a marginal figure, and he didn't know about such things. Hero. I don't know, and such things are not for us small people to know. So please spare me? Wan Xingmo's eyes flashed, and he knocked the man unconscious with a knife, and threw the man up on a roof at random. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot again, and soon arrived at a house where the manager lived, where several people were drinking. Wan Xingmo was listening to the people talking inside, and just as he was about to take action, he heard a man inside say, "Hey, have you heard? The former mayor is back, and I heard he caught an enemy. I didn't hear about it, but I heard he broke one of his legs, and he looked like a ghost. It's a pity that our gang leader values friendship and still recognizes him as a brother. I think it's okay to just beat him to death and throw him away. Such a person is still a wanted criminal, and keeping him alive is a disaster." Huh? What do you know? The manager said, secretly glancing outside, and then whispered, "I heard from the deputy gang leader that this cripple has a fortune in his hands. I guess the gang leader must be eyeing him too. They were willing to take the trouble to rescue the man only after getting the money. I heard that it took a lot of effort to rescue the cripple. The new county magistrate doesn't seem to be a pushover. He is not as greedy as the previous county magistrate. Money can't buy him off. He is now investigating the missing prisoner. We have lost a lot of people. Ah? There is this matter? I wonder why the gang leader changed his previous style and was willing to take in a cripple. Isn't the gang leader afraid that the cripple is a liar? Impossible. The cripple came to the gang before leaving and brought a gold brick to the gang leader. I think it's real. Wan Xingmao listened for a long time, but didn't hear them talking about Wan Lao-san. He felt a little anxious. He broke into the door directly and took the initiative. In a few flashes, the 3 people present were instantly pressed on the acupuncture points. Several people still maintained the posture of talking just now. Motionless. Looking a little funny. Where is the enemy you caught today imprisoned? If anyone knows, just blink. A man blinked quickly. Wan Xingmao loosened the acupuncture points on his body with a few snaps. But as soon as the acupuncture points of the man were loosened, he shouted loudly, "Help!" But just after shouting a word, everyone felt a warm liquid spraying out, and the man fell softly on the table, making a plop sound. And the plates and cups on the table also made a crisp collision sound. The other 2 men watched their companions being cut in front of their eyes, and a smell of urine came from them. Wan Xingmao held the long sword, which was still dripping with blood, and patted the face of one of the bearded men with the sword. The bearded man was scared and his face turned pale, and his nerves were tense. "How is it? Do you know or die?" The bearded man blinked quickly. Wan Xingmao also unblocked his acupuncture points, holding a long sword across his neck in one hand. If he dared to say a word or move rashly, his fate would be the same as his companions. "Speak. I say. Hero. Don't kill me. We did capture a person today, but it was not captured by our Qingniu gang. It was captured by the former mayor Wang Xingwang, who is also the sworn brother of our gang leader. Please don't blame us for this." The bearded man tried his best to clear himself from the matter, and asked Wan Xingmao to let him go. Wan Xingmao didn't waste any words. "Where is the person imprisoned?" "In a dark cell on the far west. There is a large pile of firewood at the door of the cell. It is easy to find." Wan Xingmao recalled the place he had just passed by. It seemed that there was indeed such a place. He thought it was a firewood room, but it turned out to be a cell. After Wan Xingmao determined the location, he knocked the man unconscious. He was worried and punched the 2 again. After leaving the manager's room, he went directly in the direction he had just come from. Several people came to the door of the cell and heard Wang Xingwang and Wan Lao-san talking inside. "I don't believe I can't kill you today. You little bastard. I was thinking of torturing you, but now I let you go. I kill you quickly." Wang Xingwang had a ferocious smile on his face, and the dagger in his hand went straight to Wan Lao-san's throat. Chapter 177. Wan Xingmao burns the Qingniu gang. Wang Xingwang is forced to tell the secret. Wan Xingmao was lying on the roof of the thatched house, and there were several guards standing at the door of the cell. He arrived at the wrong time and happened to catch Wang Xingwang's killing. It was obviously too late for him to break in through the door at this time. Not to mention that it would take time to deal with the guards at the door. If he attracted the attention of the Qingniu gang and caused more trouble, they would be dead today. After all, his fists could not defeat the huge gang members of the Qingniu gang. Wan Xingmao had no time to think about it. If he delayed for a while, Wan Lao-san would be dead. He held his breath and poured his internal force into his palms. With a low roar, the thatched roof of his subordinates was like tofu in his hands. He directly penetrated a big hole. He also held a long sword in his hand, and tilted down from the hole head first like a cone. The sword had arrived before the man arrived, just knocking down the dagger in Wang Xingwang's hand, and the sword body also cut Wang Xingwang's tendons. Wan Lao-san had closed his eyes and waited for death, but the pain did not subside. But Wang Xingwang's painful wail could be heard. Wan Lao-san quickly opened his eyes to see, and saw a person falling from the roof. It was Wan Xingmao. Under the firelight, Wan Xingmao was dressed in black, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, black hair tied high, standing tall and standing in front of Wan Lao-san. Wan Lao-san exclaimed, "Emoer, why are you here?" Then Wan Lao-san's tears of excitement flowed out. He finally didn't have to die. Wan Xingmao's eyes were fixed on Wang Xingwang, who was rolling on the ground in pain, and he comforted Wan Lao-san. "Uncle San, are you okay?" "Emoer, I'm fine. You came too timely. If you were a little later, Uncle San would have died here." Wan Lao San's heart was still beating wildly at this time. He just brushed past death. Wan Xingmo hummed calmly, then strode forward and knocked Wang Xingwang unconscious with a palm. The people outside heard the shouting in the house, and were about to go in to see what was going on, but were stopped by another person. Don't mind your own business. You just came. It's like this inside. If you come in, you won't die unless you suffer all the punishments. Don't worry. Let's go and have a drink. There's some trouble inside. You get used to it. The guards outside went directly to the room next to them to drink. It was so cold. Standing in the cold wind for a whole night. No one could stand it. Most of them would secretly drink some wine to warm themselves up. As long as it didn't delay the work. The manager above would turn a blind eye. Sometimes the manager would do the same. And everyone knew it. After Wang Xingwang was knocked unconscious, the room instantly became quiet. Uncle San, I untie you now. The sword in Wan Xingmo's hand flashed, and the rope behind Wan Lao San broke with a sound. He had been tied for a long time, and his wrists and ankles were a little swollen, but it didn't affect his walking. And more. Third uncle thanks you. Wan Lao San bowed to Wan Xingmo, and Wan Xingmo quickly pulled up Wan Lao San. Third uncle, we haven't gone out yet, and this man has a secret. I plan to take him with me. He is still a wanted criminal. Ah, how can we get out with him? Wan Xingmo listened to the noise outside and found that the guards outside had left. This is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Third uncle, I take you out first. Then come in and take him out. We are now at the westernmost part of the Qingniu gang, so we don't have to worry about avoiding patrols. After Wan Xingmo said this, he had already opened the wooden door. Torches were inserted everywhere outside, and they were roaring in the cold wind. Wan Lao San followed Wan Xingmo out of the cell. Uncle San, I carry you. And more. I can walk by myself. You don't need to carry me. Uncle San, I want to climb over the wall. Can you climb over it? Wan Lao San didn't refuse, and lay on Wan Xingmo's back obediently. And Wan Xingmo jumped onto the roof. Wan Lao San was startled and almost screamed, and quickly covered his mouth with his hands. Wan Xingmo quickly sent the people out of the Qingniu gang's territory, found a more secluded place, hid Wan Lao San, and quickly returned to take Wang Xingwang. Fortunately, Wang Xingwang had no signs of waking up. After several months of torture, Wang Xingwang had become skinny and bones. At this time, Wan Xingmo grabbed the back of the collar with one hand and dragged him out. Wan Xingmo glanced at the pile of firewood covering the cell. It was this pile of firewood that delayed his time. He glanced at the torch next to him and kicked it. The torch was thrown high into the air. He jumped up, turned his toes, and kicked the torch in the right direction to the pile of firewood. They were all dry firewood. When they met the open fire, and the wind was strong at night, the flames soon jumped up. Wan Xingmo looked at the pile of firewood that was burning more and more vigorously with a cold expression, turned around and carried Wang Xingwang away from the Qingniu gang. The pile of firewood burned more and more vigorously, accompanied by the northeast wind, burning straight to the southwest corner. This area was full of thatched huts, including utility rooms, granaries, and armories. When the fire first spread, no one noticed it. The guards were drinking, and they could not see the situation outside with the door closed. It was not until the fire gradually grew and spread to the roof that it attracted the attention of the patrol. The fire broke out. The fire broke out. But with such a big fire, there was only a small path between the huts, and the wind was strong at night. The flames quickly spread to other roofs. In a moment, a row of thatched huts burned to ashes. Even the secret cell was destroyed with the fire. Wan Lao San saw the flames rising to the sky from a distance, and was worried about Wan Xingmo's safety, when he saw a figure approaching quickly against the flames, holding a person in his hand. Amor? Is it you? Uncle San. It's me. Hearing Wan Xingmo's voice, Wan Lao San breathed a sigh of relief. Wan Xingmo came to Wan Lao San in a few steps, and threw Wang Xingwang directly to the ground. Amor, did you really bring him out? He is a wanted criminal. Are you going to hand him over to the court? Wan Xingmo shook his head. Uncle San, I saved your life today. Can you keep it a secret for me? Don't tell others that Wang Xingwang fell into my hands. Although Wan Lao San didn't know what Wan Xingmo was going to do, he was a very tight-lipped person. Besides, Wan Xingmo saved him, so he should agree to Wan Xingmo's conditions. Amor, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Not even my mother. Uncle San's mouth is very tight. Only the two of us know about this. If there is a third person who knows, you can find Uncle San. Wang Xingmo nodded. He looked down at Wang Xingwang, who was unconscious on the ground again. And the sword in his hand instantly pierced into Wang Xingwang's good leg. Wang Xingwang was awakened by the severe pain. He opened his eyes and found that the surroundings were pitch black, and the cold wind was blowing. He couldn't help shrinking his neck. He just came back from outside today. When he returned to the Qingniu gang, he only had time to have a hot meal with Ji Zongquan. The meal was full of meat, which made him full. After the meal, he went to deal with Wan Laosan. He didn't even change his clothes. He was still wearing the tattered cotton jacket. At this time, the cold wind blew, and he shivered all over. Then a voice came from above his head. What secret do you know? Tell it honestly, or you will go to see the king of hell with your secret and your body. The cold voice, without any emotion, but in Wang Xingwang's ears, it was more terrifying than the king of hell from hell. Wasn't this voice made by the man who just came down from the roof? Chapter 178. Wang Xingmo controls Wang Xingwang, and Wan Laosan is suspicious. After Wang Xingwang gradually adapted to the darkness, he finally saw the boy in front of him clearly. He was dressed in black clothes, as if he had merged with the darkness, like a god of death. However, the long sword in his hand flashed a cold light in the dark night, which made people feel cold. Wang Xingwang looked around and found that the fire was rising to the sky in the distance, and he could hear the panic shouting inside along the wind. You set the fire. Wang Xingwang did not use a rhetorical question, but directly used an affirmative sentence. He had been at the border for many years, and had never seen anyone who could enter and exit the Qingniu gang so freely, as if he was at home. If such a master had his own power, he would definitely be the best at the border. At this time, Wang Xingwang suddenly changed his mind. He thought, if I use that treasure to support this young man to achieve great things, I might be able to get a position as a deputy gang leader. Wang Xingwang's wishful thinking was going on, but Wang Xingmo was not moved at all. Young master, do you also know the secret of the treasure in my body? To tell you the truth, I found this treasure by accident, and only I know it. I have closed all the entrances to the treasure. No one can find it without me leading the way. How do you think about this? I pay the money. You work hard. We join forces to recruit soldiers and horses, create a new force, become the overlord of this border, and destroy all other small sections. What do you think? Not very good. Are you going to tell me or not? Don't waste my time. Wang Xingmo's face did not show any expression fluctuations. His eyes were as firm as a rock, and the sword in his hand was hanging high on Wang Xingwang's chest. Wang Xingwang felt that there was no one in the world who did not love money, unless the money was not enough. He thought he understood human nature very well. So he lay on the ground and said carelessly, "Then kill me. And you won't know anything if you kill me. You exiles will never have a chance to make a name for yourself, and can only face the lust and dig for food in the soil every day." Ha ha ha. Before Wang Xingwang's last laugh came out of his throat, Wang Xingmo's sword had already fallen like lightning, stabbing straight into Wang Xingwang's heart, without any drag, giving people a murderous aura like a tidal wave, making people feel that Wang Xingmo's sword is killing enemies, without any softness or hesitation. Wang Xingwang was the one facing the tip of the sword, and his feeling was even more profound. At the moment when the tip of the sword cut his clothes, Wang Xingwang finally shouted loudly, "Stop! I tell you! I tell you!" The sword in Wang Xingmo's hand seemed to have life, and it stopped when it said it would stop. But it did not leave, but stopped at the previous position. If the other party said another word of nonsense, Wang Xingmo would pierce the sword without hesitation. Wang Xingwang was almost scared to death. He swallowed hard, and couldn't help moving his body to get away from Wang Xingmo's sword. But no matter how he moved, he was still under Wang Xingmo's sword. "If you delay time again, I won't be polite." Wang Xingwang was so scared that he dared not move. But he still wanted to negotiate. "I can tell you. But can you spare my life?" "Yes." Wang Xingmo didn't even hesitate, as if the answer had been engraved in his heart. Wan Laosan was a little anxious. If such a beast was released, their family would be finished, and they would have to sleep with their eyes open. And more. "You can't let him go. This guy. Uncle San. I will let him go if I say so. I keep my word. Since I promised to spare his life, I won't go back on my word." Wan Laosan was startled by Wang Xingmo's cold voice. This was completely different from the Wan Qingma he usually got along with. Could he be possessed by an evil spirit? However, Wan Laosan thought of the boy who seemed to be like this when he first met Wan Qingma on the road to Exile. Wan Laosan shut up and took a step back. After all, he had been saved once. If he met this beast again next time, he should learn a lesson. He couldn't always count on Wan Qingma to save him. Wan Qingma didn't explain, but kept staring at Wang Xingwang on the ground. Facing a man like Wang Xingwang, you must be more ruthless than him to subdue him. You must make him believe from the bottom of his heart that you really want to kill him and make him afraid. Otherwise, he will take advantage of the opportunity and bargain if you are not careful. Wang Xingwang knew that a general like Wan Qingma would definitely fulfill his promise once he made it. So he smiled triumphantly. He just said a random place to fool the man. Although Wang Xingwang was cunning, Wan Qingma was very intelligent. So he would not fall into Wang Xingwang's tricks. After you tell me the address, accompany me. If the place you said is fake, I will bury you alive on the spot and guard your fake place forever. And your real treasure place will be forever separated from you. Wang Xingwang's eyes rolled, knowing that he had met his match tonight. His thoughts were clearly seen by the other party. But now his life was in the hands of others. So he dared not act rashly. No. No. What I said must be the real place. If you don't believe me, I will go with you when the sun rises. No. Tell me the address now, and I will take you there during the day. But you are not awake. If I find the place but don't find the treasure you said, then you will never wake up. Wang Xingwang heard that this kid was going to make him faint. If he made up an address again, he might never see the sun tomorrow. Wang Xingwang thought about it again and again, thinking of the trap he had set up in that place. Maybe this kid would fall into the trap and die. He could get his treasure and escape from the border. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Thinking of this, Wang Xingwang no longer hid it. He told the address directly. Wan Qingmo remembered the general direction after listening to it once. The main reason was that Wang Xingwang was a cunning man. He remembered the landmarks along the way very clearly. This saved Wan Qingmo a lot of trouble. Wang Xingwang wanted to say a few more words, but he fainted as soon as he was about to speak. Wan Qingmo acted quickly and ruthlessly, not giving Wang Xingwang a chance to waste time. After solving the big scourge of Wang Xingwang, Wan Qingmo started to explain to Wan Laosan. Uncle San, the situation was urgent just now. I don't have time to explain it in detail. Wang Xingwang is an old fox. If I had said a few more words just now and let him figure out my temper, it would be difficult to get him to talk. To deal with a man like him, you must be a strange and ruthless person, so that he can temporarily lose his judgment in the thinking and shock. And then, you can accurately control him. Otherwise, once you give him a chance to ease up, it will be difficult to control him. Wan Laosan now understood Wan Qingmo's approach and admired the young Wan Qingmo, thinking that he was almost 10 years older than him, and did not have the calmness of a teenager. Wan Laosan instantly felt ashamed for doubting Wan Qingmo just now. But Emor, are you really going to let him go? How many lives have this man taken? If you let him go, he will definitely harm good people in the future. Wan Laosan said what he had been worried about. Uncle, I promise to release him, but it's hard to say whether he can survive. You don't have to worry about this. I know what I am doing. Seeing that Wan Qingmo was confident, Wan Laosan didn't say anything more. Uncle, everyone in the family is anxiously waiting for you to return. I came here because of Grandma Wan's request. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that you fell into the hands of the bad guys. I will send you back first. But I hope that Uncle can keep this matter a secret for me. No one can tell anyone, including my mother. Wan Qingmo looked at Wan Laosan with his star-like eyes and warned him seriously. Wan Laosan was relieved of the danger and doubts at this time, and his curiosity aroused. Emor, do you have any plans? I just heard you talking about treasures. Uncle San knows that you are not a greedy person. You are a person who values friendship and has great love in your heart. Can you tell Uncle San about your plans? Although Uncle San may not be able to help you, he may be able to cover you up at an important moment. Wan Laosan was very curious about what Wan Qingmo was going to do. Chapter 179 Wan Laosan returns home. Wan Qingmo hesitated for a moment, but was ready to tell Wan Laosan about his plan. After all, he really needed someone to cover for him. It would be better if it was Wan Laosan who opened a shop in the town. Uncle San, you also know that my father and I were framed by those treacherous officials in the court, which led to our family being exiled to the border. But when I came to the border, I found that the border was not a peaceful place. Although I am a criminal, my one family has to remember the 4 words of loyalty to the emperor and patriotism since we learned to speak. Now we are trapped at the border for a while. But I will not forget loyalty to the emperor and patriotism. But I can't be a foolishly loyal person like my father. I want to establish a gang in public to confuse people, and train the army in secret to be prepared. Although it sounds a bit incredible, I want to use my own methods to defend my country. My heart will always protect the people of Ardachi. As long as, if the people are not disturbed by foreigners, why should I die? I, Wan Xingma, live for the people of Daki. Besides, I have recently found some other information in the town, which is not convenient to tell Uncle San. Please keep it secret for me. I have no intention of rebellion. I just want to serve my country in another way. I have a clear conscience. Wan Lao San was moved by Wan Xingma's patriotism. Although he is an ordinary commoner, he is also a citizen of Daki. He does not want to see his country being trampled by foreigners, and his people being humiliated by foreigners. Daki really needs more generals like Wan Xingma to protect the peace of Daki. And more. Don't worry. Even if someone puts a knife on your uncle's neck, he won't reveal a word. You can do great things for Daki. I am just a peasant. I don't have such lofty ideals as you. Nor do I have that ability. But I can still keep this little thing secret for you. I will cover for you. Don't worry. I am a carpenter. If you need to do anything in the future, you can tell me. I promise to complete it beautifully for you. Thank you, Uncle. Wan Xingma bowed, then bent down to pick up Wang Xingwang, and said to Wan Laosan, Uncle, let's go quickly. Wan Laosan hurriedly followed Wan Xingma to the town. When they returned to the town, it was almost dawn, because Wan Xingma was holding Wang Xingwang in his hand. It was inconvenient for him to go in. So he said goodbye to Wan Laosan outside the shop and turned to leave. Wan Laosan straightened his clothes and knocked on the door of the shop. There was a sparse light leaking out of the cracks in the shop door, showing that there were still people inside who had not rested. The big roosters in the town had begun to crow, but the sky was still a little dim at this time, and the cold wind made it so that there was no pedestrian on the street. After Mrs. Wan came back from the second and first sons of the Wan family, she was not so nervous. But except for the children, no one in the family was asleep at this time, and they were all staying up. Mrs. Wan was old, and her eyes were full of bloodshot at this time. She was leaning against the table and taking a nap. The first and second sons of the Wan family sat near the door, so that if someone was rescued later, they could open the door immediately. The fourth son of the Wan family was resting in the house with his wife. Although Lu had not done any work today, her belly was big. Mrs. Wan was afraid that she would be busy with her third son's affairs and ignore her youngest daughter-in-law. If something went wrong, their family would really collapse. Mrs. Wan supported Mrs. Wan and sat opposite Mrs. Wan. Mrs. Shen sat beside Mrs. Wan and watched her at any time. At this time, the sudden knocking on the door and the shouting of Wan Laosan cheered up everyone in the room. Big brother. Second brother. Why do I sound like the third brother is calling the door? Was I dreaming because I was half asleep just now? Mrs. Wan quickly sat up straight, and everyone pricked up their ears, and their sleepiness was gone. At this time, there was another clacking sound from the door, and Wan Laosan shouted, Mom, I'm back. I'm the third brother. I'm fine. Open the door quickly. It's really the third brother. The third brother is back. Big brother Wan and second brother Wan stood up from the stool and ran to the door, and others also stood up and squeezed out. Sister-in-law Wan San's eyes were already red from crying, and she began to cry with joy at this time. The door was quickly opened, and Wan Laosan appeared in front of everyone in a dusty look. Mom, wife, big brother, second brother, I'm back. Wan Laosan threw himself into the arms of Mrs. Wan and hugged her tightly. The eldest and second eldest Wan patted the back of the third eldest Wan excitedly, and the third eldest Wan also cried on the second eldest Wan, and Shin was wiping tears behind her. Finally back. Finally back. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. A string of excited tears flowed from the cloudy eyes of the old lady Wan, and she gently patted the back of the third eldest Wan. The third eldest Wan let go of the old lady Wan, looked at his crying daughter-in-law, stepped forward and embraced her in his arms. The third eldest Wan's heart was hanging, and when she smelled the familiar smell on the man, she finally put it into her stomach. She didn't know how she survived this half day and one night. You scared me to death. If something happens to you, How can my mother and I live? Although our family suffered a little in exile, we are safe after all. We didn't expect to suffer such a disaster after settling down. You should go out less in the future. Wan San's wife hugged Wan Lao San and cried and laughed. She wiped Wan Lao San's body with snot and tears. Wan Lao San kept comforting his wife in a gentle voice. Old Lady Wan stretched her head out and looked again and again. After looking for a long time, she didn't see anyone coming in. She hurriedly asked Wan Lao San, Lao San, how did you come back? Mom, it was Amor who saved me. This time, it was really thanks to Amor. If he hadn't gone in time, my son's life would have been over. It was very dangerous. My son was ready to see the king of hell at that time. I didn't expect Amor to directly penetrate the roof with a sword and break Wang Xingwang's dagger. Otherwise, the dagger would definitely pierce my son's heart. Wan Lao San recalled his experience at night, and his back was still sweating. Where is Amor? Why didn't I see him? Wan Lao San anxiously stepped forward and ran to the door, clinging to the door frame to look out. The street outside was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. There was only the sound of the wind mixed with the dust on the ground that made people unable to open their eyes. Mom, Moore said that it will be dawn soon, and he has to go back to tell his mother that he is safe. Let me tell you, don't worry about him. He will come to the town another day. Wan Lao San knew that Wan Xingmo was going to look for treasure, so he had to cover for Wan Xingmo. Not only in front of Wan Lao's eye, but also when it was dawn. He had to go back to the village to tell Zhao that Wan Xingmo had gone out for something. The return of Wan Lao San allowed the family to finally have a good rest. The shop was closed after only half a day of opening. Although people on the street envied their prosperous business, they were the first new shop to close after only half a day of opening, which was not auspicious for business. But Wan Lao didn't care about these. When she returned to the backyard, Wan San's wife boiled hot water for Wan Lao San to wash. And Wan Lao San told all about his experience today. Everyone cursed Wang Xingwang as a bastard after hearing it. This old man has harmed so many exiled prisoners. He has killed at least 300 people. He made a lot of money by relying on others. Fortunately, he met Mr. Gu and was dismissed from his position as the mayor. I didn't expect that he could escape, Mrs. Wan said, and suddenly thought of something and looked at Shin. Your brother is the county magistrate, so this wanted order must have been issued by him. Since we have clues, should we notify the mayor? It will also help this man to be brought to justice as soon as possible and not harm good people outside. Shin was a little at a loss. Although the county magistrate was her brother, she was a woman. How could she know these things? Seeing that Shin was a little embarrassed, the eldest brother once said, Mother, if you ask her, she doesn't know either. It's better to inform the mayor of this matter at dawn, and the mayor will naturally know how to deal with it. Mrs. Wan felt that what her eldest son said made sense. Wan Lao San rolled his eyes and said quickly, Mom, don't involve Mo Air in my return. Just say that I escaped by myself. Wan Lao Tai thought about it and nodded. Okay. If the people from the Qingniu gang knew that it was Mo Air who saved you, they would definitely make trouble for Mo Air. We'd better not implicate Mo Air. But since the Qingniu gang helped that old man Wang Xingwang, they will definitely not let you go. Now that you have been rescued by Mo Air, I'm afraid they will come to cause trouble again at dawn. Why don't we close the shop for a few days? Wan San's wife quickly agreed. As long as the family is safe. She doesn't care whether it's a shop or not. Just when the Wan family was at a loss, Shen Qinghan, Wang Jiawei, and Qiushi were gathering at the mayor's house. Chapter 180 preparing to encircle and suppress the Green Ox Gang. The lights in the study room of the mayor's house were bright at this time. The study door was suddenly opened, and a thin man walked in quickly, followed by a cold wind. Boss, I just received news that there was a sudden fire in the Green Ox Gang. As if there was a fire. Shen Qinghan was holding a heater in his hand. Hearing this, he excitedly put the heater on the table, stared at the man and asked excitedly, Is the news wrong? Yes. Many brothers have seen it, and everyone is asking the boss when to start. Shen Qinghan waved his hand to let the man go down first. Okay. You go down first. After the man retreated, Shen Qinghan looked at Qiushi and Wang Jiawei, his eyes wandering between the two, with an excited light. Qiushi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, obviously thinking, What do you two think? This is a godsend opportunity. With Mayor Qiu as our think tank, and the cooperation of our Golden Axe Gang and the Cheetah Sect, It will be no problem to take down the Green Ox gang in the chaos. As the saying goes, we take advantage of the fire to rob. Attacking the Green Ox gang at this time will never occur to them. Bang! Wang Jiawei slapped the table and said sternly, "Do it. When else? I have long been fed up with the Green Ox gang's actions. They even dared to touch my brother-in-law. I must destroy their lair today. Brother Shen, we have agreed that the benefits must be shared equally." Although Wang Jiawei was claiming to avenge Wan Lao San, he could not afford to suffer any loss. Deal. It's settled. Qiushi saw that the two commanders had reached an agreement. What else could he, a military advisor without military power, say? After all, one less force at the border would reduce a major obstacle for him to manage the border. The next step would be to slowly eliminate those small gangs, and then gradually disintegrate the Cheetah sect and the Golden Axe gang, so that the border would be under his unified management. The three of them had their own plans, but they all looked harmonious. Boss Shen, you lead your people to attack from the front. Your Golden Axe gang has more members, and they are all brave and strong. They can suppress the Green Ox gang with their momentum. Boss Wang, you lead your people to block the Green Ox gang's retreat. Take down whoever comes out. Try to knock them out without hurting anyone. Listen to my orders and start the action. The Green Ox gang happened to catch fire tonight, so we will use fire attack as the best. Boss Shen, you light a fire at the main gate of the Green Ox gang to build momentum. The bigger the better. The main purpose is to cause panic inside the Green Ox gang. At this time, you attack again, and you will be guaranteed to take them down in one fell swoop. Okay. I listened to the mayor. Let's go! It was bright, and the one family shop was not open yet. The whole family didn't sleep well last night, but they were sleeping soundly now. Little Fubao slept well last night. In the morning, she woke up alone in Wan Erseo's arms. Seeing her mother sleeping soundly, she curled up beside Wan Erseo obediently, with her big eyes open, blowing bubbles. Her little face was puffed up like a little frog, and a transparent bubble popped out from her pink lips from time to time. She was having a lot of fun playing by herself. Lu slept the most last night, and she woke up at this time, seeing that little Fubao was having fun by himself. She got up gently, put on her clothes, and came to little Fubao. "My dear, do you want to get up?" When little Fubao saw her fourth aunt, she quickly twisted her little body, turned over, took off her heavy coat, and wore a padded jacket. Her movements were more agile. She was like a puppy, with her hands and feet on the Kong, looking up at Lu with her little face, with a sweet smile on her face. And she also imitated Lu's voice and whispered, "Fourth aunt, Fubao, get up." Lu gently pinched little Fubao's face and gently took him out of the quilt. Little Fubao was very well behaved on Lu's body, and didn't dare to move at all. She knew that her fourth aunt had a baby in her belly and couldn't kick her. Lu took Xiao Fubao aside, dressed her, combed her hair, put on a beautiful cotton hat, and squatted down clumsily to put on Xiao Fubao's shoes. Xiao Fubao dressed neatly and went to the yard with Lu. Wan Laosi had already gotten up to chop wood. There was still smoke in the kitchen. It should be that Wan Laosi boiled water. "Wife, why are you up? Why don't you sleep a little longer?" "Oh, and our Xiao Fubao? Come. Uncle Si will hug you." Wan Laosi put down the axe in his hand, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and lifted Xiao Fubao up, making Xiao Fubao giggle. "Okay, you look after Fubao first. I go to the kitchen to get some food. Everyone was tired and sleepy last night, and we couldn't get up today. Mother said she would take care of the shop these days. In my opinion, we should go back to the village after breakfast. There are still a lot of things to do at home, and those old fields are waiting to be reclaimed," Lu said and went into the kitchen. Since she became pregnant, she has been on the road of exile. Later, when she arrived at the border, she began to hibernate. Old Lady Wan didn't let her do much work, but her cooking skills were still there. It's just that it's a bit tiring to cook for a whole family at once. Wan Laosi hurried in. "Wife, don't move. I do it. You tell me how to do it. I do it. You just move your mouth." Lu slapped Wan Laosi's hand and said disdainfully, "Go away. The most important thing is to take good care of Xiao Fubao. You just need to watch the fire. Don't make trouble for me. I still have several months to give birth. I have to move. Otherwise it will be difficult to give birth, and I will suffer." Wan Laosi was driven by his wife to light the fire, but he was not angry. but his eyes looked at Lu from time to time, fearing that she would bump into something. Lu was washing rice in her hands, wanting to cook a pot of porridge, so that everyone could drink a bowl of hot porridge when they woke up. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Fubao and asked with a smile, "My dear, what do you want to eat? Aunt C will make it for you. Are you hungry?" Xiao Fubao hurriedly patted his belly, with a well-behaved smile on his face. Fubao is hungry. Fubao wants to eat meat. Ha ha ha. Wan Laosi hugged little Fubao and laughed. Little Fubao looked up at his uncle's chin, feeling a little strange. He looked at Wan Laosi in confusion and laughed like Wan Laosi. The uncle and nephew laughed inexplicably. But Lu was amused. "What are you two laughing at?" Wan Laosi touched little Fubao's head, pulled her into his arms, and changed her to a comfortable position. Then he said, "I'm laughing at little Fubao for being such a little foodie. How can she eat meat so early in the morning?" Lu rolled her eyes at Wan Laosi. "Don't you know that our Fubao calls all delicious food meat?" Lu ignored Wan Laosi and turned to little Fubao and said, "Fubao, can Auntie steam egg custard for you?" "Okay." Little Fubao quickly opened his bright eyes and stretched his neck to look into the pot. "Uh-huh. It hasn't started steaming yet." "Fubao, wait a minute. Aunt C will cook the porridge for you." "Okay? Okay. Thank you, Aunt C." Little Fubao's soft and well-behaved voice made Lu's heart melt. After the meal was ready, the three of them ate in the kitchen. Lu put little Fubao on a small stool specially made for her by Wan Lao-san, which was also the kind of stool to lean on. Lu fed little Fubao carefully, while Wan Lao-si went to the front shop to clean the tables and chairs. Although the shop was not open, Wan Lao-si was a diligent person since he was a child. He couldn't sit still, thinking that the shop always had to be cleaned. Everyone was tired last night, but he didn't accompany much because of his wife. Now he had to do more work to make up for it. Wan Lao-si was working hard when he heard bursts of shouting from the street. Chapter 181. The Qingniu gang was destroyed, and the Wan family discussed the next plan. Big news! Big news! The Qingniu gang was jointly wiped out by the Golden Axe gang and the Cheetah sect last night. Everyone come out and see. The leader of the Qingniu gang was stripped naked and hung at the entrance of the town. Wan Laosi paused while wiping the table. His heart was churning, and he immediately leaned over the crack of the door and looked out carefully. At this time, the same shouting came again. This time, Wan Laosi couldn't bear it anymore. He directly opened the door of the shop, raised his foot, and stepped over the threshold and ran out. The street was already crowded with people, and the shopkeepers and clerks in each shop were also opening the door of the shop to ask people on the street for news. Wan Laosi didn't even have time to put down the rag in his hand, and ran to the front. There was a group of people gathered there to ask the person who just shouted for news. "You just said that the Green Ox gang is gone? Are you lying?" "The Green Ox gang is the same as the Golden Axe gang. How could the Golden Axe gang destroy the Green Ox gang?" "That's right. Boss G of the Green Ox gang is no pushover. Although his subordinates are not as strict as those of the Golden Axe gang, they are not weak either. How can they just disappear like that?" "Oh, if you don't believe me, you can go to the town entrance and see. Boss G is being stripped naked and falling under a big tree at the town entrance. There are many people around now. I heard that the Green Ox gang caught fire last night. The gang was in chaos when they first came. The Golden Axe gang and the Cheetah sect joined forces again and caught the Green Ox gang off guard. Didn't they succeed? Oh, my God. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. This is the biggest thing I have heard in all these years living at the border. If the Green Ox gang is gone, the area within hundreds of miles will be peaceful." Wan Laosi heard it clearly this time. He wanted to follow everyone to the town entrance to watch the excitement. But when he thought that his family didn't know the good news yet, he turned around and ran towards the shop. Wan Laosi ran back panting and ran into his wife, who was walking out. "Boss, what are you doing? Mother said that the shop will not be open today. How dare you open the shop? Are you going to die?" When Lu came out and saw the shop door wide open and Wan Laosi was gone, she was shocked. She didn't want her child to lose his father before he was born. Wan Laosi had an excited smile on his face at this time. He threw away the rag in his hand, held Lu's shoulders with both hands, and said loudly, "Wife, the Qingniu gang is gone. It was destroyed by the Golden Axe gang and the Cheetah sect. Our family is safe. Safe. I have to tell my mother and eldest brother quickly." We have to open the door for business today. Lu was shocked by what Wan Laosi said. She was stunned. Before she could savor the news carefully, she saw Wan Laosi running towards the backyard like a gust of wind. Xiao Fubao could also feel the excitement of his fourth uncle. Like a little tail. He also swayed his short legs and followed Wan Laosi to the backyard. Mom. Eldest brother. Second brother. Third brother. Wake up quickly. Good news. Great news. Wan Laosi pushed open the wing room where Wan Laoda and Wan Laoer slept with a plop. The people in the room were still snoring. Wan Laosi stepped over the threshold with a happy face. Went in and shook Wan Laoda's shoulder. Brother. Wake up quickly. Good news. Get up quickly. Brother. Get up quickly. And brother. Don't sleep anymore. Wan Laosi woke up his brothers one by one. Wan Laoda sat up wrapped in a quilt. His eyes were still hazy. His mind was still a little unclear. And he yawned and asked Wan Laosi, Fourth brother, why are you yelling so early in the morning? Mom said that we will close the business today. Can you be quiet? I am sleepy. Wan Laoer and Wan Laosen also wrapped themselves in quilts and leaned against each other, unable to open their eyes, and yawned continuously. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Don't sleep anymore. Get up quickly. The Qingyou gang is gone. The news has spread all over the street. The leader Ji of the Qingyou gang was hung naked under a big tree at the entrance of the town. Our family's troubles have been solved. No one dares to trouble us anymore. We can open the shop normally. This time. Wan Laosi said it very clearly. And the brothers instantly became sober from their confusion. And Wan Laoda directly threw off the quilt and stood up from the Kong with his bare chest. Fourth brother. What did you say? Is what you just said true? Wan Laoda also became excited. And while speaking, he picked up his clothes from the Kong and put them on randomly. It's true. I was thinking of going to the town entrance to see what's going on. But I thought you didn't know the good news yet. So I came back to tell you. Fourth brother. Let's go and take a look. That damn Ji Laoda was protecting a criminal. And he deserved to die. He made our whole family live in fear. It's good to kill him. It's really gratifying. Wan Laoer and Wan Laosen also hurriedly put on their clothes. The brothers didn't even bother to wipe their faces. They buttoned their clothes while walking and hurried out of the shop. Wife. Take care of the shop. I and my brothers will go to the town entrance to check. When Mom wakes up, tell her everything is fine. Wan Laosi hurriedly said something and rushed out of the shop behind his three brothers. Xiao Fubao was the busiest one. She finally caught up with Wan Laosi. Just as she climbed over the threshold with great effort, she saw her father and several uncles walking out excitedly. When passing by Xiao Fubao, Wan Laoer pushed Xiao Fubao, who had finally climbed over the threshold, with both hands and got him out. Wan Laoer put Xiao Fubao in the backyard to play for a while. He went to see Ji Laoda being hanged, and it was definitely not suitable to take the child there. Xiao Fubao didn't make a fuss. He staggered and chased for a few steps, then clung to the door frame of the backyard and watched his father and several uncles walk out of the shop with a pair of big grape-like eyes. After the Wan brothers came out of the shop, they followed the crowd and trotted all the way to the town entrance. There are a lot of people who come to watch, because there are not many new things in the border town. The way for people to entertain themselves is the only gambling house in the town. And gossip. Big events like the current one are enough for people in the town to gossip for half a year. The destruction of the Qingyou gang has provided the people in the border with half a year of gossip. The closer you get to the town entrance, the more people there are. At this time, the sky is already bright. There are also people around the town who are busy with spring plowing and want to go into the town to purchase farm tools, seeds, etc. There are also many people. Everyone gathers at the town entrance, blocking the road. At this time, a white person is hanging high on a big poplar tree at the entrance of the town. This person is only wearing a pair of big shorts, and his hands are tied up and hung above his head. The brothers of the Wan family have never seen Boss Ji, so they come here just to watch the excitement, but listening to the discussions in the crowd. Several people also heard a general idea. Boss Ji never dreamed that he would die like this. Right? There are no wounds on his body. I guess he was hung and frozen to death? I think Boss Ji has so many lives in his hands. He is hung here as a target. Those wrong souls will come to him like crazy to seek revenge. Finally, we have one less bully in the future. I hope our life will be smoother in the future. It's fine if God doesn't bless us. We have to suffer man-made disasters. How can we live like this? Now it's better. One less bully. Our life will finally be quieter in the future. I don't agree with what you said. Although the Qingyo gang is a nuisance to people, it is also a nuisance to other gangs. It's just a matter of fighting for territory. Without the Qingyo gang, there are still the Nyoto gang and the Dog 2 gang. Let's wait and see. If we want to live a better life, we need the court to take action to deal with these nuisance gangs. Only then can we look forward to a good life. Are you going to die? What are you talking about? Be careful if the people of the Golden Axe gang hear you, or your head will explode. Boss 1 glanced at his brothers and winked at them, and they squeezed out with great effort. When they came to a place with few people, the 4 people slowed down their pace, and everyone put their hands in their sleeves, and the brothers walked slowly side by side. It seems that the waters here are very deep, but our family can live peacefully in the town without causing trouble. The biggest forces now are the Golden Axe gang and the Cheetah sect. Our family has a good relationship with these 2 gangs, so we don't have to worry too much about the future. Let's all work hard. If the Emperor grants amnesty one day, we can go back to Guangzhou. Now we should earn some money first. Boss 1 was thinking all the way and told his brothers about his thoughts. The current situation is indeed favorable for their family. They don't have to worry about being charged protection fees. When they opened the business yesterday, Shin Qingyun personally said that their family didn't have to pay protection fees. This also gave the Wan family an invisible amulet. Yes, what the eldest brother said is right. I will take the children and mother back to the village today. I can't help much here. I will go back and open up the land quickly. It's about to be planted. We have only opened up a few acres of land. Now we have cattle, and we can catch up with some progress. We can't delay any more time. Boss 1 also agreed with the second brother 1. Okay. Eldest brother will go back with you, and leave the affairs of this town to the third and fourth brothers. And there must be someone at home. The brothers discussed the next plan while walking into the shop. Chapter 182, driving the ox cart back to the village and being watched. When the 4 brothers returned to the shop, they saw that all the women of the Wan family had gotten up. Old lady 1 was old and had a shallow sleep. After being awakened by the shout of the 4th brother, she did not see the 4th brother, but heard several brothers running out of the yard in a panic. She thought something had happened, so she hurriedly got dressed. Second sister-in-law 1 and third sister-in-law 1 were also awakened by the sound of old lady 1 getting up, so they got up too. Lu was watching Xiao Fubao playing in the yard, and several older children of Wan Quan were drinking porridge in the kitchen. Old lady 1 asked Lu, and found out what happened to the 4th brother 1 in the morning. Mom, are you up? We can continue to open the shop today, but we haven't bought the meat yet. Should we go buy vegetables now? When the 4th brother 1 saw old lady 1, he immediately stepped forward and asked attentively, Old 4, did you guys go to watch the fun? One old 4 glanced at Lu. Didn't his wife tell mother yet? Mother. Yes. Didn't my wife tell you? She did. She said that the Qingyo gang was destroyed. I thought that there would be no danger for us here in the future. I am going back today. I will leave this shop to you and your third brother and sister-in-law. There are still a lot of things to do at home. We have to plant the food for this year first. One old lady is a decisive person. She does what she says. After dinner, she asked one old 2 to drive the ox cart and take everyone who should be taken back. Only one old 3 and his wife, and one old 4 were left in the shop. The 2 brothers Wan Quan and Wan Shi were also temporarily left as waiters. There were not enough waiters in the shop, and these 2 half-grown boys could be used. One old lady gave them a salary of 20 cents a day. The 2 brothers were very happy. They worked hard outside and only earned 30 copper coins a day, not to mention that they were half-grown children, and the wages were not even half of them. Now, not only were they paid such high wages, but they also worked for their own family, so at least they would not be bullied. After arranging the things in the shop, the ox cart took Wan Lao to Shinshur, Wan Lao Ma, Wan Lao Heir's family, and several children back to Shitsi village. Wan Lao San pulled Wan Lao to aside and whispered a few words to him before sending them away. When they arrived at the butcher's shop, Wan Lao Ma also bought 10 kilograms of meat. These days, they were busy with spring plowing and had to prepare good meals for their family. Now that Wan Lao Ma had money in her hands, she was not stingy with the family's meals. She bought all kinds of meat and eggs for her family. The ox cart was filled with things except for the place for people to sit. Little Fubao was wrapped in a small quilt by Juan Urseo and held in her arms. This little girl was really well behaved. She had never been sick since she came to the Juan family. She could eat, drink and sleep every day, and her body was very strong. Little Fubao was wrapped in a quilt with only 2 eyes exposed. She felt a little uncomfortable. She was getting older and more active than before. The quilt could not cover her anymore. Her little hands were tied by Juan Urseo, and she felt very uncomfortable. Mother! Fubao doesn't want to be covered. Fubao wants to come out. Fubao is not cold. After hearing this, Mrs. Juan looked at the little Fubao with only 2 eyes exposed, and said to Juan Urseo, "Old second wife, you don't have to wrap her so tightly. It's the beginning of spring now. Although the wind is still strong, it's not that hurtful. It's better for children to be strong. You should dress her warmly. Her hands and face are still strong after being frozen outside." Juan Urseo then spread out the quilt. Little Fubao was no longer restrained by anything, and immediately turned into a curious baby, lying in Juan Urseo's arms, with his little head constantly looking around. The border is all endless, and there are crisscrossing gullies. The unique landform makes the scenery here form a clear contrast with the beautiful mountains and rivers inside the pass. This place is more majestic and vast. If you have to say that this place is more like a thick and hard man, the inside of the pass is more like a beautiful woman. Juan Lao Er drove the ox cart, looking at the endless yellow land, with a faint sadness on his face. He and Juan Lao sat side by side on the handlebars at the front. "Brother, this land is so barren. I think no matter what you plant, the harvest will not be high. I heard that the locals plant more oats, buckwheat, millet, sesame, and potatoes. These crops are drought resistant and have relatively high yields. I think we should plant more of these crops. At least the family will not go hungry this year." "Okay, you can plant whatever you say. You have the final say in our farming. But I don't see many people planting potatoes here. That thing has a lot of fruits and can be used as dry food. I just don't see anyone selling seeds at the border. If we can get some seeds, our family can plant half potatoes and get a lot of harvest." The 2 brothers discussed, and the carriage moved forward slowly, finally arriving at the village before noon. The last time Juan Lao drove the ox cart back, it was night, and no one in the village noticed that the Juan family had bought a cow. Now it was broad daylight, and although most people in the village went to work in the fields, he still met many acquaintances in the village on the way. "Oh, did your family buy a cow? It's really rare. This is the first cow in Shitsi village in so many years." A man was carrying a hoe and walking home from the field. On the way, he happened to meet Juan's ox cart. He stopped and chatted with Juan Lao with Indy, and even touched the cow twice. "Yes, I just happened to meet a suitable one, so I bought it," Juan Lao replied with a smile. The ox cart did not stop, but continued to drive towards the village. Soon more people found the ox cart driven by Juan Lao. This incident immediately caused a sensation in the village. From the entrance of the village to the home, Juan Lao could not move an inch. This time was different from watching the excitement in the past. In the past, those who came to the Juan family drove horse carriages and mule carts, but everyone in the village knew that they had nothing to do with them. This time was different. There were cows in the village, so every family had the opportunity to borrow them. This was related to everyone's vital interests. Juan Lao saw that the ox cart could not move, so he simply stopped and let everyone watch. The village chief Jinyo also hurried over from home, and the crowd made way for him as he arrived. "Auntie, did your family buy a cow?" Jinyo also looked at the strong big buffalo with Indy, and it was obvious that it was well raised by its owner. He circled the big buffalo, carefully looking at it from head to tail, and was even more delighted in his heart. "This is really a good cow." Old Lady One sat on the ox cart and said with a smile, "Village chief, this is a coincidence. I didn't plan to buy a cow. I just happened to meet an old man selling a cow. He must have encountered difficulties. I just bought it because I had some spare money. My family bought a lot of wasteland this year, seeing that other people are about to plant seeds. My land has not yet been opened. I am anxious. Now that I have a cow, I can speed up the progress. I hope it won't delay the spring plowing." Old Lady One saw so many people here, so she just happened to tell everyone about her family's situation in one breath, and also told everyone in disguise that the cow could not be borrowed. Her land had not been opened yet. After her land was planted, Everyone in the village would probably have finished planting their land, and would not need a cow. Jinyo also understood what Old Lady One meant. But as the head of a village, he certainly looked at different issues from ordinary villagers. The villagers cared about whether they could borrow cows to plow the land, while the village chief thought that their Sheetsi village was proud of themselves and finally had a cow. Chapter 183. The village chief came to the rescue, and Mrs. One accepted the favor. Some people envy others, and some people are jealous. There are those who congratulate, and there are those who make sarcastic remarks. Humph! Isn't it just buying a cow? Why are you so proud? I don't even know if the money for buying the cow was earned in a legitimate way. We are all exiles. Why can their family live a prosperous life as soon as they come to the border? I think this family may have done something shameful. How dare you talk about others? When you were exiled, you were so poor that you almost had no fig leaf. I don't know how the clothes were torn like that. It looks like someone tore them. The widow Lu from the same village looked at the woman who was talking and couldn't help but confront her. I'm talking about the One family. Who are you talking about? What do you mean? When the woman first came here as a wanderer, her clothes were indeed torn by someone, but her body was still clean. What does this widow Lu mean by bringing this up at this time? What do you mean? You're from the capital. Can't you understand what I mean? Isn't it said that people from the capital are all cunning? Stop being so cunning. The Wan family has noble people to help them, and they don't need to sell themselves. Some people are as dirty as their hearts, and they always think the worst of others, thinking that they are as dirty as themselves. Widow Su made the woman shameless by making indirect accusations. Widow Su, how did I offend you? Why are you targeting me like this? Okay, all of you stop talking too much. People buy cows based on their ability. If your family can afford cows, you be proud. Why are you arguing here? The village chief shouted at the two women who were arguing fiercely. The woman glared at Widow Su fiercely, and Widow Su snorted coldly and spat at the woman, making her fall backwards in anger. Old Lady One did not explain the source of the money, and watched the discussion coldly. Some said that they wanted to please their family and make a good relationship. Some were jealous, but they were too cunning to say it. And some directly questioned it on the spot like the woman just now. Although everyone was very curious about how this family had so much money in such a short time at the border, Old Lady One kept silent about it. Only her family knew the depth of her family. But in order to live a smooth life in the future, she still cried about being poor. Village chief, you don't know that this cow cost all my family's savings. After buying this cow, my family will have to eat coarse food in the future. This is also the time when there is a shortage of food. What do you think our family of so many people will do? I have been worried all the way. I spent the money in a fit of anger. Now, not only did I lose the money, but I also bought a mouth to feed. Alas! When Mrs. One cried poor, people around her began to gloat over her misfortune. I was wondering, how can the Wan family have so much money? It turns out that they are just pretending to be rich. Now, they have to raise not only people, but also cows. In my opinion, the cow will be used by the whole village in turn. Everyone will help to raise it, and their family will not have to worry about the cow starving to death. When this proposal came out, it was supported by most people. Those who were still waiting and watching became anxious at this time. But before Mrs. One could start to scold her, the village chief Jinyo had already scolded her. What do you want? It's their business if they can't keep the cows they bought alive. What does it have to do with you? Don't be delusional. You want to use other people's cows, but you don't speak well. Do you think they will be afraid of you if you coax them together? Be honest. If I find out who has done something to discredit the village, I will expel him from the village. I am the village chief appointed by the county magistrate. If you dare to go against me, you are going against the county magistrate. Think twice. Jinyo's words extinguished the little delusion that everyone had just raised. Old Lady One looked at Jinyo gratefully and said, Village chief, my daughter-in-law is still pregnant. She has been sitting in the ox cart for half a day and can't stand it anymore. We will go back first. If the village chief needs a cow in the future, he can borrow it from my house. My cows are only lent to people who I like. Old Lady One raised the status of the village chief invisibly, and also repaid the village chief's protection. Jinyo understood everything, and he quickly drove the people away. Go away. What's so good about it? Have you never seen a cow? You all work hard, and buy a cow for everyone to admire in the future. The crowd was dispersed by the village chief, and Wan Lauer hurriedly drove the cow back to his home. having not been home for several days. Wan Lao I was still worried about the chickens and geese at home. Xiao Fubao was even more worried about her geese. And before they got home, she started shouting, "Geese! Geese! Geese! The baby is back!" When the ox cart passed by Zhao's house, Zhao heard the noise and came out. She glanced at the ox cart, but didn't see Wan Xingma, and felt a little worried. Wan Laodao quickly jumped off the ox cart to greet Zhao. "Sister-in-law, have you eaten yet?" Zhao forced a smile and said, "Not yet. Chinner and his father are still working in the fields. I'm going to prepare a meal and send it to them. Are you all back? Is his uncle Wan-san all right?" "He's fine. Thanks to Amor this time. But Amor asked me to tell you something. He said he has something urgent to do and will be away for a few days." "Don't worry." Wan Laodao repeated what Wan Lao-san had told him. Zhao was still worried when she heard it, but she was relieved to know that her son was fine. The smile on her face was obviously much more relaxed. Mrs. Wan took out a bag of meat from the cart and got off the ox cart with the help of Wan Lao. "Niece-in-law, this is the fresh pork we just bought today. You can take it to add to the family's lunch dishes, so that Amor's father doesn't have to worry. My family members will go to the fields after lunch. Let them use the cattle to open up your acres of land first. It will be done in one day and will not delay the spring plowing." Zhao waved her hand and refused hurriedly. "Aunt, no, no. There is still a lot of meat you gave us at home. My cooking skills are not good, and I have wasted it. I can't cook this fresh meat well. Please take it back quickly." Zhao kept pushing it out. Seeing the two people pushing and shirking, Wan Erseo smiled and said, "Mom, don't push it back and forth. Anyway, my sister-in-law hasn't cooked yet. Let's just make it and send it over. You two are pushing and shirking here, which delays the lunch time for the people in the field and makes the father and son hungry." Old Lady Wan thought so too. Zhao Shi repeatedly emphasized that she couldn't cook. Why didn't she think of this? Old Lady Wan was also a down-to-earth person. She just hugged the meat back into her arms, didn't get on the ox cart, and walked home on her feet. "Niece-in-law, don't bother. Let's have lunch together at my house. How much can you and your mother eat? Don't bother. If you feel bad, come to my house to help with the fire." Old Lady Wan was afraid that Zhao Shi would not come, so she deliberately invited her to come to her house to help. As for whether she needed help after coming to her house, it was not up to Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi was a little at a loss. She was so enthusiastic that she didn't know whether to go back or follow. Wan Erseo glanced at the little Fubao in her arms and whispered something in her ear. The little Fubao eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up from Wan Erseo's arms and stretched out his two little arms to Zhao. "Aunt, Fubao misses Sister Ru. Fubao wants to play with Sister Ruer." Zhao saw that little Fubao was so cute, so she quickly took him down from the ox cart and took him back to find Wan Yiru with a smile. Wan Erseo took the opportunity to shout into the yard, "Sister-in-law, please help take care of little Fubao first. I call you when the meal is ready." Zhao turned around and nodded with a smile while holding little Fubao. Chapter 184 Little Fubao New Pet. When Mrs. Wan returned home, her sons and daughters-in-law moved all the things to the kitchen, and Mrs. Wan and Shen started to cook. Mrs. Wan hurriedly drove Shen out of the kitchen. "Oh, I was too busy in the town, so I asked you to help me. Now that I'm back home, how can I let you keep busy? Let's go to the house and rest, and let them do the work." Mrs. Wan took Mrs. Shen's hand and walked out. Mrs. Shen struggled to get rid of Mrs. Wan's hand and said with a smile, "Aunt, I'm already well. Please let me stretch my muscles. I've been taking care of it for a month or two, and grass is growing on my body." Mrs. Shen went back to the kitchen and started to work with Mrs. Wan. Mrs. Wan had a deep smile on her face. She glanced at Mrs. Shen's back, and then at her eldest son, who was busy building a cowshed in the yard. The smile in her eyes deepened. It seemed that good things were coming. Old Lady Wan did not go into the kitchen again, but hurried to the house to check on her chicks. After being gone for these days, I don't know if the chicks have starved to death. As soon as she entered the house, Old Lady Wan heard the chicks chirping happily. It turned out that when Lu left, she left enough food for the chicks, but the chicks were too small to compete with the goslings. Several chicks were squeezed into the corner by the goslings. Only after the goslings were full and satisfied, they dared to come forward to eat and drink. Old Lady Wan came in and put the goslings on the ground. They staggered out and soon ran to the yard to bask in the sun. Soon the smell of food came from the kitchen. At this time, Zhao also came to the one family with Xiao Fubao and Wan Yiru. And this is the bacon that my family prepared for lunch today. I bring it to you as a side dish. If I make it, it will be a waste. It's better not to waste the ingredients. You guys can do it. Zhao asked Wan Yiru to take the bacon to the kitchen. Wan Erseo didn't refuse and took it with a smile. Old Lady Wan quickly led Zhao into the house. Little Fubao looked at the furry little yellow geese in the yard and struggled to get off the ground. As soon as the Wan family boys came back, they circled around the goose in the yard. This was their only playmate. Zhao put little Fubao down, and he spread his arms and staggered to the side of the goose. Old Lady Wan took a look and warned, "You boys, take good care of your sister. Don't let her fall or bump." "I know, Grandma." Wanwen was the oldest. He ran over and held his sister's hand and walked carefully. Old Lady Wan smiled and pulled Zhao into the inner room and sat on the Kong. With the addition of Xiao Fubao, the scene in the yard suddenly became more lively. Xiao Fubao was like a bandit entering the village. Seeing the goose lying on the ground with its head buried under its belly to bask in the sun, she giggled and stretched out her little claws, pulling the goose's neck and trying to lift it up. Wanwen was so scared that he hurried forward to save the goose. "Sister, if you catch the goose like this, the goose will be killed by you. If it dies, you won't have any fun. Let's put it down. Okay?" The goose was caught in Xiao Fubao's hand, flapping its two goose paws, and it was almost suffocated. Xiao Fubao listened to his brother's words, and half believed and half doubtedly let go of the goose. The goose fell to the ground in an instant and rolled in the dust, like a ball of goose yellow thread. After rolling a few times, it stood up and ran away in fear, making terrified screams while running. The other two geese also staggered behind the goose. Xiao Fubao's eyes were immediately attracted by the three little geese. She staggered behind the three yellow balls that were staggering in front of her. The yard soon became a mess. Xiao Fubao's giggles seemed like a nightmare to the little geese, and they kept chasing after them. The three yellow balls' frightened goose cries spread far in the yard. Several brothers blocked Xiao Fubao from time to time, fearing that she would really play the little geese to death. "Oh, my dear, what are you doing? You are sweating all over. Go wash your hands and eat meat." Wan Erseo saw several children playing happily in the yard, especially the little girl, whose face was rosy. Eyes were sparkling, and she was sweating all over. She looked particularly cute and adorable. She reached out and picked up Xiao Fubao from the ground. When Xiao Fubao heard that he wanted to eat meat, he immediately diverted his attention. "Eat meat. Meat." She was anxious and wanted to run into the house in Wan Erseo's arms. At noon, Wan Erseo fried pork belly with cabbage, stewed a pot of meat with vermicelli, steamed a pot of egg custard, and made a pot of mixed grain rice. In addition, she packed 2 portions of food in a basket and covered them with a quilt. After Wan Laoda and others had eaten and went to the fields, they would take them to the fields to give to Wan Jinshu and his son. After the family had eaten and drunk enough, Wan Erseo, Wan Lao Er, and Wan Laoda drove the ox cart to the fields together. The ox cart was carrying a load of plows and hoes and other farm tools. After the last few days of spring rain, the land was still moist, which is what farmers call a good harvest. Farmers had to take advantage of this rare spring rain to sow seeds. Wan Lao drove the ox cart to the wasteland he bought. Along the way, he saw many people working in the fields, but they all relied on hoes to turn the soil and sow seeds, which was much less efficient than using oxen to plow the land. "Brother Jinshu, would you like to take a break? We have brought you food, so eat it while it's hot." Wan Laoda took the basket from the ox cart and carried it to Wan Jinshu's field. In the past few days, Wan Jinshu and his sons had also reclaimed a lot of land. His family bought a total of 5 acres of land, and in the past few days, they had reclaimed 2 acres of land. Although Wan Jinshu was still a little awkward using farm tools with one hand, it was obviously much better than before. When Wan Jinshu heard the voice of Wan Laoda, he quickly stopped what he was doing, stood up straight, put the hoe under his armpits, wiped the sweat from his head, and watched Wan Laoda come over. "Brother Jingui, why are you the one delivering food to us? Where's your sister-in-law?" Wan Laoda laughed, found a relatively flat place to put the basket on the ground, and raised his head while lifting the cloth on it and answered, "Sister-in-law is chatting and doing embroidery with my mother at my house. We are on the way, so we brought it directly. Sister-in-law doesn't need to run again. Come and eat quickly." Wan Xingchen is a teenager. At this time, he was so tired that he couldn't lift his arms. But seeing that his father was still gritting his teeth and insisting, he couldn't fall behind. He kept trying to keep up with his father's speed. The father and son worked hard for a whole morning. At this time, they were not only hungry, but also had backaches. Wan Xingchen supported his waist and stood up, and did not forget to help his father sit down. Come! Eat quickly. Wan Lao De helped Wan Jinshu to serve the food and handed it over, and also served Wan Xingchen the food. Wan Jinshu didn't have a table outside, so he couldn't eat alone. Wan Xingchen quickly put down the food in his hand, took Wan Jinshu's bowl, and fed him mouthful by mouthful. Wan Jinshu pounded his waist with one hand, sighing, "This kind of land is much more tiring than fighting. Farmers are really hard-working." Wan Lao De smiled honestly. "We are used to it. Fighting relies on brains, and we just need a handful of strength. You are still the best. You can eat slowly. My second brother and I helped you to open the land today. We bought a cow at home, which can save a lot of effort. You can just watch from the side." After saying this, Wan Lao De patted his butt and stood up. And Wan Jinshu also stood up quickly. "Brother Jingui, no need. I see we have cultivated a lot of land in the past few days, but you still have more than half to cultivate. Plus, you have wasted some time in the past few days. Don't you think you will miss the spring plowing? It's okay. We didn't plan to cultivate all the land this year. We can do it slowly. We can plant other things later. We don't have to plant grain. Your family only has this. It can be done in half a day. You can take a rest." As Wan Lao De said, he ignored Wan Jinshu's obstruction and strode away to drive the cattle. Chapter 185. Wan Xingmo found the treasure. Wan Lauer had already put the plow on the cow and was ready to go to the field at any time. "Second brother, it's done. Shall we start?" "Okay." With the cow, one person was enough, and Wan Lao De and Wan Erseo went to their own fields to open up the wasteland manually, which would be faster. The sky gradually darkened, and the people in the surrounding fields went home one after another, and the people of the Wan family began to pack up and go back. After working for 5 or 6 days in a row, Wan Xingmo did not show up, and Zhao was a little impatient. With the help of Wan Lao De and Wan Lauer, the family's land had been planted. Just on the day when the seeds were planted, it rained a moderate amount, which was a blessing from God for farmers. Zhao was doing embroidery at home while discussing with Wan Jinshu. "Husband, Amor hasn't come back for several days. Should we go out and look for him?" Wan Jinshu wiped his spear and said without raising his head, "Don't worry. Amor is very good at martial arts. No one should be his opponent at this border. If he says he has something to do, let him do it. Let's not delay the child's business. He has been following me all the way to the border, and he is also feeling uncomfortable. Don't let the child get suffocated. Let him go out for a run. A child is no longer under the control of his mother." Zhao sighed and continued to do embroidery. On the other side, Wan Xingmo took Wang Xingwang to the so-called treasure place according to the route Wang Xingwang said. This is in a gully. It took a long time to go down from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the gully. Looking up from the bottom of the gully, there is only a thin crack. No one would have thought that there would be a treasure hidden underneath. The terrain of the border is very strange, with crisscrossing gullies formed by years of weathering and rainwater erosion. People who are not familiar with this place are very likely to fall into the gullies when walking at night. Wan Xingmo looked around and finally found a pagoda shape made of stones. But it was covered with a lot of loess, which took some effort. Wan Xingmo did not rush to find the entrance, but woke up Wang Xingwang. Wang Xingwang was carried here by Wan Xingmo like a sack, and he was in a coma. He was still a little confused when he was awakened by Wan Xingmo. When he saw Wan Xingmo's face clearly, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. "I'm still alive? Did you really find this place?" Wang Xingwang looked around and found the mark he made at the beginning. A stone tower. His mind immediately became active. Since he was here, would he have a chance to kill this kid? Wang Xingwang thought about the mechanism he set up at the entrance of the treasure, and a sense of pleasure surged in his heart. He pointed to a hole that was buried in the loess and was only the size of a human head, and said to Wan Xingmo, "That's the entrance to the treasure. You just need to clean the loess at the hole, and you can get in. There is a big cave inside." Wan Xingmo glanced at the direction of Wang Xingwang's finger. It was indeed as he said. There was a small hole there. It was dark inside, and nothing could be seen. But Wan Xingmo didn't even lift his feet. He grabbed Wang Xingwang from the ground and threw him directly in the direction of the hole. Wang Xingwang was so frightened by Wang Qingmao's unconventional approach that his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Help! You said you wouldn't kill me, but you didn't keep your word. Wang Qingmao snorted coldly. I didn't kill you. I just asked you to explore the way for me. If you were honest, you would not die. It's a pity that you are seeking death. And you can't blame me. As soon as Wang Qingmao finished speaking, he heard a bang, and Wang Xingwang's body hit the earth wall at the entrance of the cave. And then his body slid down the wall and fell on the yellow land just below the entrance of the cave. The accident happened at this moment, and the land collapsed directly. Wang Xingwang's body fell into the cave below with the soil, and soon he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Wang Xingmao had no expression on his face, and slowly approached the entrance of the cave coldly. He saw that Wang Xingwang's body was pierced into a hedgehog by the trap he had set, and he vomited blood and died with his eyes open. If Wang Xingmao really believed Wang Xingwang's words just now, and went straight forward to explore the entrance of the cave, then he must have fallen in. Wang Xingwang was really vicious and meticulous. He dug a large pit 1 person deep right below the cave entrance. At the bottom of the pit stood a bunch of sharp knives. Wang Xingwang was really willing to spend a lot of money. These knives didn't look cheap. They were still shining coldly after being placed in the pit for several years. It turned out that the person who got the treasure was willful. In order to ensure that Wang Xingwang didn't do anything else, Wang Xingmao was extra careful on the road ahead. Without Wang Xingwang as a pathfinder, Wang Xingmao used his long sword to explore the way every step he took, until he stripped all the soil blocking the cave entrance and revealed the dark cave inside. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xingmao took out a fire starter from his bosom, blew it up, and bent down to get into the cave. The terrain inside the cave was much lower than outside, but the cave had obviously been repaired by people. There was a gentle slope from the cave entrance. The temperature inside the cave was also higher than outside, but the water vapor contained inside was also more than outside. When entering the cave, it didn't feel as dry as outside. Wang Xingmao used the fire starter to illuminate the surrounding environment while walking. Not long after walking down, he found a torch on the wall. He quickly used the fire starter to light the torch on the wall. With the illumination of the torch, the surrounding scene was clearer. He was standing on a slope at this time, with solid lush walls on both sides. It can be seen that the aisle on this slope was naturally formed, and there were no traces of artificial excavation on the lush walls on both sides. The soil on the ground was very loose, and it didn't look like it was often trampled, indicating that few people set foot here. Wang Xingmao walked a distance and was startled by a corpse on the wall. Suddenly, a corpse was nailed to the wall of the dark alley. Because the humidity here is greater than outside, the corpse is rotted, but judging from the clothes, it should be a border guard. Wang Xingmao was used to seeing corpses. He was not prepared just now and was frightened. Now that he recovered, he held a torch and looked closely. He found that an arrow was stuck in the chest of the corpse, and the person was nailed to the wall by the arrow. It can be seen that the force of the arrow was great. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, it should be several years. The corpse was wrapped in clothes at this time and became a skeleton. Wang Xingmao did not stay for too long, but carefully bypassed the corpse and continued to move forward. Along the way, he found that there were many arrows on the ground, and many arrows were stuck on the wall. There were also skeletons from time to time. It can be seen that there must have been a fierce battle here at that time, or the mechanism was triggered. However, Wang Xingwang was able to take money from inside, which means that the danger here has been eliminated and the mechanism has been triggered by him. Then these dead people may be brought in by him. Wang Xingmao walked for a quarter of an hour and saw about 50 or 60 corpses along the way. Suddenly, a sound of rushing water came from inside. Wang Xingmao's heart moved, and he immediately quickened his pace towards the sound of water. Walking over the slope, there was actually a natural cave inside. Looking up, he couldn't see the top of the cave at all. It was pitch black inside. Even if Wang Xingmao had good eyesight, he couldn't see where the top of the cave was. It can be seen that the height of this cave must be quite high. He walked forward for another half a quarter of an hour, following the sound of water. There were pieces of rocks under his feet. Some of them were wet and slippery. But soon, he saw a dark river. He used a torch to illuminate the river. The water was not too deep and clear. The river was not very wide, about 5 or 6 feet wide. Wang Xingmao jumped lightly and reached the other side of the river. There was a high platform on the other side of the river. A small temple was built on the platform. The monster with a human head and a snake body was worshipped in the temple. Not Niwa. There were dozens of large boxes scattered around the temple. And the boxes were not locked. Wan Xingmo walked over and directly used his long sword to pick open the box. Under the light of the fire, the jewels inside shone brightly. Wan Xingmo remained calm and checked them one by one. Every box was full of jewels. Even though Wan Xingmo was not tempted by money, he took a breath of cold air when he saw so much money. No wonder the leader of the Qingniu gang wanted to get Wang Xingwang out of the prison at all costs. Such a large sum of money is more than enough to support an army of tens of thousands of people for several years. Wang Xingwang was indeed cautious and cunning. An old fox. He didn't take such a large sum of money back, but kept it here. It is estimated that there is no safety outside than here. After all, who would have thought that there would be a treasure here? Wan Xingmo closed the boxes one by one and only took out a few gold bars from them. He wanted to secretly buy a piece of land as his base first. He left the cave and sealed it back up. When everything was settled, he took out all the money at once. On the other side, the unlucky guy in the Wan family shop was causing trouble again. And this time, he actually used his brain. Chapter 186, Making Trouble. The Wan family shop has been open for a few days, and business is booming every day. Wan San's wife inherited her grandfather's cooking skills, and the food she makes is not as good as the big restaurants in the town. Moreover, it is cheap and good quality, which is the best choice for ordinary people and people working in the town. At noon that day, Wan Laosi and Wan Laosan were busy and exhausted. There were not enough tables in the shop. The late customers directly ordered a meal and squatted on the ground to eat. Many people here are workers from the construction site next door. On the first day of opening, the group of people who came here to eat went back to promote it, and other people came to try it. As a result, after eating the food in one shop, they never wanted to eat cold and hard steamed buns again. After all, if you don't eat well at noon after a day's work, you will feel tired in the afternoon. The mayor paid a high salary, and no one wanted to be driven away because of poor physical strength. There were still many people waiting in line for vacancies. This lunch at noon became everyone's life-saving meal. A few days ago, when the Wan family shop was not open, many people were driven away by the manager because they were physically exhausted and could not hold on for a whole day. Shopkeeper. 5 bowls of braised pork with rice as usual. Hu Da's loud voice had already been heard in the shop before he entered the door. When Wan Laosi heard that it was an old acquaintance, he quickly put down his work and greeted him with a smile. Brother Hu, you are here. Please come in. Since Hu Da had braised pork with rice last time, he had to have a bowl every day at noon. Not only that, he also brought dozens of people. The business in the store was booming, and a large part of the reason was because of Hu Da's influence. So Wan Laosi and Wan Laosan discussed and cleaned up a separate room in the back for these people to use. So even though there were no seats in the store at this time, Hu Da was not worried. He was led directly to the backyard by Wan Laosi to sit. Hu Da also enjoyed this high-level treatment and had a better impression of the Wan family. He praised Wan Laosi for his ability to handle things behind his back. Just as Wan Laosi led Hu Da and his group into the backyard, a man came into the shop in front. This man was the man who bought the cow last time. As soon as Wan Laosan saw the man coming in, he stepped forward with a smile on his face and greeted him. Sir, our store is full. If you can wait, please wait at the door. If you can't wait, please come earlier next time. Humph. I, Su Cha Sheng, have never seen a store owner chase customers out. I will eat in your store today. Hurry up and find a seat for me. Otherwise I will go out and ruin your reputation, saying that your store is big and bullies customers. Su Changsheng wore a lake blue fine cotton thick robe today, with his head held high, like a peacock with its tail spread out, standing arrogantly in the middle of the store, with his hands behind his back, as if he could do nothing to me. Wan Laosan smiled bitterly. He was not as flexible as Wan Laosi in dealing with such a person. At this time, Wan Laosi was not there, and he didn't know how to deal with it alone. Wan Shi was holding a customer's food in his hand. After delivering the food, he walked to Wan Laosan and glanced at Su Chasheng. Uncle, please open your eyes and take a look. How can our small shop be worthy of what you said about bullying customers? If we bully customers, there won't be so many customers coming to dine. We are all businessmen. If you insist on doing this, we can't do anything. Please go to the street to shout. If you are worried that the impact is not enough, we have a gong in our store. You can lend it to Uncle to shout on the street and promote our small shop at the same time. Su Changsheng was so angry by what a kid said that he raised his hand and grabbed Wan Shi's collar and lifted him up. Wan Laosan was startled by Su Changsheng's sudden action. When he reacted, he hit Su Changsheng's waist. Although Su Changsheng looks tall and big, he is actually a show-off. In addition, he has been hanging around in the red light district all day, and his body has been hollowed out. He was hit hard by Wan Laosan and fell to the side. His hand also instantly let go of Wan Shi, and Wan Laosan reached out and grabbed Wan Shi's arm, so that the boy did not fall to the ground. What's wrong? Are you not scared? Hurry to the backyard. Uncle San is here. Don't be afraid. Wan Shi was indeed a little scared just now. After all, he was a new kid in the village. Where had he seen such a fight over a disagreement? If it was someone of the same age, it would be fine. But the other party was an adult, and he was so shameless that he bullied a child. Uncle San, did I cause trouble? Shouldn't I have said those words just now? Wan Shi felt a little guilty. He was also very angry just now. So he spoke without thinking and stood up for Uncle San. Who would have thought that people at the border would love to fight so much? No. You did a good job. People have bullied us. How can we still endure it? It's okay. Don't take it to heart. Wan Laosan was not very good at comforting people, but he could still say a few warm words to his own nephew, and patted Wan Shi on the shoulder. Su Changsheng got up from the ground and raised his fist to hit Wan Laosan, but was stopped by the diners next to him. Young man, if you come to eat, you should queue up. What they said is right. We are all queuing up. It's dinner time now. Don't delay everyone's meal because of you. We are not as rich as you. We have to go to work after dinner. Don't make trouble here. An old man's calloused hands tightly grasped Su Changsheng's wrist like a pair of pliers. Su Changsheng struggled several times, but couldn't get away. His face turned red. The old man's words immediately aroused the response of other people in the store. Yeah. What's wrong with you? Even when eating, you have to follow the first come first served rule. There are so many people in front of you. What are you doing here? Get out now. Don't delay everyone's meal. Yes. Get out. Su Changsheng didn't expect that this business was so good that customers would take the initiative to help them. The shame and anger in his heart turned into a strong rage. But he was very thick-skinned. Even with so many people chasing him away, he didn't leave. You all shut up. He just pushed me and I was injured. They want compensation. 10 taels of silver. Without 10 taels of silver, this matter can't be settled today. So I stayed in their shop and made trouble. What's wrong? Su Changsheng looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and directly pushed one person away, sitting on a long bench, crossing his legs, holding his waist with one hand, and crying. Anyone can see that this is blackmail. It happened that Wan Laosi came out from the backyard after entertaining Hu De. As soon as he came out, he saw that the shop was very lively, and everyone was surrounding the person in the middle and talking. Chapter 187 Wan Laosi cleans up Su Changsheng. Wan Laosi pushed aside the crowd and saw Su Changsheng at a glance. This was the man who came to the shop to make trouble last time. Why did he come again today? He retreated calmly and stood behind the crowd to listen for a while. He probably knew what had happened just now. He had a gloomy face. This man was really haunting. Wan Laosi turned around and went to the backyard. He directly drew a bucket of water from the well and ran forward with the bucket. Oh! I heard that there was a fire. Everyone, please make way. I'm here to put out the fire. Wan Laosi pushed aside the crowd and walked in. As soon as he saw the blue shadow in his peripheral vision, he poured the bucket in his hand directly on Su Changsheng's head. Splash! The bucket of water poured a chill on the other party. At this time, everyone was still wearing thick cotton clothes. Cotton clothes absorb water. Most of the bucket of water was absorbed by the cotton clothes. Oh! There's no fire? I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I just heard someone shouting that there was a fire in the front. Seeing everyone gathered here, I thought there was a fire. I'm so sorry. Let me wipe it for you. Wan Laosi took a sweat towel from his neck. I don't know if it was intentional, but the sweat towel slipped to the ground without being held tightly. People were coming and going on the ground, and the ground was full of mud. The bucket of water just poured down, and the ground was full of black mud. The sweat towel fell into the mud, and Wan Laosi picked it up and wiped it on Su Changsheng in a hurry. Su Changsheng's originally clean and beautiful clothes were now covered with mud by Wan Laosi's sweat towel. Su Changsheng was poured with cold water, shivering with cold, his upper and lower teeth knocking loudly, and his lips were frozen black and purple. He pushed Wan Laosi away with trembling hands, turned his head and squeezed out of the crowd, and ran home. Wan Laosi's actions attracted applause from everyone. Su Changsheng was not in good health to begin with. He would definitely catch a cold after being frozen. It was no big deal for him to lie in bed for 10 days or half a month. Recently, the Wan family shop could finally be quiet. After Su Changsheng left, the shop returned to its usual bustle. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner. If Wan Laosi and Wan Laosan were too busy, everyone would go to the window to get food when they heard the bell. Busy days always pass quickly. In a blink of an eye, spring plowing was over, and the days quickly came to May. The scorching sun at the border in May scorched the earth. The Wan family, who had just celebrated the Dragon Boat Festival, had already begun planning to buy a homestead and build a house. After dinner that day, the Wan family sat in the yard to chat. Lu sat aside with a big belly and listened to the news that Wan Lauda had recently inquired about. I went to the town today. The shop in the trade center has taken shape. It should be completed before the end of the year. Our shop can double next year. But the shop is really short of manpower. My third brother's wife told me today to ask in the village if there are any reliable people to help in the shop. The first person that old lady Wan thought of was the village chief's wife, Li. From the spring plowing to now, the village chief has blocked many people who came to borrow cattle for their family, which has reduced their enemies. However, the village chief's family is not rich, just a little better than ordinary families. The village chief's wife, Li, is filial, efficient, and hardworking. She is a famous virtuous woman in the village. What do you think of the village chief's wife, Li? When Mrs. Wan brought it up, no one said anything. This is definitely a good candidate. But Boss Wan hesitated and said, she's a good person, but she's the village chief's wife. Will she be willing to help in our store? I don't know whether it's okay or not. I ask tomorrow and I know. There's another person I think is okay. Ergu's mother at the end of the village. It's not easy for her to raise 2 children as a widow. Her Ergu and our Wanquan get along well. And Ergu's sister and Xiao Fubao also get along well. Ergu's mother likes to be clean. It's said that widows have a lot of gossip. But when have you ever heard of Ergu's mother's gossip? This shows that this person respects herself. I think it's very rare. No one objected to the person mentioned by Mrs. Wan. Mrs. Wan smiled and said, I will go and ask Ergu's mother tomorrow. Her family doesn't have much land. It's probably difficult for her family in this period of transition. With this job, our family can be regarded as doing a good deed. Okay. You go to Ergu's mother's house tomorrow. And I go to the village chief's house. Shin was embarrassed to speak at this time. Aunt, I have lived in your house for almost half a year. It stands to reason that I should take the initiative to help in the town. But my brother wrote to me a few days ago and said that he would send someone to pick me up to the county town. When Mr. Wan heard Shin mention this, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. He was suffocated by a feeling of anger in his heart. But Mrs. Wan smiled and held Shin's hand and said, Girl, what's the big deal? You were originally staying in my house to recuperate. Haven't you done less in the past 6 months? I am not lucky enough to marry a daughter-in-law like you. And I don't know which family will be lucky enough to marry you in the future. I am envious. Shin was embarrassed by Mrs. Wan and looked at Mr. Wan shyly. Mr. Wan was looking at her, and their eyes met. They saw a trace of affection in each other's eyes. Shin hurriedly stroked her hair. Her face was a little hot, and she hurriedly lowered her head. But her heart was pounding. Mrs. Wan felt the subtle atmosphere between the two, smiled calmly, and then changed the subject. Mr. Wan, if you have time, go ask the village chief if there is any suitable homestead in the village, and approve a piece for our family. It's time to put the construction of a new house on the agenda. We should strive to spend the new year in our new home this year. I always feel uneasy living in someone else's house. I don't even have my own nest. What if my mother suddenly passed away one day? Or passed away in someone else's house? I would not be willing. Wan Lauda nodded quickly. Mom, you see what you said? You can live a long life. But I have asked the village chief about the homestead. Now there are several places for our family to choose. some big and some small, at the head and end of the village. But there is no room inside the village. We have a large family. We have to choose a big one. And we also need to build a big yard. So we don't need to look at the small one. Wan Quan will get married in 2 years. And the house cannot be spacious. Okay. Let's go and have a look tomorrow. There is a large vacant lot in the south of the village. I have seen it, and I think it is quite suitable. Mom will go and have a look tomorrow. If you think it is good, we will choose that one. Ah! Mom, my stomach hurts. As soon as Wan Lao finished speaking, he heard Lu, who was sitting next to Wan Erseo, suddenly screamed. Chapter 188 Lu's preparations before giving birth. Old Lady Wan's heart skipped a beat. Is she going to give birth? Fourth brother's wife. How are you in pain now? Old Lady Wan ran to Lu's side, like a gust of wind on her small feet. Lu felt a twitching pain, and the sweat on her forehead flowed down her face. The bangs in front of her forehead were also soaked by sweat. Mom, I hurt. Lu had a stomachache at this time, and she didn't have the strength to speak. She almost slipped off the stool to the ground, and was still being pulled by the arm by the second sister-in-law of Wan. Second brother, hurry up. Put the bullock cart on the town to ask for a midwife. And bring your fourth brother back by the way. How can he not be with his wife when she gives birth? Wan's second brother had experienced the birth of the second sister-in-law of Wan, so he was not so panicked. But he didn't hesitate, and immediately put the bullock cart on and left. Second brother, I go with you. It's getting dark soon. It's not safe for you to be alone. Grandma Wan didn't have time to take care of the two brothers. Anyway, the two men couldn't help much at home. Second brother's wife, come and help. Let's get the fourth brother's wife into the house, and put her on the Kong. Shen had never experienced childbirth, but she knew that giving birth was a nightmare for women. She quickly said to Grandma Wan, Aunt, let me do it. You go to set up the delivery room. Grandma Wan didn't refuse. She handed Lu to Shen and Wan's second sister-in-law and went to the kitchen without stopping. Grandma Wan picked up a bag of wood ash under the stove and went to Lu's room. The wood ash had been prepared long ago, waiting for Lu to give birth. After Grandma Wan entered the house, she cleaned up everything on Lu's Kong, poured wood ash on the Kong, and spread a layer of torn sheets on the wood ash. Okay, let's get the person in. Shen and Wan Erseo gritted their teeth and supported Lu, but the pain from the contractions in Lu's stomach made her unable to stand. Fourth sister-in-law, be strong. This is just the beginning. It won't be so early. Let's grit our teeth and lie on the Kong, so you can suffer less. Wan Erseo was also worried for Lu. It's painful to give birth, but some people are faster and some are slower. When she gave birth to Wan, she was in pain for a day and a night before she gave birth. Lu gritted her teeth and nodded with difficulty. She took 3 steps and rested 3 times. It took her a quarter of an hour to get from the yard to the wing room. Shen and Wan Erseo finally helped Lu onto the Kong. Looking at Lu's round belly, they were both a little scared. As soon as Lu got on the Kong, the pain in her stomach disappeared. She felt alive again when she lay on the Kong. Seeing that Lu's expression was not as painful as before, Wan Erseo asked hurriedly, Fourth sister-in-law, are you no longer in pain? Yes. It doesn't hurt anymore. I feel a little stronger now. I was in so much pain just now that I couldn't move. Yes. That's right. If the pain gets more intense later, it means it's time. If it hurts for a while, and then for a quarter of an hour, it means there's still a lot to endure. But you're not in pain now. Sister-in-law, I make you a bowl of fried eggs. You have more strength to give birth after eating for a while. Lu had just finished her meal and wasn't too hungry. But after listening to Wan Erseo's words, she didn't refute it. She heard that women are more likely to give birth if they eat a full meal before giving birth. Old Lady Wan had already run back to her upper room and rummaged through the boxes in the house, looking for a piece of ginseng she had left, ready for use at any time. Shen stayed to look after Lu, and Wan Erseo went to the kitchen to boil water and cook fried eggs. Old Lady Wan prepared all the things needed for the birth, including the baby's blanket, which was new. It was sunny these days, so she took it out to dry every day. The blanket still smelled of sunshine. Just as Wan Erseo finished making the fried eggs, she heard Lu shouting from the side room. She hurriedly took a bowl of fried eggs to the side room, but was hugged by Xiao Fubao on the way. Mother! Fourth auntie. Cry. Fubao. Don't cry. Fubao is afraid. The little girl tilted her head up. Her two big eyes were covered with a layer of mist. And she looked pitiful, which made Wan Erseo feel distressed. She was so focused on Lu that she ignored her daughter. She quickly squatted down, holding the bowl in one hand and picking up Xiao Fubao from the ground with the other hand. Fuba, don't be afraid. Ansi is going to give birth to a little brother. Ansi will feel pain when giving birth to a little brother. So she will cry out. Just like when little Fubao falls and hurts his hand. He will cry. Ansi will feel more pain than Fubao. If Ansi cries out, it won't hurt that much. Fubao, do you understand? Little Fubao nodded as if he understood, but still asked curiously, why doesn't the little brother come out quickly? If he comes out earlier, will Ansi not feel pain? Wan Erseo smiled and said patiently, yes. As long as the little brother comes out, Ansi will not feel pain. It's just that the little brother is a little shy. He is playing hide and seek with your Aunt C and won't come out until the time comes. We should be patient with him. Okay. Be good and go play with Grandma. I will help your fourth and give birth to your brother as soon as possible. Little Fubao looked at the direction of the wing room worriedly and shouted to the room, brother, come out quickly. Don't make fourth aunt sad. Come out and play with your sister. Wan Erseo kissed little Fubao on the forehead and handed her to Grandma Wan. Mom, you take Fubao with you first. There are blood stains when giving birth. I am afraid that the children will be scared. You take these children to the upper room. My sister Shin is watching here. Grandma Wan took little Fubao and handed a cloth bag in her arms to Wan Erseo, admonishing, here is half a ginseng. If you can use it later, don't feel bad. You must protect the adults. Your parents are not around. They are all my daughters. None of them can be missing. We don't lack children, but we lack good wives. Old Lady Wan stuffed the cloth bag into the arms of second sister Wan, called a few kids in the yard, and went to the upper room together. Second sister Wan looked at old Lady Wan's back. Her eyes were a little hot. It was her blessing to meet such a good mother-in-law. She stuffed the cloth bag into her arms and carried the poached egg into the wing room. Fourth sister-in-law, the poached egg is ready. Do you still feel pain now? If not, eat the poached egg while it is hot, so that you can have the strength to give birth later. Lu's pain disappeared again, and the child calmed down. But she was sweating profusely, and there was not much left of the dinner she had in the evening after all the trouble just now. Shin quickly helped Lu up and put a quilt behind her. Lu half leaned on the quilt, and second sister Wan fed her poached eggs mouthful by mouthful, and soon a bowl of poached eggs was eaten up. Fourth sister-in-law, how do you feel? Are you still hungry? If you can still eat, sister-in-law will make you another bowl of shredded pork noodles. Lu shook her head and held her big belly. Second sister-in-law, no need. I'm full, and I don't know when the midwife will come. What do you think if the midwife doesn't come and I give birth? Lu was a little panicked. If she could give birth smoothly, it would be fine. If it was a difficult birth, would she not even be able to see the child? The more Lu thought about it, the more scared she became. She couldn't help crying. She missed her mother very much. It would be great if her mother was by her side. Now she was giving birth, and even the person next to her was not there. She couldn't control her emotions and cried. Chapter 189. Old Lady Wan proposes marriage for her son. Sister-in-law Wan was a little at a loss, but she could understand Lu's mood at the moment. She patted Lu's shoulder silently, and waited until Lu had cried enough before she spoke. Fourth sister-in-law, do you miss your mother? Our mother gave you a piece of ginseng just now. She said that if anything really happened, we must protect the adults. Our family has no shortage of children, but good daughters-in-law. She has no daughters, and treats us as her own daughters. Don't worry. You will be fine. Lu looked at sister-in-law Wan in surprise and asked in disbelief, did our mother really say that? Yes. I can't lie to you. Look at this. Sister-in-law Wan took out the ginseng in her arms. Lu was moved to tears, and her contractions began again at this time, and they were more violent than before. Ah! Second sister-in-law, I think I'm about to give birth. I feel like something is coming out from below, and it's falling down. What should I do? Second sister-in-law Wan was shocked by Lu's sudden reaction. So fast? Will it not hurt for a while? At least she can wait until the midwife comes? Why is she going to give birth now? This is beyond second sister-in-law Wan's cognition. But her father is a doctor. She has also seen the first sister-in-law Wan and the third sister-in-law Wan give birth. And she has also given birth herself. If everything goes well, it will not be difficult for her to help deliver the baby. Juan Urseo glanced at Lu again, and saw that she had already exerted force. She hurried to help Lu take off her pants and checked. She found that the cervix was already more than half open. It was obvious that she was about to give birth. Sister Shin, my fourth sister-in-law is about to give birth. Please go to the kitchen to get a basin of hot water. I have already boiled the hot water in the pot and the scissors. Please bring them together. Shin was dumbfounded. Although she had seen several sisters-in-law give birth in the Shin family, she had never seen one so fast. She responded in a panic and ran outside. Soon she came back with a basin of hot water, scissors, and towels for delivery. As soon as she put the things down, she heard Juan Urseo shouting, "I see the head. I see the baby's head." Fourth sister-in-law. Push harder. Lu felt that giving birth was like defecating. Like defecating when she was constipated. She was sweating all over and tore the sheets on the Kong. She screamed and finally felt a hot stream gushing out from below. Then she heard Juan Urseo's surprised voice. "It's out. It's out." Then there was the loud cry of the baby. Juan Urseo cut the umbilical cord skillfully, wiped the blood off the baby's body with a towel, and quickly wrapped it with a quilt and handed it to Shin. Then she turned around to wrap the placenta and finished the finishing work. Shin held the soft little bean in her arms, and the smile on her face never stopped. She carefully held the baby in front of Lu. "Sister, please look at the baby. It's so pretty. Its skin is so fair. Its arms and legs are so chubby. It's so cute." After Lu gave birth, she was exhausted. She looked at the child weakly and fell asleep. "Sister Shin, my fourth sister-in-law is tired. Let her rest for a while. I will clean up the Kong so that my fourth sister-in-law can sleep more comfortably." Shin quickly put the child gently on the inside of Lu, and cleaned up the Kong with Shin. Put the quilt on again. Put pants on Lu. And after cleaning up, Juan Urseo hurried out of the wing room and went upstairs. "Mother! It's born. It's born. My fourth sister-in-law is born. It's a big fat boy. Mother and child are safe. I have never seen a first child born so quickly in all these years. It took less than an hour from the beginning of her contractions to the birth. Do you think this child is here to repay her gratitude?" Juan Urseo was excited and danced with joy aside to old lady Juan. Grandma Juan was also happy, and she smiled and carried little Fubao to the wing room. "Come on. Grandma will take you to see your younger brother. Doesn't little Fubao want his younger brother to come out and play with you? This younger brother knows how to listen to his sister in the womb, and he will definitely be a good child in the future." Grandma Juan's words also reminded Juan Urseo, as if little Fubao did say the sentence just now. Could it be that because of what little Fubao said, the fourth brother's wife gave birth so smoothly? This is too mysterious. Right? Juan Urseo hurriedly followed Grandma Juan to the wing room. As soon as little Fubao entered the wing room, he wanted to go to the Kong, and was hugged by Grandma Juan. "Grandma, Fubao wants to see his younger brother." Younger brother. Little Fubao's little body kept running to the Kong, and Grandma Juan hurried to comfort her. "Fubao, your younger brother is still young, and the fourth aunt just gave birth to your younger brother, and she is very tired. Let's come to see your younger brother tomorrow." Okay. Fubao should go to bed too. But little Fubao didn't want to. She had to see her younger brother. No. Fubao wants to see his brother. See his brother. Old Mrs. Juan had no choice but to ask Mrs. Juan to bring the child over to let little Fubao take a look. "Go and bring the child over to let your daughter take a look. I think she will make a fuss if she doesn't take a look today." Old Lady Juan smiled and touched the little face of little Fubao. Little Fubao's eyes were always on his newborn brother, and he couldn't bear to look away. The other kids stretched their necks to see their new brother, especially Wanhu, who had always been the youngest brother in the family. Now he finally had a younger brother, and he was very happy. He would have both a younger sister and a younger brother in the future, and he could show off his brother's style. Second sister Juan picked up the child and put him in front of little Fubao. Little Fubao looked at the small and soft baby, smacking his mouth and blowing bubbles. She couldn't help but stretch out her little hand and gently poke the little brother's face, shouting, "Brother, I'm your sister. You have to grow up quickly. Let's ride on the big goose together." Little Fubao's words immediately made the three adults in the room laugh. After several months of growth, the three geese raised by little Fubao are now almost as tall as her. She hugs the geese's necks every day to ride on them, and the geese are chased around the yard by her every day. "Fubao, My brother has finished watching. You see, he has fallen asleep. Let's go to bed too. Little Fubao was reluctant to leave his little brother, but he nodded obediently. Well, I come to see my little brother tomorrow. Okay. Come up tomorrow and Grandma will take you to see my little brother. Okay? Okay. Little Fubao responded in a baby voice. Juan Urseo quickly put the baby next to Lu and turned to send Grandma Juan out of the wing room. Mother, I will stay here to look after my fourth brother's wife tonight. I will leave the children to you. You can take care of them first. Don't worry. You've worked hard. The fourth brother will be back soon, so you don't have to watch over them. When he comes back, you should go back and rest. Let the fourth brother stay at home for a few days to look after his wife and children. You can take someone to the town to help for a few days tomorrow and change shifts. Otherwise, your third brother's wife can't handle it alone. I will go to the village chief's house early tomorrow morning to ask. If it's possible, you can drive the ox cart to take them to the town together. But, you are the only one in the family. I'm worried about the family's food and drink. And there are several children to take care of. I'm afraid your body can't bear it. Shen also lifted the curtain and walked out at this time. Smiling, I'm still at home. You can go to the town to help without worry. I cooked the meal. Juan Urseo and Juan Laotai said in unison. How can this be possible? Shen felt that she was about to leave, and it was very likely that she would never come back in the future. She felt a strong reluctance in her heart. She liked the atmosphere of the Juan family very much. The family was harmonious, and this was the life she had always wanted. But she was unlucky, and didn't meet it. Seeing Shen's face with a trace of loneliness, Old Lady Juan was moved. After thinking for a moment, she whispered, My daughter, I have something to ask you. Do you mind? Shen looked at Old Lady Juan with some doubts and said, Aunt, just ask whatever you want. You have been recuperating in my house for a while. I like you very much. I want to ask you, are you willing to be my daughter-in-law? If you are willing, I will make the decision on this matter. I will marry you into the Juan family in a formal way. After saying this, Old Lady Juan looked at Shen. Shen was a little shy, but if she was still reserved at this time, she would miss it. She nodded gently, and then whispered, Aunt, I am willing, but I don't know if Brother Juan. Old Lady Juan was very happy in her heart. This matter was finally half done. But she said calmly, as long as you nod, you don't have to worry about the rest. You just wait to be the new daughter-in-law. Leave the rest to Aunt. But this may take some time. After all, Aunt still has to go to your brother to propose marriage. In a few days, the county magistrate will send someone to pick you up. You go back first and wait for Aunt to bring your brother Juan to propose marriage in person. Aunt will definitely carry you into the Juan family in an 8-man sedan chair. Shen was very moved. She knew that this was Old Lady Juan giving her face. She was a widow who married for the second time, and she should have kept a low profile. But because she had a bad reputation in the village before, this was another way for Old Lady Juan to help her slap the faces of those who had slandered her. Shen nodded with emotion and said shyly, Everything is up to you, Auntie. At this time, a burst of urgent shouting came from outside the door. Chapter 198 Person who pays attention to details. Mom, how is my wife? Open the door quickly. The midwife is here. Juan Laosi anxiously knocked on the door and shouted at the top of his voice. Juan Urseo hurried over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Juan Laosi asked anxiously, Second sister-in-law, how is my wife? Juan Laosi hurried to the wing room without stopping. Juan Lauer and the midwife followed him in, but did not see Juan Lauda. Laosi, you are back? Your wife gave birth to a big fat boy for you. Go and see it quickly. Be gentle and don't disturb your wife. She just gave birth and is resting. Don't wake her up. Juan Laosi was dumbfounded when he heard that his wife had given birth so soon. He remembered that when several sisters-in-law gave birth, they were in pain for a day or half a day. How could his wife give birth so quickly? Juan Laosi entered the house half believing and half doubting. Seeing the midwife following behind the second son, Old Lady Juan smiled and went to meet him. Sister, my daughter-in-law has given birth, and the boy can't wait to come out and see the world. But you're still troubled to make this trip. Go to the house to rest and drink some tea. I asked my son to send the baby back to you tomorrow morning. The midwife was found by Chio. People call her Fong Posey, saying that she is the best midwife in the area. She is famous for 100 miles. When a noble has a baby, She is taken to live with her for 10 days or half a month in advance to wait for the delivery. It is said that this midwife has a unique skill and can correct the fetal position. It is said to be miraculous. Sister-in-law, this shows that your grandson knows how to care for people and is afraid that his mother will suffer. But since he is here, I'd better go and see if the treatment is appropriate. Old Lady One said happily, Sister, you are right. Thank you very much. Old Lady One led the way and took Fong Posey to the wing room. Wan Laosi came in first and saw that Lu's previously round belly had become smaller. There was a baby lying next to her. Lu's face was a little pale, and she had a headband on her forehead. She was covered with a quilt and was sleeping soundly. The room had been cleaned up, but there was still a faint smell of blood. Wan Laosi sat down on the Kong quietly, stretched his neck to look inside at his newly born eldest son, with his mouth corners raised, and he felt inexplicably moved. He stretched out his big hand and wanted to touch his son's wrinkled little face, but he didn't touch it. He was afraid that he would use too much force and hurt the child's face. So he retracted his hand, grinned and stared at his son without blinking. When Mrs. Wan brought the midwife in, Wan Laosi quickly stood up from the Kong. Mother, why did my wife give birth so quickly? Don't children always feel pain for a long time? Old Lady One snorted at Wan Laosi, then turned to look at Fong Posey with a smile and said, Excuse me, elder sister. My silly son must be so happy that he doesn't even know how to talk. Old Lady One rolled her eyes at Wan Laosi again. Isn't it better for your wife to suffer less? You still hope that your wife can feel pain for a day or two before giving birth? Your son knows how to love his mother. But you, as a husband, don't know how to love your wife. Okay. Don't stand here. You will see something later. Go out for a while. Your aunt will check your wife to see if there is anything that is not handled properly. You, a grown man, don't get in the way here. Wan Laosi touched the back of his head, smiled honestly, looked at his wife and son reluctantly, and went out. Posey Fong carefully checked Lu and found that although the midwife was not very good at handling the delivery, she had done everything that should be done. So she didn't say anything. Okay. It's okay. Everything is fine. But if the milk doesn't come, you have to ask the baby's father to help suck it out. Otherwise it will be bad for the mother's milk to swell, and the child can't get the milk, and the adults will suffer. Make some soup for the mother to drink at night, so the child will have food tomorrow. Old Lady One responded one by one. She also gave birth to several children, and took care of several daughters-in-law during their confinement. She knew all these things, but she couldn't refuse the kind reminder. Big sister, I asked my daughter-in-law to cook the soup on the stove. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise my brain wouldn't work well at my age. It's getting late. Big sister, please rest with me tonight. My room is spacious. Okay. I trouble you. Old sister. Old Lady One politely led people to the upper room, settled Fong Posey, and came out to tell Wan Urseo to stew soup. Mom, you don't have to worry about these things. I've already cooked the soup. When my fourth brother and his wife wake up, they can drink it. Pig's trotter stewed with soybeans are the best for milk production. Don't worry. Okay. Go to bed early when you're done. Let your fourth brother take care of it. I think he's very excited tonight, and I guess he can't sleep. Just let him take care of the things. You still have things to do tomorrow morning. Don't stay up too late today. I know. Mother. Second brother. Where is your eldest brother? Didn't he come back with us? Old Lady One asked when she didn't see the eldest brother, after tying up the cow and putting some feed for the cow. Old Lady One came out and heard Old Lady One asking. He quickly replied, Mother, my eldest brother said that the fourth brother is back. There is no one in the store, so he stayed there to run errands. So he didn't come back with us. Okay. I know. You guys take a rest. You will be busy tomorrow morning. No one talked that night, and Old Lady One got up early the next morning. Fong Posey was not young anymore and didn't sleep much. Seeing Old Lady One got up, she also got up. Second sister-in-law Wan and Shin got up early. One of them cooked and the other cleaned the yard. Old Lady One took out the money she had prepared and handed it to Posey Fong. Big sister, you worked hard last night. Take this money. Mrs. Fong originally thought that she didn't deliver a baby and that she wouldn't pay. She didn't expect that Mrs. Wan was a very particular person. Since she was a particular person, Mrs. Fong was not the kind of unreasonable person. When she saw that Mrs. Wan gave her 100 coins, she immediately returned half of it. Old sister, I didn't help much last night. It's okay if you give me money or not. But we value auspiciousness in our business. I will take 600 coins from you. If you wish good luck, your family will be smooth in the future. Come to me for the next child. I will definitely come. Mrs. Wan refused for a long time, but Mrs. Fong refused to accept it. Finally, Mrs. Wan had no choice but to accept 400 coins. However, the 600 coins were worth it. If someone in the family has another child in the future, it can be considered that they have met a capable midwife in advance. When the two of them got dressed and came out, Mrs. Wan had already prepared the water for washing their faces. Mother! Aunt! Are you up? The water for washing your face has just been drawn. It's still hot. Wash your face, and the meal will be ready soon. Mrs. Wan's actions are quick and her words are cheerful, which makes Fawn like her very much. She kept praising Mrs. Wan. Old sister, you have a good daughter-in-law here. No wonder your family is harmonious. I really envy you. Mrs. Wan was very happy to be praised by others, even happier than when she was praised herself. And the wrinkles on her face were like chrysanthemums. After breakfast, Mrs. Wan asked Shin to accompany Fong for a while, and she and Mrs. Wan went to the village head's house and Ergu's house respectively. Chapter 191, Hiring someone to do work. Old Lady Wan came to the village chief's house. The old village chief was weaving wicker baskets in the yard, and his grandson was squatting beside him to learn seriously. Old village chief. Is the village chief home? Old Lady Wan stretched her neck across the fence and shouted into the yard. The old village chief looked up and saw that it was Old Lady Wan. But her legs and feet were not very agile. Although she could walk without the support of others, she was old and her bones healed slowly, so she still walked with a limp. Xiangzi, hurry up and open the door for your Grandma Wan. The grandson Xiangzi quickly stood up, trotted to open the fence door, and greeted politely, Hello, Grandma Wan. Please come in. Old Lady Wan touched Xiangzi's head with a smile and led him into the yard. The old village chief stopped his work and asked Old Lady Wan to sit down on the small stone bench in the yard. Big sister, are you looking for my Genio for something? He went to the fields early in the morning and is not at home. If you have something to say, tell me, and I will tell him. Mrs. Wu heard the noise in the yard and came out with a small stool and sewing. Oh, is your sister-in-law here? I get you a bowl of water. Sister-in-law, stop working. I have something to do and will leave soon. I just had dinner at home and I'm not thirsty. Please sit down and talk. Mrs. Wan held Mrs. Wu down. Wu didn't say anything and sat down next to the old village chief. The sun was not strong and the yard was not hot. It's like this. My fourth daughter-in-law gave birth last night. The fourth daughter-in-law will come back for a few days. This shop is a bit busy. I'm thinking of finding 2 people to help. I just want to ask if my niece-in-law is free. Mrs. Wan said while looking at the faces of the old village chief and his wife. If the other party was slightly unhappy, she would stop immediately. But the old village chief said with a smile, She is free, but I don't know if we can help her. What if we can't help and even make things worse? Wouldn't that cause trouble for you? No. I can tell from her that my niece-in-law is capable. But I still have to say it in advance. If you work, you have to get paid. Let's pay her 800 yuan a month. If there is a place to live in the town, you can come back to live. But I think we are not close to the town, and running back and forth is always a pain and unsafe. If you are willing, let my niece-in-law live in the town. Mrs. Wan said all her thoughts. After all, it was her family who hired people, and she had to tell them what the treatment was in advance, so that people could not be unclear. When the village chief heard that he could get so much money a month, he was shocked. His turbid eyes burst into a ray of disbelief, and he turned his head to look at his wife. This 800 coins is a considerable income for their family. Their family is simple, with only their son and daughter-in-law as the main labor force. They don't live well. In addition, the land at the border is barren and the grain output is low. They don't have much money. If it weren't for the little wealth from their ancestors, their family would have been like other families, living on 1 meal a day. Wu was also a little shocked. She didn't expect her daughter-in-law to have such a high salary in a month. What shocked her even more was that the Wan family could afford such a high salary, which meant that they must earn more. Wu quickly called her grandson over. Xiangzi, hurry up. Go to the field and call your mother back. and tell her that something big happened, and ask her to come back quickly. Such a good thing. If you miss it, you will never get it again. We knew that the reason why the Wan family thought of their daughter-in-law was not only because her daughter-in-law was capable, but also because the Wan family knew how to be grateful. Her family helped them a lot, and they were repaying them in another way. We knew how to seize the opportunity. The village chieftain remembered that Mrs. Wan had just said that her fourth daughter-in-law had given birth, and hurriedly asked, "Big sister, you just said that your fourth daughter-in-law had given birth. Congratulations. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl." Mrs. Wan smiled. "A boy. A big fat boy." We was envious. Their family was small, but the Wan family was prosperous, with a nest of boys. Except for a little granddaughter, all of them were grandsons. Such a family was rare in the village. "Oh, then congratulations, big sister. Your family is prosperous, and it will get better and better in the future. Wait, I will go with you to see the niece-in-law," Wu said, and quickly stood up and went into the house. She took out a small basket, picked up 10 eggs in it, and put half a bag of brown sugar in it. These were the best things that their family could show off. After Wu was done, she covered it with a layer of coarse cloth. The daughter-in-law, Li, soon came back with the little grandson, and the son also came back with them. As soon as the two entered the yard, they saw Mrs. Wan and two other old people chatting and laughing. Jinyo's anxious look eased. He leaned the hoe on his shoulder against the wall, patted the dirt on his body, looked at his father and asked, "Dad, Mom, what's the matter?" In such a hurry, Xiangzi said that there was something big at home, which scared me and the children, and we ran back quickly. The old village chief said with a smile, "It is indeed a big thing, but it is a happy event. You sit down quickly." Jinyo and his wife moved a small stool to sit in the yard in confusion, and listened to the old village chief's purpose of Mrs. Wan's visit. The couple's faces were also full of joy after hearing it. Especially Li. She was like dreaming. "Auntie, can I really do it?" "Okay. Auntie is not wrong about people. If you are willing, let's go now." And Ergu's mother, "You two will be company together." Li looked at her husband excitedly, and Jinyo nodded. "But what should we do with this family? My parents are not in good health. If I leave again, what can I do with this mess at home?" Li soon became worried again. "It's okay. I'm at home. Don't worry. I can still cook." Mrs. Wu unconditionally supports her daughter-in-law to go to the town to make a lot of money. The family also has a grandson to study. The family is not well off and cannot support it. They must make money quickly. Mrs. Li was deeply moved. She quickly got up and went into the house to get 2 sets of clothes to change. Then she followed Mrs. Wan. Mrs. Wu also followed to the Wan family to see Mrs. Liu. At the other end of the village, Mrs. Wan was not so lucky. "Sister-in-law, I know you mean well, but there is no one to take care of my 2 children at home. I am really worried. To be honest, I really need this job." But Mrs. Yu, Ergu's mother, glanced at the 2 children at the door and showed an embarrassed expression on her face. At this time, Ergu walked in. "Mom, you go. I can take care of the house. I am 12 years old. Wan Quan can already wait in the shop. Can't I take care of my sister? It's just that I have worked hard. I am too useless. If my aunt needs me in the shop, I will definitely not let you go." Ergu's eyes were firm, and he was holding his 3-year-old sister in his hand. You looked at her 2 children, and her heart was a little sour. The 2 children had nothing on their feet. The son's clothes were made from his father's old clothes, and they were worn loosely, with patches on top of patches. The little daughter's clothes were even more worn out. "Sister, don't worry. You don't have to worry about the children. I think Ergu is a good person. Let Ergu take Xiaolan to my house to play with Fubao during the day. Fubao likes Xiaolan very much." Yu was relieved, and she nodded. "Okay. Then I trouble my aunt and others." Wan Erseo smiled heartily. "What's the trouble? The children are grown up, not small. And it's the same to drive one duck or a group of ducks." Wan Erseo could actually ask other people in the village to go. But her little Fubao liked Xiaolan very much, and she also wanted to help you. So they had to accommodate each other. Wan Erseo and her husband took the midwife, and Li, and Yu to the town to help. And the little ones at home were not idle either. Little Fubao was almost 2 years old, and he could already see the potential of a little devil. The chickens and geese in the yard were chased all over the yard by her all day long. As soon as Juan Ursio and her friends left, Ergu brought Xiaolan to play with little Fubao. Little Fubao didn't want to play in the yard, and wanted to go around the village. So she made a fuss about going out with her brothers. She went out with her own pomp, and 3 big geese lined up to follow her. A little one, who was just a little taller than the big geese, led her team of geese out of the door in a proud manner. Little Fubao pulled, looking at Xiaolan, who is 1 year older than her. The 2 little ones were surrounded by several brothers, like an emperor and empress on a tour, which made people laugh and cry. The children in the village had nothing to do at this time, so they wandered around the village, and happened to meet Xiao Fubao and his group. Xiao Fubao was so dazzling that when she stood in the crowd, everyone's eyes would look at her. She was originally cute and beautiful, and she was dressed beautifully, making people want to touch her little face. Today, when they went out, they happened to meet Jinghua, an older child from the same village, who was 1 year older than Ergu. He also brought his sister Jinghua out to play. Jinghua was already 6 years old, and knew how to love beauty. She saw the velvet flower on Xiao Fubao's head at a glance, and liked it very much. Without saying a word, she stepped forward to pull the velvet flower on Xiao Fubao's head. Chapter 192 White Goose Helps. Xiao Fubao was caught off guard. His brothers were talking to other friends, and didn't notice Jinhua's actions at all. Only Xiaolan saw it. She liked Xiao Fubao very much. When she saw Jinhua was going to bully Xiao Fubao, she shouted loudly, "Go away!" She directly hit Jinhua with her head. Jinhua was caught off guard by the little guy who rushed out from the side, and was really knocked over by Xiaolan. The two were only 3 years apart in age, and Xiaolan used all her strength. Jinhua was knocked back a few steps, tripped by a protruding lump of earth, and sat down on the ground. Jinhua was thrown on her buttocks. It was summer now, and she was wearing thin clothes. The hard mud on her buttocks was unbearable. She opened her mouth and burst into tears. Jinghua saw her sister being bullied by a little kid, so she quickly stepped forward to pull her sister up, patted the dust off her buttocks, and then looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan was frightened by Jinghua's eyes, and stepped back subconsciously, but was lifted up by Jinghua. Xiaolan was thin and weak, and looked not as strong as Xia Fubo. Although she was 3 years old, she looked like the same age as Xia Fubo when standing together. Xiaolan was lifted by Jinghua's collar, and her feet were off the ground. She kept flapping her wings and screaming in fear. All this happened in a very short time, before the children of the Wan family and Erga could react. Xiaolan was caught by Jinghua. "Xiaolan, let go of my sister." Erga rushed forward and hugged Xiaolan's body to pull her back. Seeing that Erga was trying to snatch her, Jinghua grabbed Xiaolan's arm with both hands, and the two began to pull. Xiaolan cried in pain. Several children of the Wan family were ready to help, but were stopped by the children brought by Jinghua. "What are you doing?" Wanwen was the oldest. He stood in front of his brothers, and looked coldly at the half-grown children who were blocking their way. They were about 7 or 8 years old. There were also younger ones, who were watching the fun from behind. "This is the matter between Boss Jean and Ergo. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, our fists will not recognize anyone." Jingua's loyal follower Depang waved his little fist to threaten Wanwen. Wanwen saw Xiaolan crying pitifully because of the two people, and his brows frowned even more. When his mother left, she told him to help take good care of Xiaolan. Now Xiaolan was bullied. He was also responsible. After all, Xiaolan was targeted by Jingua because she was helping his sister Xiao Fu Bao. Wanwen didn't say anything nonsense and punched him directly. Xiao Pang didn't expect Wanwen to fight at the slightest disagreement. He was also in a daze and staggered to one side. Wanwen seized the opportunity to pass Xiao Pang and ran behind Ergo. "Brother Ergu, I help you." Wanwen rushed towards Jingua's waist. Jingua was afraid of being hurt, so he had to let go. Xiaolan was finally rescued by Ergu. Ergu quickly hugged Xiaolan to comfort her, but Xiaolan's arm was dislocated by Jingua's strong pull. When Ergu touched her, Xiaolan cried loudly in pain. Jingua dodged Wanwen's attack and lost the opportunity to teach Xiaolan a lesson. He was the leader of the children. He felt that he had lost face and wanted to get back the place. He shouted and rushed towards Wanwen. Wanwen was not bad either. Although he was 3 years younger than Jingua and a head shorter than Jingua, he was not afraid of Jingua. He rushed towards Jingua's fist, and the two of them soon wrestled together. Several children of the Wan family also shouted to help. but were stopped by another group of children. The two sides soon wrestled together. Ergo stood aside holding Xiaolan, his eyes full of heartache, constantly comforting his sister. Xiaofubo looked at the boys fighting in front of her, raised her little fist, and shouted crisply, "Brother! Come on! Brother! Come on!" Jinhua saw that Xiaofubo was alone and no one could take care of her. So she came around from behind and secretly came to Xiaofubo, trying to grab Xiaofubo's hair. Xiaofubo was shouting happily, and suddenly saw a figure running to her side. Xiaofubo was not afraid, and waved her little fleshy hand, and commanded the big white goose behind her, "Dabai! Come on! Bite her!" Dabai seemed to understand what Xiaofubo said, spread its wings, stretched its long neck, and opened its mouth to bite Jinhua. No one in Shitsi village had ever raised geese. The Wan family was the first to raise geese. No one knew that geese could bite people. Jinhua thought that geese were like chickens, and even if they bit people, it would not hurt. How could she not deal with an animal? So Jinhua not only did not run away, but also wanted to reach out and grab Dabai. However, as soon as she reached out, Dabai rushed to her side and bit her thigh and refused to let go. Jinhua felt a heart-wrenching pain in her thigh. She slapped the goose's head with both hands, trying to slap the goose off her thigh. She cried in pain and was so scared that she peed her pants pocket. Little Fubao saw the yellow liquid in Jinhua's trousers and lay down. After being puzzled, he suddenly clapped his hands and giggled, pointing at Jinhua and saying in a baby voice, "Shame on you. You peed your pants. Shame on you. You peed your pants." Little Fubo rubbed his face with a chubby little finger while talking, and his big eyes smiled into crescents. At this time, the youngest one who was ridden on and beaten by someone, and his nose was bleeding. One who burst into tears. When little Fubao saw this, he clenched his fist angrily, pointed at Erbai and ordered, "Erbai, go pick him, and pick his nose off. You dare to bully my little brother." When Erbai heard that it was his turn to play, he took a heroic step, spread his wings, raised his head, and rushed towards the boy with a quack. The boy was 2 years older than Wanhu, and Wanhu was no match for him. So he was pressed under him and beaten. Erbai rushed over, grabbed the opponent's hair and pulled it down hard, and the child cried in pain, but Erbai did not let him go, and changed his position, bit the opponent's arm, and pulled it back hard. With the help of Erbai, Wanhu finally got up from the ground and punched the opponent's face hard, making the opponent's nose bleed. One man and one goose chased the opponent and made him cry. Jinhua was so scared by Dabai's ferocity that she could only cry. Xiao Fubao saw that Jinhua was so weak, but seeing that her brothers were bullied, she directly ordered the 3 big white geese to help fight. For a while, the situation that was originally at a disadvantage and being beaten by the opponent was reversed in an instant. Those children not only had to deal with the fierce big white geese, but also had to guard against the sneak attacks of the Wan family's children. The children of the Wan family felt that it was really relieved. With the help of the big white geese, they chased Jinhua and his gang of children and made them flee everywhere in the village. If Xiaolan hadn't been crying, they would have chased the people back home. Wanwen saw that all the naughty kids had run away, so he called his brothers back and brought the big white goose back to find Xiaofubo. Xiaofubo had come to Xiaolan, holding her ankle with his little hands, looking up with a sad face. "Sister Xiaolan, Fubao hoo-hoo. It doesn't hurt. Don't cry. Dabai has already driven the bad guys away. Let's go home." Xiaolan was held by Ergu, and when she heard Xiao Fubao's baby voice, tears were still on her face. But she didn't cry anymore, but just hummed softly. Wanwen's body and face were covered with bruises. He came over and picked up Xiaofubo. Except for Ergu and Xiaofubo, all the other children were more or less bruised, and Xiaolan was the most seriously injured. As soon as the children got home, they heard a woman's sharp voice from behind. "Everyone come to see. The Wan family beat people up. It's terrible. This newcomer is bullying others by taking advantage of his power." Chapter 193. Old Lady One got angry and used both her mouth and hands. Old Lady One was talking to Lu in the West Wing, and Shin was teaching Wan Lao Si how to hold a child, when they heard the noise of several children coming from the door. "Grandma, Xiaolan's arm is dislocated. Please come and have a look." Wanwen felt extremely guilty. When his mother left, she specifically told him to help Ergo take good care of Xiaolan, so that you could help in the shop with confidence. As a result, He got into such a big trouble on the first day. Old lady one heard one who's shouting in the wing room and hurried out of the room. And even Wan Lao Si ran out immediately. There were only 4 adults in the room. Wan Lao Si and his wife, Old lady Wan, and Shin. Everyone else went to the shop to help. And only Old lady Wan could take charge. When Grandma Wan came out, she saw her grandchildren were covered in wounds, especially their faces, which were bruised and purple, and covered in blood. She was so scared that she almost lost her soul. She quickly looked at Xiao Fubao in Wan Wen's arms, and was relieved to see that Xiao Fubao was still intact. What happened to you? You went to fight? It seems that you didn't win? You even suffered a loss, Grandma Wan said as she reached out to hug Xiao Fubao. Grandma, please look at Xiaolan. Her arm is injured, and it seems to be dislocated. She can't move. She's so pitiful. Wan Wen anxiously hid, revealing Ergu behind him. Ergu was holding Xiaolan, and his little face was all red from crying. Oh, my God. Why did you hit such a young child? Who beat her? Old 4. Hurry up. Take the child down and go to the village chief's house to ask if there is anyone in the village who can correct bones. Old Mrs. Wan was also anxious. The child had only been home for a short time, and she had been tortured by this old man. She couldn't explain to Mrs. Yu. Old 4-1 responded and quickly took Xiaolan over to the village chief's house. Before he left the house, he ran into a group of women blocking the door aggressively. Where are you going? You know you are in the wrong. So you want to run away? I tell you, you can run away today. But you can't run away from the temple. Look at what your child has done to my child. Your family should pay the money quickly. If you don't have 10 taels of silver, forget about this matter today. Jinhua's mother Zheng, Wang Pengzi's mother Zhou Shi, and the mothers of several children blocked the door of the Wan family tightly. Wan Laosi was a man, so it was inconvenient for him to get entangled with these women. He took a step back while holding Xiaolan. Wan Laotai snorted coldly, pulled Wan Hu, who was beaten the worst, forward, and lined up the other children. She turned around and pouted at Jing's face. You are really like Xu Beiji swinging a weapon and blaming others. You are really good at making up stories. Open your mother's dog eyes and see clearly who is beating who. Wan Laotai pushed Wan Hu in front of the women, and Wan Hu raised his little face in cooperation. The bruises on his face and the blood stains at the corners of his mouth were clearly seen by the women. Today, I was really hurt by a knife. I was really hurt. I was the first to complain and blackmail the victim. I haven't even come to your house to ask for compensation. But you are the first to bite me. Now that you are here, don't leave. Look. Are there any children of mine who are intact? Look at yours. Where are they hurt? You are picking on the weak. Right? You think we are easy to bully because we just came here? You are a coward who dares not to touch stones, but only tofu. None of you can leave today. If one of you is. One. Listen to me. We are not the kind of people who will be bullied and bullied by others. If you want to ride on the heads of the Wan family and pee and shit, see if your butts are big enough. I tell you, there is a cactus on my head. So you are not afraid of your butts being pricked like a hedgehog. Old lady one scolded, pinching her waist with both hands. And her voice was so loud that the women were stunned. No one expected that the old lady of the Wan family was so powerful. The old lady who looked kind at ordinary times turned out to be a thorn. However, these women were also famous for being fierce in the village. In addition, the customs of the people at the border were more fierce than those inside the pass. And the women were even more fierce. After being scolded by old lady one just now, they did not dare to show weakness and began to fight back. Zheng also put her hands on her waist and spitted at old lady one's face. Bah! You old woman. It's obviously your child who allowed the goose to bite people. And you still think you're right? Today, not only do you have to compensate us 10 taels of silver, but you also have to hand over the 3 culprits to me. Otherwise your family will have a hard time. Our Jin family is not so easy to bully in Shitsi village. Old lady one was spit on by this shrew, and she was a little annoyed. She directly ordered Wan Wen, "Winner, bring me a basin of slop." Wan Wen didn't know what Grandma was going to do, but it was definitely not a good thing at this time. Wan Wen quickly turned around and went to a large vat at the door of the kitchen. There is a vat outside the kitchen of the farmers, which is used to hold the water used to wash dishes and pots. It is called slop, which can be used to feed pigs or water the land. Wan Wen lifted the lid of the vat, scooped up half a basin of slop with a basin, and hurried back. Grandma. The slop is here. Old Lady One looked at the women on the opposite side, who were still drooling and arguing with each other. Took the slop and poured it over their heads. Ah! Zheng was the closest, and was producing steadily at this time. Her mouth opened and closed, and was directly filled with half a basin of slop from Old Lady One. No one else was spared, and their heads and bodies were full of the smell of slop. Now the weather is hot, and the slop has been left for a day or two, and the smell is very strong. Old Lady One poured it directly on several people, and several people were almost vomited by the smell. Jean Gua and Jean Hua immediately hid far away, covering their noses, looking at their dear mother with disgust. Old Lady One handed the basin to Wan Wan, and said with regret, "What a pity. I have been collecting this slop for 2 days, and there is only this much. You are lucky. I didn't water my land. I used it to water you. This is called fighting poison with poison. Your mouth is so stinky. Use this slop to treat it. Maybe it won't be so stinky anymore." Little Fubao got out from the legs of his brothers, hugged Old Lady One's thighs, and imitated the Jinhua brothers and sisters, and said with disdain, "Grandma, they are so stinky. They are so stinky. Even stinkier than Fubao poop. You?" Little Fubao stuck out his pink little tongue, bit over and stuck out his little butt towards the ground, which made Zheng's face turn pale and red. "You damn old woman. If you dare to splash me, I will fight you." Zheng screamed and rushed to Old Lady One, scaring little Fubao to scream. "To buy. Or buy. Xiao buy. Someone is bullying Grandma. You tell them to go and get them." As soon as Xiao Fubao finished speaking, several white shadows, flapping their wings, stretched their necks, and rushed out with loud cries. The speed was faster than when Xiao Fubao chased them away normally. Chapter 194. The Big White Goose has become a spirit. Jean Gua and Jean Hua, who were standing in the distance and pinching their noses, saw the big white goose flying over, and they both screamed and ran away. The big white goose has left a psychological shadow on the brother and sister. Even Jean Gua, a 13-year-old boy, was afraid. But Zheng was angry. And she was not angry yet. When she saw the big white goose she had coveted for a long time flying over, she not only did not hide, but also reached out to grab the neck of the big goose. This big goose has also become a spirit. When it saw Zheng's hand reaching out, it opened its long beak and bit Zheng's tiger mouth, causing Zheng's eyes to burst with tears. She pulled her hand back hard, but the big white goose just wouldn't let go, and it pulled tighter and tighter. Zheng screamed in pain and tried to pry open the big white goose's mouth with her hands. But the big white goose's mouth seemed to be glued and could not be pried open at all. Zheng was so angry that she was about to use her other hand to pinch the goose's neck. Her bai discovered Zheng's intention and gave up attacking the woman next to him. He flapped his wings, raised his head, and grabbed Zheng's other arm. Zheng was only wearing a single cloth coat. At this time, it seemed that a piece of meat had fallen off the arm that was twisted by the goose. Zheng was in pain and grimaced, and her feet kept jumping on the ground. She was wet, and there was a piece of vegetable leaf in her hair. She looked embarrassed and funny. The other women saw that the goose was so fierce that they ran away in fear. Zheng looked at the backs of those people and cursed. "You guys have sores on your heads and pus on your feet. You are so bad that you just leave me alone? I will settle accounts with you one by one when I return." Old Lady One stood aside and watched coldly, not forgetting to add fuel to the fire. "It is called the one who is close to the red will be red. The one who is close to the black will be black. Didn't I learn it from you? You are still scolding others. Your own children don't care about you. Why should others care about you?" Old Lady One's words were really heartbreaking, and directly made Zheng's firepower face Old Lady One again. "You old woman. Just wait. If you don't have 10 taels of silver today, this matter will be over. I will go to the government office to sue you for letting the goose commit crimes." "Oh, you still have so much energy to quarrel. It seems that the big white goose didn't do anything to you. You didn't bleed or anything. Are you going to sue?" "I'm going to sue you for blackmail. It just so happens that the county magistrate's sister is still living in my house. It is said that the county magistrate will come to pick her up in a few days. It's just right. Let's talk about it, and let the county magistrate judge it properly." Zheng was frightened by what Mrs. Wan said, and immediately shut up. Her face was not good. How could she forget this? That Shin is really short-sighted. She actually got involved with the Wan family. She will not have a good end in the future. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything and Xiaolan's arm couldn't be delayed, Mrs. Wan asked Xiao Fubao to call all the big white geese back. Good boy. Take your goose back. We have to go and see your sister Xiaolan's arm. Little Fubao put his hands on his waist, pouted his lips, waved his hands, and said, to bye. Or bye. Xiao bye. Come back. Next time you see this person, tell me that he is a bad guy. The three big white geese quacked a few times, as if they could understand what Xia Fubo said. They let go and stood behind Xia Fubo, protecting him like three guards. Zheng got rid of the big white goose's entanglement. She had a psychological shadow on the big goose in her heart, and she turned around and ran away in fear. Stop. Where are you going? If you dare to leave today, I will let my goose bite you. Go to the village chief's house. Your gene would not only hurt my child, but also dislocated Xiaolan's arm. You can wait for compensation. I will compensate Xiaolan. When Zheng heard the goose, her legs trembled. Her feet seemed to be fixed in place, and she dared not move a step. My daughter, please take care of the house. I will go with you. The four-son can't deal with this shrew alone. Grandma Wan turned to Shen. Shen hurriedly responded, Auntie, don't worry. Leave the house to me. You go. Grandma Wan stepped forward and grabbed Zheng's arm. I don't know if it was intentional, but she grabbed the place where Zheng had been twisted by the goose just now. Zheng screamed in pain, and tears came out. Why are you yelling? I just pulled you and it hurts? Xiaolan is only 3 years old, and your son pulled her arm out of joint. Doesn't she feel pain? You are an adult, and still have the nerve to cry? Don't dawdle. Hurry up and leave. Zheng stumbled forward after being pulled by Old Lady Wan. Zheng didn't expect that the little old lady had such strong hands. Wan Laosi was afraid that his mother would be bullied, so he walked behind and let Old Lady Wan and Zheng walk in front. If Zheng dared to do it, he would dare to hit the woman. Ergo also followed behind Wan Laosi, constantly coaxing Xiaolan. Several people walked towards the village chief's house crying and making a fuss. It was almost noon, and there were not many people walking in the village. The weather was hot, and everyone had worked for a whole morning and were taking a break at home. It takes a few steps downhill to get to the village chief's house. Zheng was half pushed and half dragged by Old Lady Wan and trotted to the village chief's house. Village chief, are you home? Old Lady Wan had just come in the morning, and now she came again, which made Jinyo a little confused. But he immediately opened the door. Aunt, what are you doing? As soon as Jinyo opened the gate, he saw Old Lady Wan holding Zheng in her hand. Zheng and Jinyo's family were still relatives, and Jinyo called Zheng his cousin. When Zheng saw Jinyo, she seemed to have seen a relative. She slapped her thigh and sat on the ground, and began to cry with snot and tears. Nang's voice was as loud as a pig being slaughtered, which attracted the neighbors to stretch their necks and look outside the yard. Soon, the door of the village chief's house was also surrounded by people. Everyone, come and judge. The village chief, you have to make a decision for me. Your sister-in-law. The children of the Wan family beat my family's Jinhua, and I went to their house to argue. But they blamed me and allowed the goose to bite me. Look at my hands and arms. They are still oozing blood. They want to bite my flesh off. Jinyo was overwhelmed when he saw this cousin's wife. His family relied on the support of the village elders to do whatever they wanted in the village, and the whole family was like tyrants. Jinyo looked at the old lady Wan who was standing aside without rushing to defend herself, with a calm expression on her face, and a look of watching the fun, and knew that it was his cousin's wife who was making trouble again. Think about it. The Wan family has been friendly neighbors since they came to Shitsi village, but they will not suffer any loss. If anyone dares to provoke them, they will definitely suffer. The Wang Daju family was such a tyrant family before, occupying the house and not letting it go. But they were not dealt with by the Wan family. Now the shitty gang that Wang Daju relied on seems to be gone. Wang Daju's brothers are as low-key as they can be in the village, but his cousin-in-law is getting more and more arrogant. Sister-in-law, let's talk it out. There's no need to make a scene. Aren't you embarrassing the Jin family by doing this? This sentence directly angered Zheng. She got up from the ground with a roar, pointed at Jinyo's nose and cursed. Chapter 195, Inviting the Clan Leader. Zheng smelled of slop, and everyone had to hide while watching the fun, fearing that Zheng would get close to them. Zheng got up from the ground and rushed towards Jinyo. Like a shrew. You are a traitor. You are the village chief. How did you become the village chief? Didn't you rely on the support of our entire clan? You humiliated me in front of so many people? I am your sister-in-law after all. You don't support me but speak for the one family. It seems that the village chief should be replaced by someone else. Jinyo was pushed away by Jing's head, and he was very angry. When he heard what Jing said, his face turned cold. She said to her youngest son Jin Chong, Jiangzi, go and call your clan leader. I want to see if I should give up my position as village chief today. Jing's face turned pale when she heard this. She hurried to stop Jiangzi. What are you doing? Stop right there. You are not allowed to go. Go back. Zheng grabbed Jiangzi by the collar and dragged him back. As soon as the little guy landed on the ground, he turned around and took advantage of Jing's inattention to sneak into the crowd like a loach. Zheng wanted to catch him, but she caught nothing. She was a little panicked at this time. She looked at Jinyo, and her face no longer had the vixen's momentum just now. Instead, she said embarrassedly, Brother, my sister-in-law just slipped her tongue and said something wrong. Don't argue with me. Can I apologize to you? Jinyo didn't even bother to look at this woman. He snorted coldly and looked at Old Lady Wan. And, can you tell me what happened? I can also make a judgment on right and wrong. And I can't just listen to one side of the story. Old Lady Wan nodded in appreciation. This village chief is not bad. He didn't immediately favor his family. Old Lady Wan then told the whole story in detail. Finally, she said, my child was beaten badly. But I am not the kind of person who will not let go of others even if I am right. It is no big deal if the adults do not interfere. It is just superficial injuries. I did not intend to go to their house to extort compensation for our family. However, Xiaolan is not my child, and I cannot make the decision. When you left, she gave the child to me. I must give her an explanation. Moreover, Xiaolan is so young and her arm is dislocated. Compensation is required anyway. If the village chief thinks what I said makes sense, please judge it. If it does not make sense, there are still the villagers. The onlookers nodded repeatedly after hearing what Mrs. Wan said. She did not pursue the injury of her own grandson. When do children in the village not fight? If someone's children come to the village chief to make a fuss after a fight, then the village chief should not do anything else and just sit at home to deal with these trivial disputes. Although the customs of the people at the border are tough, their hearts are still very simple. Especially the common people who make a living in the fields. They have their own set of standards for judging right and wrong. And one is right. I think there is nothing wrong with it. Just look at their Jinhua. He is 13 years old and still idles all day. He is the king of the village. If someone's child does not do what he wants, he will incite his little followers to beat others. My child has been beaten several times. The village chief can't just ignore this matter? My child dares not go out now. My child has also been bullied by Jinhua. He is going to get married in 2 years. But he still hangs out with children every day. Either this child is sick, or the adults didn't teach well. Zheng was unhappy when she heard it, and pointed at the man's face, and started to quarrel again. Who do you say is wrong? You are the one who is wrong. Your whole family is wrong. My child is happy to hang out with other children. What does it have to do with you? My family doesn't need children to go to the fields. I have a large family. What is it to you? Your child is well taught. But you are beaten for teaching well? You are incompetent. But you blame others for being too competent. You are just jealous. The woman whose face was pointed at was so angry that she fell backwards because of Ding's words. What kind of logic is this? Enough. Zheng, call your son here today and ask him to apologize to all the bully children. Otherwise your family will not be able to use the water in the village. Zheng looked at Jinyo in disbelief. Village head? What did you say? Otherwise, we can use the water in the village? There is drought in our border area for 9 out of 10 years. Are you going to make my family live? Then you might as well strangle my whole family to death with a rope, Zheng said as she rubbed her head against Jinyo, exposing her neck, and kept muttering. Come on. Strangle me with a rope now. It's better than my family dying of thirst and starvation. The sandstorms at the border are strong. The weather is bad. And there is drought 9 out of 10 years. So the most important thing for people at the border is to store water. Every day before dawn, they have to push carts and line up to fetch water from the public well in the village. There is only one well in the village. And there are hundreds of households in the village. From the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. It meanders down, like a crop field on a terrace, layer by layer. It is a big project for the thousands of families living on the top of the mountain to store water every day. But at that time, there were many people in the family, and they used a lot of water and worked hard. Now there are fewer people in the family, and they use less water. If you save it, you can store water for several days. Now the family has a bullock cart, which makes it much more convenient to transport water every time. Jinyo was forced by Zheng and had no choice. Old Lady One couldn't stand it. Such a shrew should be divorced. Fortunately, it was at the border. If it was inside the border, this woman would have been divorced countless times. She still dared to talk back to the village chief and wanted to die. Village chief, I wonder if there is anyone in our village who can fix Bones. First fix Xiaolan's arm. The child is suffering too much. I feel sad when I see her so young. Xiaolan was still held by Wan Laosi. She was soft and lay on Wan Laosi's shoulder. She had cried too much and her eyes were gently closed. She should be sleepy. It was noon, and the child was hungry and sleepy. She was also injured. Old Lady One felt very uncomfortable. Jinyo said quickly, Yes, there is a hunter in our village who can set bones. I asked my mother to take you there. We had been standing in the back, watching Zheng's nonsense for a long time. She wanted to go up and comfort her, but she was afraid that Zheng would get worse and cause trouble for her son. So she didn't go forward. When she heard her son talking about her, she hurried to lead the way. Wan Laosi and Ergu took Xiaolan away, and Wan Laolai stayed. She had to teach this shrew a lesson today. Otherwise their children would still be bullied by her domineering son when they go out in the future. She wanted to teach this family a lesson once and for all. If the child is not taught well, it is the adult's fault. The root of the disease must be cut off. She will cure the person from this root today. Soon Xiangzi invited the patriarch of the Jin family, and Deng's men came with him. Chapter 196. Zheng Shi started shaking again. When Zheng Shi's husband Jin Bao arrived, he saw his wife was wet. Her hair was messy. Her face was covered with tears, and her pants were covered with a lot of dust, as if she had rolled in an ash pit. Mother, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Jin Bao stared with his eyes. His voice was louder than Zheng Shi's. They were indeed a couple. When Zheng Shi saw Jin Bao, she seemed to have found a backer, and she rushed over to Jin Bao's arms. But Jin Bao held her arms and pulled some distance from him. Mother, you smell a bit strong. Stay away from me. Go back and wash first. You dead ghost. Even you despise me? I worked like a cow and a horse for your Jin family, and gave birth to children. And you treat me like this? Although Zheng Shi felt aggrieved, she only complained in a low voice. She knew that if she had a quarrel with the head of the family at this time, no one would support her. Jin Bao did not respond, but looked up at the village chief. Jinyo, we are from the same ancestor. Why do you let outsiders bully your sister-in-law like this? You don't do anything about it? Jin Bao did not know right from wrong, and started to accuse Jinyo. The clan leader standing by scolded, What are you quarreling about? We are all family. What can't we talk about nicely? Jinyo is the village chief. Did your wife give him face? Don't you know what kind of character your wife is? Okay. Take your wife back quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. The clan leader had asked Xiangzi on the way here, and had some understanding of the ins and outs of the matter. He knew that Zheng was not right this time, and he was still on the side of the Jin family. After all, he was also the clan leader of the Jin family. If he got Zheng away quickly, the rest of the things would be easy to handle, and it would probably be nothing in the end. However, Zheng was a blockhead, and she didn't know the old clan leader's little tricks at all. She also thought that the clan leader was also on the side of the Wan family. How could she obey? No, I won't leave. The Wan family must compensate my family with 10 taels of silver. Otherwise I will sue them. With the support of her clan members and her husband, Zheng was obviously powerful again and began to tremble again. She had completely forgotten what old lady One had said at her door. She was a typical example of someone who only remembers food but not punishment. The clan leader glanced at Jin Bao coldly. When Jin Bao heard that his wife wanted 10 taels of silver as compensation, he was also a little tempted. He pretended not to see the clan leader's warning and stood behind his wife without moving. The clan leader scolded the two people in his heart. They really exchanged rice for pig bran and paid money to buy a fool to sit. The clan leader saw that he couldn't get rid of the two idiots, so he ignored them. This matter was important to deal with. Jinyo, you are the village chief. You can handle this matter yourself. Don't call me the clan chief. After all, this is not only related to our Jean family's internal affairs. It is not good for me to interfere. Since you invited me here, if you need your uncle's help, just tell me. The clan chief is clear-headed. Jinyo's position as village chief is different from his father in the past. It was appointed by the county magistrate. There is only one village chief in the area of hundreds of miles. What an honor it is. Jinyo did not say anything to the clan chief immediately, but said to Qiangzi, go to the house and move a stool for Grandpa to sit on. Alas, the clan leader was seated aside, and Jinyo asked, Clan leader, my cousin's wife just said that I got the position of village leader with the support of the whole clan. Everyone is here today, and I, Jinyo, am not the kind of official fanatic. Since someone is not convinced, I will not take the position of village leader anymore. Let the whole village elect a more capable person. I don't want to be a cowardly village leader and listen to a woman's instructions when handling village affairs. When the clan leader heard this, he secretly cursed Zheng for being a troublemaker. Now he couldn't sit still anymore. So he quickly stood up and pounded the crutch in his hand on the ground, making a loud noise, and the veins on his forehead burst. Who said that? Tell me. If it's someone from our Jean family, I will definitely punish him according to the family rules. You are the village chief appointed by the county magistrate. How can you just quit? If you count a few generations ago, the position of village chief is indeed supported by our family members. But can it be the same in your generation? No one can dismiss you as the village chief. Not even you. You must be replaced by the county magistrate. The crowd watching Zheng was so scared that she shrank behind Jin Bao. She was not afraid of watching the fun and immediately started to make a fuss. We all heard it. It was Zheng who said it. She even used her head to attack the village chief and tried to kill herself. She said that the village chief relied on the support of Eugene people to sit here today. And she also said that she wanted to change someone. Zheng was angry and anxious when she heard it. She didn't care about being afraid anymore. She quickly ran out from behind Jin Bao and pointed at the women watching and jumped to her feet and cursed, "Stop talking shit. When did I say to change someone? Don't throw all the dirty water on me. I'm telling you, if I didn't say something, even if you hold my head down, I won't admit it. If I did say something, I will admit it myself. Do you want to make a fuss? The kitchen god is sweeping the yard, meddling in other people's business. Get out of my way. Zheng, you are always arrogant in the village, letting your children run wild and bully other children in the village. Don't think I don't know. This matter is just a fight between a few children. It's just a small matter. Just talk it out and apologize. Isn't it enough? How can you make such a fuss? Look at you now. You are just a shrew scolding in the street. You will also get married in the future. Which girl will be willing to marry into your family?" After scolding Zheng, the clan leader patiently persuaded and taught her. But Zheng felt that the clan leader was also biased towards the Wan family. You are all biased towards outsiders. What apology? What apology? I did nothing wrong. I am still a victim. Look at my hand and arm. They were bitten by the big goose of the Wan family. What's wrong with asking them to pay for the medical expenses? What did I do wrong? Zheng said and burst into tears again, looking very aggrieved. At this time, the clan leader looked at Old Lady Wan. He had not spoken to Old Lady Wan because he was angry. The Wan family was in exile. After coming to the village, they had not lived a peaceful life. Instead, their family business grew day by day. The whole village was not as rich as his family. They opened a shop in the town. The clan leader was jealous, but could not vent it. This time, he just ignored the other party. Sister Wan, what is your attitude towards this matter? Old Lady Wan knew the clan leader's plan from the beginning. She asked the person involved to leave as soon as she came. Was she trying to smooth things over? Fortunately, Zheng was stupid enough not to understand the clan leader's good intentions. So she didn't speak. Now that she was asked, she didn't hesitate and replied directly, "Brother Jean, I will listen to the village chief on this matter. I will do whatever the village chief says. After all, only the village chief can handle affairs in this village. And other people should not have this prestige." Old Lady Wan's meaning was very clear. You are the patriarch of the Jean family. And she is from the Wan family. This is no longer a matter within your Jean family. You have no right to interfere. Hurry up and stand aside. The patriarch's face turned red and white at Old Lady Wan's words. This old woman was really unforgiving. His family had lived here for generations, and usually everyone would give him some face. But the first time, he confronted Old Lady 1. He was given a blow by the other party. The patriarch was embarrassed, and hit a soft nail with Old Lady 1. He didn't respond and sat down directly. He wanted to see what good in this old woman would have in the end. Chapter 197 Resolving Disputes. Old Lady 1 looked at Jinyo and repeated the same words. Village Chief. You tell me what to do about this matter. You are the village chief. Since the county magistrate has appointed you, it means that you are fair and capable. Otherwise, why don't you appoint someone else? Old Lady 1 put on a high hat. And even the clan leader, who had just hit a snag, felt a little more comfortable. After all, the village chief is also a member of their Jin family. Jinyo nodded and glanced at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, scorching the earth, and there was no trace of dark clouds. Everyone still had to water the fields this afternoon, so they really shouldn't waste time on this trivial matter. Aunt, I have already made a decision on your matter. Cousin, listen carefully. In front of the villagers, this matter will be resolved. The children of your two families fought privately, and they only had superficial injuries. Neither side will be held accountable. Cousin came to our house to make trouble for the sake of the child, which was wrong in the first place. This matter will not be held accountable. However, Xiaolan's arm is dislocated. Your family will pay for the bone setting. The compensation fee is 100 coins. After Jinyo finished speaking, he looked at Grandma 1 and asked, Aunt, do you think this is acceptable? Grandma 1 nodded. I have no objection. Anyway, she did not suffer any loss. The children's injuries were also a lesson. Next time they met, they would beat them back. Anyway, they were all children who did not know better, and fighting was a common thing. As long as Xiao Fubao was not hurt, those boys were tough. But Zheng disagreed. Village chief, I don't accept it. We just fought. Why should my family pay compensation? I won't pay a penny. When Zheng heard that she had to pay, she felt like her life was being taken away. Her husband worked outside all year round, so they could save some money, and their family assets were a little more solid than other families. This money was their hard-earned money. Why should she pay compensation to a little girl? With 100 coins, she could buy several kilograms of meat. You don't have to pay. As the village chief, I have the right to drive your family out of Shitsi village. You decide whether to pay or leave Shitsi village. Jin Bao looked at his cousin, who didn't seem to be joking, and said in disbelief, Cousin, you actually want to drive our family out of the village for an outsider? Did a donkey kick your brain? Even if your sister-in-law just hit you, she was wrong. You can't be angry and deal with our family. Right? Let others laugh at our infighting behind our backs. Humph. Jin Bao. I am the village chief now, and I am dealing with village affairs, not family affairs. Jin Yo exuded an unquestionable momentum, which scared Jin Bao. But he was also a scoundrel. Otherwise, he would not let his children be lawless. Bullshit. If it weren't for the Jin family's help, would your father have been able to sit in the position of village chief? Without your father, how could you be the village chief? What's the county magistrate's appointment? Isn't it because of your father? You are forgetting your ancestors. I suggest opening the ancestral hall and dealing with Jinyo. Jinyo was amused by Jinbo's absurd remarks. Okay. Open the ancestral hall. The clan leader is here, so there's no need to bother the second master. The clan leader had no objection to Jinyo's judgment. If he was the village chief, he would probably make the same judgment. If his child's arm was dislocated, 100 coins would definitely not be enough to settle it. Jinyo was able to solve this matter with 100 coins. So the clan leader had no complaints about Jinyo. Okay, let's do it this way. Jin Bao, you two go back and send the money quickly. I wait here. If you don't send it in a quarter of an hour, I will open the ancestral hall and punish you according to the family rules. Are you really going to be driven out of Shitsi village? Although Jin Yo is a member of our family surnamed Jin, he is also the village chief of Shitsi village. As his clan members, we should not cause trouble for him. You two are even more different. You rely on the fact that the village chief has always been a member of the Jin family. You two are increasingly looking down on the people in the village. People who don't know would think you are the village chief. Don't embarrass yourself here. Take your wife back quickly. The clan leader has spoken, and Jin Bao dare not make trouble anymore. If he continues to make trouble, his family may really be driven out of the village. But he can't just swallow this breath. He took a fierce look at Old Lady Wan and directed all his anger at her. Old Lady Wan also noticed Jin Bao's bad look. But she was not afraid. She had to be more careful in the future. Once she was targeted by such a person, it would be disgusting. Old Lady Wan glanced at Jin Bao and his wife and said nothing. Jin Bao dragged his wife back. This time he ran very fast and quickly got the money. He handed over 100 coins to Old Lady Wan in front of the village chief. As for the medical expenses, the village chief also asked Jin Bao to go to the family to pay. So far, the matter was settled. Wan Laosi just came back with Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan had fallen asleep on Wan Laosi, and the child was a little scared. Old Lady Wan nodded to the village chief's family and went home. Back home, Old Lady Wan asked Wan Laosi to put the child on the Kong. Shen had already prepared lunch. The family was now simpler, but with the addition of Erigo's brother and sister, Shen still made more food. After the meal was served, Grandma Wan asked the fourth son, "What did the bone setter say? Will she have a chronic disease?" "Mom, the bone setter said that Xiaolan is still young and the child grows fast. It's okay. Take good care of her and drink more bone soup to recover." Grandma Wan nodded while holding the bowl, and looked back at Xiaolan, who was sleeping next to her like a kitten, and then looked at Xiao Fubao, who was eating with a small wooden spoon. The two children, who were 1 year apart, were in completely different states, and Grandma Wan felt a little pity in her heart. "Ergu, leave some of her favorite food for your sister, and let Wanwen heat it up. When your sister wakes up later, she can eat something hot." Ergu looked at the delicious food on the table and kept swallowing his saliva. This meal was enough for their family to eat for 10 days and half a month. He secretly vowed to work hard in the future to let his mother and sister live a life without worries about food and clothing. Ergu said politely in a low voice, "Thank you, Grandma. My sister is not picky about food. We are lucky to have something to eat. With such good food, why would she be picky?" One would also thought of his family, which was not much better than Ergu's before. He patted Ergu's arm silently, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and helped Ergu to serve a bowl of food. He was afraid that Ergu would be embarrassed. Wanwen served the food and took it directly to the stove to warm it. After dinner, Xiaolan was still asleep, and Grandma Wan said to Grandma Wan, "Grandma Wan, go to town this afternoon and buy some big bones, and also a few chickens and eggs. Our chickens are not ready to lay eggs yet, and your wife should take good care of herself during the confinement period. Don't let her body get hurt. Now that our family is better off and has income, you should spend what you should spend and save what you shouldn't spend. You should also be prudent." Grandma Wan nodded. "Mom, I know. Don't worry. These big bones are for Xiaolan to make soup. Right? We are all familiar with the butcher's shop that often supplies meat to our family. These big bones are not worth much. I get some back, and everyone in the family will drink it, including you." Grandma Wan rolled her eyes at Grandma Wan. "I just told you to be prudent, but now you don't have to be prudent. It's so hot, too, without well water to keep it cold. If you buy too much, it will be thrown away. How can you drink it? The water at home should be used sparingly. Just boil half a pot every day for a few children to drink. Even if this big bone is worthless, it will cost a few coins. A few coins are enough to buy a pound of grain." Wan Laosi smiled and quickly apologized. "Or should mother have the final say in this family? Without you at the helm, our family can't go far." Wan Laotai knew that her son was trying to make her happy, so she accepted it, with a smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and touched her son's forehead. "Okay. You are the only one who knows how to flatter. Go and rest for a while. It's too hot now. Wait until you have a lunch break before leaving. Come back with your second sister-in-law and others in the evening. You can also ride a bullock cart to save some energy." "Oh, okay." Mother loves her son. Wan Laosi smiled and ran out of the upper room. At this time, a carriage suddenly came outside the door and stopped at the door of the Wan family. A decent woman got off the carriage. Chapter 198. The county magistrate sent someone to pick up phone. "Is anyone home? Is anyone home?" The woman's voice came from outside the courtyard. Wan Laosi just came out of the upper room and hurried over to open the courtyard door. The courtyard door was opened, and Wan Laosi saw a well-dressed woman with a silver hairpin on her head, and her hair was combed shiny without a single strand of messy hair. The woman saw Wan Laosi and bowed politely. "Hello, big brother. Is this the Wan family?" The woman smiled. Her round face was a little round, and she looked very kind and friendly. Wan Laozi looked at the woman's clothes again, and saw that she was wearing a fine cotton skirt with flowers embroidered on the hem. She was dressed neatly, and she was holding a silk handkerchief in her hand, wiping her sweat from time to time. This is the Wan family. Who are you looking for? Wan Laozi didn't hesitate, and after responding, he asked back. The woman was delighted to hear this, and quickly introduced herself. Brother, I was sent by the county magistrate to pick up my aunt. Wan Laozi immediately understood. Isn't the county magistrate's aunt Shin? And the county magistrate had already sent a letter saying that he would send someone to pick her up. So this is a match. Wan Laozi quickly opened the door and warmly invited the person in. Oh, it's someone sent by the county magistrate. I'm really blind. Come in. Come in. The woman was warmly invited into the house by Wan Laozi, who hurried in to call Wan Laozi. Wan Laozi and Shin had also heard the noise early, but they didn't hear clearly who the person was. Mother. Sister Shin. The county magistrate has sent someone to pick up Sister Shin. You two should go out and see her. Mrs. Wan was fine after hearing the news, but Shin was obviously a little panicked. Mrs. Wan had just told her about her affairs. Why did her brother send someone at this time? She was not sure what the eldest brother Wan thought. If she left, could she come back in the future? Shin now had a sense of belonging to the Wan family. During the few months of recuperation in the Wan family, she got to know the people in the Wan family better. The sisters-in-law were harmonious. The mother-in-law was generous. And the nephews and nieces were obedient and sensible. This was the life she had always longed for. These few months of life were the happiest days after her marriage. As if she had returned to the time when her parents were still alive. Mrs. Wan quickly got off the Kong and put on her shoes, and pulled Shin to go out. But she found that Shin was not in a good mood. Mrs. Wan was so smart that she understood Shin's thoughts after a little thought. She held Shin's hand and whispered, Don't be afraid, my girl. I will definitely do what I said. Even if the county magistrate doesn't send someone to pick you up today, I will send you back first. Getting married is a big deal for a woman. Even if it's a second marriage, you will marry the eldest daughter-in-law of our Wan family. I will definitely not let you enter my house with grievances. Don't worry. Follow the person who comes back. When your fourth sister-in-law is 1 month old, I will bring your elder brother Wan to propose marriage in person. Otherwise, if you commit yourself to our family, I will feel bad, and your brother will not agree. What do you think? Mrs. Wan knew clearly that the county magistrate had finally found her sister. So how could he wrong her? Even if he found another family, it would definitely not be the door of an exile like them. Their Wan family is considered to be climbing up the ladder. If Shin's heart was not with their Wan family, she really didn't dare to propose this marriage. Shin was very happy when she got the affirmative reply from Mrs. Wan. She really didn't make a mistake. This aunt had planned everything for her. She just had to go back and wait. She also wanted to marry in style. The first time she got married, she entered the Shin family with a broken bag and had to cook on the wedding day. Although she felt wronged, she had no way to seek justice because the Shin family members were all like that. Now that Mrs. Wan had planned everything for her, what else did she have to worry about? Shin nodded shyly. I listened to you, Aunt. Mrs. Wan smiled and patted the back of Shin's hand, and led her out. The two saw the woman standing in the hall with her head bowed. When the woman saw the two people coming out, she quickly bowed. Phone. Greet the aunt. Hello, Aunt. It was the first time that Shin was bowed to, and she was frightened and hid behind old lady Wan immediately, saying timidly, Sister-in-law, I am not the aunt, so don't bow to me. I can't bear it. Please sit down. Old lady Wan knew that this was the rule of a wealthy family. After Shin entered the county government, she would have to slowly adapt. She smiled and pulled Shin out from behind her. Don't be afraid, my girl. I didn't call you wrong. You are the elder sister of the county magistrate, not the aunt. This girl has always been a guest of her parents' family. I also heard from storytellers that girls from rich families are very spoiled. You will get used to it slowly. Come, sit down and talk. Old lady Wan pulled Shin to sit next to her on the chair, and said to Feng, you also sit down and talk. Feng didn't dare to sit. She bowed slightly and said, the old lady can just call me Feng Mama. I am the aunt's personal nanny. I am a servant. The master is sitting. So how can we servants sit? I will just stand and talk. Shin felt very uncomfortable. She looked at Aunt Feng and whispered, Aunt Feng, I am just a country girl. I don't have so many rules. Please sit down and talk. Aunt Feng bowed and said, My aunt asked me to sit down. I will sit down. Thank you for the aunt's favor. Feng sat on the lowest chair. She only dared to sit on 1/3 of the chair. And she didn't dare to sit down. She leaned sideways, facing Shen, and lowered her head respectfully. Shen looked at Old Lady Wan for help. It can be seen that she was very dependent on Old Lady Wan at this time. Old Lady Wan was also a little helpless. It seemed that if Shen was really married to a rich family, she would be bullied to death by those tricky servants and no one would know. Alas! Old Lady Wan patted Shen's hand and silently comforted her. Shen was obviously not so nervous. Aunt Feng, I wonder why you came this time. Old Lady Wan directly communicated with Aunt Feng on behalf of Shen. Madame Feng hurriedly replied respectfully, This time, I came here on the order of the county magistrate to take my aunt back. The county magistrate said that he felt sorry for bothering your family for so long. This is a little gift from our county magistrate. I hope you will accept it. The county magistrate said that he didn't know what your family still needed. So he didn't buy anything. He just gave you a silver note. You can buy whatever you want freely, Madame Feng said, taking out a silver note of 100 taels from her sleeve, stood up, and handed it to Old Lady Wan with both hands. Old Lady Wan took a look at the silver note handed over by the other party, thought about it, and accepted it. After all, if she accepted the money, the county magistrate would not think that he owed the Wan family a favor, and Old Lady Wan would not be suspected of repaying a favor when she proposed marriage again. Seeing Old Lady Wan accept the silver note, Madame Feng felt relieved and walked back to her seat with a smile. Aunt, the county magistrate has asked me to pick you up early. Let's go now. Maybe we can reach the next place before dark. If we are late, we will miss it. Shen looked at Mrs. Wan reluctantly. Mrs. Wan knew what Shen was thinking. She thought that Wan Laosi was going to the town to buy things. It was a good opportunity to take a ride and send Shen off. It was a two-birds-at-one-stone trip, since it is the county magistrate's intention. Let's not delay. Girl, you have lived in your aunt's house for so many days. If you leave, your aunt can't send you off. I will let your Laosi send you off. Is that okay? Shen nodded repeatedly. Why not? Thank you, Aunt. Because Aunt Feng came suddenly. Shen hadn't packed her things yet. Since she decided to leave, she didn't dare to delay, and quickly got up to pack her clothes. Madame Feng also went to help and advised Shen, Auntie, the county magistrate has bought a lot of cloth for you. When you return, I will ask the embroiderer to come to our house to make new clothes for you. You don't need to take these old clothes. You can give them away. Shen took a look at her clothes. They were still new. Moreover, since the beginning of summer, many of her clothes were newly made. She wore them carefully, and they were 90% new. She couldn't bear to throw them away. Shen packed up by herself and took all her clothes. There were so many of them that she had a big bag. When she married into the Shen family, the bag was light. But now this bag was nothing. Shen felt a little sad and couldn't help crying. She was afraid of being seen by Madame Feng, so she quickly wiped them away behind her back. Chapter 199 Big Goose Warning. After sending Shen away, only Grandma Wan was left to serve Lu and take care of a group of children. Grandma Wan asked Wan Wen and Er go to take the kids to the Kong in the west room for a nap, and the kids agreed and left. Grandma Wan put Xiao Fubao next to Xiaolan. Xiao Fubao was very sleepy. As long as he was put on the Kong, he would fall asleep while talking. Good boy. Would you like to sleep with Sister Xiaolan? Sister Xiaolan was frightened today. She is afraid. She needs little Fubao to accompany her. Then she will not be afraid. Good boy. Are you willing? Little Fubao quickly opened his big black eyes, nodded vigorously, and patted his chest seriously, tilted his head, and said to Grandma Wan, Grandma, Fubao is not afraid. Fubao will accompany Sister Xiaolan. Fubao will beat the bad guys. Grandma Wan touched her granddaughter's head lovingly. Then Fubao, go. Just sleep next to Sister Xiaolan. Cover your little quilt well. Don't freeze your belly. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Little Fubao quickly crawled to Xiaolan's side with his hands and feet, pulled the little quilt next to him obediently, slowly laid down next to Xiaolan, covered the little quilt well, glanced at Grandma Wan, smiled at Grandma Wan, and closed his big eyes. Old Lady Wan did not leave immediately, but sat on the edge of the Kong, watching Xiao Fubao fall asleep, and then walked out. Old Lady One came to the west wing to see Lu, who was feeding the child. Fourth daughter-in-law. Are you hungry? There is chicken soup on the stove. Shall I go and get you a bowl? Lu had just eaten lunch at noon, and was not hungry at this time. She smiled and said, Mom, I am not hungry. Can you take a rest first? Sister Shin is gone, and I still feel empty in my heart. I don't know if I can see her again in the future. I was thinking about asking Sister Shin to be the eldest sister-in-law of our family, now that everyone is gone. I don't know if there is still a chance. Lu fed her son and gently put him aside. The little guy didn't cry or make a fuss. He really knew how to care for people. Don't worry about this. Take a rest quickly. I will also take a nap. I have been running all morning. After all, I am a little older and a little sleepy. Lu pulled a quilt for Old Lady Wan, and Old Lady Wan fell asleep at the end of the Kong. The Wan family was quiet at this time. The village was taking a break at this time. Basically, no one was running around outside, unless there were some naughty children who were full of energy and sneaked out to play while the adults were asleep. After Jin Bao returned home, he felt more and more unhappy. Since the village chief and the clan leader were biased towards the Wan family, he must vent his anger on the Wan family. He did not sleep at noon, and sneaked to the door of the Wan family not far away to peek. He found that Wan Lao Si also left with a carriage, and he was even more jealous that all the people in the Wan family knew were rich people. His purpose of coming here today was to kill and steal the big white geese of the Wan family. He spent 120 coins and felt very unhappy. If he didn't find a place to vent his anger today, he would suffocate to death. He waited outside for a long time, and saw that no one came in and out of the Wan family's house. So he touched the door of the Wan family and lay down in the crack of the door to look inside. Through the crack in the door, Jin Bao saw that there was no one in the Wan family's yard, and he didn't see where the big white geese were. Jin Bao left the Wan family's door, walked around the fence, and finally saw the big white geese sleeping in the gap. He stood up and gestured at the height of the fence. The fence was only as high as his chest. It was nailed into the soil with wooden sticks, and the inside was connected with iron nails and wooden boards. It would take some effort to pull out the wooden sticks. Jin Bao took another look at the big white geese, and then ran back home quickly. He took a kitchen knife from home and prepared to cut off the wall of the Wan family and get in from the outside. But his machete just chopped it, and the movement woke up the big white goose. The big white goose stood up from the shack, spread its wings, stretched its neck, and quacked. Jin Bao shivered with fear, and the next knife directly chopped his hand, and a cut was immediately cut on the back of his hand. He dropped the kitchen knife in pain and jumped on the spot holding his bloody hand. The scream of the goose also alarmed the family. Old Mrs. Wan got off the Kong and put on her shoes, then went to open the door of the west wing. The door creaked open, and old Mrs. Wan stuck her head out and looked at the shed of the big white goose. But she didn't see anything unusual. But when Jin Bao left in the morning, that vicious look made old Mrs. Wan alert to everything. She didn't believe that the big goose would scream for no reason. So she tiptoed to the fence and looked out through the fence. But she didn't see anyone. Old Mrs. Wan was a little confused. Could it be that the big white goose was also confused and asleep? When old Mrs. Wan was about to leave, the big white goose fluttered its wings and ran towards old Mrs. Wan, pulling old Mrs. Wan's trouser legs with its mouth and dragging her to the side of the fence. Old Lady Wan was in doubt and looked down carefully at the fence on the ground. Through a gap, she found a kitchen knife and a few drops of blood dripping around the fence. Old Lady Wan immediately realized that someone was using a kitchen knife to cut the fence. She quickly turned around and found a long wooden stick in the yard, held it tightly in her hand, and then gently opened the wooden door of the yard, stretched her head out and looked around, but saw no figure. She then took the wooden stick and walked towards the fence where the knife had just fallen. And sure enough, she found a shiny kitchen knife lying on the ground with a pool of blood next to it. Old Lady Wan bent down without hesitation to pick up the kitchen knife, and looked around again, and found that there were scattered bloodstains on the ground spreading towards the haystack next door. Old Lady Wan knew that her family was now full of the elderly, women and children. Even if she caught the thief, she would not be the opponent of the other party, and might suffer a loss. She did not chase him, but took the kitchen knife and returned to the yard. Old Lady Wan was quite happy, as she had picked up a kitchen knife for free, which was worth at least a few hundred coins. At this time, Jin Bao, who was hiding behind the haystack, watched old lady one take her kitchen knife into the yard, but did not dare to chase her out. After all, he was guilty of being a thief. If the village chief knew about it, he would definitely be expelled from the village, and even their tribe would not speak for him. Jean Bao stomped his feet angrily, and the wound on his hand made him grimace in pain. He did not care about the kitchen knife and ran back home in embarrassment. Old lady one was careful. Although she returned to the yard, she did not return to the house immediately, but lay behind the fence and observed secretly. When she saw clearly that the person who ran away was Jean Bao, she knew what was going on. At this time, Xiaolan's crying came from the upper room, and old lady one quickly sent the kitchen knife to the kitchen and brought in the warm food on the stove. As soon as I entered the house, I saw Xiao Fubao clumsily wiping Xiaolan's tears and constantly coaxing Xiaolan like an adult, which made old lady one grin and laugh silently. Before the sunset completely fell, Wan Lao drove the ox cart with Wan Erseo. Wan Lao, Wan Laosi, you and Li all back. When you came back and heard that her daughter was injured, she felt distressed. But she was grateful for the Wan family's way of seeking justice for Xiaolan. If they were bullied as an orphan, she would not be able to get 100 coins in compensation. The three of them were often bullied in the village. When sending you away, old lady one also brought some food to you. One said that Urga's family had no rice to cook, and they ate boiled vegetables every day. At this time, the food had not come down yet, and God had not rained for half a month. So many families had already started watering. When Wan Lao came back and didn't see Shen, he felt a little disappointed. In the past few months, he had been moved by Shen's virtue and had already kept Shen in his heart. But the two had not yet broken the window paper. After dinner, Wan Lao returned to his room and found that his and the children's clothes were neatly folded, mended and placed on the Kong as usual. These were all made by Shen. Wan Lao stroked the fine stitches on the clothes and felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. At this time, Mrs. Wan opened the door and walked in. Seeing her son in a daze, she sat down opposite Wan Lao. Boss, Shen is gone. Are you a little uncomfortable? Wan Lao glanced at Mrs. Wan and lowered his head quickly. The middle-aged man actually blushed. Mom, I'm not uncomfortable, but I feel a little empty inside. Old lady one sighed. Our family is rich now. How about I spend money to marry you another wife? No, Mom, don't worry about me. Why should I marry a wife at my age? Old lady one looked at big brother one, smiling. Really not marrying? I've already agreed with Shen that I go to the county town to propose marriage. Since you don't want to marry, it's a bit difficult for Mom. When big brother one heard this, his eyes were full of light, and he quickly looked up at big brother one, but found that his mother was teasing him. Mom, are you telling the truth? Big brother one asked anxiously. Of course it's true. Would I mess with your life event? If you are interested in Shen, Mother will arrange it for you. If you really don't want to get married, forget it. Don't delay her marriage. Mother, I am willing. I think Shen should be good to the children and be a woman who can live a normal life. But wouldn't it be a bit too high for our family to marry the county magistrate's sister? Of course. But it will be easy if Shen is willing. Your blessing has come. You will be the county magistrate's brother-in-law in the future. Isn't it very face-saving to say this identity? Wan Lao hurriedly wanted to explain. He was not interested in Shen's identity, but was interrupted by Mrs. Wan. I know what you think. No need to say more. Go to bed early. When your fourth brother's wife is out of confinement, Mother will do your business. After Mrs. Wan finished speaking, she was about to leave, but suddenly remembered what happened during the day, and turned her head to warn Wan Lao. Big brother, something happened at home during the day, and you woke up a little at night. There may be uninvited guests coming at night. Mother reminds you that if they come, beat them up first to vent the anger for the children. But don't beat them to death. Just leave them with a breath. Big brother one had heard what the fourth brother one said on the way, and now he probably knew who the old lady one was talking about. So he nodded in agreement. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a black shadow really appeared at the door of the old lady one's house. Chapter 200 Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. At this time, the whole village was silent, with only the rustling sound of the night wind blowing through the treetops. At the gate of the courtyard of Mrs. Wan's house, there was a jujube tree planted, a little far from the fence wall. At this time, the black shadow climbed up the jujube tree with a few steps. He stood on the jujube tree and stretched his head to look inside. The white moonlight made the courtyard as bright as day. Everything in the courtyard was vaguely presented in the Black Shadow's sight. The Black Shadow took out a piece of meat from his arms. With an iron hook tied to the meat and a rope tied to the meat, the Black Shadow looked up at the sky at this time. And the moonlight shone on his face through the gaps in the leaves. And he could see clearly that this person was the Golden Leopard who had been here during the day. The Golden Leopard still had a cloth tied on his hand. But it did not stop him from doing bad things. He saw the right time and threw the piece of meat to the big white goose. The piece of meat made a slight sound when it fell to the ground, waking up the big white goose. Jin Bao found that the big white goose had woken up, and immediately pulled the rope, hoping that the big white goose would find the bait he had thrown. The big white goose really chased the piece of meat, bit its neck, pecked at the piece of meat with its beak, but did not open its mouth. Jin Bao watched the big white goose's movements on the tree, and was excited and nervous. He would soon be able to eat goose meat. But the big white goose did not open its mouth for a long time, but just kept turning it with its beak. Jin Bao was a little anxious, and he pulled the rope again, and the piece of meat moved out a little more. At this time, the big white goose suddenly raised its head and looked at the jujube tree in the direction of the rope. Jin Bao was shocked. Could this big white goose become a spirit? He was sweating coldly when the big white goose looked at him. Just when he thought the big white goose was going to call, he saw the big white goose suddenly opened its mouth to bite the meat. Jin Bao was delighted and immediately pulled the rope. The upper beak of the big white goose was hooked, and the whole body slid forward. At the same time, a shrill quack sounded in the yard, which also attracted the other two big white geese to make noises. And the three big white geese cried one after another in the yard. Jin Bao was anxious and wanted to speed up. But the big white goose was a little heavy and struggled hard, which made him a little flustered for a while. Boss One had received the advice of Mrs. One, so he didn't take off his clothes when he went to bed, but slept with his clothes on. When he heard the movement in the yard, he went out with a machete. When he came to the yard, he saw the big white goose moving in one direction. He looked in the direction and found that it was the jujube tree outside the yard. Boss One ran over like a gust of wind, and with the moonlight, he saw a rope pulling the big white goose. He cut the rope with a knife, and the big white goose was saved. At the same time, a scream was heard outside the yard. It turned out that the rope of the big white goose was broken, and the tension was also broken. The strength of Jin Bao's hand pulling the big white goose was loosened, and he lost his balance on the tree and fell directly under the jujube tree. At this time, all the people in the One family woke up, and adults and children opened the door and walked out. Boss One had already walked over and opened the gate, and saw a figure climbing up from under the jujube tree, limping and trying to run. How could Boss One let him go? However, he still remembered the advice of Mrs. One not to beat the man to death. He threw away the machete and chased after him. He pressed the man to the ground without asking who it was. His fists as hard as stone rained down on the man's body and face. He also took off his socks to block the man's mouth. Jin Bao rolled on the ground after being beaten, but he couldn't make a sound. The second and fourth brothers also came out, seeing that the eldest brother One had caught a thief. The two brothers went forward to help without saying anything. After a round of punching and kicking, they saw that the other party was almost motionless. The eldest brother One quickly called for a stop. Okay, stop beating. My mother said not to cause any deaths. Tie the man up and send him to the village chief's house. And take the injured big white goose with you. It is evidence. And there is also a hemp rope. Seeing that the thief had been tied up, Mrs. One took the children into the house and continued to sleep. The eldest brother One and the second brother One holding the golden leopard and the other holding the evidence, went to the village chief's house. The way to the village chief's house was downhill, winding and winding, and it was quite fast. The village chief was called up in the middle of the night, and thought something had happened. He quickly lit the only oil lamp in the house, and opened the gate. One brothers? What are you doing? Jinyo saw that the eldest and second one were a little confused. They had just dealt with their family affairs during the day, so why were they knocking on the door again in the middle of the night? Village chief. We caught a thief tonight, to prevent him from escaping. We have broken his legs. Jinyo's face became serious when he heard it, and he asked the two to bring the thief into the yard quickly. Where is the thief? Let me see. The folk customs in our village have always been simple. Stealing is a violation of the village rules. Those who steal a large amount of money can be expelled from the village. After Jinyo took over the village, there has been no theft in the village. This is the first time tonight. Before Jinyo saw the person, he had already sentenced the thief to death. He had to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, just in time to establish his authority. But when he saw clearly the person brought by Boss One, he was furious. Golden Leopard? How could it be him? Jinyo was very disappointed. He didn't expect that the one who dismantled his stage was actually his cousin from the same clan. Village Chief, I'm afraid you don't believe me. I said we deliberately opposed him and wronged the good man. I also brought evidence. This is what he wanted to steal tonight. The big white goose in my house. This is the tool for committing the crime. After he was discovered, he fell from the jujube tree in front of my house, and I held him down. I was afraid that he would run away, and I didn't see who it was, so I beat him up first. If I had known it was the village chief's cousin, we would have brought him to see the village chief directly. Boss One said these high-sounding lies without blushing. Jinyo looked at Jinbao, then at the geese in the hands of Wan Laoda and Wan Lao, knowing that this was 90% true. But Wan Laoda did not give up, but continued, Village Chief. In fact, he went to my house once at noon. At that time, there were only women and children in my house. He took a kitchen knife to cut my fence, and my mother was awakened by the warning of my big white goose. He panicked and dropped the tool of crime. The kitchen knife is still in my house. The more Jinyo listened, the darker his face became. He wanted to kick Jinbao. This thief was so stupid that he didn't get the upper hand twice, and was caught on the spot. Wan brothers, do you think this is okay? You beat this man, and you've let off some steam. I sent him back first, and tomorrow I ask his family to compensate for your losses. First, your family didn't lose anything. And second, it's hard to explain why you beat him up like this. What do you think? Wan Laoda and Wan Lao Er discussed in a low voice, then nodded and said, for the sake of the village chief, let's just let it go this time. If there's a next time, I won't let him off so easily. Don't worry. If he dares to do it again, I expel him from the village. Jinyo personally sent Wan Laoda and Wan Lao Er away, and turned back to clean up the mess. He was really fed up with the family's troubles every day. He was also very angry about Jinbao's family, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. He kicked Jinbao, who fell at the door of his house. And Jinyo felt much better. You really lost more than you gained. I see if you learn from others and become a thief in the future. Chapter 201 Jing's Madness. The next morning, before dawn, there was a knock on the door of Old Lady Wan's house. A woman's shout followed the knock on the door. You bastards. Get up. You beat my man half to death. And you can still sleep peacefully without fear of nightmares? You beat him up. And you also instigated the village chief to let our family compensate for your losses. You are like Zhu Beiji dreaming of marrying a wife, always thinking about good things. Today, I want to see if you have the life to take my money. I will fight you. Open the door for me. Zheng held a machete in her hand, knocking on the door of the Wan family, and chopped it randomly with the machete, leaving deep marks on the wooden door immediately. The people of the Wan family tossed and turned until midnight yesterday before they could fall asleep. They were awakened by Jing shouting not long after they fell asleep. They were all very angry, especially the men of the Wan family, who were going to work in the fields today. The baby, who had never cried since birth, was also awakened by such a loud noise. He kicked his bare legs and opened his toothless mouth and cried. Lu felt very distressed and quickly hugged her son to comfort him. The little guy smelled his mother's scent and gradually calmed down. Soon the door of the upper room was opened, and the eldest one ran out in anger. The fourth and second one also came out of the house. It was dawn, and everything was blurry. There was only the sound of crazy chopping of the door panels coming from the door. Brother, it seems to be Zheng. Is she crazy? Come home so early to find trouble? The second one rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered to the door. However, there were hard-working people in the village who were already pushing carts to line up for water. They heard the noise at the door of the Wan family and came to see the excitement. As a result, they saw Zheng was like a madman with a machete in her hand. They did not dare to stay for long and ran away. Zheng was usually difficult to deal with, and now she was holding a machete in her hand. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire, so they ran away quickly. This excitement was not something that could be watched casually, and it was very likely that someone would die. Some people also hurried to the village chief's house to report the news. Boss Wan did not know that Zheng was holding a machete outside, so he went straight over to open the door. At this time, Xiao Fubao was carried out by Wan Erseo, and she shouted softly, "Uncle, be careful." Boss Wan paused when he was about to open the door. At this time, the sound outside became more and more urgent, and there was a tendency to chop the door panel. Boss Wan listened to Xiao Fubao's words, and cautiously lay down at the crack of the door, and looked out. Just in time, he saw Zheng waving the machete at the door panel again. Wan Lao was terrified. If Xiao Fubao hadn't reminded him, he would have opened the door directly, and the machete of the other party might have hit him. After Wan Lao calmed down, he stepped back a few steps, and whispered to his two brothers, "That crazy woman is holding a machete in her hand, and is chopping the door now. So, Lao Er, Lao Si, you two go to open the door. When that woman tries hard again, you suddenly pull the door open. Zheng will definitely fall down. I will take the opportunity to hold her down, and you quickly take the machete from her hand." Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Si didn't expect that the women in this border were so fierce. The women in their border just pulled their hair and scratched their faces when fighting. Who would use a knife directly? The two were also shocked. "Okay, listen to the eldest brother. We will open the door after we shout 1 or 2. It's up to the eldest brother next." The three brothers looked at each other. Wan Lao Er and Wan Lao Si quietly came behind the door, listening to the sound and preparing to open the door. But the other party stopped at this time. The people of the Wan family didn't hear the sound, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. Would this woman be trying to play some tricks again? Zheng had been chopping the door for a long time outside, panting with exhaustion, and didn't see anyone from the Wan family open the door. So she turned to the fence and prepared to chop it. The people in the yard soon heard the sound coming from outside the fence, and the brothers were stunned. Did this madman want to chop the fence to get in? The eldest brother Wan no longer hesitated. As long as he wasn't at the door, he picked up a hoe leaning against the wall, walked a few steps to the door, and opened the door. The three brothers carefully left the yard and saw Zheng, with disheveled hair and dirty face, chopping the fence one by one. She had already chopped off several fences, but there were wooden boards inside, so she couldn't do anything with the fence for a while. Zheng heard the sound of the door opening, turned around quickly, and saw the three brothers of the Wan family standing not far away looking at her. Zheng finally saw her enemy. Her eyes flushed, and she swung her machete towards Boss Wan. How could Boss Wan stand there and let him chop her? The hoe at his hand blocked it directly, and Zheng didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. The machete hit the hoe, and sparks burst out, which made Zheng's palm numb. But she still held the machete tightly and didn't let go. This blocking made Zheng even more angry. She was like a madman, closing her eyes and waving the machete in her hand randomly. The three brothers of the Wan family could not get close for a while, and could only retreat step by step. Seeing that this was no solution, Wan Lao Si hurried back to the yard and took out a long stick. While Zheng was going crazy, the long stick hit Zheng's leg directly. Zheng stumbled and knelt on the ground, with her upper body lying on the ground, and the machete in her hand fell to the ground. Wan Lao Si was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He pulled the long stick and swept the machete aside. Wan Lao Er took the opportunity to pick up the machete. Wan Lao dropped the hoe, stepped forward and pressed Zheng to the ground, and her face was pressed into the lus. It happened that the village chief came at this time. There was a group of people following behind the village chief. "Zheng, what are you doing?" the village chief shouted. He had just heard from the villagers that Zheng actually used a knife to hack people. This made Jin Yo very worried. The couple really knew how to make trouble for him. The land was dry, and everyone was busy fetching water from the river 10 miles away to irrigate the land. The couple and their family were good. One was a thief, and the other was ready to be a murderer. Jin Yo saw that Zheng had been subdued by the Wan brothers, and his heart was finally at ease. "Village chief, you are here. Look, Zheng was slashing at my door with a machete early in the morning. Fortunately, my door was replaced before the new year. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand her slashing like this." Seeing the village chief coming, Wan Lao also let go of Zheng, and stood aside with Wan Lao and Wan Lao Si. Zheng got up from the ground, and wanted revenge regardless of whether the village chief was there or not. She rushed towards Wan Lao, and Wan Lao's face was instantly scratched with several bloody marks. Zheng was taking advantage of everyone's relaxed vigilance to make a final counterattack. Wan Laodao was furious and kicked Zheng out. Zheng lay on the ground, holding her stomach, hunched over, and cried loudly. Jinyo looked at Zheng with disgust. This woman would die if she didn't do anything. Jinyo was too lazy to care about Yang's family's mess anymore. He said to Wan Laodao directly, Jin Gui, either drive this family out of the village, or go to the county to file a complaint, saying that Jin Bao stole and Zheng committed a crime. I can testify for you. You can choose. Jinyo really didn't want to see this family embarrassed again. Before Wan Laodao spoke, Jing's stomach didn't hurt anymore. She got up from the ground and ran to grab Jinyo's arm. She was scared now, and stopped making trouble. Village chief. We are all from the same ancestor. Are you so heartless? You must kill our family? If you drive us out of the village, who in other villages will dare to take us in? If we go to the county to file a complaint, my child's father and I will go to jail. Who will take care of the child? Aren't you forcing us to death? You might as well just kill us with a knife. I will never leave Shitsi village. Jinyo pulled out his arm and said coldly, Okay. Since you don't want to take either of the two paths, there is a third path. Your family will quickly compensate the one family for their losses, and swear in front of the whole village that your family will not make mistakes again in the future. Both adults and children. If you make the same mistake again, you will be kicked out of the family tree and driven out of the village. Can you do it? Zheng weighed the pros and cons for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. As long as he could stay in the village, everything would be fine. The farce ended with Zheng's promise to compensate and swear. The weather is getting drier and drier, and the wind and sand are stronger. Often, the tables and chairs that have just been wiped in the morning will be covered with a layer of dust in the evening. The eldest and second sons of Wan sighed in worry. Although the crops in their fields are growing better than those of other families, they have also been wilting recently. Old Lady Wan put Xiao Fubao on the con to play, and she chatted with her two sons. Oldest son. Second son. How are the crops in the fields now? I heard from old lady Wang in our village that half of her crops have dried up. Mom, ours is not much better. There used to be some water at the bottom of the pit, but now it's dry. Old lady Wang frowned and whispered, it would be great if it rained heavily, and the crops would be saved. Little Fubao was holding a little rabbit. Hearing this, he climbed onto old lady Wang's legs and reached out to touch her brow. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Do you want it to rain? It will be fine in the evening. Don't be sad. You will die if you are sad. Grandma Wan knew that Xiao Fubao had special abilities. But how could she just say that there would be wind and rain? But in order not to make her granddaughter sad, she forced a smile and said, Oh, our Xiao Fubao is the god of rain, and he can make it rain. Grandma is waiting for it. Little Fubao nodded seriously, and when she saw Grandma Wan smiled, she climbed down from Grandma Wan's legs. Chapter 202, Rain from the Sky. After a day of hard work, the people went home tiredly under the starry sky. During the day, they had to carry water from the Juka River 10 miles away to Shitsi village. Some families did not have wheelbarrows, so they could only carry water home on their shoulders. From dawn to the starry sky, they could only carry water twice a day, which would wear out their shoulders. But despite this, what could 2 loads of water do? It could only irrigate a small piece of land. And the next day when the sun was shining brightly, the water would quickly drain away. The environment in the northwest is harsh, but generation after generation of farmers in the northwest have survived year after year like this, and they have never known what a year of good weather and good harvests is like. When the whole village returned to peace again, the stars in the sky were suddenly covered by the thick ink-like clouds that suddenly came. The clouds gathered quickly, turning the sky into a huge, boundless black curtain. The wind blew gently at first, bringing a little coolness, but gradually, it became wild, whistling, sweeping over the treetops, rolling up dust, the leaves swaying violently in the wind, and sand and stones flying. The air was filled with a damp smell, as if it could squeeze out water. Suddenly a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating the sky, and then thunder roared, deafening. Lightning and thunder came one after another, and bean-sized raindrops finally fell sparsely, gradually forming a line, and densely hitting the ground. The sleeping people were awakened by the sudden rain. They had no time to put on clothes and shoes, and opened the door barefoot, when they saw the rain flowing down from the thatched eaves like a stream. Their anxiety and worry instantly turned into great joy and excitement. Every household, old people, children, men and women all ran to the yard, raised their heads, and let the rain pour down, wetting their hair, cheeks, and bodies. The old people knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the sky. They kissed the earth excitedly and drank the rainwater with their hands. The children were like birds out of the cage, opening their arms, shouting and running happily in the yard. From each household, laughter, cheers and songs intertwined in the sky above Sheetsy village. The men carried shovels and hoes barefoot, rolled up their trouser legs, and went to the fields. The people of the Wan family were no exception, especially Mrs. Wan. She saw the rain outside through the window, accompanied by lightning, emitting silver-white light. Mrs. Wan thought of what Xiao Fubao said during the day in disbelief. She hurried to the room of Wan Lao. But Xiao Fubao was not awakened by the thunder. He was lying on his back on the Kong, with his two little fists raised above his head, and his two legs curled up like a frog, sleeping soundly. Grandma Wan caressed the milky cheek of little Fubao lovingly, and murmured, "My dear, you saved the people at the border this time. The rain came just in time. Now is the year of year. With this rain, everyone's food supply is saved. My dear, you are really a lucky star sent by God to save the people. Grandma thanks you on behalf of everyone." Grandma Wan kissed little Fubao on the face gently, and then got off the Kong. Wan Erseo didn't know the whole story, and Wan Lauer had already carried the farm tools to the fields. Before leaving, Grandma Wan patted Wan Erseo's hand. "Lao Er's wife, you are a lucky person." Grandma Wan always said this to Wan Erseo before, but Wan Erseo felt that the emotion of what Grandma Wan said this time was obviously different. Wan Erseo stared at Xiao Fubao in a daze, then looked at the rain outside, wondering in her heart, could this rain have something to do with Xiao Fubao? At this time, the fields were full of busy figures from various households. They were busy repairing the ridges while they were soaked by rain. Usually, these ridges were as hard as a rigid stone. But now, after drinking enough rain, the land was soft and easy to dig. Some people's land was low, and a lot of rain gathered, so they needed to dig the ridges to release water. Wan Jinshu and Wan Qingchen also carried farm tools and rushed to the fields. They hadn't seen Wan Qingmo recently. Zhao said that Wan Qingmo went to do business with others and always sent money home recently. The family was not short of money now, but Zhao's cooking skills were as bad as ever. When Wan Jinshu arrived at the field, several brothers of the Wan family were already working. The Wan family had the most land in the village, so they worked the longest. "Brother Jingui, do you need help? I think my land doesn't need much care. It's all good, but yours is all sloping land. Will the land below be flooded?" At a distance of several feet, Wan Jinshu's voice was blocked by the sound of rain, and it was not clear, and Wan Laoda had to shout to get back. The two communicated for a long time before Wan Laoda understood what Wan Jinshu meant. But it was too dark at night, and the two could not see each other. Finally, Wan Laoda ran over to find Wan Jinshu, and the communication was over. The villagers worked from midnight to dawn. The rain had been falling all night, but it finally stopped. The sky was bright, and the sun rose from the east on time. The whole field was shining with golden light under the sun. The farmers who had worked hard all night also carried farm tools in twos and threes, and walked home tiredly and excitedly. God is really good. I never dreamed that our border would have such a heavy rain at this time. I have never seen it in my life. I must go back and pay my respects to our ancestors. They finally saved part of our food rations this year. Yes, I haven't seen such a heavy rain in all these years. It's really refreshing. My shoulders can finally rest. Alas, I heard that people from the next village went to fetch water yesterday and died of heat on the road. It was a sin. If they had waited one more day, they wouldn't have lost their lives. The villagers chatted in twos and threes, and went home to rest in the morning sunshine. With this rain, everyone can finally have a good night's sleep. The Wan family has already prepared breakfast. The brothers returned home, covered in mud. Wan's second wife boiled a pot of hot water, and the three brothers washed themselves in the yard, and then went back to change into dry clothes. There was no bluestone slab in the yard, and at this time, small puddles reflected the blue sky. The big white geese swayed their fat bodies, kicked and ran into the puddles, and rolled directly in the puddles. Soon, the snow-white feathers were covered with mud spots. Dirty, and Xiao Fubao, who was standing under the eaves, pointed at the big white geese with his hands on his waist, and scolded them angrily. To buy. Or buy. Xiao bai. You are so dirty. You are not allowed to be my followers in the future. Hum. Xiao Fubao stomped his feet angrily. His chubby little face turned pink, and he pouted his little mouth and turned around and ran into the house. Chapter 203 Reward Notice. After the men of the one family had their meal, they all went back to catch up on their sleep, while the women sat on the Kong and did needlework. Second wife, one stewed chicken soup for Lu, and kept it warm on the stove. It rained all night in the village, and it was a bit muddy, so there were fewer people visiting. The courtyard of the one family was quiet, and several children were also restrained by Old Lady One in the house to play catching stones on the Kong. Old Lady One looked at Xiao Fubao, who was playing tricks and sitting among several brothers. She insisted on playing catching stones, but she didn't know how to play. Several brothers patiently coaxed her and asked her to make way first, and then taught her how to play, and then moved people aside. Old Lady One looked at Xiao Fubao, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. By the way, second wife, I haven't seen Amor recently. I heard from his mother that Amor went out to do business and made a lot of money. Do you know what happened? Old Lady One helped second wife One to divide the line, and talked about Wan Qingmo by the way. Wan Urseo raised her head and frowned slightly, saying, I haven't heard of this either. But Amor used to be a major general. Now he's going on a business trip, which is somewhat insulting to his talent. But we are all peasants and don't understand the affairs of scholars. Speaking of which, I have something to discuss with you. Old Lady One looked at Wan Urseo, waiting for her to continue. Wan Urseo simply put down the work in her hands, moved to Wan Lao's eye, and whispered, Mom, when Amor was at home, I taught several children to read and recognize characters. Now that he is gone, I have some extra money, so I wonder if I can let the children continue to study. I found that Winner held a branch and bowed his head to review the characters that Amor had taught him several times. But he was sensible and never opened his mouth. I wonder if I can send the children to school. Old Lady One also glanced at One. Among the children, this child was the most intelligent and might be a good student. Besides, it is not impossible for the family to support several children to study. Although the tuition is expensive, if they are good seedlings, they will sell everything they have to provide them. If they are not good at studying, it is better to learn some words in a few years and then find another way to make a living than to dig for food in the less. Okay, but our village is so poor that we can't even afford to eat. I haven't heard of any children who have the money to go to school. I don't know where this private school is, so I still have to look for it. Wan Urseo also nodded. Mother is right. When I go to the town tomorrow, I will ask the child's father to ask around. Wanwen is 11 years old this year, and it is a bit late for him to start his education. Wan Urseo was a little worried, but she believed that her son would definitely cherish the opportunity to study. The mother and the two chatted on the Kong, and it was half a morning before they knew it. At this time, there was a knock on the door at the gate of the courtyard, and at the same time, there was the voice of Wan Lao saying, Mother, open the door. Wan Urseo quickly put down the work in her hands, hurried off the Kong, and was confused. Mom, it's not too early or too late. Why is the third son back? I heard it sounded like his voice. Old Mrs. Wan was also a little anxious, and hurriedly asked Wan Urseo to open the door. Stop talking. Go open the door and see. Maybe something happened in the store? Wan Urseo did not delay and hurried to open the door. As soon as the courtyard door opened, Wan Laosen saw that it was Wan Urseo, and hurriedly shouted, Second sister-in-law. It's bad. Look at what this is. Wan Laosen came back trotting. The road was muddy. He held his shoes in one hand. His trouser legs were rolled up, and his calves were all covered with yellow mud. He panted, handed a notice in his hand to Wan Urseo, and hurried to the kitchen, opened the lid of the jar, scooped a bucket of water, and drank it in big gulps. Wan Urseo looked puzzled, lowered her head, and opened the paper that Wan Laosen stuffed into her hand. And the paper was opened, with a notice written on it. Wan Urseo could recognize words, but not many, and only followed her father to recognize some names of medicinal materials. However, this did not prevent Wan Urseo from understanding the content of the notice, because under the two words notice, there was a portrait, and the little baby in the portrait was 70% similar to their little Fubao. Juan Urseo's eyes could no longer move after seeing the portrait. She had no idea what was written below. And she had no idea how she was brought back to the house by Juan Lauer. Juan Urseo held the paper tightly in her hand. And others could not pull it out even if they wanted to see it. Lauer's wife. What's wrong with you? Don't scare your mother? Mrs. Juan waved in front of Juan Urseo. But Juan Urseo was unaware. Mrs. Juan gritted her teeth and pinched Juan Urseo's philtrum. This time, she used all her strength. And Juan Urseo howled. Then she threw away the notice in her hand and hugged the little Fubao, who was already scared silly by Juan Urseo on the Kong, into her arms. Little Fubao was suddenly hugged by Juan Urseo. And she was a little breathless. She also opened her little hands and hugged Juan Urseo's neck tightly. And the mother and daughter cried together. Juan Urseo cried because she was afraid of losing Xiao Fubao. And Xiao Fubao cried because she was afraid of his mother crying. Juan Lauer hurriedly picked up the notice on the ground, unfolded it and read it. And the whole person was stunned. What happened? Are you two going to make me die of anxiety? Old Lady Juan slapped her thigh and sat on the Kong with a frown. Juan Lauer told the whole story. It turned out that a group of people came to the town early this morning. They were not wearing official uniforms. And it was unknown whether they were from the government. They held a stack of notices in their hands. There were notices all over the town. And one happened to be posted at the door of Juan Lauer's shop. Juan Lauer had nothing to do. So he went out to join in the fun and took a look. As a result, he was shocked when he saw it. It was a notice looking for Xiao Fubao. The notice clearly stated that the girl was 1 year old when she was lost. And she was wearing a small gold lock on her neck and a red koi birthmark on her back. Juan Lauer was not very clear about these characteristics because only Juan Urseo knew about it. And Old Lady Juan didn't know that Xiao Fubao had a birthmark. The notice also said that if anyone could provide information about the girl, he would be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver and countless fields and manors. However, the notice did not explain Xiao Fubao's identity, which showed that it was intentionally concealed. However, judging from the amount of the reward, Xiao Fubao family was definitely rich enough to rival a country. After Juan Lao San finished speaking, Juan Lao Tai was also dumbfounded. Oh my god! I said at the beginning that Xiao Fubao's identity was not simple. Look! This reward of 10,000 taels of silver and countless fertile fields. How big a family must this be? Could this Xiao Fubao be a princess? But we in the Qi have never heard of the princess being lost. Juan Lao Tai looked at Juan Er Saw, and seeing that she did not look up or let go, she sighed heavily. Second wife. Does Xiao Fubao have a birthmark on his body? Juan Er Saw sobbed and said nothing. And Juan Lao Tai knew that it was probably true. And Xiao Fubao did have a small golden lock at the beginning. Juan Lao Tai looked at Juan Lao San again. Oh, third. Hurry back to the town. If there is any disturbance, hurry back to report. Xiao Fubao should not go out for a while. Stay out of the limelight. Don't go to the town for a year or two. After 2 years, Xiao Fubao will grow up and look different. No one will recognize her. After listening to the arrangement of Old Lady Juan, second sister Juan raised her red and swollen eyes. Mother, you say, Xiao Fubao has been to the town a lot in the past 6 months. Will anyone remember her? Second sister Juan was more worried that Xiao Fubao looked outstanding and was not from their old Juan family. Anyone could find out the clues at first sight. Not to mention such a huge reward. Second sister Juan now felt that the border was not safe anywhere, and someone was coming to snatch her child away. Just when the Juan family was panicking, someone suddenly knocked on the door outside the courtyard. The Juan family immediately pricked up their ears and listened. And everyone's heartbeat was like thunder. Chapter 2041 Xingmo Gui. It was noon, and it had just rained heavily. The villagers had been busy all night last night, and now they were all catching up on sleep at home. Few people were walking around in the village. The knocking sound at the Juan family's door was particularly clear, with a rhythmic and polite thump. But now the Juan family was like frightened birds, and any slight movement could scare the family into breathing rapidly. Especially Juan Urseo. She stared at the direction of the courtyard door, outside the window in fear. Hugged Xiao Fubao tightly in her arms, fearing that the person coming was here to snatch her daughter. And she forgot to cry. Her whole body was shaking. Old Mrs. Juan was still calm at this time. She looked around the people in the room, and everyone's face was more or less panic. What are you afraid of? The third brother said that the notice was just posted. Even if someone reported it, it couldn't be so fast. Big brother, go open the door and see if there are neighbors coming to visit. The words of Mrs. Wan made the family feel relieved. Wan Erseo was also obviously relaxed. Little Fubao sat in Wan Erseo's arms, blinking her big eyes, a little confused. Although she could understand what she said, this matter was beyond her cognition. She only knew that Wan Erseo was her mother. But from what everyone said just now, she seemed to have another mother. Little Fubao's little head was not enough. Could it be that one person has two mothers? Little Fubao hugged Wan Erseo's neck with both hands, and put his little face against Wan Erseo's face. His voice was soft and full of dependence. Mom, you are Fubao's mother. Fubao only has one mother. Little Fubao's words really poked Wan Erseo's lungs. She couldn't hold it back anymore, and cried loudly while holding little Fubao. Old Lady Wan knew that second sister-in-law Wan liked this little girl very much. In addition, the Wan family had no girls, so she also invested a lot of feelings in Xiao Fubao. Not to mention second sister-in-law Wan. Even she couldn't stand it. Old Lady Wan also wiped her tears and cried. For a while, the atmosphere in the room was so dull that it made people breathless. Elder brother Wan had already left the upper room and strode to the gate of the courtyard. He was cautious and did not open the gate immediately. Instead, he hid behind the door and peeked out through the crack of the door. When he saw the person clearly, he was overjoyed and quickly opened the door. Amor? When did you come back? I haven't seen you for a while. And my uncles and aunts are all talking about you. Elder brother Wan quickly opened the door and let Wan Xingmo in. Wan Xingmo told everyone that he was doing business outside. But only third brother Wan knew that what he did was much more difficult than doing business. In order to maintain his image as a businessman, Wan Xingmo also changed into a new outfit. Now he was wearing a dark-colored brocade robe with broad shoulders and narrow waist. And his hair was tied up with a small golden crown. He was already handsome. And after dressing up like this, his temperament changed a lot. Boss Wan had a happy face and kept secretly looking at Wan Xingmo. Uncle, long time no see. Amor misses you all very much. Boss Wan saw that Wan Xingmo was wearing a pair of long boots on his feet, and the bottom of the boots was full of mud. He quickly closed the door and went to the kitchen to get a basin of water. Amor, come and wash your shoes. Such good shoes have been dirty by walking on the road in our village. Boss Wan was about to squat down to wash Wan Xingmo's boots, but Wan Xingmo quickly dodged. Uncle Wan. No. I can do it myself. Wan Lao Da's mouth never closed, and he kept looking at Wan Xingmo with a silly smile. Now the family encountered the second big difficulty. But Amor happened to come back at this time. Could it be that he heard something? When Wan Xingmo finished washing the dirt, Wan Lao Da came back to his senses and hurriedly shouted into the house, Mom! It's Amor! Amor is back. Wan Lao Da looked at Wan Xingmo, who had grown a lot taller, as if he saw his son grow taller, and was happy from the bottom of his heart. Wan Lao Da roared, and everyone in the house filed out. Wan Lao Ma stood in the front, followed by several sons, and Wan Erseo also came out with Xiao Fubao in her arms. Amor? Are you really Amor? Oh my! Oh my God! You've changed your clothes. I can't recognize you. I thought it was some noble person. Come on. Let me take a good look. You've been away for several months, and I can't even see you. Grandma Wan came forward and pulled Wan Xingmo's people, and pulled them into the house. Wan Xingmo and Wan Lao San, who was standing inside, looked at each other. Wan Lao San smiled kindly, and Wan Xingmo knew that Uncle Wan San had been keeping it a secret for him. Wan Xingmo was pulled into the house by Grandma Wan, and she asked him to take off his shoes and get on the com quickly, and at the same time urged Wan Lao Air to bring water quickly. Grandma, I'm not thirsty. Don't rush. Everyone sit down and talk. I came back this time because of Xiao Fubao matter. Since Uncle San is at home at this time, you must have heard about the notice someone posted. Right? Wan Xingmo's words instantly brought the Wan family back to the dull atmosphere just now. The atmosphere, which was lively because of Wan Xingmo's arrival, instantly quieted down. Wan Xingmo was looking at Xiao Fubao. Xiao Fubao was finally able to look at her big brother. She quickly broke free from Wan Erseo's arms and climbed into Wan Xingmo's arms. Big brother, Fubao misses you. Where have you been? Xiao Fubao has a clear memory of Wan Xingmo. Even though Wan Xingmo has changed so much now, Xiao Fubao still recognized Wan Xingmo at a glance. Wan Xingmo put Xiao Fubao on his crossed legs, and a pair of callous hands gently stroked the top of Xiao Fubao's head. Fubao, do you still remember Big Brother? I thought you forgot me? Big brother, can I ask you a question? Xiao Fubao nodded obediently, looking at Wan Qingmo with sparkling eyes without blinking. This big brother is really handsome. Fuba, if a very beautiful aunt comes to you and says she is your mother, would you be willing to go with her? Wan Qingmo's words shocked everyone present, especially Wan Erseo. She could no longer hold back and wanted to snatch little Fubao from Wan Qingmo's arms. Now she saw that everyone seemed to want to snatch her child. After being shocked, Mrs. Wan began to think deeply. This Amor must know more than them. Otherwise, why would she ask this question? Let's listen first. Amor might have come back just for this matter. When Mrs. Wan saw the little action of Wan Erseo, she immediately whispered, Lao Er's wife, calm down. Amor will not harm Xiao Fubao. You should grow some brains. Wan Erseo was completely irrational. Ask which mother can remain calm and not go crazy when facing the moment of losing her child. Wan Erseo was pulled from behind by Wan Lao Er. Wan Qingmo did not stop because of this little episode, but looked at Xiao Fubao. At this time, everyone's attention was also on Xiao Fubao. After being scolded by old lady Wan, Mrs. Wan became more sober. She looked at Xiao Fubao nervously, and she also wanted to know what choice Xiao Fubao would make. Chapter 205, A False Alarm. Little Fubao had no idea that everyone was watching her with bated breath. She looked innocent and said softly, Fubao mother is the most beautiful. No one is as beautiful as Fubao mother. Fubao likes her mother. After answering, little Fubao grinned at Wan Erseo. Her bright eyes curved into crescents, and she called out with a smile, Mother! After hearing little Fubao answer and seeing his soft appearance, her heart melted. She covered her face with her hands and cried. She knew that little Fubao was very smart and not an ordinary child. Wan Qingmo also doted on little Fubao's little nose, with a doting smile on his face, and said with a smile, What a little rascal. Little Fubao was tickled and laughed. Little Fubao laughter dissipated a lot of the dull atmosphere. Wan Qingmo's next words brought the panic atmosphere in the room to the extreme. If you are a princess, are you willing to go back? Without waiting for Xiao Fubao to answer, old lady Wan was the first to exclaim, What? Princess? Wan Qingmo took Xiao Fubao off his body and handed it to Wan Erseo. He then looked at everyone with a serious face and whispered, In fact, this notice was not posted recently. It was posted in the city some time ago. When I learned about it, I immediately went to find out who the owner of this notice was. The other party obviously concealed it intentionally, but I used some means to find out that this Xiao Fubao was actually the Princess Fuyun, who was lost by Yu State a year ago. The Wan family was shocked by Xiao Fubao's true identity. They knew that Xiao Fubao's identity was not simple. At most, she was a lady from a rich family. But they didn't expect that she was of royal blood. They were just peasants. If they wanted to keep Xiao Fubao, could they fight against the royal family? Wan Erseo was the first to react. She put Xiao Fubao aside, changed from sitting to kneeling, and began to kowtow to Wan Qingmo. At the border, Wan Qingmo is the most capable person that Wan Erseo knows. She has no other options now, and can only beg Wan Qingmo. Amor, I know that it is difficult for you to beg me like this, but I really don't want to lose Xiao Fubao. I beg you to think of a way. As long as Xiao Fubao is not recognized, you can ask me to do anything. Xiao Fubao also knelt on the Kong like his mother, and kowtowed to Wan Qingmo. The mother and daughter looked at him with sadness and laughter. Xiao Fubao didn't know what he was doing at all, but just thought it was fun. Wan Qingmo quickly helped Wan Erseo up, and pulled Xiao Fubao into his arms. Aunt, sit down and talk first. Since I'm back, I have to ask your opinions clearly so that I can take action. When Wan Erseo heard that there was hope, she quickly sat down and looked at Wan Qingmo with expectation. Wan Qingmo thought carefully before asking Wan Erseo. Second aunt, please forgive me for being blunt. If I make you sad, please forgive me. I am also doing this for Xiao Fubao's sake. Second sister Wan quickly shook her head. Amor, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Second sister Wan can bear it. Wan Qingmo then spoke carefully. Second aunt, have you ever thought about returning Xiao Fubao? After all, when she returns home, she will be a princess. Whether it is her living environment or her pampering, it will be better than the border of Deqi. If Xiao Fubao grows up and knows her life experience, will she hate you for taking away her princess status? Although Wan Qingmo's words were sharp, they hit the nail on the head. Parents all hope that their children can have no worries about food and clothing and live a good life. Second sister Wan is no exception. However, no matter how hard she tries, she will never be better than the royal family. Second sister Wan lowered her head at Wan Qingmo's question. She admitted that she was selfish, but she really couldn't bear to give up Xiao Fubao. Little Fubao felt his mother's sadness and grief, and quickly climbed into Wan Erseo's arms, wiping her tears with her own hands. Her own eyes were also filled with tears, and she cried with a pout. "Mom, don't cry. Fubao is in pain." Little Fubao patted his chest, and 2 lines of hot tears flowed down his pink cheeks. Wan Erseo hugged Little Fubao tightly, buried her head in Little Fubao's small shoulders, and cried. Old Lady Wan and Old Second Wan were already crying. Wan Qingmo's words actually revealed the cloth in everyone's heart. Everyone in the Wan family knew what was good for Little Fubao, but they all subconsciously didn't want to choose. Now that Wan Qingmo pointed it out clearly, their thoughts were exposed, and a sense of sadness spread among everyone. Wan Qingmo felt a little embarrassed when he saw that his words made the whole Wan family cry. He coughed softly and said, "Grandma Wan, second aunt, I'm just asking you. Actually, I have solved this problem for you. Xiao Fubao will not leave your home for 3 to 5 years. I just want to ask if you will regret it. If you are willing to send Xiao Fubao away, my arrangement can be rescinded immediately." Wan Qingmo's words made the people of the Wan family feel the torment of ice and fire. "Emor, what you said just now is true. Have you solved it?" Old Lady Wan wiped her tears and looked at Wan Qingmo quickly. Wan Qingmo nodded affirmatively. In fact, he also had selfish motives. He didn't want Xiao Fubao to leave here. Maybe they couldn't give Xiao Fubao a princess-like life, but the intrigue in the palace might not be suitable for Xiao Fubao. Although Xiao Fubao lived a life of worry-free food and clothing and a group of servants in the palace, the love she received might not be as much as in the Wan family. If Xiao Fubao was favored in the palace, he might not be brought to Daqi. Wan Erseo also looked at Wan Qingmo with surprise when she heard the words, and asked uncertainly in a trembling voice, "Emor, what you said is true. No one will come to snatch Xiao Fubao in the future." Wan Qingmo nodded with a smile, and also told the news he had found out. It turns out that Little Fubao was born with a red glow. At that time, the great wizard of Yu said that Little Fubao was the reincarnation of a lucky star. So Little Fubao was forced to be separated from her mother at birth. She had never seen her mother since she was a child, and had been raised in a palace as a national treasure. The emperor would visit her every day, but would not allow her mother to visit her. Little Fubao enjoyed the best treatment, but she had no love. It was said that she was protected, but in fact it was no different from being kept in captivity. Little Fubao was fine when she was young. If she was still kept in the palace when she grew up, and was not allowed to leave the palace, what would be the meaning of her life? The world is so big, but in her eyes it is only as big as a palace. However, since Little Fubao was born, Yu State did get what it wanted that year. The people had good weather, and the country was prosperous. And the emperor of Yu State gave her the name of Princess Fuyun. But things didn't go as planned. One day, Xiao Fubao was lost for unknown reasons. The Yu Kingdom's palace was in chaos. The Yu Kingdom's emperor even mobilized the army to search the whole country. But after half a year, no trace of Xiao Fubao was found. Later, the great wizard finally guessed that Xiao Fubao's approximate location was at the border of Daqi. However, as Xiao Fubao grew up, her aura would become weaker and weaker, and even the great wizard of Yu Kingdom would find it difficult to guess Xiao Fubao's specific location. This is why Wan Qingmo said that it would not be a problem in 3 to 5 years. After hearing about Xiao Fubao's life experience, Wan Erseo felt more pity for Xiao Fubao, and she also strengthened her determination not to let go. Emor, I will never give up on Xiao Fubao, even if she is a princess. But people can do many things besides eating and sleeping. I believe that even if Xiao Fubao grows up and I tell her her true identity, she will not resent me. Besides, our family is not short of food and drink now. We will definitely work harder to give Xiao Fubao a better life. We love Xiao Fubao wholeheartedly, not just to use her. Wan Erseo was very determined in her thoughts at this time, and her thoughts were supported by everyone in the Wan family. Wan Qingmo was also relieved. He was actually afraid that Wan Erseo would really choose to send Xiao Fubao back. Okay, then there will be no problem. The next thing will be carried out according to the plan I have arranged. I found an orphan who is similar to Xiao Fubao. In a few days, I will have someone hand her over to the merchant in Yu. They dare not act recklessly in Daqi, and only dare to look for people secretly. They dare not reveal their identities in the notice, which shows that they are also afraid. After all, Daqi's national strength is still much stronger than you, and they dare not do anything reckless in Daqi. This is also the confidence that Wan Xingmo can guarantee that Xiao Fubao can stay. After all, this is a foreign search, and the other party loses a lot in momentum. And more. How do you want second aunt to thank you? I want to eat the dumplings made by second aunt. I haven't eaten them for a long time. It would be better if there is a sip of wine. Wan Xingmo is completely lively and cheerful like a teenager at this time. Wan Erseo wiped her tears and hurriedly got off the Kong and said, "Okay. Wait. I make dumplings right away. There will be plenty of dumplings and wine today." At the same time, Zheng, who was going to the town to get medicine, saw the portrait of Xiao Fubao on the notice. Chapter 206. Zheng was attacked. Zheng walked on the muddy road to the town at dawn. The weather was hot, and Jin Bao was beaten by the Wan family so that he couldn't get off the Kong. He lay on the Kong all day and needed someone to turn him over. His buttocks were covered with bed sores. Zheng had no choice but to go to the town to get medicine for the man and wipe it back to see if it would get better. She left home early in the morning and finally arrived at the town at noon. She wanted to rest under the big poplar tree at the entrance of the town, but she was attracted by the notice on the poplar tree. She took off the headscarf on her head and wiped her face randomly, panting and approaching the poplar tree, gritting from the heat, squinting at the notice. She couldn't read a single word and didn't know what was written on the notice, but she was quickly attracted by the portrait on the notice. Why does the doll in this portrait look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Where have you seen it before? Zheng felt that the portrait looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen the person in the portrait. She slapped her head hard and cursed herself in a low voice. You are so stupid. Why can't you remember it at this critical moment? Zheng was very annoyed. She wanted to know what was written on the notice even more. She looked around and found two men sitting in a shed opposite. They looked at her from time to time. She ran over to chat with them. Brother, do you know what is written on the notice? I am a peasant woman and I can't read a single word, but I feel like I have seen the person in this notice before. Can you tell me what is written on this notice? The two big men looked at each other and clenched their hands on the table slightly. Then the two of them burst into laughter. And one of the men laughed and said, Sister-in-law, the notice says that if anyone can provide information about the girl in the portrait, they can get a reward of 10,000 taels of silver and countless fertile fields. If you know the information, you can send it. Zheng's heartbeat quickened when she heard it. She ran back to the notice and recalled the portrait carefully. Whenever she was about to remember it, there was always something that prevented her from blurting it out. This feeling made Zheng crazy. Zheng was anxiously circling the trunk of the poplar tree. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes flashing green. Without saying a word, she took off the notice and hurriedly put it in her arms. She didn't go to the medicine shop to get medicine, but turned around and went home directly. The two men in the opposite shed saw it, looked at each other obscurely, and then followed. Zheng's mind was full of the huge amount of reward on the notice at this time, and she didn't notice that someone was following her. Zheng was already thinking about the days when she would wear gold and silver, eat delicious food, and have a group of servants. Zheng felt that the journey from the town back to Shitsi village was particularly long. She had already determined that the daughter of the old Wan family was the little girl on the notice. This time, she would not only get more money than she could spend in several lifetimes, but also kill the entire Wan family and avenge her family. Zheng walked for an hour, but there was still no sign of Shitsi village. She was tired and hungry, and her steps slowed down unconsciously. It was afternoon, and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. There was no one in sight for several miles. Zheng wanted to find a place to rest, but the ground was covered with yellow mud. She had no place to sit, so she had to stand down, bend over, and rest a little with her hands on her knees. At this time, Zheng suddenly heard a series of noises behind her, which were the puffing sounds of feet in the mud. She turned her head curiously, and found that the two men in the opposite shed were approaching her quickly. No matter how dumb Zheng was, she understood that she was being targeted. Zheng was so scared that she dared not rest anymore. She ran away, but she was almost exhausted at this time. How could she run faster than the two strong men? Soon, Zheng was caught by the two strong men. Help! Is there anyone? Help! Someone is killing people! Zheng screamed loudly while struggling. She was covered in mud and lay in the mud. She soon became a mud man. One of the strong men was a little impatient and thought Zheng was too noisy. He directly hit Zheng's neck with a knife. Zheng rolled her eyes and lost consciousness. Brother, what should we do now? The strong man looked at Zheng, who was knocked unconscious, and asked the other man, what else can we do? Hurry up and carry the person away. I remember there is an abandoned temple not far from here. Take the person there and force him to tell us where the person in the portrait is. No one can snatch this huge wealth from us brothers. Okay. I carry him. And you lead the way. The two strong men are a famous pair of brothers in the neighborhood. The eldest is called He San, and the second is Bai San. They are nicknamed the Black and White Evils, and they have harmed many innocent people in the neighborhood. Zheng was also unlucky. She happened to meet the two brothers drinking tea and resting in the shed, and ran into these two villains. He San walked in front with a swagger, and Bai San carried Zheng behind, patting Zheng's millstone-like butt from time to time, with a lewd light in his eyes. Brother, can you let me have some fun first? He San turned around and patted Bai San's head, and laughed and scolded, you bastard. Are you horny again? You can eat anything. When we have money, we can find anything. You can also like a country bumpkin. Bai San smiled. Brother, hasn't it been a long time since I touched a woman? I almost forgot the taste of happiness. Let's satisfy my craving first. Okay. I let you have some fun later. And I keep watch for you. The two brothers quickly arrived at the dilapidated temple carrying people. This broken temple is really broken, with only a low thatched house, which has collapsed halfway, breaking half of the statues in the temple. The door of the remaining half of the house was opened, and one door panel was missing, and the other door panel was already shaky, and it could be removed with a kick, because of the heavy rain yesterday. The broken temple was also flooded with a lot of water, and there were puddles everywhere. Fortunately, there was thatch inside, but it was filled with a strong smell of mold. Bai San threw Zheng onto the moldy thatch, and was about to go forward to pull her clothes, but He San held her shoulders tightly. Bai San looked back at He San in confusion. Brother, what's wrong? You want to come too? He San slapped Bai San on the head and scolded. What are you thinking about? Let's do business first, and then you can do it after you have interrogated her clearly. Besides, this person is still unconscious, and you are making her look like a living dead now. What's the fun? Aren't we just playing to see her struggling and begging for help under our crotch? Bai San immediately stood up with a smile and gave He San a thumbs up. Brother is still smart, compared with you. What's this little thing of mine? Brother, wait. I wake her up right away. Bai San squatted down again and pinched Zheng's Renjong hard. After a long time, Zheng woke up slowly. She just felt her neck was sore, and she couldn't help but frowning. She reached out to touch her neck. It was not a big deal, but there was wet straw under her hand. She shuddered and opened her eyes wide in horror. She saw the two strong men in the shed standing in front of her, with their arms folded. Zheng was so scared that her soul flew away. The scene before she fainted was vivid in her mind. Chapter 207. Zheng was humiliated to death. Zheng slowly turned her neck in fear and looked around. She found that this was the dilapidated temple less than 5 miles away from their village. She subconsciously wanted to scream. Scream. Scream as hard as you can. I tell you, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. If you cooperate with our brother's questioning, maybe I can let you go. He San grabbed Bing's hair and slapped her face with one hand. Zheng shivered and shrank back involuntarily, but her hair was pulled in the other person's hand. When she moved, her scalp was numb. She was so painful that she dared not move anymore. Zheng's face was full of fear. She looked at He San timidly and whispered, How do you want me to cooperate? Can you not do it? Of course. As long as you cooperate well. I promise not to do it, and let you leave comfortably in a while. He San's eyes flashed with a fierce look. But Zheng was scared like a quail, shrinking her neck, and didn't notice He San's changes at all. Zheng nodded quickly when she heard that she could leave. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. What do you want to know? Zheng knew clearly that the two people were staring at the notice in her hand, but she still pretended to be confused. I won't waste my words. Do you know the girl on the notice? Tell the truth. When Zheng heard this, her heart skipped a beat. It turned out that they were targeting the little girl of the Wan family. Zheng's mind was working rapidly, thinking about how to fool them away so that she could save her life and report the crime. She regretted it very much now. If she had known that these two people were not good people, she might as well have gone to the town to report the crime. She was really kicked in the head by a donkey. She was still thinking about going back to discuss it with the head of the family first, when He-san saw Zhang's eyes rolling around. He knew that this woman was not a good person. So he said fiercely, "You better tell the truth. I can't see anyone. And you can't leave. If I find out that you are playing tricks on us brothers, I will let you know what it means to regret coming to this world." Zhang's little tricks were seen through by He-san at a glance, and he exposed them in public. Zhang's face turned pale instantly. She knew that this huge fortune today might not be hers. She was lucky to be able to save her life now. But she still made a bold request. "I can tell the truth, but you have to promise me one thing. I have a grudge against that family. If you get that little girl, kill all the family members for me. Otherwise, I will never tell it even if I die." Zhang also became fierce and looked directly at He-san. He-san laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. There are still people who dare to negotiate with me. He-san, you are the first one. This is easy. Anyway, I have at least 20 lives on my hands, if not 30. So I don't need to lose the lives of this family. Deal? You can say it now." Zhang heard the other party say that he was a murderer and swallowed his saliva in fear. "I am from Shitsi village. The little girl on the notice is the daughter of a family of exiles, who were exiled from our village last year. She was pampered like a princess every day. But unfortunately, she didn't have the fate of a princess and became an exile. However, I suspected from the beginning that the girl might not be from their family. Their family looks ordinary. How could they give birth to such a beautiful girl? Today I found out that they stole someone else's child." Zhang was furious when she mentioned the one family, and she forgot to be afraid. She talked a lot, which made He-san very irritated. "Stop talking nonsense and tell me where that family is in Shitsi village." Zhang was talking excitedly when He-san mercilessly interrupted her. She quickly shrank her neck and said timidly, "His family lives in the last row of Shitsi village. His surname is Wan. Everyone in the village knows it. But his family always meets noble people. They are very rich. They even opened a shop in the town. If you kill him, the shop will be yours. I heard that their shop makes a lot of money every day, and the business is very prosperous." He-san was too lazy to listen to this woman noise. If he could catch the little girl, what would he need a shabby shop for? Who would still like the shabby shop? He-san dug his ears and glanced at Bai-san. "Okay. I won't delay you. Have fun and be clean next time." He-san spitted and swaggered out of the ruined temple. He leaned against the wall that did not collapse, squinting at the distance. There was no one around. Zhang didn't understand what the two meant. She looked at Bai-san, who was still standing in front of her with caution and kept moving back. "What do you want to do?" Zhang asked vigilantly. Bai-san let out a low and obscene laugh from his throat, rubbing his hands, bending over, and approaching Jing step by step, his eyes constantly scanning Jing's bulging chest. Zhang was so scared that she quickly covered her chest. She already knew that the brothers had no intention of letting her go. She was really scared at this time, and a sense of despair slowly rose from the bottom of her heart. "Don't come over here. Our village is nearby. I tell you, our village chief is my cousin. If he knew." Before Zhang finished her words, Bai-san grabbed her ankle. Bai-san pulled Zhang under him with a force. "Ah! Go away! Help!" Zhang's hysterical screams did not attract anyone's attention, but instead pleased Bai-san. "Scream. Keep screaming. I like women to scream. Screaming is interesting. Otherwise, it's so boring like a salted fish. This is so fresh. Ha ha ha." Bai-san started to tear Zhang's clothes. With a sizzling sound, the sound of clothes tearing rang out in the ruined temple, accompanied by Zhang's screams and cries for help like a pig being slaughtered. Soon Zhang was stripped naked by Bai-san. Zhang struggled and slapped Bai-san's face and back, leaving many scratches on Bai-san's body. Bai-san became more and more excited and kept biting. Zhang cried in pain. Soon Zhang lost the strength to struggle. She was in pain all over and cried with her mouth open. Then Bai-san turned a deaf ear and tortured Zhang again and again. After a long time, the noise in the ruined temple stopped. Zhang had been strangled to death by Bai-san in his excitement. Bai-san pulled up his pants and walked out while tying his belt. "Finished? Satisfied?" He-san walked over slowly with his arms folded, looking at his brother with a satisfied look and a look of disdain on his face. He-san glanced into the ruined temple. and saw Zheng staring inside with a pair of eyes, her body stiff, and horrible scars on her body. He-san made 2 clicks of his tongue. TSK. You are too beastly. Alright. Quickly cover the person with straw. And let's get down to business. After most of the day, it was already late, and the two hurriedly buried Zheng and rushed to Shitsi village. Chapter 208. A thief broke into the house. When the two arrived at Shitsi village, it was already dusk, and the villagers were walking back from the fields, with tired and comfortable smiles on their faces. They were still talking in groups of 3 or 2, and Bai-san and Hei-san found a place to hide outside the village. When there were no pedestrians on the road, the two waited for a while, until it was completely dark and the village was quiet. And then, they quietly went to Wan's house. The two were very careful along the way. After all, this village was a big village with a dense population. If they alarmed the neighbors, they would not be able to escape and might even lose their lives. Brother, there are so many families behind us. How do we know which family it is? If I had known, I would not have killed that woman. She could have led us away. Bai-san walked forward in the mud with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and both trouser legs were covered with yellow mud. Hei-san snorted coldly. Do you think that woman is a good person? If she has that kind of temper, I guarantee that both of us will die here. Bai-san grinned and didn't answer. But soon Hei-san saw the jujube tree in front of the Wan family. He remembered that the woman said that there was a jujube tree in front of the family, and the courtyard door was a wooden door. Hey, what do you see? Hei-san patted Bai-san's shoulder and pointed to the jujube tree in front. Is this here? Bai-san didn't expect that this family was so easy to find. But at this time, he couldn't help but get excited when he saw the gate of the Wan family. Thinking of 10,000 taels of silver and countless fertile fields that could not be spent in several lifetimes, he felt a little dizzy, and his feet were a little dizzy when he walked. The two hurried to the door of the Wan family and observed the surrounding situation first. Second brother, go to the neighbor's house next door and see who the neighbors are. We can start later. Okay. Bai-san ran fast in the mud like a loach. He first went to the right side of Wan's house and leaned on the fence to look inside. But it seemed that no one was there. The whole yard was quiet, and there was no movement. He threw a stone into the yard, but there was no light in the house for a long time. Bai-san ran back quickly and went to the left to see that there was no one on the left. Big brother, have the neighbors on both sides of the Wan family moved away? No one. Bai-san lowered his voice, and a gleam appeared in his eyes. Hei-san smiled and showed a row of big yellow teeth. God really helps me. Okay. Start working. The two brothers can be called the black and white evil spirits, so they must be very capable. Bai-san squatted on the ground, and Hei-san took a running start, stepped on Bai-san's back, and climbed over the fence, landing lightly in the yard of the Wan family. Hei-san did not move immediately after landing, but waited for a moment. Seeing that there was no movement in the yard, he looked at the situation in the yard again in the dim moonlight, and then tiptoed to open the door. The door was gently opened, but it still made a creaking sound, which was the sound that startled the half-asleep big white goose. The big white goose immediately climbed up from the hay nest, stretched its neck, and looked into the yard vigilantly. At this time, the brothers Hei-san and Bai-san were at the gate, tiptoeing to go into the yard. The two did not notice that there were 3 big white geese in the chicken coop. The eyes of the big white geese were full of vigilance at this time. They stood still and listened carefully to the movement from the yard. Suddenly, Bai saw 2 sneaky figures walking towards the kitchen. The big white goose immediately spread its wings, raised its head, and made a series of shrill goose calls, which frightened the 2 brothers who were guilty of being thieves. The two immediately turned their heads to look at the chicken coop, and saw the snow-white big white goose calling to them under the moonlight. The two stumbled and almost fell down in fear. Damn! That woman didn't tell me that there were geese guarding the house? I was careless, and was tricked by that woman. Bai-san cursed and looked in the direction of the upper room. At this time, in the west room of the upper room, Wan Lauda had been awakened by the big white goose. He didn't have a light, and according to experience, there must be a thief in the yard. After the incident with the golden leopard, he now hangs a machete on the wall when he sleeps at night. Wan Lauda lifted the quilt and got off the Kong. Unfortunately, his youngest son Wan who had to pee at this time. He sat up in a daze and was about to get off the Kong, but he saw a dark shadow walking towards the wall. Wan who subconsciously shouted, Dad. What are you doing? Juan Lauda was startled by his son's voice, and didn't bother to get the machete. He turned around and strode over, covered his son's mouth, and whispered in Juan Hu's ear, "Who's he? There is a thief in the yard. Now go to the east room quietly to find your grandma. Stay with your grandma, and protect your grandma with your 2 brothers from your 3rd uncle's house. Okay?" Juan Hu's eyes lit up when he heard the thief. But he was nervous and excited. He nodded quickly, and held back his urine. However, Juan Hu's shout just now obviously alerted the 2 brothers outside the house. "Second brother, it seems that this family is not easy to deal with. Now we are in the light, and they are in the dark. Maybe they are spying on us from the window at this moment. In my opinion, we should not waste time. We have to solve it sooner or later. It is better to be quick, and let them die early and reincarnate early." He Lao San said, and looked at the west window of the upper house. He was right. Juan Lauda was holding a machete, and lying on the window looking out. He could see the 2 people in the yard from that angle. Moreover, the 2 thieves were in the moonlight, while he was in the house. The other party could not see him, but he could see the other party almost. Juan Lauda was a little surprised. These 2 people did not seem to be from the village. How did they steal into his house? Bai San glanced at the kitchen. The 2 had not eaten for a day, and they did not have any handy tools in their hands. They needed to go to the kitchen to get a knife. "Brother, you stay here, and I go to the kitchen to look for it." Bai San looked around the yard and saw that the 3 big white geese were still calling non-stop. But they were blocked by the chicken coop and couldn't get out. The calls were so loud. But no one in the family showed up. He was worried. After the last incident of Jean Bao stealing food, Mrs. Wan asked Mr. Wan to close the chicken coop, which was safer. Bai San entered the kitchen and rummaged around the house. He first found 2 kitchen knives next to the chopping board, which made him laugh. Oh, this family is quite rich and particular. They use 2 knives to cut vegetables. Bai San had heard that rich people use separate knives for cutting vegetables and meat, which was very particular, indicating that the family must be well off. The greed in Bai San's eyes flashed. Then he rummaged around in the cupboard and really found a bowl of unfinished dumplings. Bai San didn't care if his hands were dirty or not. He just reached out and grabbed a white and plump dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. He ate dumplings like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, swallowing them whole without even tasting what they tasted like. But after 1 dumpling went down his stomach, the burning feeling didn't subside at all, and he became even hungrier. He picked up the bowl and grabbed 2 dumplings at once and stuffed them into his mouth. His cheeks bulged like a toad. Now he finally tasted the flavor. Even though the dumplings were cold, Bai San thought they were delicious. Damn! What kind of home cooking is this family doing? These white flour dumplings are stuffed with so much meat. Don't say it. They are really delicious. Bai San muttered to himself, and stuffed a few more dumplings in a row, and his stomach felt better. He quickly took the remaining dumplings out and gave them to He San. Chapter 209 Brothers in Trouble. When He San saw Bai San take a long time to bring a few dumplings in, he knew that this kid was eating in there again. "You greedy bastard. Don't you know the order of seniority? The delicious food should be offered to your eldest brother first." He San kicked Bai San's buttocks, and Bai San laughed and didn't hide. He San finished the dumplings in no time and threw the bowl directly on the bluestone slab on the ground, and the coarse porcelain bowl broke with a sound. Now the people in the room couldn't pretend not to hear it. Juan Laosi and his wife, who lived in the west wing, were also awakened by the screams of the goose. Lu was holding the child at this time, looking out in panic. Juan Laosi and Juan Laodao were exactly the same, bending over and leaning on the window to look out. Bai San handed He San a kitchen knife he had collected. "Brother, there are 2 kitchen knives in the kitchen. They look sharp to me. They should be enough to kill people. Let's not waste time. Take the little girl away as soon as possible and make a fortune as soon as possible." In the east room of the upper house, Grandma Wan was crowded with a few grandchildren. Grandma Wan listened to the conversation between the 2 thieves outside and was shocked. Could it be that these 2 people came for Xiao Fubao? Then Grandma Wan was relieved. Fortunately, Xiao Fubao did not live in this courtyard, but moved to the next courtyard. Since Lu was about to give birth, the 2 rooms changed places. The 2nd and 3rd rooms lived in the next courtyard, and the 1st and 4th rooms lived in the same courtyard with Grandma Wan. They usually ate together and went back to their own rooms at night. However, there was a door between the 2 courtyards for easy access. At this time, The second room in the next yard also heard the noise here. Juan Lauer put on his clothes, opened the door, secretly walked to the fence wall, and peeked over here. He just saw two thieves in the yard, holding kitchen knives, and were going up to the upper room aggressively, ready to break into the house. Juan Lauer was so scared that he almost sat down in the mud. Juan Lauer hurried back to the house and locked the door. Juan Urseo had already sat up, and Xiao Fubao was still sleeping. The couple spoke in a very low voice. "Boss, what's going on? Why do I hear a lot of noise next door? Is it another thief?" Juan Urseo was still scared, and she was panicked when she saw a thief. "Shoo! Mother! Lock the door. I go find a mower from this side. Don't open the door. I think the two in the next yard are not only thieves, but also murderers. Our family will definitely not be able to fight them." Juan Lauer was still scared, and his heart was still pounding. Juan Urseo was so scared that she quickly asked Juan Lauer to bring his weapons. "Dad, take the sickle outside with you. It can protect you. Amor drank too much tonight and has just fallen asleep. It will take some time for you to wake him up. If the thieves find out, I'm afraid they will take you for a knife. You must not be in any way. Otherwise we mothers and children will not be able to survive." Juan Urseo nervously pulled Juan Lauer's arm, her eyes full of panic. "Don't worry. I know. Nothing will happen. Our yard is just across a small road from Amor's house. I will be back soon." Juan Lauer was afraid that if he was late, the old lady Juan and the others would suffer. Without waiting for Juan Urseo to tell him again, he turned around and left the house. Juan Urseo also quickly got off the Kong and locked the door, and pushed the table in the room behind the door. She still felt uneasy, and didn't get on the Kong. She searched in the room for a while, and found a pair of scissors. She took it in her hand for self-defense. Now she felt more at ease. When Juan Lauer passed by the small door, he flashed past. In the opposite yard, he could hear the two thieves banging on the door, cursing. Juan Lauer was so scared that his legs were weak when he walked. He finally touched the gate of the yard, held his breath, and took off the gate board, and opened the door as gently as possible. As soon as the door was opened to a gap that only allowed one person to pass through, Juan Lauer slipped out like a slippery loach without making a sound. Moreover, the banging sound in the next yard was so loud that it had covered up the slight noise he made. As soon as Juan Lauer walked out of the door, he ran to the next door for his life. Fortunately, Juan Xingmo did not leave when he came back today. He just drank more wine at Juan's house at night, and was a little drunk. So he was sent back by the Juan brothers. Juan Lauer looked around, and slapped the door of Juan Xingmo's house. Soon the lights in Zhao's house came on. "Why do I hear Jin Ju's voice? It's so late. He's knocking on the door so urgently. There must be something wrong. I go and see." Juan Jinshu also sat up when Zhao lit the oil lamp. At this time, he held the oil lamp in one hand and walked out. Zhao also put on a coat and followed him out. "Amor, wake up quickly. Help. Someone wants to kill someone." As soon as Juan Jinshu came out, he heard Juan Lauer's urgent cry for help. Juan Jinshu thought it was not good, and quickly handed the oil lamp to Zhao, turned back to his room to take out his black gold gun, and strode out. "Madam, go open the door quickly and call Amor and Chinner. There may be a group of thieves in the old lady's house." Juan Jinshu made a prompt decision, hurriedly said a word, and strode to the door. The door was suddenly opened from the inside, and Juan Lauer almost fell on Juan Jinshu. When he saw the weapon in Juan Jinshu's hand, his panic and nervous mood was immediately relieved a little. "Brother Jinshu, there are thieves in my house. Two people are aggressive and are smashing the door. They have knives in their hands and look like martial artists." Juan Lauer tried to make the matter clear so that Juan Jinshu could make a judgment. "Let's go and take a look." Juan Jinshu took the lead and walked in front with a black gold spear. Juan Lauer twisted his neck to look into the yard. He didn't see Juan Xingmo's figure yet, but his body had already moved forward behind Juan Jinshu. Finally, he couldn't see the situation in the yard anymore, so he hurriedly followed Juan Jinshu's footsteps. Juan Lauer also held a sickle in his hand, and timidly followed Juan Jinshu to the yard where Juan Lao Tai and his family lived. At this time, the door of the upper room of the Juan family had been chopped out by a kitchen knife, and He San kicked it directly, kicking a big hole in the door. He stretched his hand inside, trying to grope for the plug inside, remove the plug, and open the door. Juan Lao Tai had been waiting in the main room with a machete. When he saw a hand reaching in, He chopped it down without hesitation. This time, Wan Lao used all his strength. He San screamed, and he quickly pulled out his arm. Blood gushed out from his wrist. His entire hand was chopped off by Wan Lao, and the blood from the gap was everywhere in the yard. He San rolled on the ground in pain, and the sweat on his head flowed down his cheeks. Seeing this, Bai San yelled and threw himself on He San, pressing him to the ground. He took off his coat with one hand, twisted it into a ball, and pressed it hard on He San's broken wrist. But soon, his coat was stained red with blood. Don't worry about me. Go and kill those bitches for revenge. He San gritted his teeth and said this, then lay on the ground with his left hand pressing his right hand. His eyes seemed to devour the people in the house. Bai San picked up a kitchen knife in one hand and chopped at the door panel with a hole in it mercilessly. The big commotion of the Wan family had already alarmed the neighbors in the front row, and they all came to watch the excitement in their clothes. When Wan Qingmo came, there were many villagers standing at the gate and in the yard of the Wan family. Bai San was also subdued by Wan Jinshu. The brothers Bai San and He San did not expect that there were hidden talents in this dilapidated village. Bai San had just exchanged a few moves with Wan Jinshu, but Wan Jinshu shot him in the leg. The two brothers were in a complete dilemma, one with a broken arm and the other with a broken leg. He San saw that the two of them could not escape, but he had a strong desire for revenge. Since he was going to die, he would not let this family off. He San glanced at the people watching the excitement outside the yard and suddenly laughed. You really deserve to be poor. You don't even know that you have a mountain of gold. I tell you, this family. Before He San finished speaking, a cold light flashed, and a stream of blood splashed out. He could no longer make any sound. The long sword in Wan Qingmo's hand just cut off his throat. Chapter 210, Booing. He San died before he could finish his words, scaring Bai San next to him so much that his face turned pale. They were always the ones who wanted to kill others, but this was the first time he was so close to death. At this time, the onlookers also started to boo. Wan Qingmo, why did you kill him? Although this man is a thief, he obviously knows how to make everyone rich. Do you think you did it on purpose? I think he did it on purpose. Their family is all of the same blood. It is possible that they all know how to make money and just hide it from us. Otherwise, how can a group of exiles have so much money, eat delicious food every day, and the smell of meat fills the village? Wan Qingmo ignored these people. Although he came late and didn't know why a thief entered the Wan family, he could infer from what He San was about to say just now that these two people must have known what was on the notice and found out the whereabouts of Xiao Fubao. Thinking of this, Wan Qingmo's eyes were dark. He originally wanted to kill Bai San directly, but it seemed that he couldn't kill this person now. He wanted to interrogate him and find out where they got the whereabouts of Xiao Fubao. Wan Qingmo walked straight to the two brothers, picked up his long sword from the ground, and then lifted Bai San's collar. After a few ups and downs, he had already left the village. Seeing Wan Qingmo's move, the villagers who were still shouting loudly just now were like dogs that had lost their homes, and they clamped their tails tightly. Oh! No wonder they have money. If I have this ability to fly over the eaves and walk on the walls, I also have money. Let's go away. Don't think about it. What good words can a thief say? The villagers who were close to the Wan family took the initiative to stand up and speak for the Wan family. If there is one, there will be another. After all, everyone was shocked by Wan Qingmo's move. That's right. The thief didn't steal anything, but lost his life. He must have said something to make everyone excited. His purpose is to wait for them to die, and then use us to deal with the Wan family and avenge them. Don't be blinded by it. Go back to sleep. We still have to work in the fields tomorrow. The rain has saved the crops and moistened the weeds. The weeds in my field must be removed quickly. How can we have the energy to worry about others? A man who was close to the eldest brother Wan, with his hands behind his back, spoke slowly, and then turned and left. Soon, the people in the Wan family yard dispersed. The Wan family yard was in a mess. Because someone died, the old lady Wan kept all the children in the house, and didn't let them come out to avoid being scared. Wan Jinshu and Wan Qingchen helped the people of the Wan family to clean up the mess, especially the body, which Wan Jinshu carried away directly. Jin Gui, I have seen many corpses. You have many women, children and kids in your family, so I will just take them away and deal with them. Don't follow me out. Take good care of the yard. The bloody smell is strong. Don't attract wolves. We live in the last row, and it is easy for wolves to jump into the yard from the top of the slope behind. Be careful. After giving some instructions, Wan Jinshu left with his youngest son. Wan Lao knew that wolves were more ferocious than humans. He could fight against humans, but not wolves. He immediately washed the yard with water together with Wan Lao air and Wan Lao sea, and evenly spread wood ash in the yard, which would greatly reduce the bloody smell. Wan Lao glanced at the door panel with 2 big holes, thinking that this house could not be lived in tonight. If a wolf came, wouldn't it be unstoppable? After thinking it over, he went into the house to discuss with Wan Lao Tai. Mom, let's all move to the second son's yard tonight. I get up and fix the door panel as soon as tomorrow morning comes. It will be safer. I'm worried about you and the children at home. If the bloody smell really attracts wolves, we won't be able to deal with them. Mrs. Wan didn't need anyone to persuade her, so she immediately rolled up her bedding and went out. The eldest son of the Wan family laughed and took a few boys to the next yard, telling the 4th son of the Wan family to close the doors and windows of the west wing. Their west wing was not damaged and was relatively safe. Even if a wolf came, it couldn't get in. The eldest son of the Wan family just helped the old lady of the Wan family to spread the bedding, and the 2nd son of the Wan family and his wife followed him into the upper room. Mom, the 2 thieves tonight are not from our village. I heard from the child's father that he had never seen them. Why did they steal into our house? Did they follow from the town? Did they know that our family was rich? The 2nd sister-in-law of the Wan family was still pounding, feeling a little uneasy. Old Mrs. Wan sat cross-legged on the Kong, and told her grandchildren to get into bed and go to sleep. She sighed and expressed her guess. I guess it was the notice that caused the trouble. I heard them talking about the child in the yard just now, eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, and having mountains of gold and silver. I guessed that they must want to steal Xiao Fubao and exchange it for money. 2nd sister Wan felt even worse after hearing this. Everyone wanted to use her daughter to exchange for money, and no one had mercy on her. Her Xiao Fubao was just a child less than 2 years old. Mother, how do you think these 2 people know where Xiao Fubao is tonight? I'm sure we haven't met these 2 people, so they can't know that Xiao Fubao is in our house. Wan Lao was still calm and asked the question directly. Wan Lao's words made everyone present ponder, and even Wan Air's wife didn't have the energy to think about other questions. Boss Wan said, except for people from this village, people in the town rarely see Xiao Fubao. Every time she goes to the town, she basically plays in the backyard. People in the town are not familiar with her. In addition, the portrait on the notice is the appearance of Xiao Fubao a year ago, which must be somewhat different from now. So this range can be basically determined to be within the village. Boss Wan's words were agreed by the whole family. But has anyone been to the town recently? Because of the rain these 2 days, everyone was busy weeding and fertilizing, and basically no one went to the town, except you and Li, who went to the town to help. But the 2 did not return to Shitsi village today because the road was not easy to walk, and they stayed in the shop to rest tonight. Could it be you or Li? 2nd sister Wan would not let go of anyone at this time. Old Mrs. Wan was still in her mind. She shook her head and said, it's impossible. The 3rd son said that he took down the notice as soon as he found it. You and Li were helping in the kitchen, so they didn't have time to go out. So these 2 people should not know about it yet. Just when the family was suspicious, Wan Qingmo returned. Wan Qingmo came to the old courtyard of the Wan family and found that there was no one in the upper room. He went directly to the next courtyard and saw that the upper room in the next courtyard was lit. I think they moved here to rest tonight. Wan Qingmo went straight forward and pushed the door open. The door made a noise, and the people inside stopped talking and looked out together. Chapter 211 Countermeasures. Wan Qingmo was afraid that the Wan family would be scared, so he immediately shouted, Grandma, did you move to this room? When the Wan family heard that it was Wan Qingmo's voice, they were relieved. Grandma Wan quickly responded, Amor, come in quickly. Your father said that he was afraid that the bloody smell in the yard was too strong and would attract wolves. The door in that room was also broken, and there was no defense effect at all. We discussed and decided to move to this room first, closer to your home. Wan Qingmo came in and sat on the Kong. Seeing that everyone in the room was awake, he understood that the thieves tonight had scared them. Don't worry, everyone. I have just tortured another thief, and he confessed everything. Wan Qingmo's eyes looked particularly bright under the light. Amor, what did he say? Did he say what he was here for? Is it just to steal money? Wan Erseo looked at Wan Qingmo nervously. Although she had confirmed that the other party came for Xiao Fubao, Wan Erseo still held a glimmer of luck in her heart, hoping that these people were here to steal money and didn't know about Xiao Fubao. Second aunt. They came for Xiao Fubao. But it was all coincidence. They didn't know Xiao Fubao. Is there a person named Jin Bao in our village? Wan Erseo couldn't escape after hearing this. She felt very uncomfortable. If one person knew about this, other people would know about it. Sooner or later, everyone would know about it. It seemed that it couldn't be concealed. Money moved people's hearts. The border environment was so bad. Everyone wanted to get rich overnight and leave the border. Now there was such a godsend opportunity. Who would let it go? Or, do you mean that the informer was Jin Bao? There is indeed such a person in the village. Our two families had a feud a few days ago. He came to our house to steal things, and was broken his legs by your uncles. Could it be him? Old Lady Wan quickly grasped the key information inside. No. It was his wife Zheng. Zheng went to the town to buy medicine for her husband and found the notice. But she couldn't read. She happened to see Hei San and Bai San, the two thieves who broke into your yard tonight. They told Zheng what was written on the notice. Zheng was so excited that she tore up the notice and went home. However, she was followed by the black and white evils. They followed Zheng halfway, knocked her unconscious, and took her to a dilapidated temple. The two forced Zheng to tell us the whereabouts of Xiao Fubao, raped and killed Zheng, and then came to our village. The two hid outside the village and waited until everyone came. After everyone went to bed, they started to act. Except for the two of them. No one knew about Xiao Fubao. So you can rest assured. I will go to the town in a while and tear down all the notices. And no one will know about this. Wan Qingmo has prepared a girl who is about the same age as Xiao Fubao. She looks very similar. But she is an orphan abandoned by her parents. He plans to send this girl to enjoy a good life. After all, a princess is better than an orphan. In order to make the fake look real, Wan Qingmo came back this time just to see what the birthmark on Xiao Fubao back looks like, so that he can find someone to tattoo it on him. The Wan family couldn't help sighing after hearing this. They wanted to scold Zheng for being a bad person, but they sympathized with her experience. After all, death is the greatest, and it was a tragic death. The Wan family also tabooed it, so they all tacitly didn't talk about Yang's affairs anymore. Since it was a coincidence, they were temporarily relieved. Or, you said you have thought of a solution. What is it? Can you tell Grandma about it? In order to make her family live in fear, Grandma Wan asked to see if she could help. I have found an orphan who looks like Xiao Fubao. I am going to give her to the people of you. Now I need to know what the birthmark on Xiao Fubao back looks like. I can do something. Otherwise, if it is discovered, all my efforts will be wasted. When Wan's second wife heard this, she thought it was a good idea and said quickly, Or, come with second aunt. I will take you to see the birthmark on Xiao Fubao back. Grandma Wan was also very curious, so she followed them to the wing room. Xiao Fubao was lying on the con, with his butt sticking out, wearing a pair of thin pants, his face facing outward, sleeping soundly. His saliva was squeezed out, and the quilt was wet. Wan Erseo couldn't help but laugh softly, and carefully lifted up Xiao Fubao's coat, revealing her pink and tender back. Sure enough, there was a koi-like birthmark on the shoulder blade, red and very realistic. Wan Qingmo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder it was the lucky star descending to the earth. This should be the koi entering the world. Wan Qingmo looked carefully, and just in case, he still found paper and pen to draw the shape of the birthmark. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Wan Qingmo hoped to be foolproof, so he was extremely serious. After drawing the shape of the birthmark, Wan Qingmo carefully put away the paper and said goodbye. He was going to the town overnight and had his men tear down all the notices. Almost overnight, no notices appeared in a day, and no one mentioned it again, as if it had never happened. The only beneficiaries were Wan Qingmo and the Wan family. The Wan family kept Xiao Fubao, and Wan Qingmo got a generous reward. The other party promised countless fertile fields. Wan Qingmo directly asked the other party for 100,000 taels of silver notes, and Wan Qingmo got an extra huge sum of money. He now has 5,000 people, and he trains these people every day in the way of training the army. Once these people make a mistake, they will be punished by military law. Wan Qingmo completely moved all the methods in the barracks to his gang. Jin Bao didn't find his wife for a day and a night. And he was so angry that he smashed things around in the house, and beat up Jin Guo and Jin Hua. Your mother is a bitch. Seeing that my leg is broken, she ran away with others. You have been out for a day and a night, and haven't come back yet. You will be without a mother in the future. Take turns to do the housework. If you are idle and wander around the village like before, I will break your legs. Jin Guo is already 13 years old. His temper has been spoiled by Zheng. He was beaten by his father at this time. He was not happy. He was also asked to work in the future. He was not willing to do it. He pushed his father to the ground, searched the house, rolled up the silver in the house, and ran away. Jin Bao's leg was broken, and he couldn't catch up with his son. He sat on the ground and cursed, "You bastard. You have a mother, but no mother to raise you. If you leave today, don't come back. It's better to die outside. If you dare to step into this door again, I will peel your skin off. Tomorrow I will ask the clan leader to remove you from the list and make you an illegal resident." Except for Jin Bao's family. Other families are peaceful. 2 or 3 months passed in peace and tranquility. And Shitsi village finally ushered in its first bumper harvest of the year. Chapter 212. The village chief announces the good news of autumn harvest. In the autumn border, the sky is high and clear, as blue as a wash, with a few white clouds floating leisurely, like the sheep of nomadic people, free and unfettered. The autumn sun shines obliquely on the ancient village, and the adobe walls are modeled, recording the vicissitudes of time and the weight of history. Just as the smoke from the cooking in the village was rising, the village chief Jinyo beat the gongs and drums, shouting as he walked, "Attention all villagers! Attention all villagers! Please gather under the poplar tree at the entrance of the village when you hear the notice. And one person can be sent from each family." Jinyo went back and forth from the beginning to the end of the village several times, and finally notified the whole village. Today, the Wan family and the Zhao family no longer live at the top of the village. Instead, they bought a large residential plot and built a new yard. The two families are still neighbors. It is more convenient to go in and out here, and the water is close, which makes the old lady one very satisfied. The Wan family spent 5 taels of silver to buy this residential plot. Originally, the Wan family wanted to dig a well in their yard, so that it would be convenient to drink water. But they heard from the old people in the village that the water source in Shitsi village is hard to find, and it is difficult to get water. Several families in the village have tried it, but none of them have got water. So the old lady one gave up the idea. The Wan family also invited the poor old gentleman in the village to be a teacher, and gave him 1 tael of silver as wages every month. This is already a very generous reward for the old gentleman. For this reason, the Wan family specially built a small classroom at home. Today, the Wan family can really be regarded as a wealthy family in Shitsi village. The Wan family heard the sound of the golden bull's gong and felt strange. This was their first time to attend a collective meeting in this village. Old Lady One sent the eldest and second oldest to attend the meeting. Soon, all the villagers sent representatives, both men and women, mostly men. Jinyo stood on a large millstone under the poplar tree, looking at the faces of men, women, old and young, and the excitement on his face was self-evident. He waved his hands excitedly and started today's meeting. The old people in our Shitsi village all know that the border is dry for 9 out of 10 years, and there has never been a good weather. This year, God has shown mercy, and we have the wind and rain we want. Now the crops in the field are ripe. I declare that tomorrow will officially start the autumn harvest. As soon as Jinyo finished speaking, thunderous cheers came from the audience. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to this day. Now it is autumn, and there is no wild vegetables to eat. Everyone is waiting to quickly harvest the food and plant another crop of autumn vegetables. Winter at the border comes earlier than in the interior. When the cold winter comes, if God has eyes, maybe we can harvest another crop of autumn vegetables, so people will not starve to death this winter. It's great. We can finally harvest in autumn. The earthenware jars in my house are empty. If we don't harvest food, we will go hungry. We can't even find a root of wild vegetables outside. Oh, it's so hard. What about the roots of wild vegetables? The wild vegetables are picked as soon as they emerge. How can it be your turn? Don't sigh. This bumper year is a once-in-a-century event for us. This is a happy thing. Don't cry. If God knows, He will think you are unhappy. I went to the field the day before yesterday. The ears of grain are heavier than in previous years. The stalks are bent. How could this happen in previous years? This time, I think the harvest may double this year? The discussion in the crowd became louder and louder. Everyone's face was full of happiness and longing smiles. Some old people were so excited that they shed tears. Crystal tears flowed from their turbid eyes. In this situation, they seemed particularly precious. Land and food are life for people at the border. The Wan family has been at the border for 8 or 9 months. This is their first time to participate in the autumn harvest at the border. During this period, Wan Lauer has been tending his dozens of acres of land almost every day. He knows the harvest of crops better than anyone else. The bumper harvest in everyone's eyes is not much different from the annual harvest in the border area in Wan Lauer's eyes. Even when the weather in the border area is good, the harvest is much higher than here. This is why the fertility of the land has such a great impact on everyone's rice bowl. But despite this, Wan Lauer was also very happy. He planted dozens of acres of land, and was considered a big family in the whole village. Before their family, the largest family in the village was the head of the Jean family, with more than 20 acres of land. At this time, everyone cast envious eyes at Wan Lauer and Wan Lao. Cha Sheng, who had a good relationship with Wan Lauer, touched Wan Lauer with his elbow, with a simple smile on his face. Because of years of farm work, the faces of the people at the border were black and red, and they looked very simple. Jinju, your family is very prosperous this year. You have cultivated so much wasteland all at once. The weather has been good this year. Your family came at a good time. God bless you. Wan Lao responded, yes. We just happened to be in a good time. God is looking after us. And it's also thanks to you. But in fact, Wan Lao knew that the good weather this year was inseparable from their little Fubao. Since the last time the little Fubao life story was revealed, Wan Qingmo investigated a lot about the miracles that the little Fubao had crossed before. And then he knew that their little Fubao was indeed a lucky star. Good weather, peace and prosperity are all just around the corner. The meeting was over, and people went home in 2s and 3s. At this time, Wan Lauer heard a woman passing by him and chatting. Have you heard? Jin Bao's wife Zheng was found in a dilapidated temple not far from our village. Her body was rotten beyond recognition and covered with straw. There was nothing on her body. We found out that the clothes at the scene were Jing's. Jin Bao is really a bastard. His wife has been missing for several months. But he didn't even look for her. I heard that Deng's family had come to make trouble, and insisted on asking Jin Bao's family to pay compensation. Such a big thing. Who told you? How did Zheng die? Could it be? Yes. She was raped and killed. It's pitiful. She came naked and left naked. Alas. Wan Lao's eyes turned slightly, and glanced at Wan Lao who was walking beside him. The two of them understood each other. It seems that Zheng can finally rest in peace. After this little episode, Wan Lao didn't take it seriously. But soon after they got home, they heard the neighbors shouting, "Come on! Grab your weapons. People from Yongxi village are here to cause trouble. Hurry up. Bring your weapons." Wan Lao had heard of Yongxi village before. The people in this village are very united. If any family in the village is not satisfied, the whole village will go out to find trouble in other villages. It is well known in the surrounding area. Many families don't want to have anything to do with this village for fear of retaliation. Chapter 213 Yongxi village comes to find trouble. Wan Lao and his wife now live in the west wing of the upper house. There are 2 rooms in the west wing. One for Wan Lao and one for Wan Lao. There are also 2 rooms in the east wing. One for Wan Lao, and the other is connected to Wan Lao's room, which is reserved for the children to sleep in, so that Wan Lao can take care of them. 4 spacious houses were also built on the west side of the yard, each of which is divided into inner and outer rooms, so that even if the children get married in the future, they will have a place to live. At that time, another door will be opened to block the inner door, and it will be a separate room. On the east side of the yard are the kitchen, utility room, dry firewood shed, and a cow shed and chicken coop. This yard is several times larger than the one they had before. A piece of the yard is set aside for growing vegetables, and another piece is reserved for Xiao Fubao by Wan Laosan. He made some fun things on it, including a seesaw, a rocking wooden horse, and a swing. Lu is very skillful and decorated the swing with dried flowers, making the originally ordinary swing suddenly beautiful. Xiao Fubao plays happily in the yard every day, and rarely goes out. At the same time, it attracts many girls of the same age as her in the village to come home. The Wan family's yard is filled with the joy of Xiao Fubao, and his friends every day, as well as the children's reading aloud, which makes other people in the village envious. But they can do nothing about it. Now everyone has seen the situation clearly. Anyone who goes against the Wan family will have a bad end. Now even Jean Bao's wife has been raped and murdered. Some people think, didn't Zheng go crazy at the Wan family some time ago? It hasn't been long. And the person is dead. It seems that the people of the Wan family are untouchable. The people of the Wan family heard the earth-shaking shouting outside, opened the door, and walked out to take a look. Just in time to see the neighbor passing by their door. Brother Jingui, you quickly pick up your weapons and go to the village entrance. The people of Yongxi village are bullying our village. There are not as many people in their village as in our village. We can't let them make trouble in our village. Other villages are afraid of them. But we are not. Do you know why this Yongxi village wants to cause trouble for our village? Boss One will not rush up in a fit of anger. He has only been in this village for less than a year and has no strong sense of belonging in his heart. Unlike Changfu, who has lived here for half his life. Do you remember that Cheng? She was the crazy woman who came to your house to cause trouble. Changfu kept it short and reminded Wan Laoda. Wan Laoda echoed, remember. What happened to her? She's dead? I heard she was raped and killed. Her body was rotten beyond recognition. Someone found it and reported it to the police. The government notified Jean Bao and Jing's family. Her family is from Yongxi village. Someone from her family came to ask for compensation yesterday. Jean Bao didn't give it, so he brought people here today. Chengfu explained it clearly in a few words. Wan Laoda nodded and replied, I know. Brother Chengfu. I will go back and call people to bring weapons to the village entrance. Changfu and Changsheng are brothers. They are kind and well-known good people in the village. But they are not easy to mess with. Their family is prosperous. Similar to the Wan family. They only have sons and no daughters. But their family is also very poor. Changsheng's eldest son should get married, but he can't afford the bride price. If he was in the interior, with so many sons, the family would have become rich long ago. It's because the land at the border can't support people that they are making trouble. Chengfu has called all the neighbors who can be notified. And he hurried home to grab weapons. Wan Laoda turned around and closed the door. And hurried home. Mom. Second brother. Come out quickly. Something happened. Wan Lao Er was in the house telling Wan Lao Tai what he heard about Zheng on the road. And heard Wan Laoda shouting in the yard. Wan Lao Er quickly helped Wan Lao Ma to come out. Wan Er's wife also came out holding little Fu Bao. Lu came out holding Wan Yu, who was a few months old. Followed by several Wan's boys. What's wrong? What happened? Wan Lao Ma ran out in a panic. Mom, you know that Zheng is dead. Right? The body has been found. And someone has reported it to the police. Old lady Wan groaned. Oh. Mom thought it was no big deal. Didn't we know about this a few months ago? Didn't Imor say it? What's the big deal? But it's a good thing that the body was found. Although Zheng was not a good person. She got her retribution and lost her life. Now that the body has been found, she can rest in peace. She can rest in peace. Letting her be a wandering ghost outside for 3 months is also a punishment for her. This matter has nothing to do with us. Why are you making a fuss? If people know about it, they will think that Zheng's death is related to us. Old Master One hurriedly said. Mom, there is something else. Zheng's family learned that Zheng was dead. And now they have brought the whole village to our door. Zheng's family is from Yongxi village. You have all heard of Yongxi village. Right? Old lady One hadn't expected this. She glanced at the sky outside. It was already dark. If they came to fight at this time, it would be dark soon. There would be bloodshed tonight. What does that have to do with us? They didn't come to our doorstep to fight. They didn't come to our house to cause trouble. They came to our house to cause trouble for the Jean family. Why are you so nervous? You are already in your 40s. But you are still not stable. After the autumn harvest, I will take you to the county to propose marriage. You are still so unstable. Can the county magistrate trust you to leave my sister to you? When he heard about his marriage, Old Lady One blushed slightly. And his panicked heart was also sweet. He hadn't seen Shin for a few months. And he could dream of her gentle and virtuous appearance every day. Old Lady One couldn't bear to watch. If it weren't for the fact that the new house hadn't been built yet, she wouldn't have waited until now to think about proposing. After all, she was marrying the county magistrate's sister this time. Although it was a second marriage, she still had to have a good reputation. At least the marriage should be in her own house. It's not a good thing to always live in someone else's house. And if the county magistrate knew about it, he would definitely not agree to his sister coming to the one family to suffer grievances. So Old Lady One postponed the original plan to propose marriage after Lu's full moon for a few months. During this time, Old Lady One spent dozens of taels of silver, hired dozens of people, and drove out a large yard. But now it's the autumn harvest again. It seems that good things take time. So let's wait a little longer. Mom, Chung Fu from next door just came to notify us, asking every household to gather at the entrance of the village with their belongings, saying that we cannot be bullied by others. If we don't go, will we look like the odd one out? Old Lady One hesitated for a moment and said, "You can go, but you two should step back. Don't rush forward in a fit of rage. It's getting dark soon, and you might get beaten up. The autumn harvest is coming tomorrow, and I think the village chief should stop it. How can it be good if we take action? Everyone needs strong laborers now, and the autumn harvest is no joke. If you lie in bed for 10 days or half a month, can you still harvest the crops? They've all fallen to the ground." Old Master One was just too excited just now, and he didn't think as far as Old Lady One. After Old Lady One's reminder, Old Master One suddenly became clear-headed. "Mother, as the old saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure. You must live a long life and always give advice to your son." Old Mrs. One laughed at the flattery of Old Master One. She scolded with a smile, "Then I will become immortal? I have become a spirit." Little Fubao smiled and said, "Grandma is a spirit. Fubao likes it. Grandma lives a long life, and buys delicious food and colorful clothes for Grandma when Fubao grows up." Old Mrs. One couldn't close her mouth with laughter. "Oh, Grandma is waiting for my little Fubao to buy delicious food for Grandma. Grandma strives to live a long life. Watch my Fubao grow up, get married, and Grandma will personally send you off." Second Sister One was deeply moved. She also hoped that there would be such a day. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of family little Fubao would marry in the future, and what kind of family with accumulated virtues for generations would marry her daughter. At this time, the door of the One family was knocked again, and the knocks were more and more urgent. Chapter 214, Reminder from Old Lady One. Everyone in the One family heard the knocks on the door, and each knock was very urgent. "Is anyone home? Brother Jingui? Brother Jinju?" When the eldest brother One heard this, he looked at the second brother One. "It's Changfu. It seems that he went back to get the good things and came to find us. According to what Mother said, if we go with Changfu, he will definitely drag us ahead. Otherwise, I will lie and say that I have a stomachache and let him go first." The Old Lady One finally showed a smile on her face. This eldest brother was enlightened. Originally, the Old Lady One did not agree with group fights. If everything was solved by force, what was the use of the country and the village chief? Besides, if it was a group fight for farming, she would not support it. In the past, this kind of situation was also very common in their Yonglu village. The two villages fought each other for water sources, but that was for survival. What is it for now? Their family and the Jinbao family were originally mortal enemies, so why should they help their enemies? Old Lady One was very vengeful, but in order to prevent others from thinking that her family was different, she just had to pretend. As for the work, it was up to the people of the Jin family to make a show of strength. This was the limit of what Old Lady One could do. In the previous village, she would not even move her nest, and she would just not add insult to injury. "Okay, just go and tell them. Send them away quickly." What's going on? This Changfu is really what people say is a good guy. He always takes the lead in everything, but he doesn't drag others down? The whole village knows that our family has a feud with the Jinbao family, but he is so eager to come to inform them. This guy must be a bad brain and a fool. Changfu was banging on the door panel vigorously, and suddenly sneezed. "Achoo! I can't be catching a cold? Why is it that I sneeze?" At this time, Boss One opened the door. He pretended to be weak, holding his stomach with one hand, and said, "Brother Changfu, you go first. I have a stomachache. I feel a little uncomfortable. I will go after I finish it. Don't worry. We will definitely go to cheer for our village." Changfu saw that although Boss One was in a bad mood, his face was still ruddy. But just like what Old Lady One said, he was foolish, so he didn't think much about it, and said a few words to Boss One, and then left by himself. After sending Changfu away, Elder One turned around and quickly closed the door. The family had just set up dinner and hadn't started eating yet, since everyone had been sent away. Old Lady One patted the dust off her body and said, "Okay, let's all go home and eat." The dust gets bigger and bigger as autumn approaches. The clothes that are exposed to the sun during the day are all covered with dust. Alas, I don't know when it will end. Old Lady One went into the house. Others followed closely and entered the main hall. Now that there are more people in the family and the place is more spacious, they don't eat on the Kong in Old Lady One's room anymore, but move to the 8 Immortals table in the main hall. This 8 Immortals table has not been used many times since Mr. Lu bought it. It is only used once during festivals. In addition, the One family takes special care of it, so this 8 Immortals table is as good as new. After Old Lady One sat down at the main seat, she asked her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson to sit down and eat in turn. It is autumn now, and the dishes on the table are quite rich. The One family is now living a good life and has a stable source of income. Mrs. One is not so demanding about food. In addition, the children are growing up, so the One family's dinner is quite rich, usually with enough grains. There are both meat and vegetables, because Xiao Fubao likes to eat meat and can't live without meat. The One family has never been without meat, and even if they don't make braised pork for every meal, they will also stir-fry some pork belly and put it in the green vegetables, so that the green vegetables absorb the fat of pork and become more delicious. Xiao Fubao can eat a full bowl of rice in her small wooden bowl every meal, and she doesn't let anyone feed her. She holds the small wooden bowl with a spoon and eats it fragrantly. Although Xiao Fubao is only 2 years old, she is already taller than Xiaolan, who is 3.5 years old. Those who don't know would think that Xiao Fubao is only 3.5 years old. Tonight there is a plate of braised pork on the table, a plate of stir-fried green vegetables, a stir-fried pork belly with beans, and a steamed egg. The dishes were very large, because there were many men in the One family, and they all had big appetites. Every time they cooked rice, they would fill a large iron pot, and not a single grain of rice would be left. Old Mrs. One often lamented that if it weren't for Xiao Fubao, how could the family live a life without worries about food and clothing? Every day, she would teach her grandchildren to love Xiao Fubao well, and even the little grandson, who was still in the cradle. Old Mrs. One would remind him every day, and the little guy seemed to understand. Every time old Mrs. One said something, he would cooperate with a few words, then grin and giggle, and wave his hands excitedly, which made old Mrs. One especially fond of this little grandson. After the family finished dinner, Mrs. One saw that it was already dark, so she told her 2 sons, "You two take your shovels and go take a look, but stay far away. Just walk around in front of everyone so that people know you are there. Don't stand in front of people. This is a fight, not a literary exchange. You two should take it easy. The dozens of acres of land at home are waiting for you to harvest. Our family's food this year and next year depends on these dozens of acres of land." After Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Air repeatedly assured each other, Mrs. One let them go. Wan Lao Da and Wan Lao Air went all the way to the village entrance. There were many torches at the entrance, and the noise was already boiling. The two heard the noise from afar. There were also people who came late like them, most of whom were at odds with the Jin family. Wan Lao Da once again admired his mother's wisdom. At this time, at the entrance of the village, the people standing in front were the Jin family. Their Jin family was the largest family in Shitsi village, with a large population. There were 50 or 60 people from the Jin family alone. There were also families who were on good terms with the Jin family, although they had no relationship with the Jinbao family. They also stood forward for the sake of the village chief and the head of the Jin family. There were about 50 or 60 people. The people standing sparsely at the back were those who came later. There were about 100 people in total. There were more than 200 people in Shitsi village, while the other side had only 100 people, which was inferior in momentum. Now people on both sides are fighting for their own interests. In fact, this matter is simple. The Zheng family wants money. As long as Jin Bao gives money, there is nothing to worry about. However, all of Jin Bao's money was taken away by his son Jin Gua. This kid has been gone for several months and has not come back. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. Jin Bao's leg was broken. At this time, he was standing next to the village chief with a cane. The arrogant expression on his face showed no intention of giving in. It was suspicious. If his leg was not broken, he would have hit him with a shovel at this time. Chapter 215, The war did not start. Wan Lao De and Wan Lao Er stood far away. There were crowds of people in front of them. They could not see clearly, or hear what the people in front of them said. Only at the front where the two villages were facing each other. There were more than a dozen torches lit. The people of Shitsi village blocked the people of Yingxi village outside the village. The arrogant attitude of Yongxi village was gradually suppressed by the increasing crowds of people from Shitsi village. At this time, Jinyo pulled the arrogant Jin Mao back. He took a step forward, looked at the people on the opposite side who were quarreling, and shouted, "Shut up. If you continue to shout, don't blame our village for being rude. Let your village chief come out and speak." At this time, Jinyo held a wooden stick in his hand, and stood directly on the millstone under the big tree at the entrance of the village. He held a torch in one hand, and waved the wooden stick in the other hand, making the villagers in the front of Yongxi village couldn't help but take a step back. If they were hit by the wooden stick in Jinyo's hand, they would definitely be injured. However, the village chief of Yongxi village did not come. It was Jing's brother from her mother's family, Zheng Banding, who came out. "Our village chief is not here. I have full authority to decide if there is anything. You can say it." Zheng Banding was a little scared at this time, and just wanted to take the money and leave quickly. "Let all your people step back and keep a safe distance. Otherwise we will drive them away. How can we talk with such a quarrel?" Jinyo shouted at the top of his voice. Zheng Banding was somewhat reluctant, and finally took a look at the Jin family who wanted to eat him alive, and then whispered a few words to the Zheng family, and soon the people of Yingxi village retreated a foot. Jinyo then stepped down from the millstone and walked forward a few steps. The people of Shitsi village also stepped back, leaving enough space for the representatives of the two villages to negotiate. As the distance between them widened, the people of the two villages finally stopped arguing, and the scene became quiet for a while. "Village head, how do you say compensation? My attitude is very clear. You Jin family killed my sister. You must give us an explanation for the Zheng family. Otherwise, I will burn down your Shitsi village." Zheng Bandang and Zheng Shi are indeed born from the same mother, and both have some crazy attributes. Jinyo was not threatened by Zheng Banding's words, but sneered, "If you don't want to talk properly, let's just fight. There are more than 200 people in our village. Are you sure that the 100 or so people you brought are enough to fill our teeth? Do you really think that other villages are afraid of you? And our village is afraid of you too? I tell you, I am the village chief appointed by the county magistrate. If you dare to touch me, I will put you in jail tomorrow. Do you believe it?" Jinyo must not lose in momentum first, since it is a threat. Who wouldn't? The most important thing in negotiation is momentum. Besides, when dealing with people like the Zheng family who are unreasonable and want to make trouble, you must not give in. Otherwise they will push their feet. They must be forced to the point where they can't retreat. And then, they will be honest and talk properly. As expected, Zheng Bandang showed a trace of fear on his face after hearing Jinyo's words. The autumn harvest was about to come, and he didn't want to go to jail at this time. His family must have a good harvest this year. How could he be so careless and mess around at this time? Village Chief Jin, the purpose of our coming this time is not to fight. The autumn harvest is about to come, and no one wants to get hurt. As long as you hand over Jinbao, there will be no hatred between our Yongxi village and your Shitsi village. How about it? The person Zheng Banding wanted was Jinbao. Jinyo glanced coldly at the villagers behind him, then pointed behind Zheng Banding and asked in a cold voice, "You brought hundreds of people just for a golden leopard. Do you think I believe it? Do you think I'm blind? This is obviously looking for trouble. Who do you want to scare? Who is afraid of whom among the men at the border? If you are only looking for the golden leopard, you can let the people in your village go back. I can't control how many people you Zheng family want to bring. This is your family affair. But if it involves two villages, don't you think that there is no one in our Shitsi village?" Jinyo's words made Zheng Banding waver. The current situation is that if they fight, they will definitely be at a disadvantage, and it will also delay the autumn harvest. He brought people here just to scare the golden leopard, but he didn't know that Shitsi village would come out with 100 or 200 people. Seeing that Zheng Banding's attitude was much softer than before, Jinyo continued, "Your sister's death. The murderer is not Jin Bao, and the government has already filed a case. Once the murderer is caught, your sister will be vindicated. Why are you so anxious at this moment? Also, let me tell you the truth. Jinbo's family is so poor now that they can't even look clean. Your nephew ran away with all the money in the family a few months ago, and has not returned yet. Even if you kill Jinbao, you won't get a penny, and you will owe favors to your village. Do you think it's worth it? Zheng Banding didn't expect that his nephew Jinguo would be so bold and run away with all the money in the family. Thinking of the worthless furniture in the Zheng family, Zheng Banding lost interest immediately. But his eyes soon fell on the little girl Jinhua next to Jinbao. Jinhua is more than 6 years old and looks pretty good, but her skin is a little dark. If she is whitened, she should be able to sell for a good price. Zheng Banding pointed his finger and said, since his family has no money, my sister can't die in vain, and his family can't support the child now. I will take my niece home today. This child can't starve to death with her father. How could Jinmyo not know what Zheng Banding was up to? But this is their family affair, and he, as the village chief, can't do anything about it. This is your two families' business, and has nothing to do with our two villages. If you can take your niece away, I won't interfere. But if the people in your village don't leave within half an hour, we won't be polite. Zheng Banding gritted his teeth and glanced at the hundreds of eyes behind him looking at him. He turned around and discussed with his family, and the Zheng family went to notify the rest of Yongxi village. The last battle that was about to break out was extinguished silently. The people of Yingxi village returned to the village overnight, and more than a dozen people from the Zheng family stayed and went directly to Jinbao's house. As for how they discussed it, others didn't know. Anyway, the next day, Jinbao was the only one in his family, and Jinhua disappeared. However, this matter did not matter to everyone, as everyone in Shitzi village devoted themselves to the autumn harvest. The next day, the weather was clear and the breeze was blowing. It was still a little cold in the morning. The weather at the border required wearing a jacket in the morning and evening. But when the sun was shining brightly at noon, summer clothes had to be worn again. Every household brought dry food in water bags, and everyone in the family, except for the baby, went to the fields to start harvesting. During the autumn harvest, people usually had lunch in the fields, and no one would go home to make a special meal and send it to the barn. Time was precious, and everyone wanted to store the grain in the barn as soon as possible. Chapter 216 Wan Xingma helps with the autumn harvest. The Wan family was different from other families. They did not bring dry food, but only a few large water bags to the fields, because Lu had to breastfeed her child. Grandma Wan allowed her to stay at home to take care of the child, and cook and deliver meals to the fields. Even the third and fourth Wans from the town came back. It can be seen how important the autumn harvest is to ordinary people. It has nothing to do with money. These are all food, which is the foundation for the survival of ordinary people. In a famine year, money may not be enough to buy food. Now everything in the town is on the right track. Wan Quan can temporarily replace the fourth Wans to collect money as a temporary shopkeeper. In the half month since the fourth Wans came back, Wan Quan has experienced the addiction of being a shopkeeper. And the Yu family did not have any land to begin with, and now they all rely on the income from the shop to improve their lives. Wan Sansaw gave Li a half-month leave and asked her to go back to the village to help with the autumn harvest. Now that the autumn harvest has begun, there are fewer people in the town, and even more than half of the people working on the construction site have been reduced. So the business in the shop is naturally much worse, and there is no need for too many people to help. Wan Sansaw and you are in the kitchen, and the two brothers Wan Quan and Wan Shi are waiting in front, which is enough. The most eye-catching at this time is the Wan Xingmo family. Wan Xingmo didn't know where he got the news of the autumn harvest. After disappearing for a few months again, he came back again. This time he actually brought back a lot of people. About 20 to 30 people. Wan Xingmo's family has a total of 5 acres of land. And all the people Wan Xingmo brought back went to the fields to help Wan Xingmo's family start harvesting. Wan Jinshu and Wan Xingchen didn't even have a place to step. In half a day, the 5 acres of land were harvested. And more. These people look like old farmers. Where did you find them? Don't they have to harvest in autumn? When Zhao came to deliver lunch at noon, she found that there were suddenly dozens of people in the field, and the crops of 5 acres were harvested in the morning, which surprised her. At this time, Wan Jinshu was pulling Wan Xingmo to ask. He had too many questions in his stomach. Wan Xingmo just said vaguely, Dad, don't worry. They don't have land, don't have to harvest their own crops. These people are temporary workers I recruited. They run around the border every time at this time to see who needs temporary workers, as long as they provide food and accommodation, and pay a few big bucks. Wan Jinshu had never farmed before. How could he know that there were people who made a living from this? No wonder he saw these people so skilled. They looked like old masters. Wan Jinshu's crops were soon harvested. But Wan Xingma did not leave with people, but asked people to continue to help harvest in the fields of the Wan family. Even lunch was sent by Wan Xingma. Wan Lauer and Wan Laodao were a little stunned. They were embarrassed to ask Wan Xingma to help them all the time. He had helped a lot with Xiao Fubao before. Wan Erseo and Wan Lauer felt that they owed Wan Xingmo a big favor. But now Wan Xingmo actually brought people to help with the autumn harvest, which made the Wan family feel that it was too much trouble. And more. These fields are enough for our family. You don't need to ask others to help. Second uncle feels embarrassed. Wan Xingmo smiled and said, Second uncle? It's okay. Anyway, we have already paid 1 day's wages. It's better to let them help to harvest your family's crops directly. They won't come tomorrow. You can harvest them slowly. Wan Lauer was relieved after hearing this. But then he said, Second uncle has to pay for this half-day's wages. You can't take advantage of it. Although you are doing business now. It is hard-earned money after all. It's not easy to make money. Second uncle can't let you pay. Otherwise you will take people away. Wan Xingmo smiled and nodded. And finally collected half a day's wages. But he turned around and bought something with the money, and gave it to Xiao Fubao. After going back and forth, the Wan family also saw that he didn't want to take their money at all. The autumn harvest was busy for half a month. But the Wan family's granary had already been full. On the day after the autumn harvest, it drizzled, and every household could finally have a good rest. Jinyo came to visit the Wan family in a straw raincoat early in the morning. Although he called it a visit, he actually had a purpose. The village chief is here? Please come in. Wan Lauer opened the gate, and saw that the village chief was still dripping with water in his straw raincoat. So he quickly let him in. Jinyo took off his straw raincoat, hung it on the wall in the corridor, and then followed Wan Lauer into the upper room. It rained today, and the Wan family did not go out. With the newly harvested grain, Wan Heir's wife was making pancakes for the children. As the saying goes, 1 autumn rain brings 1 cold, and 10 autumn rains require wearing cotton. But in the border area, after 1 autumn rain, the elderly and children have already put on padded jackets. Jinyo also wore an autumn jacket and shorts, and followed Wan Lauer into the upper room. This autumn rain is good. We just harvested the crops, and then the rain came. I think it will be sunny in 2 days, and we can turn the soil. Jinyo couldn't hide his joy on his face. Such weather made people feel comfortable. It had never rained so often before. Now it rains every half a month. Sometimes it rains in the middle of the night, and stops at dawn. Yes, we only heard that this border was dry and rainless. But after coming to the border, we found that it was not as dry as we imagined. It was still good weather. Wan Lauer also agreed, feeling indescribably happy. Farmers look forward to the harvest. Who doesn't want good weather? He knew that all this was related to Xiao Fubao. And he was even happier. However, he still had a worry. He was afraid that the fake Xiao Fubao was sent to Yu State, and did not make Yu State prosperous and the people prosperous. He would definitely be suspected by the other party. What should Xiao Fubao do then? I don't know if Grandma Wan's life is better now. I feel that her ears and eyes are much better than when she was in Yanglu village. She can already hear the sounds in the yard clearly. Oh, is the village chief here? Please sit down. Second son, hurry up and pour a glass of water for the village chief. Mrs. Wan looked happy. She had heard the conversation between the village chief and her second son. Although the family is not worried about food and clothing now. They are from a farming family after all. Who doesn't want good weather and good harvests? Jinyo greeted and sat down on the round stool on the ground. The calm was already heated in the house. And Mrs. Wan was wearing a jacket, which showed that the weather was really cold. Several children were playing on the Kong head to head. When they saw Jinyo coming in, they hurried to greet him. Very politely. Jinyo looked at the furnishings in Mrs. Wan's house with envy. No wonder the Wan family is now the richest family in the village. You can tell by looking at their furniture. And this spacious house. The windows are all covered with brand new straw paper. The house is very bright. Much brighter than their low thatched house. And it's raining today. And I'm free. So I came to ask about your harvest this year? I looked around, and we all have the same land in our village. But I think your harvest seems to be better than others. Old Lady Wan glanced at Wan Lauer, who was sitting next to her, and said with a smile, I'm not sure about this. I'm old now. And I don't care about things anymore. The land at home is managed by Lauer. If you have any questions, just ask him. Juan Lauer was honest. And he didn't hide anything from Genio. But told the truth, the grain was collected and placed in the barn. And it hasn't been weighed yet. If the village chief wants to take a look, he can come to my house to weigh it when the weather is clear, so that we can have a number. When I was harvesting, I found that some ears were particularly large. So I harvested them separately, and kept them for seeds next year to see if it can increase the yield per moo. There is another thing that I really want to try. Chapter 217 Proposal. Genio and Old Lady One both looked at Old Lady One and watched him continue. Last year when we were planting, we bought seeds too late, and there were not enough. The seeds were sown a little sparsely on 1 acre of land. Who would have thought that the ears of wheat on that acre of land would grow thicker than those on other lands? And the grains would be full and large. Village Chief, why don't you come with me to take a look? I plan to use these as seeds for next year. And we need to improve the planting process. Genio was a little surprised when he heard this. He immediately stood up and followed Genio to the barn. This barn is temporary because they didn't expect to harvest so much grain this year. The place prepared by the One family is not big enough. There is only one cellar. According to the old people in the village, it would be good if the cellar could be filled. But now the grain of the One family not only fills the cellar, but there is also a lot of grain that has no place to be placed. So it is piled in the children's room. Now several children are squeezed on the same con with Old Lady One. Genio followed Juan Lauer into the next room, only to see that the floor was raised a lot with wooden boards, and bags of grain were piled on the boards to prevent moisture. Juan Lauer walked to the innermost part and pulled out a bag of grain, opened the bag, and grabbed a handful of plump and large wheat grains from it. Village Chief, look, this is the grain harvested from that acre of land. Genio took it carefully with both hands, as if holding a treasure. He walked to the window and looked carefully at the light. He saw that the wheat grains were a circle larger than their wheat grains, and the surface was golden yellow. He crushed one at random, and the white flour inside was immediately exposed. The thin skin was full of white flour. Genio was shocked and speechless. He looked up at Juan Lauer, his lips trembling. This, Jinju, how many bags of grain did you harvest from that acre of land? Juan Lauer was a careful person. He had already put the wheat grains from that acre of land together. When he heard Genio's question, he pointed and said, these are all. About 4 bags. Genio's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at the bag in Juan Lauer's hand. It was the same size as their bag. Such a bag was filled with more than 100 kilograms. Juan Lauer said just now that there were 4 bags here, which means that the yield per acre was 400 kilograms? Is this possible? Is he dreaming? In the past years of good weather and good harvest at the border, 1 acre of land could only barely harvest 300 kilograms at most. And the seeds also cost a lot of money. But now, Juan Lauer used 2/3 of the seeds, but got more than 100 kilograms more income than before. This was when the weather was good. If it was a normal year, 1 acre of land could only harvest 200 kilograms at most. Genio carefully put the wheat grains in his hand back, and he was very excited, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He immediately pulled Juan Lauer out and sat down. Jinju, you are going to make a great contribution. Do you know that? This low grain yield has been a problem that has troubled our border people for thousands of years. I didn't expect that you solved it accidentally. So, tomorrow morning? No. As soon as the rain stops, we will hold a meeting, and you will pass on your experience. This is a good way to increase production. Next year, all the land in our village will be planted under your guidance. I believe that our Sheetsi village will shine. Juan Lauer was a little confused. How could he promote something that he hadn't tried yet? If everyone's yield didn't go up, wouldn't it be blamed on him? Juan Lauer was very cautious. He was just a mud-legged man, without lofty ambitions, and just wanted to live a good life for their own family. Village Chief, this is not good, isn't it? I haven't tried it yet. What if it's just a coincidence and everyone's grain production is reduced next year? Wouldn't everyone want to poke my spine? That's related to everyone's annual food supply, and it could cost lives. How about this? I try it first next year, and if it's successful, I promote it? This way, everyone's risk will be much lower. Let our family bear the risk first. When we sow next year, we can let everyone come to watch. And we see how it goes after the autumn harvest next year? Jinyo was too surprised, and a little too excited just now. Now that Wan Lauer poured a basin of cold water on him. He calmed down. He nodded after pondering. Okay. But no matter what other families do, since I'm the village chief, I have to take the lead. Next year's experiment will also count as a part of my family's. Wan Lauer didn't object. After the two talked for a while, Jinyo said goodbye and left. After the autumn harvest, the family was not so busy, and there was no rush to turn the soil. The people of the Wan family finally remembered to go to the county to propose marriage. After dinner that day, Mrs. Wan announced in public, "Tomorrow we will go to the county town to propose marriage. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to go back and forth. You should deal with the things on hand. You may have to stay in the county town for a few days. The second son will stay at home to look after the house. I will take your eldest brother, the second son's wife, the fourth son's wife, and Xiao Fubao with me. The second son, you must take good care of your nephews." When Wan Lauer heard that his eldest brother could finally go to propose marriage, he was also happy for Wan Lauda and nodded quickly. "Mom, don't worry. Leave the house to me. I will take my nephews to play in the fields during the day. They like to run wild in the fields. It's just that my tea and food are not very good, so they may have to suffer for a few days. It's okay. I ask your wife to prepare more buns and put them at home. The weather is cold now, so it doesn't matter if they are kept for a few days. Just heat them up for them. You won't starve." Wan Lauer smiled honestly, thinking that his mother was very thoughtful, and there was nothing to worry about. Wan Lauer thought about it. In another month, Chiosher would give birth, so it would be a good time to go to the county town to buy some things for the child, which could be given as a gift. It was also her first time to be a grandmother, and she felt a different feeling in her heart. Early in the morning, Mrs. Wan asked the second son of the family to drive the ox cart, and the whole family got on the ox cart. They planned to go to the town first, then rent a horse carriage to go to the county town, and also invite a matchmaker to propose marriage, which was also considered to be full of etiquette. Officials pay attention to the 3 books and 6 etiquette. But Mrs. Wan is just an old lady in the countryside. Country people don't get married so cumbersome. Sometimes they just take a bundle and get married. Mrs. Wan was still holding the sleepy little Fubao. When the big white geese saw the little Fubao leave, they all flapped their wings to follow, but were chased back by the eldest son of the family and locked in the chicken coop. Lu held her son and sat down next to Mrs. Wan, wrapping the child in her arms so tightly that she couldn't even see his face. The ox cart swayed to the town. Mrs. Wan was busy in the kitchen. She was very happy to hear that Mrs. Wan was going to take the eldest son of the family to propose marriage. She really liked Shen, the eldest sister-in-law, who was both gentle and virtuous. It was a pity that she couldn't go to see it in person, and she felt a little regretful, seeing that old lady Wan invited a famous matchmaker in the town. Her regrets disappeared. As long as she could marry the girl, it would be fine. Wan Sansaw watched old lady Wan and her group get on the carriage before returning. After walking for most of the day, it was dark when old lady Wan finally arrived at the county town. However, as soon as she entered the county town, she heard that the county magistrate's sister was discussing marriage, which shocked old lady Wan's family. Chapter 218 Visiting the County. Old lady Wan and her companions took the matchmaker to the gate of the county, and the carriage returned the same way. Old lady Wan and her family lined up to enter the city. While lining up, they heard people talking. "Have you heard? The county magistrate's newly recognized sister is going to marry an old scholar." "Where did you hear that? How dare you talk about the county magistrate's sister? Are you going to die?" "A relative of mine works for the county magistrate's family. He went back to visit his relative some time ago and said that the county magistrate really loves her sister. I heard that he bought more than a dozen slaves." After hearing this, old lady Wan looked very unhappy and turned to leave, but was stopped by old lady Wan. "Big brother, what are you doing?" "Mother, didn't you hear? Shin is getting married. She's a scholar, and we're just peasants. We're not good enough for her. Why are we going to make trouble for ourselves? You better go back quickly to avoid being humiliated." Old lady Wan glared at big brother Wan and twisted his arm hard. "Why do you believe everything you hear? They're here, and we're about to meet. Why don't you go in and ask? I've never made a mistake. Big brother Shin is not that kind of person. She definitely won't be scornful of the poor and love the rich. Even if that's the case, it's because we haven't come to propose marriage yet. Are you willing to go back now? Even if you don't propose marriage today, why don't you go and see Big Brother Shin? After all, she's been in our house for half a year. We can't be husband and wife. But we can't hurt the relationship. Big Brother 1 turned back reluctantly and was dragged into the city by his mother. Let's find an inn to stay in first. And we talk about the rest tomorrow. We finally came to the county town. So we can't come in vain. Let's see if there's anything we want to buy and bring some back. Grandma 1 arranged it calmly. Eldest brother 1 followed Grandma 1 with a bag. And second sister-in-law 1 held Xiao Fubao and kept looking at the small vendors on both sides of the street. The dazzling array of goods made the mother and daughter unable to take their eyes away. Lu held her son. And her eyes were not idle either. She looked back and forth at those exquisite goods with a curious look on her face. Mom, this county town is more prosperous than our town. Look, these things are more exquisite and beautiful than those in the town. Of course, let's stay here quickly and go out for a good stroll. Grandma 1 hasn't been to the county town for a long time. The last time she was there was when Grandpa 1 was still alive. It has been more than 10 years. Boss 1 asked along the way and finally found a relatively cheap inn. This inn was not located on the main street, but on the street behind the main street. It was relatively quiet, and the conditions were pretty good. Boss 1 asked for a total of 4 rooms, which cost 1 or 2 taels of silver for 1 night. Boss 1 paid the money with a pain in his heart, and took his bag and led everyone upstairs. After a simple settlement, Old Lady 1 asked the matchmaker if she wanted to go out for a walk. Big sister, it's not easy for us to come to the county town. Do you want to go out for a walk? The matchmaker was probably in her 40s and dressed up. When she heard Old Lady 1's question, she smiled and said, I won't go. You go. I'm tired of riding in the carriage all the way and want to rest. Old Lady 1 left with her daughter-in-law and son. When they came to the street, it was already late, and lanterns were lit everywhere. There was no curfew at the border, and many people went out for a walk at night. Xiao Fubao had slept a lot on the way. Now she was full of energy and looked around with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, she saw a little rabbit. A live little white rabbit. Snow White. With eyes like rubies. Locked in a bamboo basket. Mom. Rabbit. I want a rabbit. Wan Erseo took a look at the little white rabbit, which was really cute. So she pulled Xiao Fubao over. Xiao Fubao squatted down and wanted to reach out to touch the little white rabbit. Little kid, this rabbit can bite people. You have to be careful. The owner of the stall reminded Xiao Fubao with a simple smile. Little Fubao was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand and looked at the little white rabbit timidly. She didn't understand why such a cute rabbit would bite people. Mom, I want a little rabbit. I want a little rabbit. Wan Erseo smiled and touched Xiao Fubao's little head, raised her head and asked, How much is this rabbit? Sister-in-law, this rabbit is cheap. Only 100 coins. Rabbits are easy to raise, and can give birth to rabbits, and can give birth to a litter of rabbits in 2 months. 100 coins? Wan Erseo felt that it was a bit expensive. She remembered that when Wan Laoda shot wild rabbits in his hometown and sold them in the restaurant, they only sold for dozens of coins. This person obviously wanted to cheat them because they were from outside the area. But Xiao Fubao looked at the little rabbit eagerly, and Wan Erseo couldn't bear not to buy it for her. 50 coins. Wan Erseo gritted her teeth and directly returned half of it. The honest man was immediately angry and waved his arms to chase people away. You can go somewhere else. I don't sell it here. You can buy 50 coins. Wan Erseo was ashamed and angry. Why is this man like this? Isn't it normal to raise the price and bargain on the spot? She was chased away by the man just for bargaining. Wan Erseo was also a little angry. Boss, just don't sell it. I don't think you can sell this rabbit. Wan Erseo was not polite. She picked up Xiao Fubao and was about to leave, but was scolded by the man. Hey? Who are you? The deal didn't go through. Why are you cursing my business? Apologize. Just when the man was not giving up, the little rabbit suddenly ran out of the cage for some reason and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. The man was furious and asked the people next to him to help watch the stall. He hurried to look for it and had no time to bother Wan Erseo. Wan Erseo burst out laughing and whispered to Grandma Wan, Let him be so mean. Now the rabbits are gone. Won't they be unsellable? Grandma Wan also felt that the people in this county were too mean. It seemed that she would still have to compare prices before buying things. My dear, Let's go to the front and see if there are still rabbits for sale. Mommy will buy you some. Okay? Little Fubao nodded obediently. She had just heard the man yelling at her mother, so it was obvious that he was not a good person. And she didn't want the things of bad people. Wan Erseo kissed her daughter's chubby little face hard, and the group continued to shop. In the end, they bought a little rabbit, but it only cost 60 cents. Little Fubao was very happy, and Wan Erseo was also very happy. She spent 40 cents less, enough for them to buy 20 meat buns. It happened that no one had dinner at night, so Wan Erseo bought 10 big meat buns and a roast duck, sat down at the wonton stall on the side of the road, and each person ordered a bowl of wontons to eat. At noon, they only had a piece of dry food. Now everyone was very hungry. Xiao Fubao ate a roast duck leg, half a bowl of wontons and half a big meat bun. His stomach was so full that he kept burping. After dinner, everyone went around again. Wan Erseo bought a peachwood hairpin. Lu bought a bracelet, and Wan Erseo also bought a headband for Wan Laotai. Then, they returned to the inn and brought meat buns and roast duck to the matchmaker. As soon as Xiao Fubao and Wan Erseo entered the room, they saw a white thing on the table. Wan Erseo was startled, and her exclamation attracted Wan Laoda and Wan Laotai. When they got closer, they found that it was a little white rabbit. Chapter 219 Phone learned the truth. Little rabbit. Little rabbit. Xiao Fubao immediately put down the little white rabbit in his hand, ran over with his short legs, and picked up the little white rabbit directly. The little rabbit was very well behaved, not moving at all, allowing Xiao Fubao to knead it. Wan Erseo and Wan Laotai were dumbfounded. Where did this little white rabbit come from for no reason? Mom, when we came back just now, the door was closed. Right? Wan Erseo asked uncertainly. Wan Laotai was also a little uncertain at this time. She just helped Lu hold the child, and didn't really notice whether the door was open or closed. It should be. Mother can't remember clearly. Wan Erseo looked around, and didn't know how the rabbit got in. She was a little scared. Mom, let's take this little rabbit. Xiao Fubao held the little white rabbit with some effort, and looked at Wan Erseo with a smile, his eyes full of expectation. Mrs. Wan smiled and said without thinking, if Fubao likes it, keep it. Maybe it's the rabbit that was sold for 100 coins just now. Mrs. Wan was reminded by Mrs. Wan's words. She really felt that this rabbit might be the one. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? How could there be an extra rabbit in the room out of thin air? Finally, Xiao Fubao was satisfied and put both rabbits in the room. The two rabbits were well behaved and didn't run around. They circled around Xiao Fubao, making her giggle. Mrs. Wan got up early the next morning. She slept with Xiao Fubao last night, and Mrs. Wan slept with Lu, so she could help take care of the baby. After a simple breakfast in the inn, Mrs. Wan took Mrs. Wan's second sister-in-law and Lu to find out the news first, leaving Mr. Wan to look after the child. Old Lady Wan asked for directions all the way to the county government office. She saw 2 stone lions and 2 yamen runners at the gate of the county government office, wearing yamen runners' uniforms. Old Lady Wan's legs felt weak. After several months of exile, the yamen runners did not leave a good impression on Old Lady Wan. Second Sister Wan was also a little scared. After all, they were exiled prisoners. It was indeed a little timid to come to the door like this. Finally, the yamen runner saw the 3 people and scolded them. The yamen is a key place. You can't stay for long. Leave immediately. Old Lady Wan turned around and was about to leave in fear. At this time, a woman came out of the yamen. Old Lady Wan looked closely and saw that it was Aunt Feng who went to Shitsi village to pick up Shin. Old Lady Wan quickly waved to Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng was about to go out to do something. When she heard someone calling her, she looked over and saw that it was Old Lady Wan. So she hurried forward to greet her. Oh, isn't this the old lady? Why did you come to the county? Are you here to see my aunt? Madame Feng looked at the gift in the hands of Old Lady Wan and asked kissingly. Old Lady Wan nodded quickly. Well, that's right. We came to the county to do some things. I haven't seen Shin for a long time, so I came to see her. I wonder how your aunt is doing now. Madame Feng was very friendly, and took the old lady's hand, and led her inside. Old lady, can it be bad for the aunt to live in the county government? The county magistrate is famous for loving his sister. But if the aunt knew that you came to see her, she would be even happier. Don't be stunned. Hurry in with me. Old Lady Wan quickly followed Madame Feng's footsteps. with Madame Feng leading the way. Several people entered the backyard of the county government smoothly. There is a small door next to the county government that leads directly to the backyard of the county government. They went through the corner door. Old Lady One kept her head down all the way and didn't dare to look around. Juan Urseo and Lu were even more cautious and didn't dare to glance around. Madame Feng looked back at the three people, and a satisfied smile flashed in her eyes. Although these three people were from the countryside, they knew the rules, which was good. Madame Feng led people all the way to Shin's yard. There were 2 courtyards behind the county government office. Shin Jinyuan arranged his sister in the backyard, and he lived in the front yard. The siblings had meals in the flower hall in the backyard. The county magistrate has not married yet, and Shin is in charge of everything in the yard. But she feels very boring, and is afraid that she will embarrass her brother if she fails to manage it well. So she is a little timid. But because of the pressure from the county magistrate, the servants dare not act rashly. Auntie, look! Who is here? Madame Feng's voice was full of joy, and she took people directly into Shin's room. Shin was doing needlework, and when she heard the words, she quickly put down her work and walked out, and saw Mrs. Wan's second wife, and Lu behind Madame Feng. Shin's eyes immediately turned red. She walked forward quickly, holding the hands of Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Wan, and then looked at Lu, very excited. Aunt, sister, why did you come just now? We came to the county town to do some business, and we came to see you on the way. We built a new house some time ago, and it was harvest time, so we didn't have time to see you, because Aunt Feng was beside her. Mrs. Wan didn't dare to tell the truth. She just said that she came to see her on the way, and would talk about it after figuring out the situation. Anyway, now that she had met Shin in person, she could tell her everything. When Shin heard what Old Lady Wan said, she showed a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Isn't she here to propose marriage? Old Lady Wan glanced at Aunt Feng obscurely. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, she wiped Shin's tears. It had only been a few months since Shin's appearance changed completely. Oval face, big eyes, beautiful by nature. After a few months of recuperation, her skin has faded from yellow and become white. Her face has grown some flesh. She is wearing silk and satin, and a gold hairpin and pearls on her head. She looks more like a lady from a wealthy family. Old Lady One suddenly backed out. Shin's current life is undoubtedly a blessing. If she really marries her eldest son, won't she have to go back to Shitsi village and suffer together? Not to mention the county magistrate. If it was her daughter, she would not be willing to leave. However, Old Lady One decided to find out the situation first, so that she could explain it to Old Master Wan when she returned. We heard about your wedding as soon as we entered the county. The county magistrate introduced you to a good marriage. You will have a good life in the future. You don't have to suffer anymore. You don't have to dig for food in the soil like us. You look how good it is now. You have silk and satin. And you have a group of servants. You don't lack food and drink. I, an old woman, have never been so lucky in my life. Shin's face turned pale, and she immediately grabbed Mrs. Wan's hand and shook her head vigorously. Aunt, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? What good marriage? Why don't I know? Mrs. Wan was also stunned when she heard it. She thought that there was indeed a misunderstanding. So she repeated the news she heard at the gate of the county. Shin was furious and cursed. I want to see who is gossiping. Let me find him, and I will kick him out. He took the master's money and spread rumors about the master. He is really a traitor. Shin looked at Madame Feng and saw that her face was different. She thought about what Mrs. Wan said and asked Madame Feng coldly, Madame Feng, do you know something? You didn't tell me? This matter should not be groundless. Right? Madame Feng quickly bowed her head and said, Auntie, I serve in the inner courtyard, and I am not involved in the affairs of the outer courtyard. It was clear that if this matter was spread out, it should have spread from the outer courtyard. Maybe it was something from the master's side. After all, now people who want to curry favor with the master have broken the door. Maybe someone wants to curry favor with the master and has set his sights on my aunt. After all, everyone in the county knows how much the master cares about my aunt. But Shin sure couldn't sit still. She wanted to go to the front yard immediately to ask Shin Jinyuan why he wanted to interfere in her marriage. Madame Feng, you wait first. I go to the front yard to find the master. Shin sure left this sentence and ran away. Chapter 220, Marriage Discussion. Old Lady Wan and second sister Wan did not expect Shin to run away as soon as she said she would ask. Before they could react, Shin had already disappeared. Old Lady One stood up in a panic and looked at Aunt Feng awkwardly and said, "Aunt Feng, did we say something wrong? Will it not cause any trouble? We should not have come today." "Alas." But Aunt Feng said warmly, "Old madam, please sit down quickly. It's okay. The master loves my aunt very much. You don't have to worry. If this is true, it means that the man is really good. At least his character and family background are worthy of my aunt. So the master will let go. But it should be something that has not yet appeared. Otherwise, the master would not have decided without asking my aunt." Nen Feng's words calmed Old Lady Wan's somewhat flustered heart. After all, she was now in the county government office. How could she not be afraid? This is the inherent idea of ordinary people about class, and has nothing to do with other things. Although Old Lady Wan was half relieved, she didn't wait for Shin to come back, and she couldn't let go of the remaining half of her heart. Mrs. Wan kept looking at the door, while Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Liu didn't say much from beginning to end. It's better to talk less now. After half an hour, Mrs. Shin finally came back with a happy face. As soon as Mrs. Shin came back, she sent Mrs. Feng away. At this time, there were only Mrs. Shin and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of the Wan family in the room. And Mrs. Shin didn't hide anything. "Aunt, I have just asked Jin Yuan. He said that someone did come to propose marriage, but he declined them all. Recently, there is an old scholar who seems to be quite suitable for him. He has no children at home and is a widower. He has good character and a good reputation. But I don't like him. Aunt, do you still remember what you promised me when I left?" Seeing that the misunderstanding was resolved and Shin's heart had not wavered, Mrs. Wan sighed and said, "My daughter, how could I not remember it? But you are the county magistrate's biological sister. Even if I want to marry you, I have to have something to show for you. Right? You know that my family has always rented someone else's house. I thought that since I was going to marry you, it would not be good to let Li suffer grievances. So I built a large courtyard before the busy farming season. To be honest, I have prepared your new house. How could I forget it?" As Shin listened, her face flushed with shame. She lowered her head, twisted her fingers, and dared not look up again. She felt her face was a little hot. Seeing her like this, Old Lady One knew that she was shy, so she didn't embarrass her, but continued to explain. "The house was just completed and we moved to the new home. And it was the autumn harvest. The autumn harvest took more than half a month. A few days ago, as soon as the autumn harvest was over, I took your brother Wan and the matchmaker to the county town without stopping. I wanted to come to propose marriage, but I didn't expect to hear the news that you were discussing marriage. So I didn't rashly come to propose marriage. I wanted to find out the situation first. I know you are not the kind of person who changes your mind every day, so I came to ask you shamelessly, so that your brother Wan would give up." The more Shin listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. It turned out that she almost lost her marriage with brother Wan. This damn gossiper. She must rescue this person and beat him up to vent her anger. Isn't this deliberately ruining her reputation? Fortunately, her aunt was alert. Otherwise she might really have to marry someone else. Shin was very scared. "My daughter? But then again, I see that you are wearing gold and silver, eating delicacies from land and sea, and having servants to serve you. Are you really willing to follow your brother Wan and suffer?" Shin nodded firmly. "Aunt, don't look at me dressed like a lady now. But I am not happy here at all. I am the only one in the backyard, and there is no one to talk to. Besides, I am also a peasant. How can I manage others? I know that those servants are secretly saying that I am unsophisticated and don't know the rules. I feel so bitter." Shin's tears flowed down as she spoke. "Aunt, this is not a place for people like me to stay. Can you take me away? I want to go back to Shitsi village. Now, I feel like I am living in the clouds. But I am a native mud-legged person, and I feel solid when I step on the ground. I have been here for a month, and I haven't seen you come to the county town to propose marriage. I have been very nervous, looking forward to it every day. Now that you are here, I don't know how happy I am." Shin's words made Mrs. Wan's eyes red. Mrs. Wan patted Shin's hand and nodded. "My daughter, don't worry. I am here to propose marriage this time. As long as you are willing to enter my Wan family, you will be my daughter in the future, and no one in the Wan family will dare to bully you." Shin wanted to hug Mrs. Wan and call her mother, but she swallowed it back in the end. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Shin quickly wiped her tears and asked, "Who?" Eldest sister. It's me. Shin quickly got up to open the door. Mrs. Wan and others didn't dare to sit anymore, and immediately stood up and lowered their heads. I am here to see you, sir. As soon as Shin Jinyuan came in, old lady Wan immediately knelt down with her 2 daughters-in-law. Shin Jinyuan lowered his eyes to look at the 3 people, and quickly bent down to help old lady Wan up. Old lady, please get up quickly. I have not been able to come to thank you for your kindness. This time, you are here to stay for a while. I asked my eldest sister to take you for a good walk. She is alone in the backyard all day, and she is very depressed. Now that you are here, you can chat with her and relieve her boredom. I wonder where the old lady is staying now. Your Excellency, I am staying in an inn now, but I dare not trouble you. How can that be possible? How can I let my benefactor's family stay in an inn? I will send someone to arrange a place to stay. Old lady Wan hurriedly said, Sir, please wait a moment. I have something else to discuss with you this time. Shin Jinyuan glanced at Shin, and saw that her face was slightly red, and her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had cried just now. Madam, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Shin Jinyuan lifted his robe and sat down on the chair first, then asked Mrs. Wan and others to sit down. And a maid immediately brought tea. My lord, it's like this. I hope you won't be angry if I tell you this. If you think it's inappropriate, just pretend I didn't say it, and I won't mention it again in the future. Shin Jinyuan looked at Mrs. Wan, but didn't say anything, waiting for her to continue. Mrs. Wan didn't dare to look up at Shin Jinyuan. The other party was the county magistrate, and he had his own authority. She was afraid that she would be scared. She swallowed her saliva and said, My lord, I came here to ask for your sister for my eldest son. I know this is a toad wanting to eat swan meat. If you think it's inappropriate, I will go back to Shitsi village immediately. Shin Jinyuan had been wondering if someone had come to the backyard since Shin came to him to ask about marriage. He came to take a look, and it turned out to be someone from Shitsi village. Shin Jinyuan did not answer immediately, but turned to Shin and said, Eldest sister, is this your wish? Shin was afraid that Shin Jinyuan would embarrass old lady Wan, so she nodded quickly, not caring about being shy. Yes, I do. I want to go back to Shitsi village. Eldest sister, do you want to go back to Shitsi village or marry the eldest son of the Wan family? Have you thought it through? Shin Jinyuan was afraid that Shin would not be able to see her feelings clearly and be bullied again. As a younger brother, he had to be careful. In fact, Shin Jinyuan did not care about the other party's identity, as long as he could make his sister happy in the second half of her life. As for the future, he was a county magistrate, and his future brother-in-law would definitely not let him be mediocre. I want to marry brother Wan. We love each other. Shin looked at Shin Jinyuan firmly, and said word by word. Shin Jinyuan thought for a moment before nodding and saying, Okay, old lady, since it is my sister's choice, I should support it. I also trust your family's character, but I have 3 requirements. If your family can't do it, I will not agree to this marriage. Shin's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth quickly and said, You honor? Shin Jinyuan raised a hand to stop Shin's words, but her eyes looked at old lady Wan. Old lady Wan also knew that it would not be so easy to marry Shin, but she wanted to hear the conditions proposed by the other party first. Okay, please make it clear, sir. Chapter 221 Return to the town. Shin Jinyuan raised a finger and said, First, their wedding must be held in the county town, and they must live in the county town after marriage. Old lady Wan was shocked. The wedding can be held in the county town, but if they live in the county town, don't they have to buy a house in the county town? How much silver does that cost? Although the family has income now, if they buy a house in the county town, it means that the family of Wan Laodo will be separated. Old lady Wan glanced at Wan Erseo and Lu. Wan Erseo and Lu knew the current economic situation of the family. They can definitely afford to buy a house. But how will the family property be divided at that time? But Shin was anxious. She looked at Shin Jinyuan anxiously, and stamped her feet anxiously. You honor. How can their family have the money to buy a house in the county town? Aunt's family is just a farmer. Where can they save any money? Wan Erseo gently pulled old lady Wan. Old lady Wan glanced at her second daughter-in-law, and saw her nod slightly. Old lady Wan knew that this was agreed. Old lady Wan looked at Lu again. The 4th room in the family had the lightest burden, and didn't have much money to spend. Old lady Wan received a salary of 1 tael of silver per month. The couple's food and lodging were all from the public, and they had saved a lot of money. Lu was not a petty person, and her brain turned faster than old lady Wan and second sister Wan. Shin was Lord Shin's biological sister. Wouldn't the dowry belong to their Wan family in the future? From what Shin was wearing now, it could be seen that the dowry would definitely be very generous. Lu also knew Shin's character, and would never let the Wan family suffer. So she said softly, "Mother, you can agree." Old lady Wan got the support of her two daughters-in-law. So she said, "No problem." Shin was shocked and looked at old lady Wan in disbelief. Shin Jinyuan's face was always indifferent, neither surprised nor happy. After hearing the answer from Mrs. Wan, it was within his expectations. He had been to the Wan family several times, and knew that the Wan family had some wealth. Now they were willing to pay for the eldest sister, which showed that they really valued the eldest sister. Shin Jinyuan didn't want the Wan family to really buy a house for Shin in the county town to get married, but the other party's attitude. This was a test. Shin Jinyuan was relieved. He was also afraid that Mrs. Wan would not be able to withstand the test and give up directly. Then the eldest sister would definitely be very sad. Now it seems that this family is still okay. Shin Jinyuan stretched out a second finger. After marriage, the man is not allowed to take a concubine. He can only have my sister as a woman. Mrs. Wan laughed directly after hearing this. "No problem. This is not popular in our village. If anyone takes a concubine, they will be criticized. This condition is too easy for Mrs. Wan." But Shin Jinyuan didn't think so. Since he chose the eldest brother Wan as his brother-in-law, he would definitely help him secretly in the future. Once a man has money, he will spend it on wine and women. He wants to prevent it in advance. Old lady Wan didn't know Shin Jinyuan's painstaking efforts. The conditions that were easy for her were difficult for men in the city. Shin Jinyuan raised his third finger and said, "I want a betrothal gift of 100 taels of silver." Old lady Wan was a little dumbfounded. Just now it was a house, and now it was silver. It would not work if there were not 200 taels of silver in total. But she only had a little over 200 taels in her hand. If all of this was spent on the eldest brother, what would happen to the other 3 houses when the family was divided in the future? Old lady Wan said with a bit of embarrassment, "Sir, but my family can't afford so much betrothal gifts. I have 3 sons in my family, and we haven't divided the family yet. If all of this is given to the eldest brother, even if his 3 younger brothers agree, I can't bear it. Can you give less?" Shin. Mrs. Shin stood up and said sternly to Shin Jinyuan, "Yuan, this marriage is my own. I don't want anything. Don't worry about it. I'm a country girl, and it's my second marriage, so there's no need to be so particular. Just pack a few clothes in a bundle and go there." Shin Jinyuan was unmoved, still looking at Mrs. Wan and shaking his head. "No, not a penny less. Why don't you go back and discuss it and then give me a reply? If you agree to my 3 conditions, you can directly let the matchmaker come to propose marriage. If you don't agree, don't delay my sister's marriage." Mrs. Shin's eyes were red with anger, and she twisted her body and ran out. Mrs. Wan also said goodbye with her 2 daughters-in-law. The 3 of them left the county government gate with heavy hearts and returned to the inn. Mr. Wan was waiting anxiously in the inn. When he saw Mrs. Wan coming back, he immediately went to greet her. "Mother, what's going on? Did it work? Did you see Shin?" Mrs. Wan dragged Mr. Wan back to the room, and the family closed the door before telling him everything. "What? 100 taels of silver. And we have to live in the county town. Where can we get so much silver? Forget it. We can't afford the county magistrate's sister. Let's go back today. Don't waste time. With this money, it's enough to buy a shop. Enough for my sons to marry wives. In our village, marrying a woman only costs 5 taels of silver at most." Old lady Wan knew that what old master Wan said was just an angry remark, but she was also upset. The county magistrate was also from a poor family. So why didn't he understand how hard it was for ordinary people to make money? If it weren't for Xiao Fubao, their family would be so poor now that they couldn't even afford to eat. Old lady Wan became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and finally agreed to old master Wan's proposal. She rented a carriage and returned to the town that day, and gave the matchmaker a tael of silver. It wouldn't be good to let her go for nothing. When they returned to the town, the moon was already high in the sky, and they couldn't go back to Shitsi village so late. So they all stayed in the town. One Lao San and his wife, and one Lao Si all stood up to ask if the matter was settled. Wan Erseo told the whole story. And Wan Lao San was so angry that he slammed the table. What kind of gold nugget is this? You want to buy a house in the county? And you want a betrothal gift of 100 taels? With so much money. What kind of woman can't you marry? Wan Lao Si was silent and didn't say anything. He looked at the faces of the people around him. Especially Wan Lao Da, who lowered his head and sat in a corner. And didn't say anything. Brother, what do you think? Are you really going to give up Sister Shin? Wan Lao Da raised his head and saw that everyone was looking at him. He said angrily, what else can I do? Our eldest family is the poorest in the family now. My hunting skills are useless at the border. There are no mountains at the border. And there are gullies everywhere. Where can I go to hunt? Wan Lao Si continued to ask, brother, let me ask you. Do you want to marry Sister Shin? Wan Lao Da was silent for a long time before he hummed. Wan Lao Si then looked around at the family members and analyzed the situation for everyone. Mom. Eldest brother. Second brother. Third brother. Have you ever thought that this might be Lord Shin testing us? He must know that our family doesn't have so much money. But why does he still put forward such harsh conditions? Haven't you thought about it carefully? Mrs. Wan looked at Wan Lao Si. Sierre, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. We are all family members. And you are the only one in our family who thinks quickly. Tell me how you are testing us. Chapter 222 Proposing Marriage. Wan Lao Si glanced at the family members in the room and said in a deep voice, 2 of the 3 conditions given by Lord Shin are to test our family. One is to test my eldest brother. And the second one is to not allow my eldest brother to take a concubine to protect Sister Shin. The first and third conditions are to test whether we value Sister Shin. Judging from the amount of silver that the county magistrate gave us during his 2 visits to our house. Lord Shin probably has a lot of money in the capital over the years. Then mother. Do you think Lord Shin will wrong Sister Shin at that time? Sister Shin's dowry will certainly be several times more than what our family gives. This is just my conservative estimate. So I think you can agree to it. Mrs. Shin listened but did not speak. But looked at the eldest brother Wan who was sitting in the corner. Big brother. Tell me what you think. I think your 4th brother is right. But you know what the family is like now. Even if Shin brings a generous dowry in the future. The dowry belongs to both of you. I can't use my daughter-in-law's dowry to fill the gap. I'm not that kind of person. Big brother Wan also looked up and saw that everyone was looking at him. He stood up, patted the dirt off his body, and said in a muffled voice, Mom, I won't marry. I'm not young anymore. And I have a son. I don't have any regrets. Let's just leave it at that. Don't make it difficult for everyone. Big brother. How can you give up like this? Sister Shin is still waiting for you? Second sister-in-law Wan was also anxious. She quickly looked at old lady Wan and asked her to speak. Mrs. Wan felt sorry for Shin's appearance. After thinking about it, she said, since the problem is about the public money, let's divide the family today. Let's divide the eldest son's family first. In the future, the family's money will have nothing to do with the eldest son. This time, all the money in the family will be used for you to marry a wife. After you marry a wife, you can live in the county town. Mrs. Wan looked at her sons and asked, do you agree with what mother said? The 4th son of Wan calculated in his mind. Now the income from the shop is in his mind. The share of the family is 10 taels of silver every month, excluding the off-season. It can also be divided into 100 taels of silver a year. In 2 years, another 200 taels of silver can be saved. Besides, another shop will be completed soon. And the business will definitely be more prosperous by then. At present, their 3rd room has not received anything. But in 5 years, the money they will receive will definitely be much more than 200 taels. Wan Lao Si quickly calculated the account in his mind and said, Mom, I have no objection. I support my eldest brother to marry Sister Shin. Let him use all the money in the family to marry a wife. Anyway, he will go to the county town after marriage. So it is better to divide it. Wan Lao San and his wife also had no objection. Wan San's wife liked Shin in the first place. And she had a share of the shop. And she had saved dozens of taels of silver in her hands. Besides, life was getting better and better. And the family would get better and better in the future. There was no need to give up such a good marriage for a little temporary benefit. With the support of the county magistrate, even if their shop was opened in the county town in the future, no one would dare to touch them. Mom, we have no objection either. Wan San's wife quickly expressed her position. Wan Air's wife supported Wan Lao to the most. She didn't calculate so much. She just thought Shin was a good woman. Wan Laoda had suffered too much in the first half of his life. In the past, the family relied on the eldest brother. Now it was time to arrange things for the eldest brother. Mom, I don't have any objection either. When Mrs. Wan saw that all the families had expressed their opinions, she asked the four sons of the Wan family to get pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and write the division document on the spot, making everything clear. The eldest son of the Wan family felt a little bitter. In order to marry a wife from another family, his family was divided out. But if he was still hypocritical, it would be too disappointing for everyone. He secretly swore in his heart that he would repay his brothers well in the future. The four sons of the Wan family wrote down one by one according to what Mrs. Wan said. And then the brothers all pressed their fingerprints on it. There are 2 copies of this division document. There is no elder in our family. When I return to the village tomorrow, I will ask the village chief to sign his name on it to make it fair, Mrs. Wan said, and put away the division document. This time, the eldest son of the Wan family only got money, a total of 200 taels of silver. And as for the land, houses and so on, they were gone. This is an astronomical figure for Wan Laoda. Their first house has not saved any money, unlike the second, third, and fourth houses, which all have considerable income. For Wan Laoda, this money is an astronomical figure that he can never earn in his lifetime. But God finally favored him once, allowing him to marry Shin. And from then on, his fate was changed. Seeing that Wan Laotai was still planning to return to the village tomorrow, Wan Laosi immediately became anxious and quickly advised, "Mother, why are you going back to the village? Tomorrow, you should bring the matchmaker to propose marriage. It will be easier to settle this matter as soon as possible. Even if Sister Shin is a second marriage, there are still many people who want to marry her. Our family just took the lead." Wan Laotai was also afraid that the night would be long and dreams would be many. Today, she went to the county government office in person and heard some news. There are indeed many people who came to propose marriage, especially the old scholar. "Okay, tomorrow morning, I will bring your eldest brother to propose marriage again. Let's settle this matter as soon as possible and try to marry Shin back before the new year." After this matter was settled, everyone was relieved. It was already late, so they simply washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Mrs. Wan went to the matchmaker's house in person to invite the matchmaker again. This time, she only brought the eldest brother, and the second sister-in-law Wan and Lu stayed in the town. As soon as they arrived at the county town, they went straight to the county government office. Maybe because Shin Yuan had explained to the yamen runners, Mrs. Wan and the others went to the county government office smoothly. When Shin heard that Mrs. Wan was here again, she was so excited that she couldn't sit still. She knew that there would be a result today. Last night, she asked Madame Feng to go to the inn where old lady Wan and her friends were staying. But they didn't find anyone. Shin cried all night, and her eyes were still swollen. She thought that the Wan family did not agree with her brother's conditions. She blamed her brother many times in her heart. She didn't expect that the Wan family would come back. This was a surprise. As soon as old lady Wan and her friends entered, they were led to the front yard by the servants and placed in the flower hall. It was not convenient for Shin to come to the front yard. After all, they were discussing her marriage, so she had better avoid it. "Hello, sir." Old lady Wan and her friends had not sat for long when Shin Yuan came in from outside. Old lady Wan quickly stood up and saluted. Shin Yuan did not put on airs. After all, this was her sister's lifesaver, so he had to be courteous. "Please sit down, old lady." After Shin Yuan sat down at the top, old lady Wan and her friends dared to sit down at the bottom. The servants quickly served tea. Old lady Wan sat on the chair a little stiffly, feeling that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. It was not the first time she met Shin Yuan, but after knowing his identity, the awe in her heart made her afraid. "Sir, I went back and thought about it yesterday. I felt that the conditions you said were a little difficult for our family, but I really like Shin. I went back and discussed it with the children at home overnight yesterday. They all agreed. We have collected all the money we can, but we can only collect 200 taels of silver. This is already the limit. We can only buy a small house first. Sir, what do you think?" Old lady Wan looked at Shin Yuan in embarrassment, but Shin Yuan looked calm and didn't see anything. Shin Yuan was shocked by what old lady Wan said. It seems that this family still has some family background. He grew up in the border, And he knows best how poor the people in the border are. There is no one with such a rich family background as the Wan family within 100 miles. Shin Jinyuan originally just wanted to test the other party. Now that the other party has withstood the test, he has nothing to say. Besides, he heard about the eldest sister crying all night last night. He was still worried that if the Wan family was really scared away by the conditions he proposed, would the eldest sister hate him? Now it seems that everything is developing in a good direction. Chapter 223 Buying a big house is really cheap. Since the other party came to propose marriage, Shin Jinyuan was relieved. Everything went smoothly afterwards. Shin Jinyuan knew that the Wan family were all from the countryside. And he knew something about the customs of the country people in getting married. Since the wedding was to be held in the county, Shin Jinyuan followed the wishes of the Wan family and did not interfere. When Mrs. Wan left, she took all the money boxes in the house with her. She was not at home, and she was afraid that there would be thieves in the house. And the second son of Wan could not deal with it alone. So she took all the money with her. It came in handy at this time. With Shin Jinyuan, the county magistrate, the house purchase went quite smoothly. Not only did it cost less than 100 taels of silver, but she also bought a big house of 2 Jinyuan, which made Mrs. Wan very happy. After the two families agreed on the date for the betrothal gifts and the wedding date, Mrs. Wan left. But she left Mr. Wan to decorate the new house. She also asked him to take Shin to see what furniture was needed. It only cost 80 taels of silver to buy this house. And there were 20 taels left. She just needed to buy some furniture that could be used. When she returned to the town, Mrs. Wan generously gave the matchmaker a tael of silver as a thank you gift. She would ask her to get married later. The matchmaker got such a good job. And she was so happy that she said auspicious words without money. Mr. Wan's marriage was finally settled. And Mrs. Wan's worries were also settled. Mother, you are back? Where is my eldest brother? The shop was not busy at this time. Mr. Wan was taking a nap on the counter, and he saw Mrs. Wan coming back in the gap. He immediately stopped sleeping and hurried out to help Mrs. Wan. Your eldest brother stayed there, and the house has been bought. You don't know how nice that yard is. Your mother has never lived in such a nice yard in my life. There are 2 courtyards, more than a dozen rooms, and a garden. Oh, I am dazzled by it. Wan Lao Si hurriedly helped Wan Lao Tai to sit down in the back room. Others heard the noise and hurried over. Wan Quan was ordered to go to the front to check the shop. Wan Lao Si hurriedly poured a cup of hot water for Wan Lao Tai, who drank it in one breath. I'm so thirsty. Another cup. People are refreshed when they are happy. Wan Lao Tai came back from the county this time. She was in a different spirit. Compared with yesterday, she was like a little old lady. Wan Lao Si hurriedly poured another glass of water, and Wan Lao Tai drank it in one breath. Only then did she feel that her throat was not so dry. Mom, can you tell me what's going on? Why didn't my eldest brother come back? Lu asked immediately without seeing Wan Lao Da. Old lady Wan sat on the con with her legs crossed, and told her sons and daughters-in-law about everything that happened in the county town. I left your eldest brother to decorate the new house. So it's a good opportunity for him and Shin to cultivate their relationship. When you go to deliver the betrothal gifts next time, you too, the second and fourth daughters-in-law, should go and help with the arrangement first, and come back after your eldest brother is married. Old lady Wan was thinking about the marriage of the eldest son of the Wan family all the way. How to arrange it so as not to lose face for the Wan family and make the Shin family unable to find fault. Of course, the second sister-in-law of Wan and Lu were willing to help, and they could spend more days with Shin. Mother, the eldest brother only spent 80 taels of silver on such a big house. Didn't you think of anything? The fourth son of the Wan family was very shrewd, and he knew there was something fishy going on as soon as he heard it. Mrs. Wan was so happy that she didn't think there was anything fishy going on. Now, after her 4 sons' reminder, she thought for a moment and said, could it be that she got some help from Lord Shin? Yes, it's not because of Lord Shin. Now you know the benefits of marrying Sister Shin. Right? A house with 2 courtyards, and in a prosperous area as Mother said. Who would sell it for 80 taels? In my opinion, it would definitely not be bought without 300 taels of silver. But you only spent 80 taels, saving more than 200 taels. Even if we sell it now, we can still make a net profit of 200 taels. Mother, do you think this marriage is good? Wan. The old lady's eyes widened when she heard this. Oh my God! How valuable is that house? I said it was worth only 100 taels at most. Who would be so foolish as to sell it for so much money? Mother, you don't know this, do you? Surshan must have many people who want to curry favor with him now. Some people can't even get in the door even if they want to give gifts. This can be regarded as another way of giving gifts to Surshan. If people ask for help from him in the future, he will definitely not refuse. This is Surshan using his power to seek personal gain for his elder brother and elder sister. Wan Laozi looked around the people around him with pride. Mrs. Wan pinched Wan Laozi and warned him fiercely, "You can just say this at home. Don't say it outside. Lord Shen is an honest official. How could he do what you said? From now on, we will say that this house was bought for 300 taels. We can't let Lord Shen repay our favor." Wan Laozi was pinched and said embarrassedly, "Mother, even if you say 1,000 taels, it's useless. Brother Sherwee has already got it. So don't worry about it. The officialdom has its own ways, and we ordinary people don't understand it." "Humph. I think you seem to have been in the officialdom before, and you know everything." Old Lady One glared at Old Fourth One fiercely. But she thought in her heart that it was fortunate that her fourth son reminded her. One Old Fourth used to work in a tea house opposite a storytelling place. When he had nothing to do, he could lean against the counter and listen. Over time, he also knew some of the ways of the officialdom. Now that the matter of Old Master One has been settled, Old Lady One can go back to the village. Xiao Fubao can't wait to take her little rabbit back to see the big white geese at home. She hasn't been back for 3 days, and she really misses Xiaolin and the big white geese. "Oh, let's go home." Xiao Fubao wanted to carry the bamboo weaving, but it was a little heavy with 2 little rabbits in it. So she fell on her buttocks, and her little face turned red. In the end, it was second sister One who helped her lift it up, holding her in one hand and carrying the bamboo weaving in the other hand, and went out. After returning home, Xiao Fubao did not stop for a moment, and immediately let the little white rabbit out. There were autumn vegetables that Grandma One had just planted in the yard. Just a little green leaves had grown. As soon as the little white rabbit landed, it ran towards the little white vegetables. Xiao Fubao's current hobby is to watch the little white rabbits eat. She thinks their mouths are very interesting. Unlike ordinary animals, they are even more adorable when eating. Xiao Fubao squatted next to the little white rabbits, holding her little face with her little hands, watching with relish. Soon the 2 little rabbits ate all the autumn vegetables that had just grown in the yard. The women of the One family had not returned for a few days, and the house was in a mess. Wan Lauer didn't know how to clean the house at all. It was good that they didn't starve the children to death. They never came out again after entering the house. After they cleaned up the house neatly, they came out to prepare dinner. Wan Urseo glanced at the vegetable garden in the yard and found that something seemed to be missing. She hurried over and found that the land was full of teeth marks from the little rabbits. There was no green at all. Wan Urseo shouted in anger in the yard, "Wan Hao!" This was the first time that Wan Urseo called Xiao Fubao by his full name. Unfortunately, her daughter had already taken her new favorite and several brothers to the end of the village to find Xiaolin and her siblings. Wan Urseo shouted, but no one answered. She was so angry that she took a small wooden stick in the straw shed and ran out of the gate. Chapter 224 Teaching Children. Wan Urseo walked and reflected on whether she was too indulgent to Xiao Fubao. She could do anything she wanted, but she should never waste food. The common people had a deep obsession with food, and that she even made a law for this purpose. If someone maliciously wastes crops, he will be beheaded or exiled. It can be seen that food is not only important to the people, but also to the court. But Xiao Fubao let the rabbit eat the family's vegetable basket for the next few months. Although Wan Urseo couldn't bear to let her daughter be bullied. As Xiao Fubao grew up, her temperament became more and more like a tomboy. Especially when she brought a group of big white geese and became famous in the village. The little friends in the village now hide away from her as if they saw a ghost. And only a few of them are willing to play with her. If this continues, Xiao Fubao will go further and further down the path of a woman, and maybe even beat her husband after getting married. The more Wan Urseo thought about it, the more frightened she became. It seemed that she could no longer indulge Xiao Fubao blindly. Otherwise it would harm her. Wan Urseo walked all the way to the end of the village. She knew Xiao Fubao very well. Whenever there was something fun or delicious, she would think of Xiaolin and share it with Xiaolin, making Xiaolin like her sister. In fact, she was 1 year older than her. Xiao Fubao was sharing his little rabbit with his good friend Xiaolin. The 2 little ones squatted on the ground and watched the 2 little rabbits motionless for most of the day. Fubao, why doesn't this little rabbit run away? I remember that Erlu's family in our village caught a little rabbit, and it ran away as soon as it was put on the ground. He tied a rope around the little rabbit's legs and led it. Later, the little rabbit was roasted and eaten by him. It was very pitiful. Xiaolan couldn't help but reach out and touch the rabbit on the ground, her eyes full of love. Little Fubao patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Xiaolan. I won't roast the rabbits. I will raise them and have them give birth to little rabbits. I heard from adults that rabbits can give birth to little rabbits. When my rabbit gives birth to little rabbits, I will give you one, so that you can have little rabbits too." Xiaolan happily showed a row of millet teeth. "Sister Fubao, you are so nice." "Thank you." "It's okay, Sister Xiaolan. We are good friends." Little Fubao also smiled at Xiaolan. At this moment, the back of Xiao Fubao's collar was lifted up by a big hand. Xia Fubao was startled, and his two legs kept kicking in the air, screaming in fear. "Wan Hao, you know you are scared now? Ah? Tell me, where are the vegetables that your grandma planted in the yard?" Although Wan Erseo was angry, she was also afraid of scaring the little girl, so she just scared her and quickly let her go. As soon as Xiao Fubao saw that it was his mother, he rushed directly to Wan Erseo, hugged Wan Erseo's legs and refused to let go, and even cried out in a coquettish manner, "Mom, you are so fierce." Xiao Fubao is afraid. Xiao Fubao raised his little head, and his height was not even as high as Wan Erseo's thigh. He was so cute that Wan Erseo's heart softened immediately. However, when she looked at the two little white rabbits on the ground, she immediately became fierce again, raised the small wooden stick in her hand and said, "Don't use this trick. It's useless. Tell me, where are the vegetables in our yard? Where are they?" Xiao Fubao saw that it was useless to act coquettishly, so he quickly looked at his brothers for help. "Mom, Xiao Fubao is still young. She doesn't understand anything. Please talk to her nicely. Don't scare her." The speaker was Wanwen. He didn't know what happened. They hadn't finished school at that time, because they had a holiday for the autumn harvest some time ago, and they only started to go to class yesterday. After school, they were attracted by Xiao Fubao's little rabbits, and followed Xiao Fubao to Xiaolan's house. "How dare you speak for her? I teach you a lesson when we get back. If you don't want to be beaten, stand aside." Wan Erseo's face was fierce, and the children were a little scared, so no one dared to say anything. Xiao Fubao saw that he couldn't fool her anymore, so he had to tell the truth. "Mom, the little rabbit was hungry, so he ate the vegetables." Fubao was hungry and wanted to eat, and the rabbit was hungry and wanted to eat too. Why was Mom angry? Wan Erseo was stumped by Xiao Fubao's question. In the world of children, this was indeed a very simple matter. Wan Erseo felt that she might have been a little too hasty. She bent down and picked up Xiao Fubao, and told Wanwen, "Take the rabbit home." Xiao Fubao didn't say anything along the way. She felt that she had made her mother angry, probably because the little rabbit ate the cabbage. But isn't cabbage edible? People can eat rabbits, too? She didn't understand why her mother was so angry. Before they got home, they heard Mrs. Wan yelling in the yard, "Who the hell ruined my food? This is the food we have been producing for a month. Now it's finally ready, and it's all ruined." "Oh my! Mother! What's wrong with you?" Lu saw that old lady Wan was beating her chest and looked very bad, so she hurried to help her. Sister Wan couldn't help but tighten her hand holding little Fubao, and slapped little Fubao little but hard, whispering, "Look at what you did. I made Grandma sick. Let's see what you will do. Go back and comfort Grandma and take the initiative to admit your mistakes. Understand?" "But mother, what did I do wrong?" Little Fubao opened his innocent big eyes and looked at Sister Wan, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. "Your rabbit ate the vegetables that Grandma worked so hard to grow. Do you think you were wrong? But the little rabbit eats vegetables anyway? Little rabbits can eat vegetables, but the vegetables haven't grown up yet. When a small vegetable seedling grows up, it can grow many large leaves, just like the leaves you feed the little rabbits in the town. But now the little rabbit has eaten the small vegetable seedling, and it can't grow up. In the future, the little rabbit will have no leaves to eat, and the family will have no vegetables to eat. Do you think you are wrong?" Xiao Fubao seemed to understand a little. "Mom, what you mean is that those small vegetable seedlings can grow into many large leaves, which can make the little rabbits eat more. Right? Not only can eat more and eat longer. A small vegetable seedling can grow into many large leaves when it grows up. That vegetable is enough to feed 2 little rabbits. But now, your little rabbits have eaten all the small vegetable seedlings. What will they eat tomorrow? Mom, Fubao understands. It's Fubao's fault. Fubao will go and apologize to Grandma. Fubao will help Grandma plant new vegetable seedlings again. Will Grandma not be angry? Wan Erseo talked to little Fubao for a long time. The anger in her heart had long gone. At this time, she heard that little Fubao not only knew to apologize, but also knew how to make amends. She was very happy. So she put her down, patted her little butt, and said, "Go, talk to Grandma." Chapter 225 Fubao apologizes. Little Fubao ran into the house with his short legs. Grandma Wan had just been supported by Lu and leaned against the Kong. Her chest was still rising and falling. She looked very angry. Little Fubao looked like a child who had done something wrong. She lowered her head, twisted her hands hard, and moved to Grandma Wan's side with small steps. But little Fubao's head was not even as high as the Kong. So Grandma Wan didn't see her at all. "Grandma?" Little Fubao raised her little head and called timidly. Grandma Wan heard little Fubao's voice and quickly turned her head to look. Seeing the timid face of her granddaughter, she immediately picked up little Fubao with heartache. "My dear, what's wrong? Who bullied you?" Little Fubao felt his feet go empty. And then, he was lifted up by Grandma Wan to sit on the Kong. Little Fubao looked at Grandma Wan with sparkling eyes, and stood up from the Kong and threw himself into Grandma Wan's arms, hugging Grandma Wan's neck with his little hands, and actually started to cry. Grandma Wan was startled, and quickly stroked little Fubao's fur. "My dear, what's wrong with you? Did someone bully you? Tell Grandma. Grandma will help you vent your anger. I don't know who dares to bully my sweetheart." Little Fubao felt even more uncomfortable after hearing this. Grandma loved her so much. But she actually let little rabbit eat the vegetables grown by Grandma. She vaguely knew that this was not good. But she didn't stop it. She felt that she was really bad. "Grandma, your vegetables were eaten by little rabbit." Grandma, beat Fubao. As long as Grandma is not angry, Fubao will not let Grandma die. Just now, Grandma Wan was so angry that she almost fell to the ground. And Fubao saw it. So she was very scared now. After hearing this, Grandma Wan's anger not only dissipated most of her heart, but also laughed. "Oh, Grandma thought it was something else? It's just a small thing. But it makes our baby so sad? Don't worry. My dear, Grandma won't die. Grandma will live a long life and watch my Fubao grow up." Little Fubao really stopped crying. He looked at Grandma Wan and said seriously, "Grandma, don't lie. Liars are dogs. Grandma, let's make a pinky promise." Little Fubao stretched out his little finger in front of Grandma Wan. And Grandma Wan also smiled and stretched out her finger to hook little Fubao's little finger. Grandma Wan was very touched. With such a good granddaughter, she would be happy even if she finished all the vegetables she planted. "Grandma, Mom said that if we run out of vegetables, we will go hungry. Right? Fubao, can you help Grandma plant them again?" Grandma Wan held little Fubao and put him on her lap. She felt better and touched little Fubao's head and smiled. "Okay. It just so happens that Grandma planted this cabbage a few days earlier this year. So it's just right to replant it now. Can you help Grandma replant it later?" "Okay." Little Fubao was very happy. She felt that she could finally make up for what she did wrong. Her 2 big eyes were curved into crescents. Grandma Wan was also very happy. The depression in her heart had long gone. The 2 grandparents came out of the upper room hand in hand, and were seen by Wan Erseo, who was already turning the soil in the field. "Mom, Fubao is here to help you." Little Fubao was as happy as a bird out of a cage, running fast with her short legs, rushing towards Wan Erseo. But she ran too fast and didn't step steadily, and fell to the ground with a thud, which scared the old lady Wan and Wan Erseo in the field behind her, and made them run over quickly. Little Fubao's nose was covered with a lot of dirt, and her little hands were red from the fall. But she didn't cry, but smiled at Wan Erseo. "Mom, it's okay. Work quickly. Fubao wants to help Grandma plant vegetables." Little Fubao got up from the ground neatly and rushed to the field again, which scared Wan Erseo's heart to jump out. "Ancestor, please slow down." The family had a toy hoe specially made for little Fubao, which she usually used to dig earthworms for the geese to eat. But now it can be used to turn the soil. Xiao Fubao carried his small hoe and walked to the field in a very serious manner, imitating Juan Urseo's way of digging the ground, although he only dug a fist-sized amount each time. Juan Urseo and Old Lady One were very happy. They didn't know why this child was so popular. "Oh, Mother, there are earthworms. Dabai likes to eat them the most. I wonder if the little rabbits will eat them." Xiao Fubao grabbed a very thick earthworm on the ground with his hands. He was not afraid at all, and was very excited. He ran towards the little rabbits. When the little rabbits saw the earthworm in Xiao Fubao's hand, they ran away as if they knew that this little master was going to eat them. Next, a little fat girl in the yard chased the rabbits all over the yard, holding a struggling earthworm in her hand, shouting, "Little rabbit, it's time for dinner. Little rabbit." But the little rabbits ran faster after hearing this. And finally Wanwen couldn't stand it anymore, and picked up Xiao Fubao. "Sister, rabbits don't eat meat. They only eat vegetables. You should give this earthworm to your Dabai quickly. Dabai has been hungry for several days. No one dug earthworms for it during the days you were away." After hearing this, Xiao Fubao turned her head and looked at Dabai, who was stretching his neck to look at her in the chicken coop. "Well, okay." Xiao Fubao was carried to the chicken coop by Wanwen. She threw the earthworm in, and Dabai opened his mouth to catch it. "Oh, Dabai is really hungry. I have to go dig earthworms for Dabai and plant cabbage for the little white rabbit." Xiao Fubao felt that he had suddenly become very busy, and everyone in the Wan family laughed. "You little guy. You have to feed so many mouths. Look how busy they are for you." Old Mrs. Wan grabbed Xiao Fubao and wiped her face with a handkerchief before letting her go. Little Fubao ran back to the field to dig earthworms carefully. She never complained of being tired until dinner was ready. With the help of several brothers, they dug out quite a few earthworms. Finally, several big white geese had meat. Little Fubao also showed a happy smile on her face. "Dinner is ready. It's time to eat," Mrs. Lu shouted to everyone. The family went back. Just after dinner, they heard someone knocking on the door. "Who is it?" Wan Lauer heard someone was about to smash his door, so he ran out quickly and scared the rest of the Wan family out quickly. "Jinju, something happened. Open the door quickly." Wan Lauer heard that it was the voice of his neighbor Chongfu. The voice was urgent, and there was a hint of panic. "Here I am." Wan Lauer ran over to open the door, and saw Chongfu gasping for breath, and his face was pale. "What's wrong? What happened?" Wan Lauer was startled. "Pack your things quickly and gather at the entrance of the village. There are bandits coming. I heard they are from Beiliang. There are thousands of them. They have already massacred the village next door, and are coming to our village. Run quickly. I will go and inform my eldest brother's family." Wan Lauer was so scared that his legs went weak. He quickly held onto the door frame. Chengfu had already run away. Wan Lauer didn't have time to be stunned and turned around quickly. "Mom, Beiliang people have come in. They have already massacred the village next door, and are coming to our side. Run quickly." Chapter 226 Enemy Surprise Attack. When Mrs. Wan heard the news, she collapsed on the ground in fear. Mrs. Wan picked up Xiao Fubao in panic, and Mrs. Lu was so scared that she immediately went into the house and picked up her son. There was only one man in the house, Mr. Wan, and the rest were the elderly, weak, women and children. He knew that he was the backbone of everyone, and he must not make a mess. "Mother, your son will carry you, and we will drive the ox cart." Mother Wan pulled Mrs. Wan up from the ground, and was about to carry her on his back and run. After Mrs. Wan stood up, she turned and ran into the house. She was shaking her hands, and wanted to open the Kong cabinet. But the more panicked she was, the harder it was to insert the key into the hole. "Mother, what are you doing? All our money is locked in the cabinet. Don't take anything else. But take this money." "Mother, where is the time to ask for money now? Life is important," Mr. Wan said as he went up to help Mrs. Wan open the Kong cabinet. Old Lady Wan reached out and picked up the money box inside. She didn't even have time to close the cabinet. And then she lay on the back of Wan Lauer and walked out. Taking this opportunity, Wan Air's wife hurriedly packed up her valuables, wrapped them in a simple bundle, slung them on her back, and ran with Xiao Fubao in her arms. "Wanwen, look after your brothers. Run ahead. Go to the village entrance. Everyone is waiting there." Wanwen nodded heavily, and he and Wan Jiang rushed to the ox cart, holding one in each hand. Wan Lauer had already boarded the ox cart with Old Lady Wan on his back. Lu followed behind Wan Lauer with the child in her arms. And Wan Er's wife also wanted to board the cart with Xiao Fubao in her arms. But she heard Xiao Fubao crying, "Dubai. Xiao Tu. I want Dubai. Xiao Tu." Wan Er's wife coaxed him, while asking Wan Lauer to drive the cart quickly. "My dear, there's no time. If we don't leave, we all die." "No. Mom. Dubai. Little rabbit. I want." Little Fubao was crying like a tearful person. Wan Erseo had no choice but to turn around and open the chicken coop. Dubai seemed to sense the danger and ran out with his wings flapping and quacking. Little White Rabbit also ran after him naturally, without anyone holding him. Seeing that these little animals were so smart, Wan Erseo didn't care about them anymore. She held Little Fubao and got on the ox cart. Wan Lauer reached out and put Dubai and Little Rabbit on. Wan Lauer drove the ox cart to the next door and took the Zhao family with him. When they drove the ox cart to the village entrance, they saw that the village entrance was full of people. The scene was buzzing with nervous discussions, panicked expressions, and children crying. The Wan family came neither too early nor too late, because they were driving the ox cart. They were unusually eye-catching. At this time, more and more people kept pouring in at the entrance of the village, and the discussion became louder and louder. The village chief stood on the millstone and shouted loudly, "Everyone be quiet and listen to me." The people below finally calmed down slowly. The situation is urgent. The Baelyong people probably smell the smell of our autumn harvest. They came to rob food just after the autumn harvest. However, in order to survive, all of us can only temporarily abandon the food. Now listen to my order and go to the dead man's ditch to hide. After hearing the words of the village chief, some people were unwilling to do so. Village chief, there is no return to the dead man's ditch. If we go to the dead man's ditch, won't we just get out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den? It's better to wait for death at home. At least we can keep a whole body. Yes, village chief. The dead man's ditch is haunted by wolves all year round. There are some corpses thrown in it that no one collects. There are even more bones at the bottom of the ditch. It is gloomy. How can we go there? The people below immediately started to discuss loudly again. Quiet. Everyone. Quiet down. Dead man's ditch is the only place where you can avoid being slaughtered. If you don't want to go, stay. I won't force you. If you want to go, follow me now. The Baelyong people will be here in less than a quarter of an hour. You can continue to dawdle. After saying this, Jinyo took the lead in taking his family and the Jin family out of the village. The rest of the people looked at each other, not knowing where to go. Wan Lauer immediately chose to follow Jinyo. If he went, he might die. If he didn't go, he would definitely die. So what else was there to choose? It's better to die later than to die early. What if reinforcements come? Wan Lauer flicked the whip, and the ox cart started moving. He caught up with Jinyo and stopped. Village chief, come on up quickly. I take you there. The old village chief has bad legs and feet. You can't walk far like this. Jinyo was very grateful. Jinju, thank you very much. At this critical moment, Jinyo didn't say anything nonsense and got on the ox cart with his family. There were more than a dozen people sitting on the ox cart of Wan Lauer's family. It was already a bit crowded, and there was no room for anyone else. But at this time, Chung Fu begged Wan Lauer, Jinju, can my mother squeeze in? She really can't walk far. Jinyo quickly got off the cart. Chung Fu, put your mother on quickly. I will walk with you. Chung Fu quickly carried his mother on the ox cart, and the family and Jinyo trotted after the ox cart. At this time, a violent vibration sound came from the ground. I don't know who shouted, it's bad. The Baelyong people are coming. Run! At this time, the night was falling, and a few uneasy stars were faintly flickering in the sky. On the distant horizon, dust was flying. It was the dust splashed by the enemy's horse hooves, like a dark dragon, ruthlessly devouring the peaceful earth. In the village, the people began to panic and fled everywhere, their faces full of fear and helplessness. They didn't care about the elderly and children at this time, and hurried to the direction of the dead ditch. The old woman leaned on a cane and staggered, but she had to follow the crowd. Although her heart was full of panic, she had more determination to die than the young people. The children cried for their parents, but no one answered, and there were screams of fear everywhere. Gradually, the sound of horse hooves came closer and closer, and the lagging crowd screamed, and then a splash of blood splashed, and people fell to the ground, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Some were hacked to death by the enemy's swords, and some were trampled to death by horse hooves. Fear, screams, roars, shouts, and excited shouts of killing were intertwined. As more and more people fell, the laughter of the other side became more and more excited. The first batch of villagers who fled had already left the village. When they looked back, they saw a faint light of fire in the village. It was the enemy's torches. One Lauer drove the oxen very fast. The ox cart was bumping on the road and almost rushed down a steep slope. One Lauer pulled it to turn a corner urgently. Genio ran behind One Lauer's ox cart, panting heavily. He had been left far behind by the ox cart and could hardly see his figure. Village chief, I really can't run anymore. It's dark, and I don't know where Ginger ran to. It will be troublesome if he doesn't fall down the steep slope. Where are the old people and children in the car? Changfu couldn't run anymore either, and panted behind Genio. We have to run. My wife and children are on the ox cart. If the Belyong people catch up with us, we will all die here. Anyway, we won't die from running. Let's keep running. Changfu had no choice but to continue running after Genio. His wife and children followed behind him. The people from the Jin family also followed far behind them. But they didn't get separated. Chapter 227, Attack from both sides. The villagers ran for most of the night before they reached the dead man's ditch. The bottom of the dead man's ditch was full of bones, some of which were animals, and some of which were humans. When they stepped on the ground, there was a crackling sound. Even One Lauer's cow was unwilling to go in. Fortunately, Genio brought a fire starter and a torch when he came out. At this time, he lit the torch and led the way into the dead man's ditch. The dead man's ditch is a long and narrow deep ditch with towering lush slopes on both sides. The bottom of the ditch is always dark. Because it rained a few days ago, there was still water at the bottom of the ditch. When they stepped on it, it made a puffing sound. At this time, there were 100 or 200 people following. Everyone lined up to enter the dead man's ditch. The children were scared and screamed, holding their parents tightly. One Lauer's cow did not dare to enter the dead man's ditch. One Lauer had no choice but to park the cow at the entrance. He sat on the ox cart and waited, and then went in at the end. When everyone was about to enter the dead man's ditch, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves running towards this side. From the sound, there were quite a few people, and they were getting closer and closer. Murakami, could someone have betrayed us and told that Belyong thief that we were in the dead man's ditch? Changfu, who was behind the village chief, turned pale. He was stepping on bones under his feet, and there were enemies approaching above his head. He was about to collapse. He had never been so scared in his life. At this moment, a pair of green eyes appeared opposite Genio. Genio was so frightened that he dared not even speak. Village chief, what's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? Changfu was blocked by Genio and did not see the situation in front. Genio was pushed by Changfu and suddenly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat quickly! There are wolves! Run!" But the people behind him came in, and the team was very long. The people at the back could not hear Genio's roar at all, and some people continued to walk slowly into the dead man's ditch. Changfu was still frightened when he heard the desperate roar of Genio. He immediately leaned over Genio's shoulder. This was not a big deal, but he fainted. Genio felt his shoulder sink, and Changfu was pressed on Genio's shoulder. People close to Genio also heard the roar of Genio. At this time, the team immediately became agitated, and panic and despair spread among the crowd. The most desperate one was Genio. He became a sandwich. He stepped back, and there were wolves in front of him. With Genio's loud shout, the wolves also attacked the crowd, and Genio was the first to bear the brunt. Because the space at the bottom of the dead ditch was narrow, it was difficult for people to retreat. For the wolves, the same narrow space also limited their range of activities, and could not attack in groups. One Lauer was also startled when he saw the crowd began to run out frantically. He was driving a bullock cart and had not yet entered, so he was the last one. Seeing everyone rushing out anxiously, he didn't know what happened, but his bullock cart still blocked everyone's way out. "Hurry up. Drive your bullock cart out. Quick. The wolves are coming." One Lauer encountered too many wolves on his way to Exile. He was now scared of wolves, and his first reaction was to turn the car around and run away. But he found awkwardly that the car couldn't turn around because of limited space. His bullock cart could only move forward all the way. "Go to the end, and go out from another exit. Are you deaf? The wolves are coming." Why don't you run quickly? My car can't turn. Wan Lauer became more and more anxious. And the cow began to become increasingly manic in mood. It's over. It's all over. We die if we go out or go in. We can't escape death. Let's fight that beast. Because at this time, there were clear horse hooves and neighing sounds above their heads. And there were also many human voices. They were caught in a dilemma, being attacked from both sides. Some people broke down and cried, "It's over. It's all over now. I would have died at home earlier. Now I'm going to be exposed in the wilderness. I never thought of dying this way. The most dangerous person now is Taurus." At this time, the Wolf King behind him suddenly let out a long howl to the sky. And the leader of the wolves jumped towards Taurus. Genio still held a torch in his hand. Perhaps he was too scared and too desperate. He closed his eyes and made up his mind. He threw the torch at the wolf that was rushing towards him. The wolf stepped on the loose wall swiftly and dodged. As soon as its front legs landed on the ground, it immediately rushed forward again. Genio waved the torch in his hand with great power. But it could not resist for long. Soon the torch went out. Genio felt a stinking bloody wind coming towards him. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. And his arm was immediately bitten by the wolf, leaving a bloody hole. Then the wolf shook its head and dragged Genio to the ground. Genio fell into the muddy water instantly. The wolf immediately pressed Genio's back with its claws, opened its big mouth, and bit Genio's neck. There was a scream that resounded through the dead man's ditch. And Changfu was also pounced by a wolf. Genio had given up struggling. He felt the coming of death and slowly closed his eyes, because the wolf's saliva had flowed into his neck. Just when Genio was desperate, the wolf on his back suddenly fell on him, whimpered, and then died. Genio thought he was dead. He saw a black impermanence falling from the sky, landing directly in front of him, and killing the wolves in front of him. Changfu was bitten on the arm by a wolf, and he gasped in pain. He thought he would die in the wolf's mouth. But he didn't expect that the wolf fell directly from the sky and died. Changfu couldn't believe his eyes. He tentatively kicked the wolf's body and found that the other party was indeed silent. Changfu then saw many ropes hanging from above in the faint light, and agile figures rushed to the bottom of the valley, blocking them in front of them, and fighting with the wolves. Changfu then realized that someone came to save them. Someone is coming. The savior is coming. We are saved. Don't panic. The savior is coming. Changfu shouted excitedly at the bottom of the ditch. The panicked crowd behind him, like headless flies, finally heard his words and turned their heads to look forward. They saw that the wolves that had just pounced on the crowd were gone. Changfu hurried to turn over Genio. "Village chief, are you dead?" Changfu pulled a wolf off Genio and directly picked Genio up from the ground. "Changfu, are you dead too? I just saw He Wuchang. Didn't he come to capture souls? Why did he go to kill wolves?" Genio thought he was dead and Changfu was dead too. Changfu pinched Genio's arm hard, and Genio gasped in pain. "I'm not dead. I still feel pain." Genio immediately jumped up from Changfu. At this time, the surrounding environment made him completely realize that he was still alive. But the wolves were gone. Chapter 228. Returning to the village and finding that the house had been robbed. Even though the wolf pack had disappeared, the people of Shitsi village still did not dare to move, because they did not see the group of people who killed wolves return. In this way, 100 or 200 people stayed at the bottom of the ditch until dawn, and only when they were sure that there was no danger did they continue to walk into the ditch. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally saw the sun. Along the way, they picked up a lot of wolf corpses. Along the way, they actually saw more than 20 or 30 wolf corpses, but they were all stabbed to death with swords. Until they got out of the dead man's ditch, everyone felt like they were reborn. Wan Lauer was the last one to come out of the dead man's ditch, because he was driving a bullock cart, and the bullock kept stopping and starting, so he could not do anything. When they finally came out of the ditch, everyone seemed to be paralyzed, falling on the yellow earth in all directions, and the warm sun shone on them, and they felt reborn. But Wan Lauer did not lie down, but hurried to find the golden bull. "Village chief, what happened last night? Didn't they say there were wolves? Where are the wolves?" Genio also felt very strange. He clearly saw someone coming down to kill the wolves, and he did see many wolf corpses along the way, but he didn't see the person who killed the wolves. "Someone came to rescue us last night, but they seemed to be hiding their identities and didn't want us to know." They were all dressed in black and came down directly from above our heads, killed the wolves, and then disappeared. Don't you think it's strange? I was wondering all night. Who was the other party? Wan Lauer was also confused after hearing this. But it was good that everyone was safe. Only Jinyo and Chengfu were injured. Village Chief. Chengfu. You sit on the ox cart. I will take you back. The Bailiang thieves should have left tonight. Let's go back and take a look. Jinyo also planned so. Everyone supported each other, and slowly went home. After everyone's figures disappeared in the dead man's ditch, a group of people in black slowly came out from another direction. The leader was Wan Xingma. Boss, the Bailiang bandits have all been wiped out. Our people suffered heavy losses. But we have gained 5,000 war horses, and 5,000 weapons. Pull up the team and go back. Yes. Soon Wan Xingma and his men disappeared in the endless wind and sand. Wan Lauer and others stopped far away from Shitzi village. Because Jinyo and Chengfu were injured. Wan Lauer volunteered. I will go back to find out the situation first. You wait here first. But little Fubao held Wan Lauer, and wouldn't let him go. Little Fubao was a little scared, and now relied on Wan Lauer very much. Daddy? Fubao won't let you go. Fubao is afraid. Daddy won't leave. Little Fubao hung his whole body on Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer looked at everyone in embarrassment. If it weren't for his family's ox cart blocking the road last night, everyone would have escaped. He also felt a little guilty. Fortunately, no one died. Good boy, Fubao. Daddy will be back soon. Daddy will go back quietly to see if the bad guys have left so we can go home? No. Fubao won't let Daddy go. Let Dabai go for Daddy. Little Fubao hung on Wan Lauer and looked at Dabai. Dabai, go see if there are any bad guys in the village. Dabai immediately stood up from the crowd and jumped directly from the ox cart to the ground. He ran very fast with his fat body shaking. He soon ran to the entrance of the village. Seeing this, Wan Lauer had to wait patiently. If Dabai couldn't do anything, he would go back to see. But soon Dabai came with Ergu and Xiaolan. It turned out that when they escaped last night, Ergu and Xiaolan lived at the end of the village and were the last to arrive. In addition, Yushir did not come back last night. So the brother and sister became the weakest two people. Seeing that they could not escape, Ergu took Xiaolan to hide in the collapsed house that was haunted before. The two of them actually escaped. No one would think of searching a collapsed house. It's Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan. Xiao Fubao saw Xiaolan from a distance, quickly got off Wan Lauer, and ran towards Xiaolan. Wan Lauer also ran over quickly. Ergu. Xiaolan. Are you alright? It was so chaotic last night that I didn't find you two brothers and sisters. And I heard the enemy coming. Fortunately, you are all fine. Ergu is older. And he hurriedly said, Uncle One Air. We are fine. The enemy came and killed a lot of people last night. But then it seemed that reinforcements came and killed all those Bailiang people. The village is now full of blood. And the bodies seem to have been dealt with by the reinforcements. The village is safe now. You should go back quickly. Everyone heard what Ergu said. So the family's food must be saved. The people who were frightened all night finally caught their breath. Wan Lauer was finally able to drive the ox cart back to his home. As soon as he entered the door, Wan Lauer found that someone had come into the house. But it didn't seem like Bailiang had come in, because there was a lot less food in the house. Mom, please take a look. Have the things in your house been turned over? Old lady Wan quickly got on the Kong and opened the Kong cabinet. She found that the things inside had been turned over. But nothing was missing, because she had already taken away the gold, silver and other valuables. And there were only some cloths left in the Kong cabinet. It was turned over, but nothing was missing. The valuables were all on me. What happened? Grain. Several bags of grain in our house were missing. About 500 kilograms. Because the autumn harvest had just ended, and the government had not yet come to collect taxes. The grain of each household was counted. Old lady Wan immediately asked Wan Lauer to go to the village chief. Lauer, go to the village chief quickly, and say that someone in the village stole grain during the chaos. If the person sells the stolen grain after today, we will never have a chance to get it back. Wan Lauer hurried to the village chief's house, but found that there were already people gathered at the door of the village chief's house. They were all people who went to the dead man's ditch this time. Their homes had been stolen to some extent. It seemed that the thief was the one who stayed behind. However, no one dared to steal from the village chief's house, because Jinyo was injured. It was not convenient for him to beat the gongs and drums. So he asked Cha Sheng to help gather all the remaining people in the village. Cha Sheng, gather everyone at the entrance of the village. If anyone dares to disobey, just drag them over. Big brother, you take a team to search every house. Only those who have not been to the dead man's ditch. If anyone has extra food, write down the name, and we will interrogate them in front of the whole village. After Jinyo assigned the task to Cha Sheng, he said to his eldest cousin Jinsi. Jinsi is the eldest son of the head of the Jin family. After listening to Jinyo's words, he immediately picked 20 people from the crowd at random and divided them into 2 teams. The other team was led by his younger brother Ji Feng to search, which would be much faster. After half of the people left, Jinyo said to Wan Lauer, Jinju, there is one more thing I want to trouble you with. I heard that you can read. Can you and Mr. He help count how many people died in the village this time? Wan Lauer did not refuse. Only his family and the village chief's family had pens, ink, paper and inkstone. How could other children have the opportunity to study? Their family paid a huge sum of 1 or 2 silver coins a month to invite the village old man, Mr. He, to be a teacher for several children. It has spread around. Okay. Don't worry, village chief. I go now. You take good care of your injuries. Wan Lauer immediately took Mr. He to start counting the death list from house to house. Chapter 229. Wan Lauer was saved by his daughter again. Little Fubao insisted on following Wan Lauer. Daddy, Fubao is going too. Fubao is going too. Wan Er's wife coaxed him for a long time. My dear, are you hungry? Can mother make you some meat? No. Fubao wants daddy. Daddy has something to do. Can you play with Fubao when daddy comes back? No. No. Fubao wants daddy. Finally, it was Mrs. Wan who said, it's okay. Just let her go. Fubao is well behaved and won't cause trouble. Wan Lauer couldn't bear to disappoint his daughter. So he picked up little Fubao. Let's go. Ride the big horse. Fubao screamed in surprise, and was lifted to the neck by Wan Lauer. Wan Er's wife was worried, and gave Wan Lauer a few more instructions. Fubao may be frightened. You should be careful. I have never seen little Fubao clinging to Wan Lauer before. But this time when he came back from the dead man's ditch, little Fubao was so clingy. Wan Lauer carried little Fubao and Mr. He to the village to start counting. Although reinforcements arrived in time, dozens of villagers still died. Most of these villagers were not from the same family, because the scene was too chaotic at the time. Everyone was busy escaping. And most of the dead were the elderly and children who were left behind. When Wan Lauer and Mr. He came to the last family, they asked about the situation of the dead, but were beaten out by this family. This family was in exile, and the man of this family died. The woman was the one who had said bad things about the Wan family, named Rong Yang. Do you Wan family still have a conscience? My man just died, and you come to ask this and that? What do you mean? Rong Yang cried with red eyes, picked up the broom in the yard and hit Wan Lauer, as if it was Wan Lauer who killed her man. Wan Lauer didn't want to argue with a woman, but he wouldn't stand it. He snatched the broom from Rong Yang's hand and threw it on the ground. He glared at Rong Yang and sneered, your husband is dead. The village chief asked me to count the number. Tomorrow, the village will help bury him. Since you are so ungrateful, I won't report your family. It will save labor. It's almost time to plant autumn vegetables. Who has time to help your family bury the dead? Since you don't care, just pretend I haven't been here. Wan Lauer picked up Xiao Fubao and turned away. Mr. He was old, and Wan Lauer was afraid that he would be harmed by the shrew. So he asked him to wait outside the yard early. Who knew that Wan Lauer's words were like lighting firecrackers? Rong Yang was jealous of the Wan family. Why did everyone else live a smooth life? Don't you know how to help the other exiles? Rong Yang glanced at the machete hanging on the wall. At this time, because of the loss of her man, her heart was full of jealousy, which made her lose her mind. She rushed over to take down the machete and chopped at Wan Lauer. Wan Lauer just turned his back to Rong Yang, but Xiao Fubao was hugging Wan Lauer's neck, lying on his shoulders, facing backwards, and saw it clearly. Dad, get out of the way. Xiao Fubao's soft and tender voice was broken by fear, and his eyes were wide open in fear. Wan Lauer heard his daughter screaming, and subconsciously jumped to the side. As soon as he jumped over, he felt a gust of wind passing by, and a figure holding a machete fell to the ground. Wan Lauer saw clearly that it was Rong Yang who wanted to chop him. If it weren't for Xiao Fubao shout just now, he would probably have died at this time. Wan Lauer was furious. He never fought with women. But at this time he felt that this was not a woman, but a snake. He held Xiao Fubao in his arms, and kicked Rong Yang hard a few times, and kicked the machete in her hand far away. Seeing how vicious this woman is, it seems that she did a lot of bad things when she was in the capital. She is really bad to the core. Wan Lauer heard that the noble ladies in the capital are much more powerful than these country people. Who knows how many murder cases they have in their hands? After being kicked a few times by Wan Lauer, Rong Yang rolled on the ground in pain, and no one came to help her. Her children died on the way to exile. Only she and her husband survived. But her husband was in poor health. When the Beiliang people came, she directly abandoned him and ran away. After teaching Rong Yang a lesson, Wan Lauer held Xiao Fubao and left the yard without even looking at her. When he returned home, Wan Lauer told his family what happened just now. Wan Er's wife was very scared and quickly pulled Wan Lauer to check again. Thank God. You brought your daughter with you and escaped death again. Wan Erseo hugged her daughter and kissed her again and again. Then let her go. At this time, everyone went to the village entrance to gather. Jin Shi and Jin Feng, with 20 people, had already started searching every house in the village. The villagers didn't understand why they suddenly gathered together. In order to appease these people, the village chief had to lie, "Don't worry. Let everyone come here to discuss how to help bury the dead in the village." Many people who didn't escape died this time, and the list has been counted. Let everyone come here to discuss with everyone. We will bury them in groups this afternoon. The village chief's words immediately dispelled the nervousness of some people, and everyone quickly started discussing. Several respected elders in the village were directly invited to the front by the village chief. At this time, they had the most say. After all, it is always right to listen to the opinions of the elderly when it comes to weddings and funerals. Uncle, third uncle, Uncle Chen, Uncle Li, you are the elders of our village. What do you think we should do about this? Since the elders were invited out, and the dead are the most important, arranging their funeral affairs well is also a good deed. The elders did not refuse, but discussed in a low voice. Finally, Jin Cheng-ho, the head of the Jin family, took the lead in speaking out the results of the discussion. Jinyo, so many people died in our village at once this time. If we were to settle each family, we might not have enough manpower. Several of our elders discussed that it would be better to let these families pay and directly hire people to make coffins in the village. This would be more convenient and free up manpower to dig wells in the cemetery. Those who can be buried in the ancestral tombs can be buried, and the children can be buried hastily. Jinyo thought this was a good idea and could save a lot of time. At least there was no need to transport coffins from the town, which was also a big project. These people died suddenly, and it was too late to make coffins for all of them, and not all families could afford coffins. In the past, poor families would just roll up a broken mat and bury the old people directly. Where would they have the money to make coffins? We will have to wait for statistics to see which family can afford it. In this way, the meeting was delayed for half an hour. Jinsi had already returned with people and winked at Jinyo from a distance. Jinyo understood and raised his hand to the crowd below who were talking. Everyone be quiet. I have one more thing to say. Everyone looked at Jinyo, waiting for him to continue. After we came back from the dead man's ditch this morning, some people found that there was a lot less food in their homes. I give you a chance. If any one of you took other people's food when the village was empty, immediately hand it over and we won't pursue it. If I find out later that someone took advantage of the opportunity to steal, I will drive you out of the village. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Once you are driven out of the village, you know the consequences. The people below were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. But suddenly they started discussing loudly, as if a pot of boiling water had exploded. My family's food was lost, too. I thought it was the Beiliang people who took it away. I didn't expect that it was someone from our village who stole it. Are you stupid? The Beiliang people were killed by the reinforcements. Did they take the food to the underworld? Someone must have taken advantage of the situation to rob. What you said is true. Why didn't I think of it? This damn thief. It's not easy for everyone. He stole the food from the same village. Don't let me know. I have to beat him up to vent my anger. Listening to the discussion below, no one took the initiative to stand up and admit that they stole the food. But someone secretly wanted to withdraw from the crowd and slip away. Stop. Where do you want to go? Jin Feng and a dozen people had been staring at the crowd to check for unusual movements. Sure enough, Someone wanted to take the opportunity to sneak away, and he caught him red-handed. Chapter 230 Dealing with Lizzie. The person who wanted to escape was Lizzie from the village. He was idle at home. He had an old mother, who was over 30 years old, and still couldn't get married. He stole chickens and dogs in nearby villages all day long. A few days ago, during the autumn harvest, he took advantage of the fact that there were few people in the village, and stole a chicken from the next village. He was discovered by the children and told the adults. He was chased to Sheetsy village, and his leg was broken. That's why he didn't escape last night. However, he was not hacked to death by the Baelyong people. He was lucky. Lizzie, where do you want to go? Jean Feng grabbed Lizzie's neck and pushed him back into the crowd. At this time, everyone's eyes were all on Lizzie. Seeing that he was timid and hesitant, they knew that Lizzie was definitely up to no good. I want to go home. I have to pee urgently. What do you care about me? You are so nosy. Why don't you care about my food and drink? Lizzie saw that more than a dozen people gradually gathered around Jean Feng, and his voice gradually weakened. Jean Feng did not follow his words and quibble with him, but directly exposed Lizzie's theft. Jean Feng's next words also confirmed everyone's guess. You want to go home to pee? I think you want to go home to sell the stolen goods? Your family has only 1 acre of land, and the grass grows taller than people. Have you received grain this year? Why do you have thousands of kilograms of grain? Where did it come from? Definitely stolen. This thief. Why is my family's grain missing 200 kilograms? My house is closest to his house. When he escaped last night, my family's courtyard door was not locked in time. It must be him who stole it. There are marks on my cloth bag. I will go to check it out later. Lizzie's neighbor Lu Chongqing said angrily after hearing this. At this time, all the families who lost grain stood up and pointed at Lizzie and scolded him. You are a lazy monkey who is greedy and greedy. When others are farming, you take a nap under the shade of a tree. When others are weeding, you bask in the sun on a hilltop. When others are harvesting, you steal from behind. What are you still alive for? If he dies, our village will have one less scourge, and the reputation of Sheetsy village will not be affected. Why waste your words on him? In my opinion, we should expel him from the village today. His mother was chopped to death by the Baelyong people, but he didn't care and didn't claim the body. We had to help carry it back for him. If such a heartless person stays in the village, it will be a disgrace to our village. Who knows what it will cause a disaster? Lizzie listened to everyone's accusations against him, especially the woman next to him, who cursed him the most. He was furious. When everyone was not paying attention, he punched the woman in the eye, and blood immediately flowed from her eyes. There was a scream in the crowd. Jean Feng reacted quickly and directly knocked Lizzie to the ground. Hurry up. Get a rope. This guy is crazy again. Tie him up quickly. The people who were close to him quickly took a rope from their homes and handed it to Jean Feng, who tied the man up with swift hands and feet. Village chief. What should we do with this man? Everyone looked at Jinyo. Jinyo looked up and saw that the sun was not small at noon. So he said, hang him under the big tree at the entrance of the village for 3 days, and do not allow him to eat or drink. After 3 days, throw him far away. Life and death are determined by fate. Whether he can survive depends on his own luck. If you drive him out now, he still has the strength to run back. Then throw him far away so that he can't run back. Everyone had no objection to Jinyo's method. As for the injured woman, it was impossible to get compensation from her lazy. Everyone knew that her lazy's family was so poor that even mice didn't visit. As for Lizzie's beating, his family has no money to pay, so his 2 shabby thatched houses will be given to you. The woman felt better. Jinyo looked at the crowd below and continued. I will give you another half an hour. If you return the stolen food quickly, we will forgive you. If you haven't returned it after half an hour, you will end up like Lizzie. The crowd below immediately became agitated, and more than a dozen people retreated from the crowd in disgrace and hurried home. But they also lost face. Everyone knows about their theft, and will be on guard in the future. Jinyo looked at Jinxi and Jean Feng, and saw that they shook their heads, indicating that some people had not left. Jinyo's face darkened again, and he said in a deep voice, I mean what I say. Don't think that if you don't take much, others won't notice. After the autumn harvest, I have records of how much grain each of you has collected. If you don't return the grain within half an hour, I will bring people to weigh it at each household. if I find that it is different from the records. Don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as Jinyo finished speaking, dozens of people went out. They were afraid of being discovered. So they only took 200 kilograms. They thought that if those who went to the dead man's ditch didn't come back, it would be the same if they went again. Who would have thought that they could come back after going to the dead man's ditch? God really doesn't have eyes. This time, Jin Shi and Jin Feng did not say anything, indicating that the people who stole the grain had gone back to return the grain. This was also a way to give them some face, so that they could go back and return the grain first. Otherwise, when everyone went back later, they would come back to return the grain, and everyone would be embarrassed. Lizzie was hung up, and he was forced to tell whose family the grain was moved from, and someone would go to get it back. Half an hour later, everyone went home. Wan Lauer saw the grain at his doorstep, and found that the grain he returned was not enough, and there was still a shortage of 200 caddies. Jin Yo hurried back to find the village chief. Village chief, my family only returned more than 300 caddies of grain, and there is still a shortage of more than 200 caddies. Jin Yo was anxious when he heard this. The Wan family's harvest this year was better than that of other families. He planned to keep all the grain of the Wan family for seed before the government came to collect taxes in the next few days. Now there were more than 200 caddies less, enough to sow 4 or 5 acres of land. Jin Yo immediately took it seriously and personally took Wan Lauer to Jin Shi's house to ask, Jin Shi, when you went to check the grain just now, whose family had more grain? Are you sure there is no missing? Jin Shi thought for a while and said, no one is missing. But there is a family that was not checked. She didn't allow us to check, saying that it would disturb her husband's ghost, and then it would haunt us. And she, a woman, should not be able to move the grain. Whose family? Jin Yo would not miss any clues. Rongyang's family. Is it her family? Wan Lauer was a little shocked. If it was her family, it would be really unlikely. After all, his family lost more than 200 kilograms of grain. Even a strong man would have a hard time moving it. Not to mention Rongyang's thin arms and legs. She would definitely not be able to move it. But Jin Yo took Wan Lauer and Jin Shi to Rongyang's family. Why are you two so stubborn? She can't carry a bag. So how can she carry a basket? We stayed in the dead man's ditch for a night. She can carry 500 kilograms. Not to mention more than 200 kilograms. Wan Lauer and Jin Shi suddenly understood. And they admitted that they were indeed stuck in a dead end. But when the three of them arrived at Rongyang's house, the door was locked. Because when she went to the meeting just now, she was the only one at home. She used the excuse of needing to keep vigil, and did not go to the meeting. Now she is gone.